Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now, let us begin. The candle was made of beast tallow, and it smelled like the sheep that had died to make it. A single flame guttered against the drafts seeping through the cottage walls, throwing long shadows across a room that smelled of dried herbs and old wood. Tang San sat on his straw mattress and stared at the cake. It was small, barely larger than his fist, made from foraged honey and ground millet, with a single candle of that foul-smelling animal fat variety stuck crookedly in its center. Granny Hua had spent half the morning making it, her gnarled hands working the dough with a tenderness that made the boy's chest ache in ways he couldn't fully explain. "Make a wish," the old woman said. She sat across from him on a wooden stool, her white hair pulled back in a loose bun, her face a map of wrinkles that deepened when she smiled. She was smiling now, the genuine kind, the one that crinkled the corners of her eyes and revealed the gap in her left molars. 12 years old. You're practically a man. Yan looked at her weathered face and felt a dissonance so profound it threatened to crack his skull open like a walnut beneath a hammer. Because behind the face of this 12-year-old mountain boy, behind the calloused hands and sun-darkened skin and the perpetual scent of goat wool that clung to his clothes, was the consciousness of a 23-year-old college student from a world of highways and smartphones and instant noodles at 3 in the morning. A world he'd left, involuntarily and permanently, when a delivery truck ran a red light on Zhongshan Road and turned his body into something the paramedics couldn't save. He remembered the impact. Not the pain. The pain had been too fast for memory, but the sound. The crunch of metal and bone harmonizing in a chord that no musician would ever write. Then darkness. Then light. Then screaming, but not his screaming, the screaming of a newborn infant that somehow contained a 23-year-old's horrified consciousness. He'd woken here as a baby, drowning in sensory input that his adult mind couldn't process through an infant's undeveloped nervous system. The first year had been hell, trapped in a body that couldn't walk, couldn't speak, couldn't do anything but cry and eat and sleep while his adult consciousness rattled around inside like a marble in a jar. He'd learned to control the body eventually, the way one might learn to drive a car that was simultaneously too small and too strange. By age 3, he could walk and talk. By age 5, he could read. By age 8, he could fight, or at least train in the breathing exercises Granny Hua prescribed each morning with the severity of a military drill instructor. Then the memories had come. Not his memories, this world's memories. Fragmented, incomplete, arriving in dreams that felt more like file downloads from a corrupted hard drive. Names first: Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, Bibi Dong. Spirit Hall. Douluo Dalu. A novel. He'd transmigrated into a novel he'd read in his previous life, read casually, for entertainment, between lecture notes and leftover takeout containers. A story about a young hero who saved the world and got the girl. And the woman the world feared as Supreme Pontiff, the Spider Queen, the Dark Empress, the villain who waged war on the entire continent, was his mother. Yan. Granny Hua's voice cut through a spiral. The candle is dripping. He blew it out. The chime that rang through his consciousness was not a sound, it was a vibration in the architecture of his soul, a resonance that bypassed ears entirely and struck the center of his being like a tuning fork against crystal. Transmigrator soul detected. Redemption system initializing. Primary objective: save Bibi Dong from her canonical fate. Mother's bond gauge: 35% corruption. Time remaining before irreversible descent: approximately 8 years. The text hung in his vision like a heads-up display from a video game he'd never asked to play, glowing faintly golden against the cottage's dim interior. Granny Hua couldn't see it. Nobody could see it but him. 8 years. He had 8 years to save his mother from becoming the monster that would wage war against the entire continent and die for it. 8 years to rewrite the destiny of the most powerful woman in the Douluo Dalu world. He ate the cake. It tasted like honey and desperation. 8 years to save her, and the clock had already started. Chapter 2. The awakening ceremony was held in the village square, which was generous terminology for a patch of packed earth between the village well and Old Chen's goat pen. Jade Mist Village contained 43 souls, not counting the chickens. It sat in a mountain valley so remote that the nearest proper city was a 10-day walk through terrain that would kill the careless and inconvenience the prepared. Caravans came twice a year, once in spring with salt, iron, and fabric, and once in autumn to buy the medicinal herbs that grew on the surrounding peaks in varieties that lowland cultivators would pay handsomely for. Nobody here was a soul master. Nobody here had ever seen a spirit ring with their own eyes. These were farmers, herbalists, and hunters who lived and died by the seasons and considered a good wheat harvest more miraculous than any cultivation technique ever devised. Which made what Granny Hua produced from her locked chest all the more jarring. "This," she said, holding up a crystal sphere the size of a melon, "is a spirit hall awakening orb. I've kept it for 12 years for this moment." Yan stared at the orb. It was clearly genuine, the surface hummed with embedded soul power, and faint golden runes circled beneath the crystal skin in patterns that shifted like living calligraphy. An artifact like this was worth more than the entire village, its livestock, and 3 generations of harvests combined. The other villagers had gathered to watch, more out of curiosity than any sense of ceremony. Old Chen leaned against his fence with his perpetual pipe clamped between tobacco-stained teeth. The Li twins peeked from behind their mother's legs, their round faces identical masks of fascination. Even the village headman, a pragmatic man named Zhou who measured the world in bushels and rainfall, had come, though he kept glancing at the sky as if approaching rain clouds concerned him more than spiritual awakening. "Channel your soul power into the orb," Granny Hua instructed, her voice carrying the crisp authority of a teacher who had educated generations. "You've been cultivating basic breathing techniques since you were 6. You know how to circulate energy through your meridians. Do it now, and direct the flow into the crystal." Yi Chen placed his palms on the orb's surface. It was warm to the touch, almost alive, like holding a heart that beat with light instead of blood. He closed his eyes and began circulating soul power, the internal energy that every human possessed in trace amounts but few could consciously manipulate. 6 years of Granny Hua's breathing exercises had developed his reserves beyond what most unawakened children possessed. The soul power entered the orb, and the orb responded. Light erupted. 2 lights. The first was a pale silver radiance that coalesced above his left hand into a shape that made Granny Hua stagger backward, a spider. Silver white, delicate as spun glass, with 8 legs that moved with hypnotic precision. It was the size of his palm, and it was beautiful in the way that beautiful and terrifying shared an uncomfortably thin border. The second light was golden green, forming above his right hand into a vine covered in small luminous flowers that bloomed and closed in a rhythm that matched his heartbeat. The vine curled around his wrist with gentle warmth, its presence soothing where the spider's was electric and alive. Twin martial spirits. The villagers murmured. Old Chen's pipe fell from his mouth. The Li twins clutched their mother so tightly she winced. Granny Hua's face had gone the color of fresh snow. "No," she whispered. She wasn't looking at the vine. She was staring at the spider with an expression that combined recognition, terror, and a grief so deep it could have filled the valley. "No, no, no." The silver spider turned its faceted eyes toward her and pulsed with luminous intensity. Yi Chen felt both spirits settle into his soul like keys finding their locks, the vine warm and nurturing, the spider sharp and protective. 2 halves of something that had been waiting 12 patient years to manifest. The redemption system pulsed in his vision, twin martial spirits awakened. Primary spirit, absolution spider, purified variant of death spider emperor lineage. Secondary spirit, luminous vine, mutation, origin unknown. Note: the absolution spider's purification properties are unique in recorded history. Protect this secret. Granny Hua dismissed the villagers with a wave and a lie about the ceremony needing private completion. When they were alone, she gripped Yi Chen's shoulders hard enough to bruise. "Do you understand what that spider means?" He met her eyes, those old, tired, beautiful eyes that had watched over him for 12 years, and said the words that would change both their lives. "It means I'm her son." The old woman's grip faltered. Her mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. "You knew?" "I've always known, Granny. I just didn't have the words for it until now." Chapter 3 They sat inside the cottage with the door barred and the windows shuttered, blocking out the afternoon sunlight until the room existed in a pocket of amber candlelight. Granny Hua poured tea with hands that had steadied but not quite stopped trembling, the ceramic pot clinking against the cups in tiny percussive betrayals of her composure. "Your mother," she began, and the word carried the weight of a mountain that had been accumulating mass for 12 years, "is Bibi Dong, Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. The most powerful woman on the Douluo Dalu continent. The ruler of an organization that spans 3 empires and commands more military force than any individual nation. I know. She hid you here because Spirit Hall is not a place for children. It is a nest of vipers, political, spiritual, and personal, and every one of those vipers would use you against her. As leverage. As a hostage. As a weapon. As a bargaining chip to be traded between factions." Granny Hua set the teapot down with deliberate precision. "I swore a soul oath to protect you. My life is bound to that promise. If you die while I draw breath, the oath kills me." The stakes were literal. Soul oaths in this world carried metaphysical enforcement, they weren't promises but contracts written into the fabric of reality itself. "Tell me about her," Yi Chen said. "Not the Supreme Pontiff. Not the Spider Empress. The woman. The one who gave me to you." Something shifted in Granny Hua's expression, a softening that fought against years of careful emotional control, a grief that had fermented so long it had become indistinguishable from the woman who carried it. "I was her teacher, before the world broke her. I was a Spirit Hall instructor when she came to my tutelage as a girl of 15, brilliant, fierce, with a kindness that most people never saw because she hid it behind walls of competence so thick they might as well have been fortifications. She used to rescue injured spirit beasts and nurse them back to health in secret, spent her personal cultivation time on healing animals that most soul masters would have killed for soul rings without a second thought. She once sat through 3 days of freezing rainstorm, shielding a litter of cloud fox pups whose mother had been killed by hunters, warming them with her soul power until they were strong enough to survive alone. The old woman's voice cracked like ice on a thawing river. The woman the world sees now, the Dark Empress, the tyrant, the war-hungry Pontiff, that is not who she was. That is what they made her. The redemption system displayed a karmic thread, visible only to Yi Chen, extending from his chest outward, phasing through walls and mountains and the enormous distance between this remote cottage and the distant south. A thick line of red light pulsing with darkness, stretching toward the presence of Spirit Hall's main temple. His mother's thread. And it was drowning in shadow. What happened to her? Yi Chen asked, though he already knew the broad strokes from his transmigrator memories of the novel. He needed Granny Hua's version, the human version, the one that hurt, the one with details that fiction had sanitized. Granny Hua's jaw tightened until the tendons in her neck stood out like bridge cables. The previous Supreme Pontiff happened. A man named Qian Zunji. She stopped. Drew a breath that shuddered. He abused her. In ways that no person should endure. For years. Systematically. Using his authority and his power to ensure she had no escape and no recourse. And when it was done, when she finally killed him and took his seat by force, she was no longer the girl I had taught. The rage had eaten everything else. The kindness, the compassion, the girl who nursed cloud fox pups, all consumed by a fury that had nowhere to go but outward. The mother's bond gauge pulsed in Yi Chen's vision, 35% corruption. More than a third of his mother's soul consumed by darkness. And somewhere in that darkness, according to the redemption system's analysis, a fragment of the Rakshasa god's consciousness was feeding on her pain like a parasite burrowed into the marrow of her spirit. I'm going to save her, Yi Chen said. Granny Hua looked at him, really looked, past the 12-year-old face to whatever burned behind his eyes. Whatever she saw made her expression cycle through disbelief, hope, fear, and finally a resignation that looked almost like faith. You mean that? With everything I am. He meant it, but meaning it and being capable of it were different measures entirely, and the gap between them was still vast enough to swallow him if he wasn't careful. He would need to close that gap before it closed him. Chapter 4 Training began before dawn the following morning, the mountain air cold enough to turn breath visible. Granny Hua was a title Douluo, rank 93, retired from Spirit Hall's active ranks but carrying power that could reshape geography if she chose to unleash it. Her martial spirit was the thousand-petal lotus, a plant-type spirit of extraordinary healing and defensive capability that manifested as a massive golden flower above her right palm, each petal containing enough soul energy to sustain a shield that could withstand attacks from soul masters 20 ranks below her. Your vine spirit first, she said, standing in the clearing behind the cottage. Morning mist clung to the valley floor in silver sheets, and the mountains stood like sleeping giants draped in clouds. I refuse to train that spider. It's too recognizable. The Death Spider Emperor lineage carries a spiritual signature that any competent soul master above rank 50 would identify as Bibi Dong's bloodline. If anyone at all, sees a spider spirit with that signature, every faction on the continent will come for you. Spirit Hall's Elder Council, Douluo's Divine Faction, the Three Empires Intelligence Services, the major clans. All of them. Yi Chen nodded, extending his right hand. The luminous vine materialized, golden green, covered in small flowers that opened and closed with his breathing in a bioluminescent rhythm. He felt its energy as warmth, growth, the slow patient power of roots splitting stone over centuries. Granny Hua walked him through the foundations of combat cultivation with meticulous precision. Soul power circulation through martial spirit channels, the specific meridian pathways that connected a soul master's internal energy reserves to their spirit's manifestation points. Energy conversion rates, how efficiently raw soul power transformed into spirit-specific effects, and why a 90% conversion rate was acceptable while a 75% rate indicated meridian blockage. Resonance harmonics between spirit and wielder, the subtle feedback loop where the spirit's nature shaped the wielder's soul power signature and the wielder's intent shaped the spirit's capabilities. She corrected his stance 14 times in the first hour. His breathing pattern 22 times. His mental focus, which she assessed through the fluctuation patterns of his soul energy output, was corrected so often that both of them lost count. Your innate soul power is rank 6, she told him after the morning's work. They sat on a flat rock above the cottage, sharing water and dried fruit. That's exceptional for an unawakened child. Most civilians register rank 1 or 2 at best, and talented young soul masters typically awaken between rank 3 and 5. Your mother was rank 8 at your age, the highest in Spirit Hall's recorded history. She paused. You're close to her. At night, when Granny Hua slept with the deep exhaustion of someone whose body healed slowly and demanded rest, Yi Chen crept to the moonlit clearing and experimented with the absolution spider. He summoned it with a thought, the silver-white spider manifesting on his left palm. It was smaller than his mother's canonical Death Spider Emperor, more refined, more precise, as though someone had taken the original design and filtered it through a prism that separated darkness from light. Where Bibi Dong's spider devoured and corrupted, his spider cleansed. He discovered this by accident. A fallen branch, blackened by some fungal rot that had killed the tree it fell from, lay near the clearing's edge. When the spider spirit's energy touched it, the rot dissolved. Not burned away, not destroyed, purified. The wood beneath was restored, pale and clean, as if the decay had never existed. The fungal spores simply ceased to be, their corrupted energy converted to neutral particles that dissipated into the night air. Absolution spider properties confirmed, the redemption system noted in calm golden text. This spirit responds to purification intent. It can draw darkness from objects, organisms, and potentially soul energy constructs, converting corrupted energy to neutral soul power. Current effective range, contact only. Scaling potential, significant with cultivation advancement. Yi Chen stared at the cleansed wood and felt something he hadn't allowed himself to feel since transmigrating into this world of spirit beasts and soul rings and mothers who had been turned into monsters. Hope. And a very clear, cold awareness of how much was still required before hope could become something more than that, and how little time remained to do it. Chapter 5 The merchant caravan arrived on the third day of the rain-turning moon, 8 wagons strong, drawn by patient oxen along the mountain track that connected Jade Mist to the world beyond. 6 wagons carried legitimate trade goods, salt, iron tools, bolts of undyed fabric, ceramic pots, and a cask of rice wine that old Chen had been talking about for weeks. 12 drivers managed the oxen and wagons with the rough competence of men who lived on roads more than in houses. And 3 passengers didn't belong. Yi Chen spotted them immediately. The caravan drivers were sunburned, rough-handed men who smelled of road dust and oxen and the specific variety of body odor that accumulated during weeks without access to a proper bath. The 3 passengers were something else entirely, lean, sharp-eyed, moving with the coiled readiness of predators who had accidentally wandered into a sheep pen and were deciding whether to hunt or keep walking. Soul Masters. Low rank, probably rank 25 to 30 based on the soul power fluctuations Yi Chen could feel against his developing spiritual perception, but in a village of farmers, they might as well have been gods walking among mortals. They were asking questions about spirit beasts. We've heard rumors, the tallest one said to Headman Joe in the village square. He had a scar across the bridge of his nose that bisected his face into 2 differently tanned halves, and he wore a sword on his hip that was more decorative than practical, a sign of someone who relied on his martial spirit rather than steel. A rare spirit beast in these mountains. Cloud Lynx variant, possibly 1000-year. We're hunters. Licensed by the Star Luo Empire. He produced a badge that could have been genuine or forged. Nobody in Jade Mist would know the difference, and nobody was in a position to challenge 3 soul masters regardless. Headman Joe scratched his beard thoughtfully. Cloud lynxes pass through sometimes. Mostly during winter, heading for the lower valleys where prey is easier. Haven't seen one recently. The 3 soul masters spread through the village like oil across water, asking similar questions with decreasing politeness as the afternoon wore on. The taller the sun climbed, the shorter their tempers became. They'd clearly been tracking this beast for days, and their patience had eroded to something thin and sharp. Yi Chen watched from the cottage window as the scarred man cornered Farmer Li's daughter against the stone wall of the village well. The girl, 16, quiet, known for her skill with medicinal herbs, pressed back against the stones with wide eyes. "Pretty girl like you must wander the mountains sometimes," the scarred man said, standing too close. His hand rested on the well's rim, blocking the obvious path of retreat. His voice was casual. His body language was not. "Maybe you've seen something interesting up there. Something worth sharing with travelers who'd be grateful." The girl's face was white. Her eyes darted toward the nearest cottage, calculating whether she could scream before something worse happened. Yi Chen was moving before the conscious decision formed. Not because he was brave, though he supposed the action qualified, but because inaction had a physical cost. Something inside him, the part that was a 12-year-old boy raised by a kind old woman in a mountain village, could not sit at a window and watch this happen. He crossed the square in 8 strides, his vine spirit materializing beneath his sleeve where the scarred man couldn't see it. "Sir, my grandmother wanted to speak with you about the cloud lynx. She says she saw tracks last week near the eastern ridge." The scarred man turned, irritated at the interruption. "Get lost, brat. Adults are talking. She's quite insistent, sir. She's old and gets confused if you keep her waiting." The man's hand left the well rim and moved toward Yi Chen. Not a strike, a shove. Dismissal. The vine lashed out. It moved faster than Yi Chen expected, a whip of golden-green energy that coiled around the man's wrist and tightened with the constricting force of a python. The scarred man yelped, more startled than hurt, and yanked his arm backward. The vine held. His surprise shifted to anger, then to confused alarm as the vine tightened further, its luminous flowers flaring with concentrated soul power that buzzed against his skin. A soul master? The man's companions were suddenly alert, hands dropping to weapon hilts and martial spirit postures. A kid soul master in this backwater? Yi Chen felt his soul power draining. The vine was consuming energy at a rate his rank 6 reserves couldn't sustain for more than 30 seconds. He had moments, not minutes. My grandmother, Yi Chen repeated, his voice steady despite the trembling in his legs, wanted to speak with you. Urgently. Granny Hua's soul pressure hit the village square like an avalanche, and the mercenaries, who had never felt a title Douluo's unshielded killing intent before, discovered all at once what rank 93 felt like when it chose to announce itself. They hadn't understood yet what was coming, but they would. Chapter 6 There was a difference between a rank 28 Soul Grandmaster and a rank 93 title Douluo that could not be measured in numbers alone. It was not a gap, it was a chasm, a canyon, a geological event. The difference between a campfire in the sun, between a pond and an ocean, between the sound of a man clapping and the sound of thunder splitting a mountain in half. The 3 rogue soul masters didn't even resist. The pressure folded them to their knees like paper dolls beneath a boot. Their martial spirits involuntarily manifested, a scarred steel sword, a windhawk, and a stone fist, and then shattered under Granny Hua's dominance, the spirit energy dispersing like smoke in a hurricane. Leave, the old woman said. She stood in the cottage doorway, her white hair streaming in a wind that existed only for her, her 1,000-petal lotus glowing golden above her right hand with a radiance that painted the entire village square in warm light. Each petal was distinct, sharp-edged, and humming with enough concentrated soul power to crack the mountain behind her. If I see you in this valley again, I will turn your bones to lotus stems and plant you in the garden. They left. Running. Stumbling over each other in their desperation to reach the wagons. The caravan departed with them, the legitimate drivers casting terrified glances over their shoulders as the wagons lurched down the mountain track at a speed that threatened to shatter axles and scatter cargo across the landscape. But the damage was done. They saw your vine spirit, Granny Hua said when the dust settled and the last wagon had disappeared around the bend. She stood in the cottage doorway with her arms crossed, her lotus spirit dismissed, her expression carved from something harder than stone. 3 rogue soul masters now know that a child with a powerful plant-type martial spirit lives in a remote village guarded by a hidden expert. If they talk, and they will, because people like that always talk, word could reach Spirit Hall within months. Or worse, the Elder Council. Or worse still, Jian Douluo's intelligence network. She began packing before sunset. Yi Chen helped, rolling dried herbs into cloth bundles with practiced hands, filling water skins from the well, checking the travel supplies they'd kept stocked for 12 years against exactly this possibility, a go bag, essentially, prepared by a woman who had spent her entire career operating in environments where departure without notice was a survival skill. Between items, he watched Granny Hua's movements and saw what he'd been trying not to see, the tremor in her left hand that she compensated for by gripping things tighter, the way she favored her right hip when she thought he wasn't looking, the occasional grimace when she bent too quickly and something inside her protested. She was hurt. Not recently, chronically. Old injury she'd been hiding behind discipline and stoicism and the quiet stubbornness of a woman who refused to acknowledge weakness in front of the child she'd sworn to protect. Granny. Not now. Your meridians. Not now. He let it drop. But the redemption system had already generated a quest notification, obtain your first soul ring before enemies locate you. Recommended, Douluo Forest Periphery. Reward, 200 RP plus Karmic Thread Site Level 1. They left Jade Mist at dawn, slipping out the back path that wound up and over the mountain ridge through a gap in the peaks that was invisible from below. Yi Chen looked back once at the thatched cottages, the goat pen, the village square where he'd been born, in this life, at least, and grown to whatever this was. Then he turned south and didn't look back again, but the red thread connecting him to Bibi Dong pulled taut with distance, and the darkness in it pulsed like a wound that was, even now, getting worse. Chapter 7 The wilderness between Jade Mist and the Douluo Forest was vast, empty, and merciless. Mountain passes gave way to scrubland to transitional forest to the rolling foothills that marked the Great Forest's northern boundary. 9 days of walking through terrain that offered beauty in exchange for hardship, wildflower meadows above hidden ravines, crystal streams running over rocks that concealed patches of quicksand, sunsets of improbable color that served as backdrop to the nightly terror of predators drawn to campfire light. They avoided roads. Granny Hua moved with the efficient economy of someone who had spent decades navigating hostile territory, choosing campsites with defensive sightlines and multiple escape routes, setting perimeter wards from her lotus spirit that would alert her to approaching soul masters within a 500-meter radius, foraging edible plants that Yi Chen could barely distinguish from their toxic neighbors. She taught him as they walked, turning every mile into a classroom. Your vine spirit's primary advantage is versatility, she said, navigating a steep descent with the sure-footedness of a mountain goat despite her age and hidden injuries. Plant-type spirits are often underestimated because they lack the raw destructive power of beast or elemental types. A fire spirit can burn. An ice spirit can freeze. A dragon spirit can demolish a building with a single strike. But destruction is crude. Control is refined. And refinement wins more battles than power. She demonstrated by extending her own martial spirit, the thousand-petal lotus. A single petal detached from the golden flower and drifted to a nearby boulder with the lazy grace of a falling leaf. When it touched the stone, roots erupted from the petal's base and infiltrated the rock's molecular structure, spreading through invisible fractures. 3 seconds later, the boulder shattered from within, not exploded, but systematically disassembled along its natural fault lines, collapsing into a neat pile of geometric fragments. Growth is the most patient form of violence, Granny Hua said. And patience is the most dangerous form of power. At night, around fires small enough to escape notice from anything more than 50 meters away, she told him stories about his mother. These became the hours Yi Chen treasured most, not for the information, which his transmigrator memories already provided in skeletal form, but for the humanity that Granny Hua layered onto the bones. "Your mother used to sit exactly like you," she said one evening, watching him cross-legged by the flames with his back straight and his eyes burning with the particular intensity of someone processing more information than a 12-year-old should. Back straight, chin up, eyes like that. She'd ask me 1,000 questions and remember every answer. "Granny, why does soul power circulate clockwise in the upper meridians? Granny, what happens if you absorb a soul ring from a beast that's incompatible with your spirit? Granny, do spirit beasts dream?" The old woman's voice softened to something fragile enough to shatter at a touch. She used to rescue injured spirit beasts and nurse them back to health. The other students mocked her for it. Called her Bibi Dong, the beast girl. She didn't care. She'd stay up all night with a wounded fox pup, feeding it drops of warm milk from a cloth, and then walk into morning training and outperform every one of her tormentors without breaking a sweat. What happened to those students? Most died in Spirit Hall's internal conflicts. Power struggles, assassination, the slow attrition of a culture that valued ambition over integrity. The ones who survived became the elders who now plot against her from behind council chamber doors. Granny Hua stared into the fire, her eyes reflecting flame and memory. The woman the world sees now, that Empress of Darkness, she's the scar tissue over the girl I knew. The girl is still in there. Buried deep. Buried under decades of pain and rage and the specific kind of loneliness that comes from being the most powerful person in the room and trusting no one in it. But she's still in there. The mother's bond gauge pulsed in Yi Chen's vision, still 35%. Every story, every scrap of humanity, made Bibi Dong more real, not a character in a web novel he'd read between classes, but his mother. A woman who had once nursed cloud fox pups back to health and now commanded armies that could reshape continents. The distance between those two images was the gap he had to close. And he was a rank 6 child sitting by a campfire in the wilderness. He closed his eyes and felt the absolution spider pulse behind its seals, patient and certain, as though it already knew the ending he was writing, and would wait as long as it took, because the ending was not yet finished. Chapter 8 The Stardew Forest announced itself before it was visible, a wall of soul pressure rising from the south like heat shimmer above summer asphalt, thick with the accumulated spiritual energy of thousands of spirit beasts ranging from newly awakened 100-year creatures to ancient horrors that had been alive since before humans had discovered fire. The trees appeared next, towering ancient things with trunks wider than houses and canopies that blotted out the sky so thoroughly that the forest floor existed in a permanent twilight of green filtered light. The air changed quality at the tree line, from clean mountain wind to something dense, humid, charged with soul energy that tingled against Yi Chen's skin like static electricity before a storm. Granny Hua stopped at the forest's edge. Her expression was grave. "Rules," she said, and the word carried the weight of law. "First, you hunt a beast no older than 423 years for optimal compatibility at your current rank. Your innate soul power can handle up to 500, but compatibility drops sharply past the threshold and the risk of cultivation deviation increases exponentially. Second, I will protect you from anything that's genuinely lethal. Anything above your capability to survive, I will handle. But the kill must be yours. The soul ring won't bond properly if someone else weakens the beast first. Third, if I tell you to run, you run. No arguments. No heroics. No hesitation." Yi Chen nodded, committing each rule to a mind that never forgot anything it chose to remember. They entered the forest. The change was immediate and total. His vine spirit stirred excitedly. Plant-type spirits thrived in environments saturated with natural soul energy, and the Stardew Forest was essentially a spiritual greenhouse. The luminous vine's flowers opened wide, drinking in the forest's power like a plant turning its leaves toward the sun. His karmic thread sight activated for the first time without conscious effort, triggered by the sheer density of fate lines in the forest's biosphere. The world exploded into threads. They were everywhere, glowing lines connecting every living thing in an incomprehensibly complex web of destiny. Beasts, plants, insects, fungi, even the trees themselves were woven into a network of golden, green, and red threads that pulsed with the rhythm of an ecology that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Some threads were green, healthy, natural, cycling between birth and death in patterns as old as the forest itself. Others were golden, rare, luminous, indicating fates of extraordinary significance. And far to the south, beyond the forest steppes, Yi Chen glimpsed something that made his breath catch. A massive structure of golden light pulsing with divine energy, visible even through hundreds of miles of forest canopy and mountain ranges. Spirit Hall's main temple. His mother's seat of power. He held the thread sight on the distant golden structure and felt the red karmic thread connecting him to his mother pull taut, the same thread he felt every day, the one the redemption system had first shown him in Jade Mist Village, but here in the forest's soul energy-rich atmosphere it was more vivid than he'd ever seen it. Red and dark, carrying within it the shadow that was not fully his mother's own. The Rakshasa god's fragment, wrapped around her fate like ivy around a crumbling tower. Still growing. Still consuming. He looked at the distance between the thread's origin, here, in his chest, and its destination in those southern golden structures. Dozens of days of travel, by ordinary means. Years of cultivation and positioning and preparation, by the requirements of what he intended to do when he got there. The gap between his current position and the task ahead was so large that looking at it directly required a certain kind of deliberate courage. He looked at it directly. Granny Hua murmured beside him, as though she could sense the direction of his attention even without seeing the threads. He's been asking questions. Jian Douluo. 12 years ago, I intercepted a communication within Spirit Hall's intelligence network. The angel Douluo was inquiring about your mother's movements during the period of your birth. He suspects she hid something. A child. And he's been searching ever since. The threads trembled. Somewhere in that vast web of fate, the angel Douluo's search was narrowing. Every day that passed without discovery was not safety but countdown. And the distance to his mother, visible in the thread sight as a measure not just of geography but of the work required to cross it, was still vast. Still crossable. He turned from the distant light and looked at the forest ahead, the immediate task, the soul ring he needed, the beast that would give it to him. First this. Then the next thing. Then the next. The gap would close. He would close it, but not yet, not today, and perhaps not for years. What mattered was that it wasn't permanent. What mattered was that he could still see the thread pulling south, still feel the corruption in it, still knew it wasn't too late. Chapter 9. 3 days into the forest periphery, moving through the twilight world beneath the ancient canopy, Yi Chen found his quarry. The jade phantom serpent was a beauty, 4 meters of scaled muscle and shifting shades of jade green, with eyes like liquid emeralds and a forked tongue that tasted soul energy in the air the way a sommelier tasted wine. It coiled around the trunk of a dead tree in a clearing where sunlight actually reached the forest floor, basking in the warmth with the languid confidence of a predator that had survived 400 years by being faster, smarter, and more venomous than everything else in its territory. Jade phantoms are fast, intelligent, and their venom induces hallucinations that target the victim's deepest fears. Granny Hua briefed him from a distance of 30 meters, her lotus spirit forming a subtle barrier that prevented the serpent from fleeing the clearing while keeping her own soul pressure suppressed to avoid interfering. You have 3 advantages. Your vine spirit outranges it. The serpent is cold-blooded and sluggish at dawn, and you've been training for 6 years. Use all 3. Yi Chen attacked at first light the following morning. The vine spirit lashed out in a fan pattern, 7 tendrils arcing through the misty dawn air to form a net between the trees surrounding the serpent's basking spot. The serpent responded with the reflexes of 4 centuries of survival, dodging the first 3 tendrils with liquid grace, its body bending at angles that seemed to violate the rules of vertebrate anatomy. The 4th tendril caught its tail. The serpent twisted, sank fangs into the vine with a strike too fast for human eyes to track, and bit through the tendril with venom that dissolved plant matter on contact. Then it launched itself at Yi Chen's throat. He dropped flat. The serpent sailed over him close enough to feel its scales brush his hair, its body passing through the space his head had occupied a quarter second earlier. He rolled, sent 2 more vines at its underbelly from the ground, and pulled. The serpent slammed into the forest floor with a sound like a wet sack hitting stone. Then it bit him. The fang sank into his forearm, 2 precise punctures through skin and muscle, delivering a payload of venom that hit his bloodstream like liquid lightning. The world warped. Trees melted into pillars of flowing color. The sky turned red, then black, then red again. The ground opened beneath him into a bottomless pit that smelled of ash and failure. His deepest fears manifested with hallucinatory clarity, Granny Hua dying in a ruined cottage, her lotus spirit flickering out like a candle in wind. Bibi Dong consumed by darkness until nothing human remained, her eyes empty, her spider spirit scourged on the souls of the innocent. And behind it all, A vast web stretching across the continent, each thread a life being devoured by a system of power that consumed everything it touched. Hallucination detected, the redemption system noted with infuriating calm. Advise grounding technique, focus on the Vine Spirit's connection to real physical matter. Yi Chen grabbed that connection like a drowning man seizing a rope. The Vine Spirit's awareness of the forest's actual structure, the real trees rooted in real earth, the real serpent thrashing in his real grip, the real soil beneath his real knees, cut through the venom's illusions like a blade through smoke. The hallucinations shattered. The serpent was still caught in 3 vine tendrils, thrashing violently. Yi Chen, arm burning, vision clearing, channeled everything he had into a final technique, a vine spike, hardened with concentrated soul power until it was denser than iron, that punched through the serpent's skull and into its spirit core. The beast convulsed. Once. Twice. And went still. Yi Chen knelt beside it, breathing hard, sweat and blood mixing on his arm where the fangs had pierced. He could feel the venom working through his system, its hallucinogenic properties fading but its physical toxicity still burning through his veins like acid. Granny Hua appeared and pressed a lotus petal to the wound. Cool healing energy flooded his arm, neutralizing the poison in seconds, the damaged tissue regenerating beneath the petal's golden glow. "Clean kill," she said, and the pride in her voice was worth every second of terror. But the death sat heavy in him. He'd felt the serpent's life drain away, its consciousness, its memories, its 400 years of existence in this forest. A whole life, ended so that a 12-year-old boy could grow stronger. "I know that look," Granny Hua said gently. "Your mother made the same face after her first kill. The ones who feel it are the ones worth teaching." He understood what she meant. He also understood, without needing to say it, that his mother had eventually stopped making that face, that the compassion had been ground away until only the fury remained. That couldn't happen to him. He wouldn't let it. But understanding how it had happened to her was the only way to ensure it didn't happen to him, and that understanding was still years ahead and not yet certain. Chapter 10 The soul ring rose from the jade phantom serpent's body like a sunrise in miniature, a ring of warm yellow light, pulsing with 400 years of accumulated spiritual energy. It hung in the air above the serpent's corpse, rotating slowly, waiting for the hand that had earned it. In the forest's screen-filtered twilight, the ring's glow had a specific quality that Yi Chen found difficult to look at directly, not because it was blinding, but because it was beautiful in a way that sat uncomfortably alongside what he'd done to earn it. He stayed kneeling beside the serpent's body for a moment, aware of the weight of a life ended in the strange economy of cultivation that transmuted that ending into strength. In his previous world, this transfer would have been metaphor. Here it was literal. The serpent's 400 years of existence, its accumulated knowledge of this forest and this territory, its precise and elegant violence, all of it would pass into him, be metabolized by his spiritual system, and emerge as capability he would use to accomplish something the serpent had never imagined. He hoped the trade was worth it. He would try to make it worth something. Yi Chen extended his vine spirit toward the ring. The ring responded, drifting toward his outstretched arm, and then the absorption began. Pain. Not the sharp, localized pain of the serpent's bite, a deep, structural agony, as though every cell in his body was being taken apart at the molecular level and reassembled according to new specifications. Soul energy flooded his meridians in volumes vastly larger than his system was designed to handle, and the excess burned new channels into existence, carving pathways through his spiritual architecture that hadn't existed moments before. He screamed. He couldn't help it. The sound ripped out of him and sent birds scattering from the canopy in a cacophony of wings and alarm calls. Granny Hua knelt beside him, lotus spirit glowing with maximum output, stabilizing his body from outside while the soul ring rebuilt him from within. Hold on. Breathe through it. Focus on the vine's connection to the ring, let the energy flow through you, not against you. You are the riverbed, not the dam. He gripped the vine spirit's awareness and surrendered to the current. The luminous vine's flowers opened wide in the forest's rich atmosphere, anchoring him in the physical reality of the forest, the damp earth beneath his knees, the smell of decomposing leaves and clean water, the sound of the serpent's clearing settling back into its ordinary sounds now that the predator was gone. He was here. He was real. The agony was also real, but so was the ground, and he had something to hold on to. The pain crested like a wave, hit its peak, and then broke, receding in stages, each stage leaving him more exhausted and more changed than the one before. When he opened his eyes, the yellow soul ring orbited his body in a gentle circle, bound to his vine spirit permanently. And new knowledge bloomed in his mind, not learned but inherited, imprinted by the serpent's 400 years of spiritual legacy. He knew the serpent's territory the way the serpent had known it, every fallen log, every sun-warmed stone, every water source, the seasonal movements of the prey the serpent had tracked through this forest since before his grandmother was born. It would fade, the memory inheritance always faded as the cultivator's own experience replaced it, but for now it was vivid and strange, the forest around him both familiar and foreign at once. His first soul skill, Jade Phantom Bind. He tested it immediately, extending a vine toward a nearby tree. The vine shimmered, turned translucent, and then phased through the tree's bark as though the wood were water. It resolidified inside the trunk, gripping the heartwood from within. Phase shifting, Granny Hua breathed. Your vines can pass through physical barriers for a fraction of a second, enough to bypass armor, walls, shields, anything physical. That's extraordinarily rare for a first soul skill. Yi Chen felt the soul ring's energy settle into his reserves like water finding its level. His soul power had jumped, rank 12, officially a soul master. The redemption system confirmed and added its own reward, 200 RP awarded. Karmic thread side level 1 unlocked. You can now see the fate threads of anyone within 20 meters. He activated the new ability. The forest changed. Granny Hua's thread sprang into visibility first, a steady green line stretching from her chest toward the future, but fraying at the edges with the unmistakable discoloration of chronic damage. Like fabric that was slowly unweaving at the seams. He traced the fraying with his new sight and felt the particular heaviness of seeing something you couldn't unsee. This was not normal aging. The fraying was concentrated in the meridian pathways that she had been using to sustain the soul oath she'd made 12 years ago. The oath's metaphysical enforcement mechanism was drawing on her life force as collateral. Every day she kept her promise was a day it cost her. She was sicker than she'd let on. Significantly sicker. The sight swept outward from her and showed him the forest in a new register, the 100-year beasts nearby with their flickering short-term threads, the ancient presences deeper in with fate lines that had grown massive and complex with centuries of accumulated choices, the web of natural connection running through every living thing in the canopy above him. All of it visible now, a new layer of reality available to eyes that had been trained to look. He said nothing. But behind his calm expression, a clock began ticking that would not stop until he found a way to fix what time and sacrifice had broken. Granny Hua had given 12 years and her health to keep him safe. Whatever came next, he was going to give her back more than she had lost, or die trying, which, given the caliber of person who wanted him dead, was a genuine operational consideration. Chapter 11. They left the Stardow Forest and turned south, following a hunter's path that wound through the foothills toward the nearest trade road. The forest's dense canopy gave way to open sky, and the soul energy saturation decreased with each step until the air felt thin and ordinary again. On the third day of travel, Granny Hua collapsed. It happened without warning. One moment she was walking beside him, pointing out the medicinal properties of a roadside fern with the didactic enthusiasm she brought to every teachable moment. The next, her knees buckled and she went down like a puppet whose strings had been simultaneously cut. Granny. Yi Chen caught her before she hit the ground. She was lighter than she should have been. He could feel her bones through her robes, the structural fragility of a body running on willpower and lotus spirit self-healing, and the particular stubbornness of a woman who refused to acknowledge weakness. Her 1,000-petal lotus flickered above her palm, sputtering like a candle in a draft. "I'm fine," she snapped, which was such a transparent lie that the truth seemed to ring in the air around it like an echo. He eased her to a sitting position against a tree, supporting her weight until the trunk took it. She closed her eyes and breathed through whatever internal crisis had struck, her soul power fluctuating in patterns that Yi Chen's developing perception could feel, patterns that spoke of energy leaking through breaks in her meridian system the way water leaked through cracks in a dam. "Your meridians," he said. It wasn't a question. Silence. Long enough to grow roots. "Granny. They're cracked," she said finally. Her voice was flat, the clinical voice of someone stating a diagnosis they'd known for years and had run out of energy to deny. 17 major meridians, fractured in multiple locations. Soul power leaks through the cracks like water through a broken pipe. The lotus spirit compensates, channels healing energy to the fracture sites continuously, but it's a holding action, not a cure. The damage progresses slowly but continuously. From what? Her jaw tightened. 15 years ago. When your mother was. When the things happened to your mother at the hands of the previous Supreme Pontiff. I tried to stop it. Confronted Qianzhenji directly. He was rank 97, and I was rank 93. The 4-rank gap was enough. He nearly killed me. The meridian damage was the price of surviving that fight. 15 years. She'd been dying slowly for 15 years, hiding the deterioration behind discipline and lotus spirit healing that could slow the damage but never repair it. How long? Yi Chen's voice came out steadier than he felt. Steadier than anything inside him felt. Perhaps 2 years before I can no longer fight. 5 before. She trailed off. The ending didn't need to be spoken. They both heard it anyway. The redemption system generated a long-term quest notification. Find a cure for Granny Hua's meridian damage. Reward, 1000 RP plus absolution skill, Soul Suture. Yi Chen helped her to her feet. She leaned on him, and he bore her weight without comment, his 12-year-old frame stronger than it looked from years of training. 5 years. He sat with that number while the afternoon light moved through the foothills, turning the mountain grasses gold one slope at a time. He had 8 years to save his mother and 5 years to save the woman who had raised him. And he was a rank 12 soul master in a world where power determined everything: who lived, who died, whose suffering mattered. He needed to grow faster than should be possible. He looked at Granny Hu Wa's karmic thread, the fraying at the edges visible in the clear afternoon light of his thread sight, the energy leakage that showed up as a slow dimming of what should have been solid and bright. She had received this damage attempting to protect his mother. She had spent 15 years sustaining a slow deterioration while simultaneously raising him, teaching him, maintaining a soul oath that drew on the very life force she had left. She had done all of this without complaint, without requesting acknowledgement, with the matter-of-fact discipline of a teacher who had decided what needed doing and had simply done it. He thought about the Seraph's tear, locked in Spirit Hall's divine chamber. He thought about Du Gubo and his accumulated toxin damage. He thought about the ancient purification techniques in the library scroll and the principle they described. Then he thought about what it would take to actually reach Spirit Hall's inner sanctum, the planning, the cultivation, the alliances, the years of patient positioning, and set all of it into motion in the one place he carried it, the part of his mind that operated like a map, tracking the distance between current position and destination, noting the obstacles between them, and beginning, quietly and persistently, to plan the route around each one. 5 years was not a lot of time. 5 years was also exactly how long it would take to reach Spirit Hall if he didn't waste any of it. He would not waste any of it. "Can you walk?" he asked. "I've been walking since before your mother was born," Granny Hu Wa said, with the sharp dignity of someone who would accept support but not condescension. "Give me a moment." He gave her the moment. Then he offered his arm, and she took it, and they continued south on the hunter's path toward the trade road and the city and everything that came after it. 5 years left before the corruption was irreversible. Every step south counted, and he couldn't afford to stop counting. Chapter 12 Rising Sun City was a mid-sized settlement of perhaps 50,000 people, built where 3 trade roads converged at the base of a river valley. It had walls of gray stone stained with decades of weather, a market district that smelled of fish and leather and the particular spice blend that street vendors used to mask the age of their cooking oil, and, most importantly, a Spirit Hall branch office with its distinctive golden dome rising above the surrounding architecture like a beacon. Granny Hu Wa disguised herself with the practiced ease of someone who had changed identities the way other people changed shoes. She shed the traveling robes for a plain gray dress, bound her white hair beneath a cloth cap, and suppressed her soul pressure until she registered as an ordinary old woman, the kind you'd pass on the street without a second glance, the kind that sold vegetables at market stalls and complained about the price of rice. "You are Chen Yi," she told him as they approached the city gates. "An orphan from a destroyed village in the northern mountains. Your grandmother raised you. You have a vine-type martial spirit and no notable background." "Repeat it." "Chen Yi. Orphan. Northern mountains. Vine spirit. Nothing special." "Good. And I am your grandmother, an ordinary old woman with bad knees, a talent for herbal medicine, and absolutely no ability to crush a boulder with a single lotus petal." They registered at the city gates, paid the entrance tax, 3 copper coins per person, the universal cost of civic participation, and walked into Rising Sun City like 2 of the thousands of refugees, migrants, and wanderers who pass through annually. The Spirit Hall branch office occupied the city's central square like a golden dome declaration of institutional dominance. Yi Chen observed it from a noodle stall across the way, slurping broth while his eyes tracked the flow of Spirit Hall personnel. Acolytes in white robes hurrying between buildings. Administrative staff in gray processing paperwork at the entrance. A few higher-ranked soul masters in the distinctive golden trim of inner circle members, moving with the unhurried confidence of people who knew the organization's power was their power. Then 2 figures emerged from the branch office's side entrance, and Yi Chen's chopsticks froze halfway to his mouth. He recognized them from his transmigrator memories. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan, tall, slender, with an almost feminine beauty and cold eyes that evaluated everything they touched with the precision of a diamond cutter assessing a stone. Ghost Douluo Gui Mei, shorter, broader, his body seeming to blur at the edges as though he wasn't entirely committed to existing in the physical world. Both titled Douluo. Both Bibi Dong's direct enforcers. Rank 95 and rank 93 respectively. They were walking directly toward the noodle stall. Granny Hu Wa's hand clamped over Yi Chen's mouth from behind, her other hand pressing against his chest. Her soul power wrapped around his spirit fluctuations like a blanket, smothering any resonance that might leak between his spider spirit and the 2 enforcers who served the same spider spirit's origin. They walked past. 3 meters away. Close enough that Yi Chen could smell the chrysanthemum perfume Yue Guan wore, could see the way shadows bent unnaturally around Gui Mei's feet as though light itself was unsure of how to interact with him. Yue Guan's head turned slightly. His nostrils flared. A half-second of attention directed at the noodle stall. Then they were past, moving through the market without breaking stride. Yi Chen exhaled. Granny Hu Wa's hand released him, leaving the imprint of her fingers on his jaw. "We need to be more careful," the old woman said, and for the first time since he'd known her, Yi Chen heard genuine fear in her voice. The two-titled Douluo hadn't noticed him, but they had been 3 meters away, and rank 95 could detect spiritual resonance through a solid wall if they were looking. They hadn't been looking yet. He needed to ensure they never had reason to start. Chapter 13. The Soulmaster Academy of Rising Sun City was a modest institution housed in a converted warehouse near the eastern wall. It taught basic cultivation techniques to children with awakened martial spirits, a far cry from the elite academies of Heaven Dou City or the Star Luo Empire's military schools, but functional in the way that any institution serving a genuine need managed to be. Yi Chen enrolled as Chen Yi, Fine-type Soulmaster, rank 12. His classmates were children of merchants and minor nobles, 11 to 14-year-olds with spirits ranging from the mundane, Iron Skin, Copper Fist, Stone Shield, to the mildly interesting, Wind Sparrow, Flame Rat, Frost Beetle. None were above rank 15. He watched them in thread sight on the first day, activating the karmic thread sight ability briefly and then letting it fade before anyone could sense the fluctuation. The threads here were the threads of ordinary young lives, green and yellow and occasionally the soft blue of genuine kindness, running forward into futures shaped by ordinary choices and ordinary luck. None of them were destined for anything that would intersect with the forces he was navigating. They were safe from his world. He found that he liked them, actually. In the novel, characters at this level of the story were background elements, unnamed extras who populated settings and demonstrated scale. In person, they were a boy with an iron-skinned spirit who practiced his technique constantly and was terrified of letting his family down, and a girl with a wind sparrow who had a bright, curious intelligence that the Academy's curriculum was nowhere near capable of engaging properly, and a twin set with copper fist spirits who fought each other constantly but defended each other with absolute ferocity from any external threat. They were real people, and being among them after months of training in isolation and months before that in mountain seclusion was a reminder of what ordinary life looked like when it was going right. His instructor was a rank 38 soul elder named Bibi Dong, a solid, broad-shouldered man with a handlebar mustache and the pedagogical enthusiasm of someone counting the days until his pension activated. He taught the curriculum with the mechanical precision of a water wheel, reliable, functional, and utterly devoid of inspiration. Yi Chen found the classes tediously slow but maintained his cover by performing exactly at the level expected of a talented but unremarkable student. Good enough to avoid remedial attention. Average enough to avoid advanced attention. Chen Yi, your Vine techniques show refined fundamentals, Instructor Bei noted after a combat exercise in which Yi Chen had used his Vine spirit to disarm 3 opponents in succession using only the most basic applications. Unusual precision for your age. Who trained you? My grandmother, sir. She's very strict about basics. Good woman. She clearly understands the importance of foundation work. The instructor stroked his mustache thoughtfully. You should consider applying for the advanced class. Your combat instincts are above average. Thank you, sir. I'd rather stay here and strengthen my basics further. He couldn't afford the attention. Advanced students were reported to the local Spirit Hall branch. Spirit Hall tracked exceptional talents continent-wide. And exceptional talents with plant-type spirits would eventually cross-reference with whatever intelligence reports Jian Douluo was compiling about Bibi Dong's hidden child. The cover was holding. Granny Hua had drilled him on its maintenance, the way Chen Yi would hold his chopsticks, the way Chen Yi would respond to criticism, the slightly rougher edge in Chen Yi's speech patterns that marked a mountain village upbringing rather than the careful diction that Granny Hua had actually instilled in him. He played the role with the precision of an actor who understood that performance consistency mattered more than any individual interaction. At night, alone in the rented room above a cobbler's shop, Yi Chen trained his spider spirit in secret. The absolution spider responded to purification intent with increasing clarity and range. He could now draw corruption from small objects, rotting fruit restored to freshness, tarnished metals cleaned to a mirror shine, a moldy book returned to pristine pages. He experimented with living corruption, a potted plant, dying from root rot, that he restored to vibrant health by running spider silk threads through the soil and dissolving the fungal infection at its source. The principle was always the same. The spider's energy identified what was corruption, foreign, damaging, parasitic, and what was original, then dissolved the corruption and restored the original state. Rot from wood. Fungus from roots. Tarnish from metal. It was selective destruction in service of restoration. The spider spirit itself was changing as he worked with it. In the early months after awakening, it had manifested with the instinctive urgency of a tool that wanted to be used. Now it was developing something he could only describe as patience, a quality of sustained attention, a willingness to work in the small increments that the current tasks required without pressing to exceed them. As though it understood that what was being prepared for was large, and the preparation itself was not the thing to rush. But these were party tricks performed on objects and small organisms. To save his mother, he needed to purify rank 97 Super Douluo's soul of a divine-level parasite that had been feeding on her for 2 decades. The gap between party tricks and divine intervention was an ocean. He stood at its shore with a teacup, and he was keeping notes on exactly how the teacup worked, because understanding the small mechanism was the only way to work toward the large one, and the large one was a divine parasite inside a super Douluo soul, and the clock on the mother's bond gauge never stopped. Chapter 14 Curiosity killed cats, but it made soul masters. The Spirit Hall branch office sat in the city center like a locked box full of answers, and Yi Chen had a spirit that could phase through locks. The temptation was not something he could resist and remain the person he needed to be. He had waited 3 days before acting, not from caution, though caution was warranted, but to complete his preparation. He spent those 3 days observing the office from various positions around the market square, tracking guard rotation patterns at different hours, mapping the energy signatures of the detection arrays built into the outer walls. Spirit Hall's branch offices used detection arrays calibrated to identify high-level soul power output. They were not designed to detect low-level vine tendrils operating at the low end of soul power output because vine tendrils at that level simply weren't a threat to anything worth securing. He went at midnight, wearing dark clothes and a cloth mask. The branch office was guarded by 2 rank 30 soul grandmasters stationed at the main entrance and periodic patrol circuits by a single rank 25 soul master. Competent security for a mid-sized city branch, but laughably inadequate against anyone with specialized infiltration abilities and the patience to time patrol patterns over 3 nights of observation. Jade Phantom Vine did the work. His vine phased through the rear wall stone, a fraction of a second of incorporeality, just enough to slip the tendril through the material, and found the bolt on the inside of the service door. A twist, a click, and he was in. The communication archives were in the basement, stored in filing cabinets of spirit-conducting metal that preserved the document's soul-imprinted data. Most reports were encoded with Spirit Hall's rotating cipher system that changed monthly, unbreakable without the key. But the administrative files were in plain text, because bureaucracies everywhere ran on paperwork that middle managers needed to read without specialized equipment. He found his mother's name in 7 separate reports spanning the past 3 years. Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong has increased military procurement orders by 40% over the previous quarter, with emphasis on soul tool weaponry and beast hunting equipment. Intelligence indicates Supreme Pontiff is consolidating control over the Elder Council through selective purges of dissenting members, particularly those aligned with the previous administration. Behavioral assessment: Supreme Pontiff exhibits increasing instability. Episodes of extreme aggression followed by periods of withdrawal and isolation. Recommend continued monitoring through embedded observers. Continental Strategy Memo: Supreme Pontiff advocates immediate military expansion to secure Spirit Hall's dominance over the 3 empires. Elder Jukei's faction councils measured expansion through diplomatic channels. Deadlock persists. Resolution expected within 2 years. Each report was a snapshot of his mother's descent, the aggression, the instability, the drive toward war that would, in the canonical timeline, consume the continent and everyone she touched. Reading them felt like watching a car crash in slow motion from behind soundproof glass. He had known, in abstract, that the corruption was advancing. Seeing it documented in the dry, bureaucratic language of field reports made it concrete in a different way. The intelligence officers who had written these assessments were watching the Supreme Pontiff deteriorate, and their response was to recommend continued monitoring. The same organization that had planted the parasite in her was carefully noting its progress. He felt the same cold fury he'd felt in the hidden lab in the forest, standing over the siphoning apparatus. The difference was that this wasn't a provincial operation. This was Spirit Hall's leadership structure. The mother's bond gauge ticked in his vision, 38%. It had increased by 3 points since the last time he'd checked. The corruption was advancing even without his presence. The Rakshasa god's shadow fed on her actions as much as her emotions, every decision made in anger or despair adding fuel to a fire that burned from within. Yi Chen committed what he could to memory, replaced the files exactly as he'd found them, and slipped out the way he'd come. The entire operation took 43 minutes, and not a single guard deviated from their patrol pattern. Time wasn't just running out. It was accelerating. And his position, 12 years old, rank 12, in a provincial city nobody important was watching, was both his protection and his limitation. The plan was working. It needed to work faster, and tomorrow morning, Elder Jukei's delegation would be inspecting the academy, and the spider spirit was already pressing against its seals. Chapter 15 The delegation arrived on a gray morning with clouds pressing low against the city like a lid being fitted over a pot. Yi Chen had known they were coming. He had set a series of observational triggers the previous week, small vine thread sensors placed at key points around the city's approach roads, passive constructs that didn't actively emit energy but would register the disturbance of high-level soul pressure moving toward them. The first sensor had triggered in the pre-dawn hours, while he was still at his morning cultivation. By the time the carriage was visible from the city gates, he had already activated all 3 suppression layers on the spider spirit and positioned himself at the academy's second-floor window with what he hoped was the expression of a mildly curious student. 4 figures emerged from a gilded carriage at the city gates. 3 were titled Douluo, rank 90 or above, their combined spiritual pressure creating an invisible weight that pressed against the city's population like an atmospheric change before a typhoon. People stumbled in the streets without knowing why. Animals whimpered. Children cried in their mother's arms. The 4th was Elder Juke. Yi Chen watched from the academy's second-floor window as the delegation processed through the main street. Elder Juke walked at the center of his escort with the unhurried precision of someone who had never needed to rush in his life, a man of average height and extraordinary presence, his face lean and angular, his eyes the flat gray of a blade that had been sharpened so often there was almost nothing left. His martial spirit, the Annihilation Blade, wasn't manifested, but its shadow leaked from him like heat from a forge, waves of destructive intent that made nearby soul masters clutch their stomachs and non-cultivators flinch without understanding why. Students in the academy's upper floors retched. A girl 3 desks from Yi Chen fainted. Instructor Bei gripped his podium with white knuckles and managed to speak through a jaw clenched tight enough to crack teeth. Continental census, he announced. The Elder Council is surveying all recently awakened soul masters across the continent. Standard procedure. Routine. Nothing at all, to worry about. But Yi Chen had read the administrative files. This wasn't a census. This was a hunt. The spider's child shall either redeem or destroy. A prophecy. Somewhere in Spirit Hall's archives, a divination, performed by soul masters whose spirits specialized in precognition, had predicted the existence of a twin spirit child from the spider bloodline. The Elder Council was searching the continent systematically, inspecting every soul master academy and awakening registry, cross-referencing bloodline data with spirit manifestation records. They were looking for him. He kept his breathing steady and his expression neutral. The spider spirit was already sealed, 3 layers, as deep as Granny Hua could construct at speed, but he could feel it inside him even so, pressing against the barriers with the continuous insistent pressure of something that had been designed to reveal itself. The Absolution Spider recognized UK the way a tuning fork recognized a matching pitch. The Annihilation Blade's destructive energy was, in some fundamental sense, the opposite of what the spider was built to do. Its presence triggered the spider's purpose. The seals held it back from acting on that purpose. The tension was constant and physical, a low-level discomfort that he had learned to sit with the way one sat with chronic pain, acknowledging it, placing it in its corner of awareness, and continuing to function around it. He was fine. He looked like a slightly pale 12-year-old watching something unnerving from a school window, which was entirely plausible. Granny Hua's response was immediate and decisive. She arrived at the cobbler's shop within the hour, her hands already tracing solar ray patterns in the air with a speed that spoke of decades of practice. 3 layers of suppression, she said, pressing her palms against Yi Chen's chest. Her soul energy flowed into him, reinforcing the barriers he'd already maintained since the pre-dawn alert, forming additional crystalline structures around his spider spirit's core. This will seal the Absolution Spider completely. No manifestation, no energy leakage, no resonance. You'll feel it inside you, pressing to get out. It will be uncomfortable. Possibly painful. But it cannot manifest while these seals hold. The spider spirit screamed, not audibly but spiritually. Yi Chen felt it thrashing against the suppression layers with desperate force, a creature of light and cleansing fury that did not understand why it was being chained and didn't care about the reasons. He endured it. The alternative was discovery, and discovery meant death, not just his, but Granny Hua's, and possibly his mother's. And the mission was not to die in a provincial city before he'd even reached Spirit Hall. The mission was to survive this inspection and move forward. He was 12 years old and rank 12 and the most dangerous person in the building hadn't noticed him yet. He needed to keep it that way, but the spider spirit was pressing harder now, and the inspection wasn't over, and he wasn't certain the seals could hold through another hour of this. Chapter 16 Elder Juke inspected the academy the following morning. The students were assembled in the training yard, lined up by rank and age in rows of military precision. Instructor Bei stood at rigid attention beside the yard's entrance, his normally ruddy face drained to the color of old paste. The 3 titled Douluo escorts formed a perimeter that felt less like security and more like the walls of a trap. Juke walked the line. His Annihilation Blade's shadow pulsed with each step, waves of destructive energy that made nearby students physically ill in ways they couldn't explain. A boy 2 positions down from Yi Chen vomited into his shoes and then stood shaking in the mess, too terrified to step away. The girl beside him swayed like a reed in wind and had to be caught by a classmate before she fell. When Juke reached Yi Chen, he stopped. The elder's gray eyes swept over him with the clinical assessment of a butcher evaluating livestock, not cruel, exactly, but utterly devoid of any consideration that what he was examining might have preferences about being examined. Your spirit. Show me. Yi Chen extended his right hand. The luminous vine materialized, golden green, flowers opening in their rhythmic pattern, projecting an aura of warmth and growth that contrasted sharply with the destructive energy rolling off the elder like heat from a blast furnace. Just the vine. The spider was sealed 3 layers deep, writhing in silent fury against its bonds. "Interesting," Juke said. He leaned closer, close enough that Yi Chen could see the pores in his skin, the capillaries in his eyes, the minute fluctuations of soul power that played across his surface like lightning on distant clouds. Unusual purity for a plant spirit. Most vine types carry some degree of parasitic resonance, a tendency toward draining, consuming, taking from the host environment. Yours is entirely symbiotic. It gives more than it takes. "Thank you, Elder." It wasn't a compliment. It's an observation. His eyes held Yi Chen's for 3 heartbeats, an eternity under the weight of a title Douluo's focused attention. "Your soul power circulation is refined beyond your rank. Someone trained you with expertise that exceeds what this academy could provide." "Who?" "My grandmother, Elder. She's knowledgeable about cultivation basics. A grandmother who teaches cultivation basics that produce this level of meridian refinement." The flat tone suggested he found this explanation as convincing as a paper umbrella in a monsoon. Then he moved on. His footsteps echoed in the silence of the training yard as students collectively forgot to breathe. But his assistant, a thin-faced woman with ink-stained fingers and the expression of someone who catalogued human beings with the same attention she'd give to filing receipts, made a note on her clipboard. Yi Chen caught the words before she turned away. "Chen Yi, Vine type, rank 12. Anomalous refinement. Further observation recommended." When the delegation left the academy, Yi Chen walked to the training yard's edge on legs that felt made of water and sat against the wall until the shaking stopped. The shaking was fear. He acknowledged it cleanly, without performance. He was 12 years old and a rank 99 title Douluo had just spent 15 seconds examining him at close range, and the assistant had flagged him for further observation. And the spider spirit was still pressing against its seals with the insistence of something that desperately wanted to answer the destructive energy it had detected. Fear was the appropriate response to this set of circumstances. He breathed through it. Granny Hua had given him a regulation for exactly this: feel it, describe it accurately to yourself, and then decide what to do next. The fear was legitimate. The decision was what mattered. The decision was, he was not running. He was staying. He was collecting every piece of information available in this city, advancing his cultivation to the target rank, and reaching the Continental Tournament as planned. Running would mean giving up the academic intelligence network he'd spent 3 weeks building. It would mean losing the opportunity to complete his spirit ring advancement at this particular junction. It would mean retreating to an uncertain position when his current position, though frightening, had a defined path forward. The spider spirit settled slightly as he made the decision, not because the decision resolved the threat, but because the decision was consistent with the spider's own fundamental orientation. Forward. Through it. Not around. Granny Hua was waiting at the cobbler's shop, her travel bags already packed. But Yi Chen refused to run, and after 3 hours of argument in which he laid out his full strategic reasoning and refused to be moved by her more colorful characterizations of his judgment, Granny Hua reluctantly agreed to stay, not because she was convinced he was right, but because she recognized something in his determination that she had watched develop in another person, beginning when that person was 15 years old, and she had learned by experience the specific cost of standing between that kind of determination and where it intended to go. Chapter 17 The Academy's restricted archive was a room the size of a closet, containing perhaps 200 books and scrolls that Instructor Bei kept locked with a spirit tool that any rank 10 soul master could bypass in under a minute. Yi Chen bypassed it during the lunch break, when the instructor was eating noodles in the market and the academy's corridors were empty enough to hear a pin drop on the stone floors. He had been here before, twice, actually, during the nights when the Juke delegation's detection anxiety had driven him to assess his information position thoroughly. But those visits had been quick reconnaissance. This time he intended to read. Most of the collection was standard educational material, cultivation theory textbooks that explain concepts Granny Hua had already taught him years ago, spirit beast bestiaries with illustrations that ranged from accurate to comically wrong, and historical surveys of soul master lineages that were comprehensive in their boringness. He scanned the spines quickly with the practiced eye of someone who had spent a previous lifetime in libraries, sorting relevant from irrelevant at speed. But 3 scrolls at the back of the top shelf were different. Older, written on beast hide parchment in an archaic script that took Yi Chen 20 minutes to puzzle through, their edges worn by centuries of careful handling. Someone had kept them here deliberately, not filed, not archived, but tucked in a corner with the specific quality of material that someone wanted accessible without wanting it obvious. He considered who might have placed them there, and why, and found no answer he could be certain of. The knowledge they contain was, in itself, the answer that mattered. The first scroll was a history of healing-type martial spirits, including a passage about the Seraph's Tier, created during the founding era of Spirit Hall by the original angel god's mortal inheritor. The Seraph's Tear can restore any spiritual damage below divine level, including meridian fracturing, soul fragmentation, and cultivation deviation. Its healing properties are absolute within its domain. No mortal wound, no matter how severe, resists its restoration. Current location: Spirit Hall Divine Chamber, under Eternal Guard. Access restricted to Supreme Pontiff and Angel Douluo. A cure for Granny Hua. Locked in the most heavily guarded vault on the continent. He read the passage 3 times and felt the specific combination of hope and frustration that characterized most of his useful discoveries. The answer existed, it was simply on the other side of an obstacle that currently exceeded his capacity. He filed it. He would get there. The second scroll listed notable title Douluo across the continent, with brief biographical entries. One caught his eye: Du Gubo. Rank 94 title Douluo. Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor Martial Spirit. Known for reclusive behavior and extreme toxicity, his own accumulated poison damage has made him increasingly unstable and ill-tempered. Believed to be seeking a cure for his condition. Last known location: Stardo Forest Border Region. A powerful potential ally, dying of the same category of problem that afflicted Granny Hua. Someone who might trade combat training for healing assistance. Yi Chen had recognized Du Gubo's name from the novel, a caustic, brilliant man who had never been given anyone worth training in the canonical story and had spent his final years in increasingly deteriorating isolation. The novel had not considered this a tragedy worth lingering on. Yi Chen considered it a tragedy and a resource simultaneously. The third scroll was a technical manual on soul power purification techniques, ancient methods predating modern cultivation. Most of it was theoretical, the kind of alchemical period document that modern practitioners dismissed as unverifiable. But one passage seized him and held him for the full remainder of his lunch break. The purification of foreign soul energy from a host's spiritual system requires 3 conditions. The purifier's energy must be fundamentally compatible with the host's soul, the purifier must identify the foreign energy as distinct from the host's own, and the purification must occur without damaging the host's soul architecture. These conditions are nearly impossible to meet simultaneously, which is why hostile soul parasites are considered incurable. Nearly impossible. Not impossible. He closed the scroll and sat with that distinction for a long moment in the archive's dusty quiet. The Absolution Spider's energy signature was compatible with his mother's soul because they shared the same bloodline's fundamental resonance. He had already demonstrated, in small experiments, that the spider could identify corruption as distinct from healthy tissue, the rotten wood, the fungus in roots, the dark energy in the moonlight fox's wound. And its purification approach was inherently non-destructive to the host. It dissolved the foreign element and restored what was underneath, rather than burning through both together. 3 conditions. Met. In principle. At a scale that was currently laughably below what the actual task required, but met in the relevant way. He memorized everything, replaced the scrolls exactly as he'd found them, and left the archive with 3 new pieces of a puzzle that was not just assembling itself but beginning, for the first time, to reveal its own corners. The shape of what he was building was clearer now, but the distance between the blueprint and the execution was still enormous, and he couldn't afford to forget how many things still had to go right before this worked. Chapter 18 The stampede hit Rising Sun City at dawn, 3 weeks after Ju Kei's departure, on a morning that had started with birdsong and ended with terror. A wave of spirit beasts erupted from the eastern forest, 100-year foxes, wolves, boars, serpents, hawks, everything that lived in the forest's periphery, pouring across the farmland in a living tide of fur and fang and wild-eyed panic. They weren't attacking. They were fleeing. Something in the forest had terrified creatures whose instincts had kept them alive for centuries, and their collective flight carried the unstoppable momentum of a landslide. The academy mobilized. Instructor Bei, sweating through his robes, organized the older students into evacuation support teams with orders that were simultaneously panicked and sensible. Help the farmers reach the walls. Don't engage anything above your rank. Stay together. And for the love of all that's sacred, don't try to be heroes. Yi Chen moved with his assigned team, Vine Spirit lashing out to create barriers that funneled panicking beasts away from civilian evacuation routes. His Jade Phantom Vine phased through a collapsing barn wall and anchored the structure from inside, preventing it from crushing a family of 4, a mother, father, and 2 children under 5, trapped within. Chen Yi, behind you. A classmate shouted. 100-year Ironhide boar, eyes white with terror, 300 pounds of panicked muscle and natural armor, charged directly at a cluster of children who'd been separated from their parents in the chaos. Yi Chen intercepted, planting vine barriers in its path, not to kill but to redirect. The boar hit the vine wall, squealed in frustration, and veered toward an open field where it could run without trampling anything soft. In the chaos, something else appeared. A moonlight fox, young, perhaps 600 years old based on its size and the silver luminescence of its soul energy output. Its fur was matted with blood from a gash along its flank that ran from shoulder to hip, exposing muscle and the faint glow of the spirit core beneath. It limped into the square where Yichen was working, collapsed against the well, and looked at him with eyes that held more intelligence than any beast that age should possess. It was terrified. Injured. Dying slowly from the wound and whatever dark energy contaminated it. Yichen's vine spirit could bind it. He could deliver a killing blow and claim a soul ring that would advance his cultivation substantially. Instead, he knelt beside it. The absolution spider stirred beneath its 3 layers of suppression, pressing against the seals with the insistence of something that recognized a purpose it was designed to fulfill. Yichen couldn't manifest it fully. The seals held, and 3 titled Douluo had been in this city recently enough that residual detection arrays might still be active. But he could push a thread of its energy through the seals, just a wisp, gossamer thin, channeling purification intent through his fingertips into the fox's wound. The dark energy contaminating the gash, residue from whatever had caused the stampede, dissolved under the spider's touch. The wound began to close, flesh knitting, blood slowing, the faint glow of the spirit core steadying as the poison drained away. The moonlight fox stared at him with those intelligent silver eyes. Then it pressed its nose against his palm, and something passed between them, not a soul ring, not a contract, but a recognition. The fox imprinted his scent, his energy, his mercy into its spiritual memory. It stood, tested its healed leg, and vanished into the forest with the liquid grace of its kind. Active mercy detected, the redemption system chimed. 150 RP awarded. Fate deviation index, 3%. 3%. 3% deviation from the canonical timeline. 3% of the future rewritten by a single act of kindness. It was barely anything. But it was a start, and 3% was still larger than 0%, and if he hadn't helped the fox, the gap between what he could do and what he needed to do would still be exactly where he'd left it. It wasn't. He had moved something. That mattered. Chapter 19 The source of the stampede gnawed at Yichen like a splinter beneath the skin. Beasts didn't stampede without cause. Something in the forest had generated enough dark soul energy to terrify hundreds of spirit beasts into fleeing their territory simultaneously, the spiritual equivalent of a fire alarm in a building full of creatures who understood fire on an instinctive level. He investigated alone, slipping out of the city through a drainage culvert at twilight when the guards were focused on the main gates and the chaos of the stampede's aftermath. The eastern forest was eerily quiet. The stampede had emptied the periphery of wildlife, leaving behind a silence that pressed against the ears like physical weight. He followed the trail of disturbed earth and broken branches deeper into the trees. His karmic thread sight mapped the fading residue of soul energy, showing him threads that had been scorched, burnt through by whatever had erupted here, leaving gaps in the web of fate like burn holes in fabric. The underground lab was half a mile in, access through a cave mouth hidden behind a waterfall that had stopped flowing, the water diverted by soul rays carved into the surrounding rock, intricate patterns of spirit runes that hummed with the particular resonance of energy being channeled toward a purpose. Inside, cages. Dozens of them, made from spirit-conducting metal, each containing a spirit beast in various stages of suffering. A 300-year jade hawk, its feathers stripped, soul energy being siphoned through tubes attached to its wings. A pair of twin snow rabbits, chained together, their white fur stained with blood from where needles pierced their spines at regular intervals. A massive earth bear, sedated and moaning in drugged misery, with half its spirit core extracted and placed in a glass container on a nearby examination table. The siphoning apparatus was connected to a central collection array, a complex formation of spirit runes drawn on the floor in what appeared to be spirit beast blood. The array hummed with concentrated dark energy, converting the stolen soul power into crystallized form, small dark crystals that pulsed with compressed suffering. Spirit hall markings adorn the equipment. Not the main organization's official sigil, a subfaction's variant, a stylized spider wrapped around a dark crescent moon. He destroyed the siphoning equipment with vine tendrils, smashing crystal containers and severing the soul-conducting tubes with the quiet efficiency of someone who had decided that caution was less important than action. The spirit beasts stirred as the drain on their energy ceased. Yichen opened the cages one by one, his vine spirit picking locks and bending bars. Most of the beasts fled immediately into the darkness of the cave system, seeking exits to the open forest. The earth bear lingered, looking at Yichen with pain-glazed eyes that held more gratitude than an animal should have been capable of expressing, then lumbered into the tunnel. The jade hawk couldn't fly, its wings were too damaged by the extraction process. Yichen used a thread of absolution spider energy, pushed through the seals in a thin stream, to purify the corruption from its wounds. The hawk shuddered, extended its wings experimentally, and took flight through the cave mouth with a cry that echoed off the stone walls. Among the wreckage, he found a journal. The handwriting was precise, clinical, the tone of someone recording experimental data with the emotional detachment of a technician calibrating equipment. Dates. Procedures. Results. Failure rates. Success criteria. And a name, repeated throughout as the authorizing entity, Rakshasa's hand. The redemption system processed the information and flagged the name with maximum urgency, Rakshasa's hand, designation connected to the Rakshasa god's divine inheritance. This subfaction operates within Spirit Hall to prepare vessels and resources for divine possession. Connection to Bibi Dong's corruption, direct. The Rakshasa god's shadow in Bibi Dong was planted through rituals similar to those documented in this journal. The soul energy being harvested here feeds the shadow's growth. Yi Chen closed the journal with hands that shook, not with fear, but with a fury so clean it could have cut glass. They had done this to his mother. Deliberately. Systematically. With experimental protocols and progress reports and the bureaucratic machinery of an organization that viewed human suffering as a line item in a budget. He would burn every piece of that machinery to the ground, but not yet, not today, because rage without capacity was just noise. He needed the capacity first. Then he could burn it. Chapter 20. Granny Hua read the journal in silence, sitting at the table in their rented room above the cobbler's shop, her face illuminated by a single candle. When she finished, she set it on the table with the careful deliberation of someone placing an explosive that might detonate at a touch. "This is your grandfather's work." Yi Chen blinked. "Qian Douluo?" "Not directly. His hands are never dirty, that's the privilege of power at his level. But he authorized the program. The previous Supreme Pontiff, Qian Zhenji, the man who hurt your mother, he ran the experiments personally. But the funding, the resources, the strategic direction, the institutional protection that allowed it to continue for decades without exposure? That came from Qian Douluo's divine faction." Granny Hua's voice was iron wrapped in the thin tissue of composure. "They wanted a Rakshasa god vessel. A mortal body strong enough to house a fragment of divine consciousness, pliable enough to be controlled, powerful enough to be useful. Your mother was chosen because her twin spider spirits made her soul architecture uniquely receptive to divine parasites." The room felt colder. The candle flame bent as though pressed by invisible weight. "Your mother discovered this program 3 years ago," Granny Hua continued, her eyes fixed on the journal's leather cover. "She found the evidence buried in Spirit Hall's classified archives, the same archives you apparently broke into, because apparently reckless curiosity runs in the bloodline. Learning that her suffering wasn't random, that it was designed, planned, executed as part of a divine breeding program with her as the experimental subject, it broke something in her that was already cracked. Something that had been holding together through sheer force of will." The mother's bond gauge pulsed. 40%. 40%. It had been 35% when they left Jade Mist. The corruption was accelerating, feeding on Bibi Dong's discovery of her own exploitation, using her righteous rage as fuel for the very parasite that had been forced upon her. The cruelest tyranny imaginable. The more she understood what had been done to her, the stronger the thing that had been done became. "The Rakshasa god's shadow," Yi Chen said slowly. "It's not just corruption. It's a fragment of a god's consciousness. Living inside her. Feeding on her pain. Growing stronger every time she suffers. Yes, and the only way to remove it is to purify it from her soul without damaging her spirit architecture. Which requires power, precision, and access beyond anything currently known to exist on this continent." Yi Chen looked at his hands, 12-year-old hands, calloused from training, scarred from his fight with the serpent. Rank 12 Soul Master. Bearer of a purification spirit that could clean rot from wood and heal wounds on foxes. Facing a divine-level parasite embedded in a rank 97 Super Douluo. The absurdity should have crushed him. In any reasonable assessment, it should have flattened his hope and left him sitting in the rubble of an impossible dream. Instead, he made a vow. Not to the redemption system, not to Granny Hua, not to the memory of his mother nursing cloud fox pups in the rain. He made it to himself. To the 23-year-old who had died on Zhongshan Road and woken up in a world where he finally had something worth living for. "I will reach Spirit Hall. I will face my mother. And I will tear the darkness out of her soul thread by thread." Granny Hua studied him with eyes that had seen empires rise and fall, heroes triumph and villains win, and the slow erosion of certainty that came with living long enough to realize that the world didn't care about intentions. How? The Continental Soul Master Tournament. Every faction on the continent sends their young talents. If I perform well enough, Spirit Hall will recruit me. I'll enter through the front door, under their own invitation, and work my way to her from within. That's insane. That's the plan. She looked at him. Past the 12-year-old face, past the vine spirit and the sealed spider, past the transmigrator consciousness and the redemption system and the impossible odds. She looked at whatever core of him existed beneath all those layers and found something she recognized, not from Bibi Dong, though the resemblance was there, but from a memory even older. "The tournament is in Heaven Dou City," she said finally. 6 months from now. You'll need to be at least rank 20, with 2 soul rings, to qualify for the preliminary rounds. Then we have 6 months. She picked up the journal and burned it in the candle flame, watching the pages curl and blacken, the precise handwriting dissolving into ash. "Your mother used to make that exact expression," she murmured as the last page crumbled. Right before she did something impossibly brave and terminally stupid. The flames consumed the final word, and the room settled into shadow. Outside the window, rising Sun City sprawled beneath a sky vast with stars, and far to the south, beyond mountains and forests and the spaces between human settlements where things with ancient eyes watched the roads, Spirit Hall's golden domes caught the moonlight like a crown on the horizon. Somewhere beneath those domes, his mother sat on a throne built from her own suffering, and a god's shadow whispered poison into the spaces between her thoughts. Yi Chen closed his eyes and felt the absolution spider pulse beneath its seals, patient, certain, unbreakable, like a heartbeat that refused to stop. Coming, he thought. I'm coming, and if it takes everything I have, if it costs everything I have, then that is still the right trade to make. I know what you are to me now. I know what was done to you. I'm coming, and this time, it won't be too late. Chapter 21 3 months. In 3 months, Granny Hua had rebuilt the muscles of Yi Chen's foundation 4 times over. He had run the footwork forms until blisters formed and healed and formed again, until the movements stopped requiring thought. He had pushed himself from rank 12 to rank 15, a pace that would have exhausted most soul masters of his age. And in 3 months, he had lain awake a great many nights thinking about the red karmic thread that extended from his chest southward, through mountains and forests and the dark spaces between cities, toward a woman who did not know her son was alive. He needed a plan. The plan was the Continental Soul Master Tournament. Granny Hua had acquired travel papers identifying her as a retired herbalist and Yi Chen as her grandson, a wandering orphan with no fixed address. The caravan departing for Heaven Dou City was large, 40 wagons, a mix of merchants and families and minor functionaries, and it swallowed 2 more travelers without comment. Yi Chen wedged himself between a bale of dried cotton and a crate of preserved fruit and watched the world pass at the pace of tired oxen. On the 4th evening, a fire was built at the road's edge, and the caravan gathered around it. That was when his karmic thread sight, activated without conscious thought, lit up the evening like a festival. Among the faces at the fire, merchants with gray threads of ordinary fate, a soldier whose line cut short and violent, a child with a fraying thread suggesting illness, one person blazed like someone had pressed a sunbeam into human form. Gold. The thread was pure gold, shot through with warm amber, running from the girl's sternum outward in every direction she might go. Not the gold of greed. The gold of generosity, of power wielded for protection rather than conquest. She was perhaps 13, sitting with her legs folded under her, dressed in clothes deliberately understated, merchant's daughter, the cut said, but her posture was the posture of someone told from infancy that they mattered. She wore her brown hair simply, but the jade pins holding it were worth more than everything else at the fire combined. 2 large men sat nearby, wearing the tunics of caravan guards, but their eyes moved constantly, cataloging threats. The girl looked up and found him staring. She smiled, direct and curious, no coyness to it, just honest interest in a stranger who had been caught looking. Yi Chen looked back at the fire and let his karmic thread sight fade. Ning Rongrong, he thought. Daughter of Ning Fengji, master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan. Future member of Shrek Academy's greatest team. Her fate thread tied to battles and hardships and, in the original timeline, grief, and the weight of watching everyone she loved fall around her. Her thread led somewhere better now. He didn't know yet what he'd done to shift it, but the gold was genuine. He didn't speak to her that night. He didn't need to. But as the caravan settled in to sleep around the banked coals, he sat against his cotton bale and allowed himself one quiet recognition: he was moving toward something rather than running from it. Heaven Dou City waited. The tournament waited. His mother waited, though she didn't know it. But he was coming, and the red thread connecting him to Bibi Dong pulled taut against the distance, drawn tight as a bowstring that someone was about to release. He closed his eyes, felt the vine spirit stir in his chest like a plant turning toward light, and began reviewing his tournament strategy before sleep could claim him first. Heaven Dou City arrived the following afternoon, and it hit like a wall. After months of mountain villages and provincial roads, the scale of it was almost violent. The city walls were 40 feet high and stretched for miles, and even from the road Yi Chen could count a dozen Soul Master academies by their training grounds' distinctive architecture, obstacle courses, spirit beast enclosures, and practice arenas rising above ordinary rooflines. Granny Hua handled safe house registration in the merchant district with the brisk efficiency of a woman who'd navigated worse cities in worse times. Their room was small, the walls were thin, and the street below sold grilled river fish from a cart that smelled extraordinary. The tournament registration closes in 3 days, Granny Hua said, spreading a city map on the table. Spirit Hall's branch office is here, she tapped the map, and the arena is here. You'll register under Chen Yi. I'll have documents ready by morning. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan has a delegation here, Yi Chen said from the window. I saw Ning Rongrong at the fire last night. She's heading to Heaven Dou Academy, not the tournament. But her guards are from Ning Fengji's personal retinue. Granny Hua was quiet for a moment. You knew who she was. I recognized her from your stories. Partial truth. The golden thread I described is consistent with a support-type spirit of exceptional power. She accepted this without pressing. She'd stopped questioning the precision of his pattern recognition months ago. Focus on the tournament, she said. One complication at a time. Outside, Heaven Dou City's evening bells rang the hour, deep, resonant, the kind of sound that had marked centuries, and somewhere in this vast and treacherous city, his mother's faction was doing what it always did, watching, categorizing, and preparing to use whatever it found. Yi Chen closed the window against the night air and asked himself, for the 100th time, whether walking into Spirit Hall's greatest stronghold was the plan of a strategist or a fool. The answer was probably both, and he was going to do it anyway. Chapter 22 The tournament registration hall smelled of chalk dust and competitive anxiety. It was a large stone building near the arena, staffed by officials from the Continental Soul Master Federation, a nominally neutral body, though Yi Chen's knowledge of the original timeline told him that Spirit Hall had significant influence over its leadership. Every young Soul Master in Heaven Dou City who met the minimum qualifications was present, rank 15 to rank 35, ages 12 to 25, representing every major sect, academy, and noble house on the continent. The registration line moved slowly. He spent the time studying the room. Most competitors were unremarkable, talented by ordinary standards, which meant little at a continental event. Here and there his karmic thread sight flagged someone worth noting, a girl with a wind-type spirit and a thread knotted with future difficulty, a pair of brothers whose lines were bound together so tightly that one would someday die for the other. The weight of foreknowledge was something he'd learned to carry without it breaking his stride, but it never became entirely comfortable. When he reached the desk, he placed his identity papers on the surface and waited while the official reviewed them. Chen Yi. No registered academy. Rank 15, single spirit, plant type. The official made notes in his ledger. Who do you represent? Independent entrant. My grandmother trained me. The official's stylus paused. Grandmother. She was very thorough. The official tested his spirit with a standard assessment stone. Yi Chen channeled his vine spirit into it, felt the faint tug of the assessment, and maintained the easy calm of a person with nothing to hide. Which was partly true. Rank 15. Plant type. Single spirit. Preliminary rounds begin in 2 days. Report to Gate 7 by sunrise. Try not to die. The official stamped his papers. Next. Yi Chen moved toward the exit, the documents folded carefully in his inner pocket. Unremarkable, he thought. The most valuable identity in this city. He was almost to the door when someone stepped into his peripheral vision, deliberate, positioned to intercept without appearing to do so. Yi Chen registered her before he turned, silver hair tied in a practical knot, amber eyes conducting a rapid tactical assessment of him, and a face that the original canon had described as beautiful but that in person was more accurately described as dangerous. Hueliana. She looked younger than he'd expected. The fox ears of her manifested spirit were nowhere in evidence, she was controlling carefully, maintaining a civilian appearance. But the precision of her posture was the posture of a person shaped by years of serious combat training. She was rank 48 Soul Ancestor. He was rank 15 Soul Master. And she was looking at him the way a hawk considers a sparrow that has done something unexpected. Your vine techniques are refined beyond your age, she said, direct, carrying no performative warmth. Who trained you? My grandmother, ma'am. He arranged his expression into a country boy's mixture of surprise and deference. She was very strict with the fundamentals. Your grandmother. The repetition was not agreement, it was the sound of a calculation that hadn't resolved. Yes, ma'am. How old is your grandmother? Old, Yi Chen said. Very old. Her eyes narrowed by a fraction. She didn't believe him, he could see her assessing, but she couldn't identify the specific lie. His vine spirit was genuine. His rank was genuine. His youth was genuine. Everything checkable was true. She reached into her robe and produced a small jade token carved with Spirit Hall's insignia, the kind issued to promising recruits as invitation rather than demand. If you advance past the quarterfinals, come find me. She placed it in his hand. Spirit Hall values talented plant-type specialists. We pay attention to those who perform well here. She walked away. Yi Chen stood with the token in his closed fist and let the weight of what had just happened settle properly. She was his mother's most beloved disciple. In the original canon, she had loved Bibi Dong with a devotion that was equal parts admiration and need, and when that love couldn't save her teacher, it had broken her completely. The karmic thread connecting Hueliana to Bibi Dong pulsed in his sight, unstable violet, danger woven through devotion. 2 threads. 2 fates. Both of them pulling toward the same darkness, and both of them reachable, if he moved carefully. He put the token in his pocket and went to find Granny Hua with the news that Spirit Hall was already watching, and the tournament hadn't even started yet. Chapter 23 Preliminary Rounds. The tournament drew talent from across the continent, but the preliminary rounds were where the weeding happened, Hundreds of young soul masters condensed to the top 100, then 50, then the 25 who would enter the quarter-final brackets. Yi Chen fought 3 opponents on the first day. The first was a rank 16 fire type from a minor noble family, aggressive, impatient, relying on the intimidation of his flames to close quickly and overwhelm. Yi Chen bound him with Jade Phantom Bind before he'd closed half the distance and waited for him to yield. The crowd was politely bored. The second was a rank 17 bone-type specialist, careful and methodical, fighting from distance with projectiles of compressed spirit energy. Yi Chen let 2 strikes land. He'd calculated the force, knew they wouldn't break the skin, and used his vine spirit to create an interlocked wall of branches that the projectiles couldn't penetrate, then closed the gap under cover of his own technique while his opponent scrambled to reset. Brief but clean. The third was rank 18, water type, and actually pushed him. Her control of fluid movement made her hard to bind. She dissolved through his vines by flowing between them rather than trying to break them outright. Yi Chen shifted from binding to constriction, a verdant phantom wall dome that limited her movement space, forcing her into close range where Vine Spirit's physical strength outweighed her liquidity advantage. She yielded before he had to hurt her. 3 wins. 0 displays of his second spirit. 0 unnecessary expenditure of soul power. He was in the competitor's rest area, eating a meat bun from a vendor outside Gate 7, when he felt eyes on him. Not 1 set, 2, from different angles. Hu Eliana was in the upper gallery, behind the public seating, in a position with clean sightlines to the arena floor. She watched him with clinical attention, her expression professionally neutral. When their eyes met she didn't look away, just tilted her head slightly, acknowledging. She was noting his technique repertoire. Analyzing his combat instincts. Assessing what he was hiding. More eyes, then, from the VIP section. The VIP box was screened by gauze curtains and accessible only to Academy representatives and high-ranking sect officials. Through the gauze, his karmic thread sight caught something that made the meat bun turn to ash in his mouth. Divine energy, compressed, masked, wrapped in layers of deliberate suppression, but unmistakable, because it warped the fate threads around it, bending them slightly away from its presence the way a strong current bends river reeds. And the eyes behind that gauze were sharp, young, radiating the cold intelligence of a mind that had been playing political games since before Yi Chen was old enough to walk. Shuiking, Crown Prince of Heaven Dou. Dressed in royal garb, performing the role of a mortal dignitary. Qianrenshu. The hidden angel god inheritor. She was staring directly at him. Yi Chen folded the paper wrapping with deliberate calm and did not allow anything he was feeling to reach his face. The redemption system's dossier on Qianrenshu was precise and unsparing, the most talented divine inheritor in Spirit Hall's history, carrying the angel god's power at an age that should have been impossible, a political intelligence sharpened by 2 decades of navigating a court that would have happily removed her if she'd shown any weakness. In the novel's canonical timeline she had eventually broken her father's compulsion seals and allied with Tang San, a moment that came far too late to save the thousands who died before it happened. In this timeline, she was leaning forward in a VIP box, watching a 13-year-old Vine specialist with the focused attention of someone who had just noticed something that didn't fit her existing model of the world. He had a few options. He could avoid her gaze entirely, a choice that would itself communicate information, since evasiveness from a tournament competitor was its own signal. He could meet it directly and project confidence, which might pass as competitive arrogance and therefore as innocuous. Or he could simply file the encounter and make no response, treating her attention the way he would treat any operational variable, as a fact to account for, not a crisis to manage. He chose the third option and bit into another section of the meat bun. The texture was good, pork and cabbage, generously seasoned, the kind of street food that didn't exist in the novel's cultivation world but apparently flourished in its actual markets. He ate it with complete attention, the way Granny Hua had taught him to fully inhabit mundane actions when under observation. He had known she would be in Heaven Dou. He had known she might attend the tournament. He had not counted on her noticing him specifically on day 1. The fate deviation index ticked upward in the corner of his awareness, 5%. The day 1 complication, it turned out, was not Granny Hua's kind. It was the kind with divine eyes and no acceptable response, and Qianrenshu was still watching, patient and still, like a chess player who has already mapped 4 moves ahead and is simply waiting for the board to agree. Chapter 24. The summons came the following morning. An attendant in royal livery appeared at Yi Chen's registration desk as he collected his second-day bracket assignment, and presented a sealed card. The wax bore Heaven Dou's royal cipher. The message was brief and written in the careful hand of someone who spent a great deal of time crafting words that sounded casual but weren't. Crown Prince Shuiking extends an invitation for afternoon tea. The Jade Pavilion, 3rd hour. The attendant waited. Refusing would be a statement. Refusing would say, this entrant has reasons to avoid the Crown Prince, which is the first thing a guilty person does. I would be honored, Yi Chen said. The Jade Pavilion was inside Heaven Dou's palace district, accessible through a side gate that the attendant navigated with the ease of long practice. The pavilion itself was genuinely beautiful: lacquered wood, paper screens, a reflecting pool with white carp, porcelain cups already set with fragrant tea. Shui King was seated when Yi Chen arrived. He looked exactly as the descriptions had suggested, handsome in an androgynous way, with eyes that held the layered calm of a person who had simply never, not once in their life, been surprised by anything they'd done. Royal blue robes with gold trim. Every detail perfectly calibrated. "Sit," he said, gesturing to the cushion across the low table. "You're the independent entrant. The Vine user." Chen Yi. Yi Chen sat, accepted the tea poured for him, held the cup with both hands and waited. "Thank you for the invitation, Your Highness. You fought 3 times yesterday and showed 3 different aspects of your Vine spirit. Most competitors show the same thing twice, then coast on an advantage they've already demonstrated." Shui King hicked up his own cup. "You were conducting your own assessment of what to reveal. That's not a cultivator's instinct, that's a strategist's. I just try to finish matches efficiently. Of course." A small smile. "Tell me about your background. You listed no academy affiliation." The questions that followed were casual on the surface and precisely aimed underneath, at the shape of who he was, the edges of his story. Shui King Qianringshu was compiling a profile. "The Northwest Provinces," Yi Chen said of his origins. "Vague enough to be useless. Interesting." The teapot was set down with small, exact precision. "Spirit Hall has been taking particular interest in this tournament. Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong herself has reportedly expressed interest in exceptional young talent." A pause waited with deliberate meaning. "She values twin spirit users especially, according to what one hears." The threat dressed in pleasantry. "He's told you I know something or suspect something, and you need to understand that before your next move. I only have the one spirit, Your Highness," Yi Chen said, meeting the Crown Prince's eyes with the clean flatness of a statement of fact. "Vine type. It's enough for my purposes." A moment of silence. Shui King held his gaze and did the calculations. "Of course," he said. He gestured for a servant to refill their cups. "I hope you perform well in the tournament, Chen Yi. It would be a shame for someone with your obvious potential to slip through the continent's notice." Yi Chen bowed as he left. 3 blocks from the palace gate, he registered the feeling of a divine sense tracking him, feather light, expert, the soul power of someone vastly stronger than him laid across the air like invisible eyes. He turned into the crowded market street, where the density of bodies and the constant spiritual noise of hundreds of ordinary citizens created interference that made tracking difficult, and walked until the sense faded behind him. He had just been studied by a divine inheritor who was wondering whether he was the thing she was looking for, and if she concluded yes before he was ready, Spirit Hall's entire enforcement apparatus would descend on him before he reached his mother's door. He needed to finish the tournament faster than he'd planned, and he needed Qianringshu to conclude, when it was over, that she'd found a Vine spirit prodigy with a mysterious grandmother. Not the Supreme Pontiff's son. Not yet, and possibly not ever, if the next 72 hours went wrong. Chapter 25. That evening, he slipped into the dark. The Spirit Hall branch in Heaven Dou City occupied a walled compound in the Eastern Administrative District, not the main temple's grandeur, but substantial, staffed by 100 or more soul masters and outfitted with a major faction's regional infrastructure. He'd mapped it during the 3 days before the tournament began, walking past at different hours, noting guard rotations and the locations of spiritual sense arrays. The arrays were positioned to catch unauthorized approaches along predictable entry vectors, the gates, the walls, the rooftop access points. They were not positioned to catch a vine that was semi-transparent, that could phase through solid matter for fractions of a second, that moves through a drain grate in the garden wall with the patience of something that had no heartbeat and no hurry. The archive was on the ground floor, windowless, lit by soulstone lamps that burned low through the night. Yi Chen moved through it with his vine spirit doing the work of his hands, opening drawers, unrolling scrolls, turning pages without leaving marks. He was looking for the Rakshasa god's divine inheritance. He'd found the journal in the hidden lab. He knew the program's existence. He needed its mechanism, specifically, how the divine seed had been planted, and whether the process had a reversal. The seal-locked cabinet in the northeast corner took 20 minutes to open with jade phantom bind. Whatever was inside had been protected with 3 solar layers, which in Yi Chen's experience meant extreme value or extreme shame. In this case, both. The records were neat, comprehensive, and deeply disturbing. He read with focused efficiency, absorbing details the canonical events had never shown him. The previous Supreme Pontiff's archives. Experimental logs. Personnel files. And a sealed volume, bound in dark material that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. He opened it. The divine seed, what the records called the Rakshasa god's shadow, was a fragment of divine consciousness deliberately cultivated from spirit beast soul essence through a 3-stage process. It had been planted in Bibi Dong when she was 17, young enough that her soul architecture was still developing, making her receptive to a permanent implantation that a mature cultivator could have resisted. The planting had been concealed within what Bibi Dong had believed was a standard advancement treatment from the previous Supreme Pontiff. It had grown alongside her power for a decade before she became aware of it. And it fed on one thing: pain. Every trauma, every betrayal, every grief and rage and despair, these were not merely consequences of the shadow's corruption. They were its food. The shadow actively stimulated those emotional states, nudging Bibi Dong toward decisions most likely to cause her suffering, then consuming the resulting anguish to grow stronger. The redemption system processed the information and updated: divine parasite, complete mechanism confirmed. Primary power source, Bibi Dong's emotional suffering. Removal without destroying the host, theoretically possible via absolution thread at level 7 or higher, applied from within the spirit core during a window of emotional equilibrium. This window has never naturally occurred in Bibi Dong's life since implantation. It must be created. Yi Chen sat with that. The window had to be created. The shadow had ensured she'd never been at peace long enough for it to be vulnerable. Which meant the first step to removing it wasn't power. It was love. He replaced the volume, resealed the cabinet, and left the archive the way he'd entered, through the drain, through the dark, through the garden that smelled of night-blooming flowers that didn't know what they grew beside. Granny Hua was awake when he returned. She took one look at his face and handed him tea. He told her everything. The silence afterward lasted a long time. "I can give her peace," he said finally. "I can create the window. But I have to be close to her first. Really close. And she has to trust me enough to lower her defenses." Granny Hua set down her cup. "Then you understand why going to Spirit Hall isn't just a plan. It's the only plan." Outside, Heaven Dou City rang its midnight bells, dark, heavy, counting toward something neither of them could see yet. The mother's bond gauge pulsed in his mind, 40%. He was going to make it fall, but the shadow had been growing for 17 years, and he had a feeling it already knew something was coming for it. Chapter 26 Quarterfinals. His opponent was a boy from Star Luo Empire's Imperial Academy, a rank 22 fire specialist named Zhao Tao, confident in the way that comes from winning enough matches that loss feels like a theoretical concept. His spirit was a crimson flame leopard, aggressive, heat-intensive, built for the quick overwhelm that higher-rank fire users favored in competition. The arena held 3,000 spectators. In the upper gallery, Hueliana had shifted from observer to focused analyst, her notes on a small jade tablet. In the VIP section, the gauze curtain was slightly more open. Zhao Tao opened immediately with searing charge, his spirit manifested crimson flame leopard wrapping his body in superheated flame as he launched forward. The intention was clear: at his rank advantage, he expected to end this in the first exchange. Yi Chen sidestepped. Not far, barely a foot and a half, but precisely timed, so that the charge passed through the space he'd occupied a fraction of a second ago, and the superheated wake hit the arena wall instead of anything useful. The crowd made a collective sound. Zhao Tao wheeled and launched his second skill, Flame Wall, a semicircle of fire 15 feet high advancing on Yi Chen like a tide. Jade Phantom Bind. The vines erupted from the arena's stone floor, 3 of them, semi-transparent, phasing through the flame wall instead of burning against it, and when they emerged on the other side they'd already reached Zhao Tao's ankles, wrists, and chest. The flame leopard fought the binding with sustained fire. For 17 seconds, Zhao Tao's spirit burned against the Jade Phantom vines, which turned translucent under the heat but did not release. The phase-shifting property didn't just bypass barriers, it made the vines partially real, partially not, so the flame attacked matter that wasn't entirely there. You can't burn mist. Zhao Tao's soul power ran down, the binding tightened, and he conceded with a grunt that held more surprise than anger. The crowd responded with genuine enthusiasm. Yi Chen stepped back from the arena and didn't look at the VIP section. But he knew. He felt it the way you feel a blade hovering an inch from the back of your neck, not the touch, but the certainty. Qianrengshu's divine sense had been tracking him since the match began, and now it rested on him with a new quality. Reassessing. More than that, the divine energy in that box had just spiked in a way that suggested recognition. As if, somewhere behind the gauze curtain, Qianrengshu had seen something in his combat style that connected to a pattern she already knew. Spider spirit combat applications. Even with the suppression, even using only the vine, some of the tactical instincts he developed training his absolution spider bled into his approach, the web trap methodology, the patience, the preference for positioning over raw force. These were patterns that Bibi Dong's disciples recognized. Yi Chen walked into the competitor's tunnel and did not look back. He had to think carefully about what had just happened, about what Qianrengshu had seen. The phasing technique wasn't the issue. A vine spirit with spatial properties was unusual, but unusual was defensible. What was dangerous was the combat logic behind its use, the patience, the preference for setting up positions over trading raw power, The way he'd waited for Jiao Tao's soul power to run down rather than forcing a confrontation he could have won faster with a direct strike. Those were the instincts of a spider-type fighter, methodical, architecturally patient, building a structure and then letting the opponent exhaust themselves against it. Bibi Dong's disciples would recognize that logic. They'd grown up inside it. Hu Eliana had been noting technique details. Qian Ringshu had been noting combat philosophy. They were both building the same picture from different angles, and the picture had a shape he didn't want assembled before he was ready. He spent 10 minutes in the competitor's rest area reviewing his remaining matches. The semi-finals were 2 days out. He needed the second soul ring before then, not just for the power, but for the change in posture that a yellow ring from a 900-year beast would give him. Different ring color, different theoretical technique set, different shape to his soul power signature. It wouldn't fool a rank 99 limit Douluo at close range, but it would muddy the profile enough to slow down a parallel investigation that was working from tournament footage and educated inference. That evening, a message from Granny Hua arrived at their safe house: move up the timeline for the hunt. Second soul ring before the semifinals. Your profile is attracting the wrong eyes. He wrote back, already planned. 3 days. She would worry anyway. That was her nature, the worry of a woman who had learned, through long experience, that preparation and disaster were not mutually exclusive. He went to bed early and lay awake until well past midnight, mapping the Stardew Forest's peripheral zones in his memory and thinking about the 72 hours that stood between him and the moment Xinyan's report reached someone who would act on it. The race was already underway, and he was currently running it on 60% soul power against opponents who had been preparing for decades. But the Phantom Vine Serpent's fate thread was golden green and patient, waiting in its forest hollow, and Yi Chen had never yet let impatient enemies choose the timing of his fights. Tomorrow, the hunt. Tonight, he would plan every step of it, and sleep would have to wait. Chapter 2070 with a divine inheritor who was pretending to be a prince, and both parties pretending not to know what the other actually was. The attendant came the following morning. Same seal, same pavilion, different tea, Shuiking Horse signaling capability for variation. The Crown Prince smiled when Yi Chen entered. A chess player's smile, pleased when the opponent makes an interesting move. That vine technique against Jiao Tao, he said, pouring tea himself rather than directing a servant. The phasing property. I've never seen a vine spirit that could partially dematerialize its structures. It's a mutation, Yi Chen said. My grandmother said my vine spirit has an unusual relationship with spatial concepts. Unusual. Shuiking set the teapot down. The Spirit Hall Recruitment Office has filed a preliminary interest report on you as of this morning. I wasn't aware. The Supreme Pontiff tends to have direct input on exceptional talent acquisition. Especially plant-type spirit users with spatial applications. He folded his hands on the table. She has been informed. Every word was calibrated. The message: Spirit Hall knows you exist. Bibi Dong knows you exist. And I know that you know, and I know something you haven't told anyone yet. I'm flattered by the interest, Yi Chen said. Though I've had no formal contact with Spirit Hall to date. Of course. The Crown Prince studied him with calculating eyes. A talented independent entrant with no academy affiliations, competing at this level, with a spirit mutation suggesting unusual bloodline heritage, such a person might find many doors open. A pause waited with deliberate meaning. Were many doors closing? The pressure was precise. Not Zhukei's crude aggression, something more architectural. Qian Ringshu could arrange circumstances to become either very good or very bad, depending on what she found useful. Yi Chen looked at her and thought about the canonical arc she'd been assigned before birth, trained as a weapon by Qian Douluo, denied the chance to be anything else, ascending toward a divine inheritance that ultimately led to tragedy rather than transcendence. The karmic thread showed her fate line as deep burgundy. Not the red of doom. Not the gold of salvation. Something that could still go either way, and his presence here, in this room, in this conversation, was already a variable she hadn't accounted for. I only have the one spirit, Your Highness, Yi Chen said. I find it sufficient. I wonder if it will always be. Shuiking tilted his head slightly. Sufficiency has a way of being redefined when the stakes escalate. Then I'll grow to match the stakes. The Crown Prince regarded him with an expression that was almost approval, the cold, evaluative kind that wasn't about warmth but about utility. You have an unusual certainty for your age. Most 12-year-olds in a room with a Crown Prince are either terrified or performing. You're neither. I've had an unusual education, Yi Chen said. Yes. I imagine you have. A pause. Your grandmother must be a remarkable woman. The conversation ended there. Shuiking moved to other business with a grace that made the transition feel like courtesy rather than dismissal, and Yi Chen bowed and departed with exactly the right amount of deference, and neither of them acknowledged what had just happened, which was that Qian Ringshu had looked very carefully at him and not yet made her decision. 3 blocks from the palace gate, the divine sense tracking him faded at exactly the same boundary as before, consistent range, consistent target. He noted it the way he noted everything, as information that would eventually become useful. Walking back toward the merchant district, he turned the problem over. Jianrenshu was running a parallel investigation. She'd spotted combat philosophy patterns that pointed toward Bibi Dong's lineage. She was moving faster than he'd anticipated, and she had divine sense capabilities that made his suppression seals a finite rather than permanent defense. The tournament had 3 rounds left. If he didn't reach Spirit Hall before her investigation produced a conclusion she was ready to act on, he wouldn't arrive at Spirit Hall under his own terms at all. And arriving under someone else's terms, as a prisoner, as a suspect, as a piece on Jianrenshu's or Zhukei's board rather than his own, would strip him of the most important tool he had, the ability to approach his mother as a choice rather than a consequence. Chapter 28 The Hunt. Granny Hua's safety briefing at 4 in the morning was thorough and delivered with the quiet precision of a woman shaped by a lifetime of careful things done in dangerous places. The spirit beast energy interference makes divine sense tracking unreliable past the first half-mile of the tree line, she said, rolling bandages with hands that moved faster than her age suggested. You'll be invisible for as long as you stay inside. The Phantom Vine Serpent's Hollow is approximately 2 miles in along the Eastern Game Trail. I scouted it yesterday afternoon while you were doing your second-day bracket paperwork. She set the bandages in the medical kit. Don't fight anything older than 1,000 years. Don't stay past tomorrow night. I know. Your soul power is still not fully recovered from the semifinals. You're at about 80% capacity. I know. Which means you cannot afford to encounter anything unexpected. Granny. She stopped. Her hands went still on the medical kit's clasp. I'll come back, he said quietly. I always come back. She handed him the medical kit and turned away before her expression could do whatever it had been about to do. He understood, she'd been doing that for 12 years. Turning away from the things she couldn't protect him from. Because a face that shows fear makes the person leaving feel the weight of it, and she had always chosen his courage over her own comfort. The Phantom Vine Serpent has a vine affinity that should make your spirit's absorption resonant rather than resistant, she said, her back to him. Less turbulence in the breakthrough. But it will still hurt. Everything important does, he said. She didn't respond to that. He picked up the medical kit and the small pack she'd prepared, water, dried food, a soulstone heating element for warmth, and left before either of them found more things to say. The Stardow Forest periphery near Heaven Dou City was older and denser than the section near Rising Sun, the trees ancient enough to have consciousness fragments that his karmic thread sight registered as slow golden pulses in the forest's deep earth. He moved through it with the patience she taught him, every step deliberate, every breath calibrated to the ambient spiritual noise of the forest, every 30 paces a pause to listen to the space between sounds. He was tracking the Phantom Vine Serpent. 900 years old. Semi-invisible, blending with the undergrowth in a way that made it nearly impossible to spot with physical sight alone. He found the serpent's den by following its fate thread to the source, a hollow between 3 massive root buttresses where the soil was disturbed from long use, shed scales pressed into the mud, the ambient soul energy carrying the specific warmth of a planet-attuned beast that had lived long enough to cultivate environmental harmony rather than mere predatory dominance. He spent an hour setting his vine trap network in the trees above before the serpent emerged to feed. Then he was not alone. The sound was wrong, not the serpent's movement, which he'd memorized, but a second displacement of forest air from his left, at a rank 24's controlled pace. Careful. Professional. The step pattern of someone trained to move without sound and largely succeeding. He turned. The boy was his age. Spirit Hall's black training uniform, inner court rank with the white border marking him as advanced. His martial spirit was manifested, a spider, pitch black, with 8 legs dripping slow dark energy the color of oil-slick shadow. Where Yi Chen's absolution spider was silver and warm, this one was the void where warmth went to disappear. Shadow Spider. The assassin Spirit Hall had created as his replacement, if he failed or defected. Xin Yan. His eyes held the flat yellow of someone who had been taught from childhood that emotions were exploitable weaknesses, and who had believed the lesson so thoroughly that the lesson had become the whole of him. The council sent me to find the twin spirit child, he said. His voice was level, almost bored. I expected someone impressive. He attacked without further warning, because the warning had already been the last 3 words, and Xin Yan was not the kind of person who repeated himself. Chapter 29 The fight tore through the underbrush. Xin Yan's first move was a diagonal slash with his shadow spider's manifested silk, not web, but a cutting strand, a blade of compressed dark energy that left a trail of gray decay wherever it passed. The branch it grazed crumbled into fine ash. Yi Chen dove left, came up behind a tree with 3 inches of trunk between him and the second slash, and threw jade phantom vines from both hands. Xin Yan dissolved through the first. The shadow spider's corruption property worked in reverse, where Yi Chen's vines could phase through barriers, Xin Yan's silk could pass through Yi Chen's techniques, slipping between spiritual frequencies the vine operated on. The second vine caught his ankle. Xinyan's face registered recalibration rather than surprise. He'd expected to phase through both. The Jade Phantom Vine's behavior wasn't entirely predictable, the phasing worked differently on organic matter than on constructed barriers, and his silk had expected the vine to dematerialize before contact. It hadn't. Yi Chen yanked. Xinyan went down on one knee, the dark silk slashing at the vine to sever it, and the vine held for 3 seconds before the corruption rotted it through. 3 seconds was enough. The absolution spider came forward. Not by plan, by instinct. The suppression had been designed for normal combat, not for a close-range engagement against a corruption-type spirit that was actively unraveling everything it touched. The battle had stripped his careful control down to its essentials, and the essentials included the part of him that recognized infection and responded accordingly. The silver spider manifested partially, just enough for a single absolution thread to extend from his right palm, reaching for Xinyan's shadow silk with the specific certainty of something that knew exactly what it was built to do. The thread touched the silk. Xinyan made a sound that wasn't quite a scream, more like the noise a person makes when something they built their entire identity around is suddenly under threat. The dark energy in his silk boiled where the absolution thread touched it, silver purification light eating through the compressed corruption like flame in oil. What the hell is that? His control cracked, the first genuine emotion he'd shown. That's not a normal spider spirit. Yi Chen pressed the advantage. Both spirits, full engagement, vine network from above binding Xinyan's movement, absolution thread reaching for the dark silk streams, the Jade Phantom Vine phases shifting to catch at angles Xinyan couldn't anticipate. For 45 seconds, Yi Chen controlled the fight completely. Then Xinyan's right hand went to the spider fang soul bone implanted in his sternum. The escape technique released all at once, a pulse of concentrated shadow energy, black as closed eyes, that shattered the vine network, severed the absolution thread's contact, and dissolved Xinyan into the surrounding shadows as cleanly as blowing out a candle. The forest was still. Yi Chen stood among the shattered remains of his vine trap, soul power significantly depleted, spider spirit already retreating behind its seals, heart working at a pace that training alone couldn't explain. He ran the exposure assessment automatically, the way Granny Hua had drilled him. Xinyan had seen the absolution thread, a brief manifestation, 2 to 3 seconds of contact, silver purification line against dark silk. He'd recognized it as non-standard. He'd recognized the spider bloodline in the quality of the energy. He had not, Yi Chen assessed with reasonable confidence, seen enough to make a definitive identification. The absolution spider was supposed to be a dead lineage, a divine artifact buried with its last inheritor centuries ago, and even Spirit Hall's most senior members would need more than a single partial manifestation to reach a conclusion from that starting point. But not definitive was not the same as safe. A report would go up the chain. The report would reach Spirit Hall's inner council. The inner council would assign someone with sufficient authority and relevant expertise to evaluate the claim. That evaluation would take time, days, possibly a week, but it would happen. And if it reached the right people, the people who had been actively searching for Bibi Dong's hidden child for a decade, the timeline compressed sharply. The situation was manageable. He had managed worse with less warning. But it required careful handling in the next 48 hours, which meant the soul ring acquisition needed to happen now, tonight, not after a rest period. He rolled his neck, felt the ache where the shadow silk had caught his shoulder, and oriented toward the hollow where the phantom vine serpent's fate thread waited. From somewhere in the dark, Xinyan's voice carried without effort, "I'll be back. And next time, I'll bring your mother a gift." A pause long enough to ensure the words landed. "Your head." The silence that followed was absolute, and the threat wasn't finished. If Xinyan reached the council with both a face and a description of the absolution spider, Yi Chen's identity had a 72-hour window before Spirit Hall's enforcement division started moving. The phantom vine serpent's fate thread still pulsed green and patient from the hollow 15 meters away. He had a soul ring to acquire, depleted or not. He got back to work, and somewhere in the dark of the same forest, Xinyan moved toward the nearest communication array with a face and a description and the specific certainty that the council would want to hear this immediately. Chapter 30 The phantom vine serpent's death was the hardest thing he'd done. Not physically, though the 3-hour hunt in darkness, depleted, with only his vine spirit fully functional, pushed him to the edge of what his cultivation could sustain. Not strategically, the rebuilt trap network worked as designed in the end. The hard part was the serpent itself. 900 years old. Older than every structure in Heaven Dou City except the original palace walls. The karmic thread site showed its fate line as a complex weave of green and gold, the thread of something that had survived long enough to develop preferences, habits, a specific relationship with its own corner of forest. When the jade phantom vine finally drove through the serpent's core and the light began to leave its eyes, Yi Chen felt 9 centuries press down on him like a physical thing, and he stayed with it rather than looking away. He didn't know if it was right. He knew it was necessary. He knew his power, trained and focused, was the only thing that could eventually purge a divine parasite from his mother's soul, and that power had to come from somewhere, and the somewhere was here, in this ancient forest, in this animal that had never done anything to deserve being a step in someone else's plan. "I'm sorry," he said, quietly, to the serpent and to himself in equal measure. The second soul ring rose, yellow, 900 years, warm and plant-resonant in a way that felt like belonging rather than addition. His second vine soul skill manifested, verdant phantom wall, a dome of intertwined vines, semi-transparent, that partially reflects incoming soul skill attacks at reduced power and absorbs momentum from physical force. He advanced to rank 22 in the absorption rush, soul power filling to new capacity, and then pushed to rank 24 with the energy surplus from a beast this aged. The redemption system chimed, warning, Xin Yan's report will reach the Elder Council within 72 hours. Cover integrity compromised. Recommended action, establish a legitimate public identity before Spirit Hall's internal search locates your real one. The tournament provides this opportunity. Proceed to the semifinals. Let Spirit Hall's own recruitment process deliver you to them. Yi Chen closed the system's notification and added his own postscript. 72 hours was actually generous. Xin Yan struck him as the type who filed reports immediately upon returning to a location with communication arrays. He left the forest at dawn, carrying nothing but his medical kit, the memory of the serpent's closing eyes, and the knowledge that everything he'd been building toward was now actively converging, and the convergence wasn't entirely under his control anymore. The forest thinned behind him. The first light caught in the canopy above and came down through the leaves in long shafts, the kind of morning that looked like a promise if you didn't know better. He walked and catalogued what he had, rank 24, advancing fast. A yellow vine spirit with 2 skills and a face-shifting property that had already surprised opponents it shouldn't have. A purple spider spirit, absolution spider, partially manifested, now documented in Xin Yan's report but not yet publicly confirmed. 3 days before that report reached the Elder Council. A formal inner court recommendation from Liu Yan that constituted his invitation into the compound. And somewhere north of him, a divine inheritor running a parallel investigation with divine sense capabilities he couldn't outwit directly. Against the entire political apparatus of Spirit Hall, a rank 99 limit Douluo who'd looked at him for 3 seconds too long in a recruitment orientation, an assassin explicitly created to replace him, and a mother who didn't know he existed and would need time and care and specific conditions to lower defenses she'd been reinforcing for 20 years. He reviewed the arithmetic of these facts while the city emerged ahead of him, its morning bell sounding the hour across rooftops, and he decided that the arithmetic was survivable. Not comfortable. Not easy. Not without cost. But survivable, and on the other side of all of it, somewhere in Spirit Hall's white stone halls, a woman stood under plum blossoms every spring and cried for 20 minutes and didn't know that the reason she was crying was alive and coming. He stepped back into Heaven Dou City and went to find Granny Hua. She was waiting at the safe house store when he arrived, her face showing nothing, and she looked at him for a long moment, at his tired eyes and the new yellow soul ring faintly visible as a shimmer in his aura, and she reached out and put her hand briefly on his shoulder without saying anything at all. That was enough. But the second soul ring meant his spiritual signature had shifted, his soul power output had doubled, and by tomorrow morning Qian Rinchu's watchers would have updated reports, and the clock Xin Yan had started in the Stardow Forest was already down to 40 hours. Chapter 31 Semifinals. His opponent was a rank 25 Thunder Specialist from the Thunderclap clan, a broad-shouldered boy named Wei Feng who'd been treating the tournament as an audition for Spirit Hall recruitment and was accordingly treating every match as an opportunity to display maximum destructive capacity. He had already broken 3 practice dummies and 1 competitor's collarbone in the preliminary rounds, and he had not apologized for any of these outcomes. The arena crowd was larger now, the semifinals drew the city's serious Soul Master community, and the VIP section was full. Liu had abandoned her analytical distance and leaned forward in her gallery seat. The gauze curtain was more open than before. Wei Feng opened with a full manifestation of his Thunder Tiger spirit, a crackling yellow-white beast that merged with his body and surrounded him with electrical discharge at range. His first soul skill, Chain Lightning, which connected to every conductive surface within 30 feet and would arc between them, creating a cage of electricity that conventional movement couldn't escape. The arena's stone floor was not conductive. Yi Chen's vines were not conductive, being partially dematerialized at his preference. Wei Feng had not entirely thought through the implications of facing a vine user with spatial properties. Verdant Phantom Wall came first, the dome of semi-transparent vines rising around Yi Chen. The first chain lightning pulse hitting it and losing 60% of its energy to reflection, the remaining 40% grounding through the stone harmlessly. Wei Feng looked surprised, increased output, and launched 3 skills in sequence, trying to overwhelm the wall with sustained discharge. The wall held. While Wei Feng's soul power steadily depleted against an obstacle he hadn't prepared for, Yi Chen's Jade Phantom Bind extended through the wall's outer layer, phasing through his own construction, and reached Wei Feng's ankles. The thunderclap when Wei Feng hit the arena floor echoed off the walls. Yi Chen dropped the wall and waited while Wei Feng struggled against the binding for 12 seconds, his Thunder Tiger skill fighting the Vine Spirit's grip with less and less electricity behind each surge. Concession. The crowd roared. Hueliana was on her feet in the gallery, and for once she wasn't taking notes. Behind the gauze curtain, something moved, a stillness that had abruptly become active, leaning forward with the specific quality of someone revising their prior assessment. Yi Chen accepted the referee's formal acknowledgement and walked toward the competitor's tunnel. He let himself breathe slowly, deliberately, the way Granny Hua had taught him for the aftermath of fights, first the adrenaline, then the clarity. His Vine Spirit was at 60% capacity. His verdant phantom wall had performed perfectly and would perform differently in the finals, because Wei Feng's defeat would get analyzed by every remaining competitor and their coaches overnight. Yu Tianlong's Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit had a different relationship with electrical discharge, more internal, more concentrated, less dependent on environmental arcing. The wall wouldn't reflect his attacks as cleanly. The match would go differently. He was still thinking through the tactical adjustments when he registered. In the competitor's tunnel, the soft blue light of a communication array activating. Granny Hua's training for this specific situation had been explicit: never accelerate, never decelerate, never change trajectory in response to a threat unless the threat has already committed to a physical form. A person who adjusts their walking pace when a surveillance array activates is a person who knows they're being watched, and a person who knows they're being watched has already told the watcher something important. So he walked at the same pace he'd walked out of every preliminary match, the same slight forward lean of a competitor reviewing his performance, the same relaxed set to his shoulders that said the fight had gone as expected and he wasn't carrying excess adrenaline. He passed the array at an angle that minimized his face exposure to the array's capture field, a positioning habit so deeply ingrained that it required no conscious decision. Not in Spirit Hall's local staff section, the frequency harmonics were different. This signal was calibrated for long-distance transmission, the main temple complex, not the Heaven Dou branch office. Someone was reporting up the chain. Someone who worked for Spirit Hall and had been sitting in this arena for 3 days and had just seen what Yi Chen did to Wei Feng and decided that the picture was complete enough to send. He walked past the array without breaking stride or looking at it. The door's opening, he thought. Make sure you're ready for what's standing on the other side, and that it's you walking through, not someone carrying you in chains. Chapter 32 Finals. The finalist from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was named Yu Tianlong, and he was ranked 26, and watching him warm up on the practice field that morning, Yi Chen ran the same calculation he always did: what would winning cost, what would losing cost, and which cost was sustainable. Winning would make him the most watched young soul master on the continent. Every recruitment officer, every sect elder, every Spirit Hall strategist would have his face memorized and his techniques catalogued before the day was out. Xinyan's report would reach people already looking for a twin spirit user, and those people would have a clear face to match the description. Losing, properly, at the right moment, would leave him as a remarkable finalist who showed impressive potential before running into a ceiling he couldn't break. A story that made Spirit Hall interested but not alarmed. A story that made Hueliana personally invested rather than institutionally suspicious. He lost. He lost well. He pushed Yu Tianlong to the third stage of the match, further than anyone who'd seen the opening exchange would have predicted, and he used the full repertoire of his Vine techniques without ever showing the spider spirit, which was impressive enough that Hueliana rose from her seat at one point. He let himself look genuinely tired at the end, which was not entirely performance. The semi-finals had used real soul power and Xinyan's ambush the night before had left him more depleted than he'd admitted to anyone. Yu Tianlong won cleanly. The crowd was generous to both of them. When the formal ceremony concluded and the crowds began dispersing, Hueliana was already at the exit. "You held back," she said. Not a question. Not an accusation. A pattern recognition from someone who had been watching him long enough to see the shape of the choice. "I tired in the third exchange. He's genuinely stronger. He is. But you tired at the exact right moment." She studied him with amber eyes that had seen through better deflections than this. A title Douluo once told me that the most dangerous cultivators are the ones who know precisely how much to show. The ones who hold back not from weakness, but from choice. A pause. "You're 12. "Yes, ma'am. And your Vine Spirit has spatial properties not documented in any standard compendium. It's a mutation." She produced a letter from her inner robe, not the recruitment token this time, but a formal document in Spirit Hall's official stationery. "My formal recommendation for Spirit Hall's inner court training program. The outer court takes 3 months. I'm recommending you bypass it entirely." She held it out. "Your combat instincts are already at that level. The outer court would waste your time." Yi Chen took the letter and looked at the redemption system's quiet pulse in the back of his awareness. Opportunity gate opened. Spirit Hall's inner court provides direct proximity to Bibi Dong. Risk assessment, extreme. Mission alignment, maximum. He looked at Hueli and his karmic thread. The violet was lightning. Not gold yet, not safe, but the direction of movement was clear. "When do we leave?" he asked. For the first time since he'd met her, something in Hueli and his controlled expression warmed, not to sentimentality, but to the quiet satisfaction of a teacher who has found exactly the student they were looking for. 3 days. I need to complete my reports. 3 days to say goodbye to Granny Hua, who was going to be more than furious, and who was going to let him go anyway, because she'd raised him to walk into exactly the fire he was walking toward, and they both knew it. He spent those 3 days carefully. The goodbye itself he left for the final morning. The first 2 days were logistics, a final review of everything he'd accumulated that couldn't come with him into Spirit Hall's compound. The personal notes, encrypted but still potentially identifiable if found, burned in a waystation hearth outside the city. The secondary cultivation tracking he'd been running on reed paper he dissolved in canal water. The physical evidence of who he actually was and where he'd come from was not something Spirit Hall's search teams would ever need to encounter. What remained, he carried, the redemption system's interface, visible only to him. The karmic thread site. The cultivation base Granny Hua had spent 11 years building from the ground up. And the plan, which had been building since before he was old enough to understand what it would cost, which was now close enough to its first major phase that he could see the shape of it clearly. The gauge sat at 37% on the morning he left. By the time he was established in Spirit Hall's inner court, the work toward bringing it down would have access to proximity, to regularity, to the specific conditions under which incremental progress was actually possible. He was, at 14, stepping into the most dangerous place on the continent for what he was. And he walked toward it with the calm of someone who had been preparing for this for as long as he could remember, which, in a transmigration sense, was quite literally his entire life. Chapter 33 The conversation with Granny Hua lasted 4 hours. He told her everything, the Spirit Hall archive, Xinian's attack in the forest, Jianrenshu's tracking, the deliberate tournament loss, the inner-court invitation from Hueliana. She sat without interrupting, which was the sign that she was either perfectly calm or absolutely furious, and with Granny Hua these were indistinguishable states from the outside. When he finished, she stood, walked to the window, and looked at Heaven Dou City's skyline for a long time. Hueliana is rank 48, she said finally. She is thorough, observant, and deeply loyal to Bibi Dong. She will notice more than you want her to. I know. Xinian is inside Spirit Hall's inner court structure. He'll be waiting. I know. Elder Juke's people will be watching your every move. You're already flagged as a twin spirit user in their records. I know, Granny. She turned from the window. The candlelight showed the depth of the exhaustion she carried, the old injuries, the years of protective exile, and something older than all of that, which Yi Chen had come to recognize as the particular grief of someone who has done everything right and watched the world ignore it anyway. Your mother hasn't seen you since you were 3 days old, she said softly. She doesn't know your face. She doesn't know your name. She doesn't know you're alive. Her eyes held his. She left you with me to keep you safe. And in 12 years, she has never once come to check, because coming would put you in danger and the danger was always worse than the absence. He waited. She chose the distance. Her voice was barely above a whisper. It cost her more than you know. Every year she grows darker, and a piece of that darkness is grief, the grief of a mother who chose the world's safety over seeing her son's face. The gauge pulsed, 40%. I know, Yi Chen said. For the first time, he said it with something he couldn't quite hold in his chest, a grief of his own, not for the mother he'd never had, but for the woman who had made that choice and was still paying for it, every spring, under plum trees, alone. Granny Hua crossed the room and put her hands on both sides of his face, weathered hands, strong hands, the hands that had taught him everything he knew, and looked at him with eyes that held 12 years of love she hadn't been allowed to call anything else. Go, she said. And come back to me. He covered her hands with his own, briefly. I'll send coded messages through the Southern Merchant Network. Same cipher we used in Rising Sun City. I know the cipher. And if your condition changes, I know how to reach Douluo. She released him and stepped back. The Heaven Dou safe house is paid through next spring. I'll be here. He gave her the full formal bow, from the waist, the one she'd never asked for and he'd never given before, and she accepted it without comment, which told him she understood exactly why. He packed that evening with the efficiency of a boy who'd lived from a single bag for most of his life, training clothes, the medical kit, the coded cipher materials, one change of civilian dress. The jade recruitment token Hueliana had given him at the tournament. He sat at the room's small desk for 10 minutes with a blank piece of paper in front of him and found that he couldn't write the goodbye note he'd intended, not because there was nothing to say but because there was too much, and condensing 12 years of the only family he'd ever known into sentences felt like a reduction rather than a tribute. He left the paper blank and folded it under her candle holder where she would find it. She would understand. She always understood. The next morning, He left with Hueli and his delegation for Spirit Hall. Granny Hua did not watch from the window. He didn't look back to check. Some partings were cleaner without a final image of someone standing alone at the glass, and he was not going to do that to her, not if there was another way to carry her forward. He carried her in the footwork forms. In the combat theory. In the stories about his mother as a young girl who nursed injured spirit beasts in the rain. In every choice he'd made that came from something she'd given him. That was enough. That would always be enough, but behind him the window stayed dark, and the road south waited, and he made himself keep walking. Chapter 34 The road south stretched 2 weeks through mountain passes and river valleys, and Hueliana was a demanding traveling companion. Not cruelly, with the efficiency of someone who didn't believe in wasted time. The mornings were theory, Soul Master combat doctrine, Spirit Hall's organizational structure, the political landscape of the continent's major factions. The afternoons were applied, sparring at reduced intensity, technique refinement, problem-solving scenarios presented without warning while they rode. Spirit Hall faces a delegation from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan next month, she said on the 5th day, watching him demonstrate a variation of Jade Phantom Bind. The clan master, Ning Fengji, has historically maintained neutrality with a slight lean toward Spirit Hall. How would you approach the negotiation if you were in Bibi Dong's position? I wouldn't approach it as a negotiation, Yi Chen said, adjusting the binding's phase timing. Explain. Ning Fengji's value isn't his political allegiance, it's his clan-specific soul skills. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile provides the strongest support amplification on the continent. You don't bind that kind of asset with an agreement, because agreements create obligations and obligations create resentment over time. You bind it with dependency. He finished the demonstration. Make Spirit Hall the entity that Ning Fengji's most important goals require. Give him something he can't get anywhere else. Then the allegiance becomes structural rather than contractual. Hueliana was quiet for a moment. You've been thinking about Spirit Hall's politics for longer than you've been in it. My grandmother talked about it, he said, which was a true statement dressed as an explanation. On the 8th night, making camp beside a nameless river, he asked about Bibi Dong. He let the question surface slowly, as if arriving from simple curiosity rather than design. What's she like? He asked. The Supreme Pontiff. In person. Hueliana was cleaning her blade beside the fire. The firelight caught the silver of her hair and turned it warm. She's the most powerful person I've ever met. She's also the most alone. He waited. She works every hour the city is awake and most of the hours when it isn't. She trusts almost no one. She plans 3 years ahead on every front simultaneously. A pause. She also loses her composure every spring when the plum trees in Spirit Hall's eastern garden bloom. She walks there alone and stands under them for exactly 20 minutes and then returns to work and never mentions it. I followed her once, when I was younger. Curious. Her blade stilled. She was crying. The gauge pulsed. A small decline. The plum blossoms remind her of something? Yi Chen kept his voice neutral. I never found out what. Hueliana resumed cleaning the blade. I never followed her again. Some things deserve their privacy, even in Spirit Hall. Yi Chen looked at the fire and thought about 12 years of springs. Bibi Dong, every year, standing under plum trees and crying for 20 minutes before returning to the work of becoming what she was becoming. Crying for something she'd chosen to lose. He thought, I'll get you back those 20 minutes. All of them. But first I have to get to you, and getting to you is going to take everything I have, and maybe more than that. The fire crackled between them, and the road south waited, and 12 years of distance between a mother and the child she'd hidden pulled taut as a bowstring in the dark, and somewhere ahead, in a compound of white stone and golden domes, a woman sat on a throne built from suffering and did not yet know what was coming for her. Not the war she'd been preparing for. Not Qian Douluo's divine faction politics. Something that would be harder than either, the return of the things she'd given away to keep safe, carrying everything she'd tried to leave behind, walking through the front door with a vine spirit and a forged name and all the love she'd accidentally taught him to have. Her son. Coming home. And she had no idea what was about to find her. Chapter 35 Spirit Hall's main temple complex arrived on the horizon the way mountains arrive, gradually, then all at once. It occupied a river-bent plateau commanding views of the surrounding valley, built over 4 centuries into something that was part fortress, part cathedral, part city. White stone walls enclosed training grounds, administrative halls, dormitories, and at the center, the grand temple itself, a structure that caught the afternoon light and transformed it into something that looked like divinity-made architecture. The scale of soul power here was different from anything he'd encountered. Not Qian Rinchu's compressed divine intensity, but the accumulated cultivation of 1,000 soul masters in proximity, layered over decades until the air itself resonated with a faint hum Yi Chen felt in his back teeth. His spider spirit pulsed hard against its suppression seals. His blood recognized this place. They were processed through the outer gates by staff who treated Hueliana with the particular deference reserved for the Supreme Pontiff's senior disciples. Yi Chen was given identity tokens, assigned dormitory housing, and directed toward new recruit orientation the following morning. The orientation gathered 30 young soul masters in the Grand Assembly Hall. They ranged from rank 20 to rank 32, drawn from Spirit Hall's network of branch offices and allied academies. Yi Chen was the youngest. He found a position in the back row and observed. He was watching the balcony above the hall when Heaven Dou City appeared. He hadn't been announced. He hadn't been introduced. He simply manifested on the balcony the way the sun manifests, suddenly present, radiating a warmth that had nothing gentle about it. Rank 99 Limit Douluo. Angel Douluo. The man whose divine faction had planted the Rakshasa god's shadow in Bibi Dong's soul. The man who viewed the Supreme Pontiff as a useful tool for the divine plan he'd been executing since before Yi Chen's mother was born. He was tall. Distinguished. His white hair was worn long, and his eyes were the pale, exact blue of high-altitude sky, the color that precedes the darkness beyond atmosphere. He wore Spirit Hall's white robes with the gold trim of the Supreme Elder rank, and he carried the absolute calm of a man who had not had to hurry in decades. He swept his gaze across the assembled recruits with the unhurried attention of a man who had evaluated a great many human beings over a very long life and found them consistently less than what the divine plan required. The gaze reached Yi Chen. It lingered. 2 seconds. 3. The full attention of a rank 99 Limit Douluo, the attention of someone whose divine sense could read cultivators like open books, resting on him while the suppression seals on his spider spirit made a sound in his internal senses like a held note approaching its limit. Then the gaze moved on. "Welcome to Spirit Hall," Heaven Dou City said. His voice was the voice of a man who had never needed to raise it, who had power enough that volume would have been redundant. Yi Chen exhaled very, very carefully. The seals had held. Barely. And if a rank 99 Limit Douluo's casual sweep of a room had come that close to cracking them, he needed to understand something clearly. There was no such thing as safe inside this compound. Every day here was a calculation. Every step was a variable. And the man on that balcony, the man who had authorized the thing that had been done to his mother, had just looked at him with eyes that knew how to find what they were seeking. He needed to advance faster. He needed to get closer to Bibi Dong before Heaven Dou City found the gap in the suppression seals and worked out what was living behind them. And judging by the quality of that 3-second gaze, the Angel Douluo had already noticed something, and was simply waiting to see if it would reveal itself on its own. Chapter 36 Outer Court was administrative limbo. Hu Eli and his inner court recommendation hadn't been fully processed before their arrival, which meant Yi Chen was housed with the outer court recruits but assigned to inner court training rotations while the paperwork moved through Spirit Hall's bureaucratic machinery. In practice, 2 sets of sessions. Outer court mornings with 30 new recruits, learning Spirit Hall's foundational doctrine and organizational structure. Inner court afternoons with 23 more advanced students ranging from rank 25 to rank 40, running combat simulations with the intensity of people who understood that poor performance here had real consequences. The outer court gave him cover. The inner court was the information pipeline he needed. His outer court team consisted of a bone spirit user named Fang Wei, a flame user named Lin Rui, and a support healer named Song Qi whose medicinal herb spirit had genuine promise. They were good people by ordinary measures, dedicated, respectful of each other's abilities, not cruel. Yi Chen watched all 3 of them with the specific attention he'd developed during 3 months of tournament preparation, not their fighting styles, but their habits. Fang Wei was meticulous, always maintaining equipment and reviewing session notes before sleep. Lin Rui was competitive but fair, the kind of person who pushed harder when someone else did well rather than pulling back from jealousy. Song Qi was the quietest, with the observational calm of a healer. She noticed things that the fighters missed, and she catalogued them without announcing the fact. He coordinated their team tactics with enough insight that Fang Wei said on the 3rd day, "Where did you train? You understand combined team doctrine better than half the second-year students." "My grandmother," Yi Chen said. Song Qi laughed because she thought it was a deflection. Fang Wei looked thoughtful, with the expression of someone storing the question for later. His inner court training master was a rank 72 soul sage named Tong Hao, a hard, efficient man with a snake-type spirit who viewed students as raw material to be tested rather than educated. Sessions ran 3 hours and ended when Tong Hao was satisfied that everyone's weaknesses had been fully documented and could be measured against a baseline. "Weed boy," one rival team member called him on the 2nd day, referencing both spirit type and deliberately bland performance in the morning drills. Yi Chen let it stick. Underestimation was armor. He'd worn it long enough to understand its construction, the nickname, the unremarkable results, the way he ate alone in the recruit hall and asked questions that were obvious from a surface perspective and revealing only to someone paying attention to what the questions didn't ask. After the first week, he had a clear picture of the inner court's political landscape, the Elder Council's loyalist students who watched him for specific vulnerabilities, the alliance patterns between training groups, the compound's structural geography, including 3 locations where the spiritual sense array coverage had gaps created by architectural modifications done after the array's installation. He also had, from Hu Eliana's offhand mentions in 3 separate training conversations, the pattern of Bibi Dong's compound movements. The Supreme Pontiff conducted compound reviews every 10 days. She visited the inner court training grounds every 3rd week. 3 weeks. He used the remaining days to calibrate what he would show her, the Divine Spirit's best work, precise, controlled, innovative, presented with the specific humility of a student who knows his limits, not the confidence of someone who is hiding what those limits actually are. He reinforced every suppression seal on his spider spirit until he was confident they could hold against a rank 97's attention at close range for at least 30 seconds without cracking. 30 seconds was what he had. It had to be enough. The gauge pulsed quietly, 40%. Preparation window, active. He prepared, and paid careful attention to the sound the seals made when he pushed against them, noting exactly where they were strongest and exactly where they were thin. Chapter 37. 14 days in, Hu Eliana came to the inner court training grounds to check his progress. She arrived between sessions, when the courtyard held a handful of students cooling down from sparring, and watched him finish a solo form exercise with the focused attention of someone checking their own judgment. "You've been holding back," she said. "I'm calibrating to the available opponents." Dong Hao noticed. He said, "The Vine boy fights like a strategist who has studied opponents 3 times his level. Either his grandmother is a genius or he's been in battles that didn't get reported." She glanced at him sideways. "Which is it?" "Both, probably." She almost smiled, a very small almost, present and then gone. "The Supreme Pontiff has requested an evaluation of the top 5 inner court recruits. She conducts it personally. You're currently in the top 5. Yi Chen's heart did something complicated that his expression was not allowed to do. "She evaluates recruits personally?" he asked, keeping his voice steady. "When her schedule permits. She conducts all advanced evaluations herself. This one is in 6 days. Hu Eliana turned to face him directly. "I'm telling you now so you have time to prepare. She will ask you to demonstrate your Divine Spirit's full capability. She will also observe your character. The Supreme Pontiff has a gift for reading the quality of a person's core motivation. The students who have failed these evaluations failed not because of insufficient power but because of insufficient honesty." Yi Chen absorbed this carefully. The redemption system flagged the encounter, critical meeting approaching. Bond gauge, 40%. Direct interaction with Bibi Dong activates blood resonance. She will feel an instinctive response to your presence she cannot explain. Warning, the divine parasite feeds on her disorientation. If her reaction provokes confusion or agitation, it will amplify both. Maintain emotional calm. Your goal is recognition without revelation. Plant the seed, not the fruit. "I'll prepare," he told Hu Eliana. She nodded. Started to leave. Stopped. "Chen Yi." She didn't turn around. "Whatever you're carrying, and you're carrying something, I can tell, don't let it make you careless. Spirit Hall rewards the patient." "Yes, ma'am." She left. The courtyard was empty and the sky above Spirit Hall's white walls held the early evening light, that particular gold that came before dusk, when the quality of the light shifted from clarity to warmth and everything it touched looked slightly more significant than it was. Yi Chen stood in it and ran through what he knew and what he needed. He knew, blood resonance was real. The system had documented it from the outline's information, but his own karmic thread site had confirmed it independently. The silver pulse that occasionally appeared in the space between him and his mother's faith thread, visible only to him, a sign that their spiritual architecture recognized itself across the distance. He needed to appear curious without appearing hungry. To show his Divine Spirit a genuine quality without the suppression seals cracking under her attention. To let her feel the resonance without knowing why she felt it. 6 days. In 6 days, his mother would look at his face and feel something she couldn't name, the pull of blood across 12 years of deliberate distance, the instinct of a parent recognizing a child through every layer of cover and alias and suppressed spiritual signature. She would not follow it. She had trained herself not to follow anything that felt like weakness. His job was to make the pull strong enough that it didn't disappear when she turned away, that it stayed with her, nagging at the edges of her certainty, until he had enough power and enough proximity to answer it honestly. He had 6 days to prepare for 10 seconds that would either start everything or end it before it began, and the suppression seals, he noted with clinical precision, would hold for approximately 30 seconds under a rank 97's direct attention before the first crack appeared. 30 seconds, and 10 of them, already spent in the evaluation moment, had moved the gauge 3 points. If every 10 seconds with her cost him a point on the seal's integrity, he had exactly 3 encounters before Ju Kei's next confrontation made suppression irrelevant. 3 encounters. He needed them to count. Chapter 38. She arrived like the world deciding to pay attention. There was no announcement, no ceremony, no parade of attendants marking the approach. One moment the inner court training ground held instructors and students in a coordinated drill exercise, And the next moment it was silent, the silence that happens when every person in a space simultaneously recognizes that the axis of power has shifted. The Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall walked through the training grounds gate in ceremonial robes of white and gold, her twin martial spirits not manifested, her cultivation deliberately contained to the pressure of a rank 97 rather than a rank 97 Super Douluo who wanted to remind the room of its limitations. She was still overwhelming. Bibi Dong was 34 years old. She looked both younger than that and ancient beyond it, a face of cold, carved precision that would have been called beautiful under any circumstances and was instead called dangerous by everyone who had survived meeting her. The golden crown of the Supreme Pontiff rested on dark hair. The compound's afternoon light turned to lacquer. She moved through the training ground with the efficiency of a person who had never had time to move any other way, evaluating the drill exercise for 30 seconds before nodding to Tang Hao and asking for the top 5 recruits to come forward. Yi Chen stood third in line. The evaluation was formal and terrifying. She tested each recruit's technique repertoire and combat instincts with the thoroughness of someone who didn't accept partial information about anything. The first recruit, Fang Wei's bone spirit, impressed her enough that she offered a direct cultivation pointer, which made Fang Wei go pale with something between terror and gratitude. The second recruit. Brief interaction. Adequate, her expression said. Third. Yi Chen stepped forward and kept his breathing even and his spider spirit quiet beneath its seals and his vine spirit available and did not let his face do any of the things it wanted to do. She looked at him. Something happened. He saw it, not just felt it, but saw it in the way the karmic thread side made her visible to him, the way her red fate thread shivered and the blood resonance between his own soul energy and her spider spirit manifested as a faint silver pulse in the air between them that only he could see. Her eyes widened, fractionally. Her soul pressure fluctuated, not by much, barely a tremor in the bedrock of a rank 97 cultivator, but a tremor that should not have been possible from a standard recruit interaction. Your name? Chen Yi, Supreme Pontiff. She stared at his face. Her gaze moved across his features with the intensity of someone trying to locate a memory they couldn't quite place, a ghost seen through fog, familiar and impossible. Behind her eyes, the dark god fragment stirred, pressing at the edges of her composure, sensing disruption. Your vine spirit. Show me. He demonstrated Jade Phantom Bind and a variation of Verdant Phantom Wall, technique output modest enough to be impressive for his rank but not alarming at wider scale. She watched, and he felt the specific quality of her attention, not the evaluative attention she'd given the others, but something more personal, more confused, more painful than that. Her hand, he noticed, had developed the slight tremor of someone exercising unusual force of will. Adequate, she said. She moved on. Yi Chen stood motionless in his position in line and controlled everything, his expression, his breathing, the silver spider spirit screaming against its seals like something that recognized the woman who had given it blood and was demanding to be known. The gauge flickered, 40% down to 37%. 3 points. From a 10-second interaction in which she hadn't known who he was, and had felt him anyway. You felt it, he thought. You don't know what it is yet? But you felt something, and the divine parasite in your soul felt it too, and it's already working to explain it away before you can think about it clearly. I won't let it. Not this time. Not with the seals reinforced and the plan in motion and the clock already running, the gauge at 37% and still falling. Chapter 39. That night, the training ground was empty and the twin moons were visible above the white walls, and Yi Chen sat on the bench beside the practice target dummies and let himself shake for exactly 4 minutes. He had earned those 4 minutes. It was the closest thing to safe space that Spirit Hall offered, this hour, this corner of the compound, in the small gap between the last patrol rotation and the first, where the spiritual sense arrays had a coverage overlap he'd identified in his first week. The gap lasted 9 minutes. He used 4 of them to be a 12-year-old who had just looked at his mother for the first time and not been able to say her name. He was still there when Liu Yan found him. She sat beside him without asking, the move of a person who had already decided this conversation was happening and wasn't concerned about its reception. You look like you've seen a ghost, she said. The Supreme Pontiff is, he stopped. Found words that weren't the ones he was actually thinking. Overwhelming. She's overwhelming. She has that effect. Her voice held the specific warmth of someone who has loved something difficult for a long time. Your first direct evaluation with her? Yes. You held up well. Better than most. She paused, studying the training ground's flagstones. Her soul pressure fluctuated. In response to you specifically. That doesn't normally happen. Yi Chen looked at the practice targets and said nothing. You know, Liu said, after a while, I've served her for 4 years. I have watched her navigate conspiracies, purges, wars, and the slow grief of being the most powerful person in a room that keeps trying to cage her. Her voice held the tenderness of a woman who had made peace with loving someone she couldn't protect. I have never, not once, seen her smile. Yi Chen's chest was doing something that had nothing to do with soul cultivation. What does she do instead? She works. She plans. She prepares. She builds. Hualiana looked at the moons. And every spring, she walks to the east garden where the plum trees bloom, and she stands there alone for 20 minutes, and when she comes back she shook her head slightly. Less. Like something essential leaks out of her and doesn't come back. He looked at Hualiana's karmic thread. The violet was lighter. The gold flecks had multiplied, not salvation yet, but possibility becoming more concrete with each conversation. She won't always be that way, Yi Chen said. She looked at him sideways. You sound very certain of that. Some things are recoverable, he said. If someone does the work. She studied him for a long moment, and whatever calculation she was running didn't produce a conclusion she was ready to state aloud. You're the strangest recruit I've ever sponsored, she said, and stood to leave. Thank you, ma'am. She looked back from the gate. She asked about you. After the evaluation. She asked Tang how to pull your registration file. Her expression was carefully neutral. For whatever that's worth. She left. Yi Chen sat with the moons and let the enormity of it settle. She asked about me. The gauge sat at 37%. The dark parasite fed on pain, and what Bibi Dong had felt today, in that 10-second interaction, wasn't pain. It was something the parasite didn't know how to metabolize, and Yi Chen intended to make her feel it again, and again, and again, until the god fragment had nothing left to eat and began to starve. 3 more points. He needed 3 more points before Zhu people finished compiling their dossier, and the clock was already running. Chapter 40 The summons to Elder Zhu office came without warning on the 18th day. Not a request, a directive, delivered by 2 inner court instructors who positioned themselves on either side of him while the message was read. That positioning was its own message. They expected resistance, or at least the possibility of flight. Yi Chen walked with them through Spirit Hall's administrative corridors without conversation, cataloging the route, noting the 3 suppression arrays built into the corridor walls that activated as he passed. They were already prepared for whatever this was. Zhu office held the ambient chill of a room where the air itself had been cultivated toward coldness, the Annihilation Blade's destruction energy leaving its signature in every breath, a slow persistent attrition that made the lungs work slightly harder than they should. Elder Zhu was reading a document when Yi Chen was brought in. He finished the paragraph before acknowledging anyone in the room, and when he finally looked up, his eyes held the patience of a man who had already decided on the outcome. The council has received an intelligence report, he said, describing a twin spirit user, vine type and spider type, vine manifested, spider suppressed, encountered in the Star Dou Forest near Heaven Dou City. The description matches several characteristics of our current inner court recruit, Chen Yi. He set the document down precisely. I will ask you once. Demonstrate your second spirit. Yi Chen met his eyes. I have only the vine spirit, Elder. The Annihilation Blade manifested. It was worse than anticipated. The destruction-type energy filled the room like acid dissolved in air, not a pressure but a pervasion, a sense of everything in the space slowly losing its argument for continued existence. The walls didn't crack. The floor didn't tremble. It was subtler and more comprehensive than that. Reality in this room was arguing with itself about whether it wanted to continue, and the Annihilation Blade was making a compelling case for dissolution. The suppression seals on Yi Chen's spider spirit strained. He held them by fixing his mind to something underneath the fear, the trembling of Bibi Dong's hand during the evaluation. 3 points on the gauge. The knowledge that she had asked about him. I have only the vine spirit, he said again. And the seals cracked. Not broke, cracked. A single thread of silver spider silk, thin as a human hair, leaked from the center of his right palm, catching the Annihilation Blade's ambient light and converting it to something that looked like dawn. Zhu saw it. His eyes went wide with the specific, terrible satisfaction of confirmation. So, he said. His voice had found a lower register, harder, the voice that issued orders about things that needed to stop existing. The Supreme Pontiff's bloodline lives. He raised his hand. The door opened. Touch that boy and I will unmake you. The voice came from the doorway with the soft, absolute certainty of a woman who had not asked for this confrontation and had already decided how it ended. Bibi Dong. She filled the doorway, not physically, she was a slender woman in white robes, she was not physically large, but she filled it the way a lit fuse fills the space between its spark and the thing it's connected to. Behind her in the corridor, the Death Spider Emperor's 8 manifested legs pressed against the walls on either side, dark energy scoring the stone. She was not looking at Yi Chen. She was looking at Zhu with the white cold fire of a woman who had already decided, and was now simply announcing the conclusion. Zhu's Annihilation Blade flickered. Retracted. He lowered his hand with the precise, controlled movement of someone preserving dignity in a retreat. Supreme Pontiff, he said, and the title had never sounded so much like a door closing. This student is under my direct observation. Her voice did not raise. It didn't need to. If I find he has been removed from the inner court, or subjected to further unauthorized evaluation, or suffered any diminution in his training environment, I will consider it a personal matter. A pause calibrated to precision. I have not had to make anything personal in some time. She turned. For one instant, before she fully turned away, her gaze crossed Yi Chen's. He didn't know what she saw. He knew what he saw, the karmic thread, the red fate line, and the Rakshasa god's shadow writhing behind her eyes like a dark worm agitated by proximity to something it recognized as dangerous. And behind the shadow, beneath it, in the deep structure of a soul that had been fighting for its own survival for 20 years, something that was not rage, not grief, not the cold certainty of power. Something that looked like a mother who had made a choice 12 years ago and had never stopped asking whether she'd made it right. She left. Zhu Ke remained in his chair, radiating the fury of a powerful person who has been publicly checked, and Yi Chen stood between his escort and the afterimage of his mother's presence and let the silence hold until Zhu Ke dismissed him with a gesture that contained everything he needed to know. This was not over, and the elder's patience was not infinite. Outside in the corridor, Yi Chen leaned against the wall and breathed. The gauge, 34%. 3 more points from an encounter neither of them had planned. She doesn't know who I am, he thought. She doesn't know what she's protecting. And she protected me anyway. The storm he'd been building since Jade Mist Village and the honey cake and Granny Who Was Crinkled Eyes found its name in the space between one breath and the next, not revenge, not system mission, not canonical correction, but something that had always been there beneath those labels, something that didn't need a category. Love. The kind that does the work regardless of whether it's known. And somewhere in Spirit Hall's halls, his mother returned to her throne, and the Rakshasa god's shadow coiled tighter, sensing for the first time that something had entered the compound that it couldn't simply consume. Good, Yi Chen thought. Be afraid. I am just getting started, and the gauge is at 34%, and you don't know what that means yet, but you will. Every point is a thread pulled loose from the darkness. Every thread is a step toward the window. And the window, when it opened, would be his only chance, and he was going to be ready when it did, or he was going to make himself ready. Because there was no version of this where he arrived unprepared and his mother survived what was growing inside her. He pushed off the wall. The corridor was empty. The compound was settling into its night rhythms, and in the darkness of the inner court's unused sparring chambers, he had 4 hours before the first morning patrol. Time to train, because the gauge was at 34% now, and Zhu Ke's patience was not infinite, and somewhere in the compound, Qian Douluo had looked at him once and filed the impression away in a mind that had been patient for decades and was not going to stay quiet about what it had noticed. Chapter 41 The aftermath of Bibi Dong's intervention in Zhu Ke's office moved through Spirit Hall's political atmosphere like a stone thrown in still water. The ripples were visible in every conversation that stopped when Yi Chen entered a room, every second glance from instructors who had previously ignored him, every careful distance the Elder Council's loyalist students maintained when the morning drills ran. He had been transferred from the outer court to the inner court by direct order of the Supreme Pontiff. No explanation had been given. No explanation was needed, the absence was part of the message, and Spirit Hall's inner court students were sophisticated enough to understand that what was not said carried more weight than what was. The outer court recruits processed this at varying speeds, a political favorite, a secret talent, a trap set by Bibi Dong to test someone's loyalty, a genuine prodigy whose value she'd recognized in some private assessment. None of the conclusions were comfortable for anyone, which was, Yi Chen suspected, exactly the point. His new quarters were in the inner court's senior wing, a single room with a window facing the eastern garden, 2 bookshelves, a training area with proper flooring. When he set his single bag on the bed and stood in the center of the room, it was the nicest place he'd ever lived. There was one item waiting on the bed when he arrived. A jade pendant. Small, barely 2 inches across, carved with spiderweb patterns in the stylized double spiral that was Bibi Dong's personal design motif, the one that appeared on her private correspondence seal and nowhere else within Spirit Hall's public symbology. The jade was warm to the touch, as if it had been held recently. He picked it up and closed his hand around it. The redemption system identified it quietly, Soul Anchor Pendant. Bibi Dong's personal spiritual signature is imprinted in this stone. She left it without understanding why. Blood resonance compelled the action, she reached toward her child without knowing that was what she was doing. This constitutes unprompted maternal instinct overriding 20 years of deliberate suppression. Yi Chen sat on the edge of the bed with the pendant in his fist and held very still for a long time. The system had no metric for what he felt. It was not triumph. Triumph was a word for things that happened at endings, and this was a beginning. It was something closer to the specific, quiet weight of receiving a gift from someone who didn't know they were giving it. From a mother who didn't know he was her son. From a woman who had spent 12 years refusing to reach for anything that felt like this, and who had done it anyway, in some private moment, from an instinct so old it had survived everything that had tried to kill it. Mother's bond gauge, 34%. Rate of change, accelerating toward reduction. The resonance is deepening with proximity. He hung the pendant around his neck, under his training collar, where it rested against his skin. He had a great deal of work to do, but he was going to do it with his mother's heartbeat pressed against his chest, and that was something he hadn't expected to feel for years, if ever. Hueli and his footsteps stopped outside his door without her knocking. After a moment, dinner is in an hour. Inner court dining hall, second table from the left. Don't be late. She left without waiting for an answer. He looked at the pendant one more time, tucked it under his collar, and went to wash the travel dust from his face before meeting his new world, which was also, in a way he couldn't yet articulate, the first step toward the world he was building toward. The eastern garden's plum trees were visible through his window, branches bare in the late autumn, waiting for their spring. And somewhere in the compound, Bibi Dong was carrying a jade pendant she'd made without quite understanding why, and the divine parasite in her soul was doing what it always did, feeding on the distance between what she wanted and what she allowed herself to have. He had a great deal of work to do. He was going to start immediately, and the divine parasite, sensing something shift in the compound's spiritual atmosphere, pressed harder against the edges of Bibi Dong's composure in the eastern wing, 300 feet away, and found less give than it expected. Chapter 42 Inner court life was a different order of existence entirely. The outer court had been competitive, 30 recruits jostling for recognition, training at a standardized pace calibrated for the cohort's middle capability. The inner court was something else, 23 students who had already been identified as exceptional by Spirit Hall's measures, pushed at individual ceilings rather than group averages, under instructors who had no institutional interest in being encouraging about it. His twin spirit status was now an open secret within the inner court. The outer court didn't know, Tong Hao had sealed the information at Bibi Dong's instruction, but everyone here knew that the Vine user with the suppressed spider spirit had been transferred directly into the Supreme Pontiff's sphere of attention. They treated him accordingly, a mixture of careful awe and the specific wariness that surrounded anything that might be politically significant in ways not yet fully visible. His primary instructor was Chrysanthemum Douluo Yue Guan. Yue Guan was rank 75, one of Bibi Dong's two canonical enforcers, cold and methodical and loyal to the Supreme Pontiff with the specific loyalty of a man who had decided, years ago, that his purpose was to be her instrument. He had read those descriptors in the outline's notes. He had not fully accounted for the reality of being in the same room with a rank 75 sustained hostile attention for 4 hours. Yue Guan's first session with Yi Chen was conducted privately. Twin spirits from the spider lineage, Yue Guan said, when Yi Chen had been standing for 20 minutes in silence and the silence had done its intended work. Either you'll be the Supreme Pontiff's greatest weapon or her greatest weakness. He circled Yi Chen with the unhurried precision of a man who had already completed his assessment and was simply delivering the conclusion. I intend to determine which. I'd prefer to be neither, Yi Chen said. The pause that followed was a recalibration pause, the specific silence of a person who had prepared for a range of responses and was finding that this one required a different framework. You'd prefer, Yue Guan repeated. Weapons get used for one purpose and discarded when the purpose is complete. Weaknesses get eliminated before they can be exploited. Yi Chen kept his tone mild and his eyes steady. Something genuinely useful to her over the long term has a different relationship with the institution. I'm planning to be here for a while. Yue Guan looked at him with an expression that sat precisely between assessment and something colder. Then, without warning, his martial spirit manifested, a corona of chrysanthemum petals that moved with the slow, deliberate beauty of something that had killed many times and remembered each one, and a soul skill fired at medium output directly at Yi Chen's left side. Jade Phantom Bind activated reflexively. Vines erupted from the floor, phase shifted through the petal attack, wrapped around its trajectory, and redirected the force harmlessly into the stone wall. Yue Guan's expression changed by a fraction, genuine interest, carefully controlled. Useful, he said, in a tone that was not quite approval and not quite the threat it had been a moment before. We'll see how long that holds. The session that followed was 3 hours of increasingly intense technical drilling, and by the end, Yi Chen's Vine Spirit had performed at a level he hadn't displayed since Granny Hu Hua's most demanding training. His soul power was running low and his arms ached from the volume of Vine manifestations, and when Yue Guan finally dismissed him, the Chrysanthemum Douluo's final comment was brief and specific, tomorrow. Earlier, Yi Chen spent the walk back to his quarters cataloging the day's information. The inner court's layout, different from the outer court, with access to training rooms that drew on the compound's main soul energy reserves instead of auxiliary sources. The senior instructors, Yue Guan and Gu Yimei were the primary contacts, both loyal to Bibi Dong directly rather than to the council structure. The other inner court students, a cohort with considerably less social grace than the outer court, their competitive instincts filed sharper by years of exceptional treatment, most of them operating on the assumption that proximity to the Supreme Pontiff's attention was zero-sum. He had introduced himself to 3 of them after the session, a bone type from the border domains, a plant type from one of the coastal city academies, and a sound type whose spirit manifested as bells that could resonate with soul power fluctuations in a 200-foot radius. The sound type had noticed something about Yi Chen's soul power signature that she'd chosen not to voice. He'd watched the micro-expression of decided silence move across her face and filed it as a variable requiring monitoring. The karmic thread sight, used briefly while he oriented in the new space, showed the inner court's densely interconnected fate web. Everyone here had threads running to everyone else: obligation, rivalry, shared history, the specific tangle that formed when talented people competed in a closed environment for extended periods. His own thread was new and unattached, a single line running from his chest southward through the wall toward the distant corridor where he'd felt his mother's presence earlier. He followed that thread in his mind for a moment, feeling the 42% corruption reading pulse in his awareness. Not a weakness. Not yet a weapon. The middle ground was exactly where he needed to be, and Yue Guan would test its edges every day until it either held or it didn't. Chapter 43 Yue Guan's training was sadistic and precise, and Yi Chen spent the first 2 weeks learning to distinguish between the two qualities. Because sadism was useful information and precision was the goal. The sadism meant that Yue Guan created conditions specifically calculated to expose each student's individual weakness. Not group weakness, the specific liability that their approach to combat rested on, identified in the first session and then applied to systematically until either the weakness hardened into strength or the student gave up. For the flame-type student who relied on range, Yue Guan closed the distances. For the bone-type student who depended on precise targeting, Yue Guan created constant movement. For Yi Chen, who favored positioning and patient construction of advantage, Yue Guan eliminated both. Combat scenarios with no setup time. No terrain advantage. No opportunity to build the web trap architecture that his combat instincts defaulted to. React, Yue Guan said, on the 5th day, when Yi Chen had spent 6 seconds not reacting quickly enough to a 3-direction simultaneous attack and had taken a controlled strike to his ribs that would leave a bruise through to the bone. Your spider lineage instincts favor ambush. Structure the environment. Wait for the prey to come to you. That is excellent strategy for prepared combat. In Spirit Hall, combat is not always prepared. I know, Yi Chen said, from the floor where the impact had placed him. Then demonstrate that you know it in a way that doesn't involve sitting on my training ground. Yue Guan had the specific patience of an instructor who'd watched students fail this lesson 100 times and had never once found the repetition interesting. Yi Chen got up. Reset. Let the chrysanthemum Douluo attack again. The thing about learning from Yue Guan's sadism was that the cruelty had a logic. It was efficient rather than gratuitous. Every forced failure created information. Every information became training material. He spent evenings in his room reviewing the session's specific failures and constructing responses, and he brought those responses to the next session and watched Yue Guan immediately identify their new weakness and dismantle them. It was the best combat education he'd received since Granny Hua. He advanced to rank 25 by the end of the 2nd week. Pushing through the threshold in a late training session when fatigue pressure created the cultivation conditions Granny Hua had called grinding through the gate, when soul power consolidation happened not from meditation but from necessity. The advance was visible in his posture immediately. Yue Guan noticed it, which he showed by increasing the difficulty of the following day's session. He needed his 3rd soul ring, and Yue Guan had already decided what the hunt would be. The Death Silk Caverns, Yue Guan said, when he announced it. Below the temple complex. You'll hunt alone. 3 days. The caverns contain spider-type beasts spread by Spirit Hall for decades. The upper tiers reach 10,000 years. You will not go near the upper tiers. He looked at Yi Chen with the expression of a man who had stated a rule he expected to be ignored. I'll be back in 2 days, Yi Chen said. The chrysanthemum Douluo's expression did the thing it always did, precisely nothing visible. You'll be back in 2 days, or you won't be back at all, and the Supreme Pontiff's interest in your training outcomes will answer that question definitively. It was the closest Yue Guan had come to acknowledging, directly, that Bibi Dong's attention was a real variable in this situation. Yi Chen took it as confirmation, spent 2 hours reinforcing the suppression seals on his spider spirit against the specific quality of ancient spider-type beast energy that would fill the caverns, and descended into the dark, carrying in his chest the knowledge that the wrong decision in the next 3 days would not just cost him a soul ring but would leave him in a cave system full of predators with no backup, no rescue, and a mother who didn't yet know he was the thing she'd been reaching for with a jade pendant and 12 years of plum tree vigils. He was going to come back in 2 days. He was going to come back stronger than he'd gone in. But the Death Silk Caverns had been here for 100 years and had not become cautious in that time, and descent was a different thing than arrival, and somewhere in their dark depths, a 2,800-year moon silver weaver was waiting with 8 ancient eyes and 3 hours of fight left in it, and Yi Chen had never yet underestimated something that old. Chapter 44 The Death Silk Caverns were a hellscape of webbing, darkness, and the patient violence of predatory spirit beasts who had evolved in a confined space where everything was prey. The webbing started at the entrance, thick strands layered over decades into structures that weren't traps so much as architecture, because the spiders who had built them had been here long enough to develop something resembling spatial intelligence. The soul stone lamps used during supervised hunts lined the main passage for the first 30 feet. Beyond that, the side tunnels were unlit, the webbing dense enough to block the karmic thread sight the way heavy fog blocks normal vision. He could see threads nearby, but anything past 10 feet in the webbing heavy sections became diffuse, impressionistic, a direction rather than a destination. He navigated by two things: the sound of his own breathing, carefully controlled, and the directional sensitivity of his spider spirit, which responded to the ambient soul energy of other spider-type beasts with an awareness that was something between instinct and the karmic thread sight. The absolution spider knew these tunnels in the way things know their own kind, not comfortable, not safe, but oriented. He sought a 2,800-year moon silver weaver spider. The breed was documented in Spirit Hall's archives as rare, a variant that produced threads of purified soul energy, the specific quality indicating a bloodline that had evolved away from predatory corruption toward environmental symbiosis. Most spider-type beasts in the Death Silk caverns fed on other beasts, on wandering soul masters, on whatever came within range of their webs. The moonsilver weaver fed on ambient spiritual energy, weaving it into threads stronger than steel and more flexible than silk. He tracked it for 2 hours. The karmic thread sight, filtered through the webbing's interference, showed the moonsilver weaver's fate thread as a cool blue-silver pulse in the deep dark, patient, ancient, carrying the specific quality of something that had been in one place long enough to become part of it. He moved toward it with every technique Granny Hua had built into his combat foundation: controlled breathing, minimal soul power expenditure, each step placed to minimize vibration in the web strands covering the tunnel floors. The beast was massive, 4 feet across at the body, legs spanning 8 feet, exoskeleton a pale silver gray that caught the faint bioluminescence of certain web threads and converted it to a faint, almost beautiful glow. It was aware of him before he reached its chamber, which he'd expected. 2,800 years of evolution had produced sensory capabilities far beyond anything he could conceal. It turned to face him, all 8 eyes catching the bioluminescent light. For 30 seconds they remained motionless, the boy with his vine spirit extended in cautious readiness and his absolution spider pressed against its seals, and the ancient creature with 8 eyes reflecting his silhouette back at him in 8 different angles, patient in the way that things are patient when they're deciding whether something is prey or something else. The fight, when it began, would last 3 hours. But standing in that 30-second stillness, Yi Chen recognized something he hadn't expected. The moonsilver weaver's fate thread, seen through the interference, was gold-silver. Not the corrupt black of a predatory beast fed on suffering. Something had lived here for 2,800 years and remained, through all of it, closer to purification than to corruption. He was going to have to kill it anyway. But he was going to do it honestly, and the 30 seconds of stillness before the fight began would be the last peace either of them had for 3 hours. The moonsilver weaver's first web shot was already forming between its spinnerets when Yi Chen moved. He opened with Jade Phantom Bind rather than his Vine Network's full deployment, a single binding attempt that the weaver deflected with a 4-leg sweep, the phase-shifted vines dematerializing on contact with its purified silk rather than catching. The silk wasn't corrupt, and the vine spirit's phasing property required something to phase through. Against clean energy, the technique behaved differently. He adapted mid-strike, shifting to physical vine work, verdant phantom wall to redirect the first web shot overhead, the lattice catching the silver threads and bending them toward the stone ceiling rather than his face. The weaver's second shot came faster, a radial burst that covered 30 degrees of arc. He rolled left, came up with his knees in the web threads on the floor, and felt the purified silk harden around his legs with the slow, inevitable grip of something that didn't need to hurry. The absolution spider screamed against its seals. This was different from the encounter with Xinian's corrupted silk, that had been a natural conflict. Purification against corruption, the spider acting on purpose. This was recognition without purpose, the spider sensing a kindred energy signature and pressing against the barriers not to attack but to reach, to touch, to communicate across a divide of living tissue and suppression arrays. He held the seals by force and threw 3 vine tendrils to break the hardening silk, buying himself space at the cost of significant soul power. 3 hours of this lay ahead. He settled into the rhythm of it, and 3 hours later, he would either have his soul ring or he would have found the limit of what a rank 25 cultivator could endure, and he wouldn't know which until it was over. Chapter 45 The Moonsilver Weaver's combat style was architectural. It wove battle structures rather than fighting directly, building layered webs of purified soul energy that functioned simultaneously as barriers, traps, and active constriction. It had been doing this for 2,800 years, and its web architecture was elegant in the specific way that things become elegant when long practice has eliminated every unnecessary element. Yi Chen's vine spirit worked first, Jade Phantom Bind weaving through the purified web threads without triggering their tension sensors, because phasing through meant not applying the physical pressure that activated the Weaver's trap responses. Verdant Phantom Wall to intercept the direct web shots, compressed strands fired from the Weaver's spinnerets with the force of compressed soul energy projectiles. But the Vine Spirit alone was insufficient. The Moonsilver Weaver's purified threads were not corruption type, they didn't indicate the Vine connections, but their structural reinforcement was beyond what his current Vine Spirit could break through in any reasonable time frame. He was going to run out of soul power before he broke through. He released the Absolution Spider, partial manifestation, not the full form, just enough for the silver threads to reach out and touch the Moonsilver Weaver's own web architecture. The contact was immediate and transformative. Where the Absolution thread met the Weaver's purified silk, they resonated. Not the consuming reaction that had burned Chi Neon Shadow Spider Silk, the opposite, a harmony, two purification-type energies recognizing each other across the gap between artificial and natural evolution. The Moonsilver Weaver paused. Yi Chen pressed through the opening, Vine Spirit creating physical binding while the Absolution Spider's resonance disrupted the Weaver's ability to rebuild its web architecture around new configurations. It was not a clean fight, it was 3 hours of sustained attrition, his soul power depleting in stages, his technique execution getting more economical as he had less to spend, and the ancient beast demonstrating the particular determination of something that had survived 2,800 years by refusing to yield before the last resource was gone. The killing blow was Jade Phantom Bind taken to its limit, vines phased through the Weaver's exoskeleton, through the physical material of its shell, wrapping around the spirit core inside and compressing until the core fractured. The soul ring rose, purple, 2,800 years, carrying in its absorption a depth of purification knowledge that the Absolution Spider recognized as its own lineage made ancient. The soul skill manifested, Absolution Thread, strands of purifying silver silk that cleanse dark energy from soul structures, barriers, or corrupted spiritual matter. Can be woven into barriers, injected into a target's soul energy flow to initiate cleansing, or used in sustained contact to gradually dissolve deep-seated corruption. Range and duration increase with cultivation rank. He advanced to rank 29 in the absorption surge, his soul power expanding to accommodate the new ring's capacity, and lay in the darkness of the Moonsilver Weaver's chamber for 20 minutes, recovering breath and feeling the new thread present in his soul architecture, silver, patient, already reaching towards something it recognized in the distant warmth of a signature he carried imprinted on a jade pendant against his sternum. Absolution Thread Level 1 acquired. This is the primary mechanism for eventual removal of the divine parasite. At current power, suitable for cleansing minor contamination. Level 7 required for full excision. The gap is enormous. Begin immediately. He went back to the surface with 14 hours remaining on his 3-day deadline, covered in cave dust and spider silk, carrying the tool that would save his mother. He just had to make it powerful enough to use, and that meant making himself powerful enough to survive the attempt. Chapter 46 Hueliana was waiting at the cavern entrance when he emerged. She looked him over, the cave dust, the silk residue on his training clothes, the particular exhaustion of someone who'd spent 3 hours in sustained combat at the limits of their current cultivation, and her expression moved through a sequence of reactions too quickly to be entirely controlled. "You're back in 2 days," she said. "I said I would be. You said a great many things, over the past weeks, that turned out to require more context than you initially offered." She fell into step beside him as he moved toward the inner court's bathing chambers. "Your soul power signature changed while you were down there. The Vine Spirit is the same, but there's a second ring in your energy pattern now, and it doesn't feel like any Vine ring I've encountered." Yi Chen measured what was visible, what was deniable, and what was past that point. "The Spider Spirit required its first ring," he said. "I found a compatible beast in the deep caverns. A spider-type beast. For a spider-type spirit you've been telling everyone you don't have. I've been careful about displaying it. The political situation seemed to warrant caution." "The political situation?" She stopped walking, which obliged him to stop as well. The courtyard was empty at this hour, the afternoon sessions having moved the inner court students to the theory wing. "Chen Yi. Your spider spirit purifies. I've seen it work, on the corrupted soul crystal during our joint sessions, on the ambient dark energy in the practice chamber after a prolonged session, on things in the environment that I'm certain you didn't think I noticed." Her amber eyes held the steady quality of a person who had been watching for a long time and had finally assembled the full picture. Spider spirits devour, corrupt, consume, that's the entire theoretical basis for the classification. Yours does the opposite. "It's a mutation," he said. "It's something that shouldn't exist, and it does, and you've been here for weeks with it and you haven't explained it to anyone." Her voice was precise, not accusatory. "Does the Supreme Pontiff know what your spirit does? She's barely spoken to me directly." "You're wrong about that." She started walking again, and he matched her pace. "She has requested your training reports from Tong Hao and from Yue Guan every day since she moved you to the inner court. She watches your sparring matches through a scrying array in her private office during the evening sessions. In 4 years of working beside her, she has never watched any student this closely. A pause. She asked about you after the training evaluation. Before that, she left something in your room. The pendant warm against his sternum. He kept his face still. Why are you telling me this? He asked. They walked 3 steps before she answered. Because I've been trying to understand why she cares about you through the normal analytical channels, and the normal channels aren't giving me an answer. And I've begun to think the answer is something the normal channels don't have access to. She glanced at him sideways. You remind her of someone. I've seen that expression on her face, the one she gets when she looks at you, before. She gets it in the Eastern Garden, every spring, standing under the plum trees. The gauge pulsed, 32%. Perhaps she recognizes good work, he said. Perhaps. She didn't believe it. He could see that in the precise non-expression she maintained when she was managing a conclusion she wasn't ready to speak aloud. Come to my practice court at 7th hour. I want to see this spider spirit, properly, not the fragments I've been catching in peripheral vision. He nodded once and went to clean cave dust from himself. Behind him, he could feel her karmic thread vibrating with a new tension, the violet still present, but the gold expanding fast now, gaining ground that had been violet since he'd met her, and the implications of that shift for what she might say to Bibi Dong when directly asked about Chen Yi's background were something he was going to have to manage carefully and very soon. Chapter 47 The summons to Bibi Dong's private audience chamber came on the 23rd day. Ghost Douluo Dalu delivered it, a dark, quiet man with a shadow-type spirit who moves through Spirit Hall's quarters as if he were already a ghost and had simply not communicated this development to the rest of the compound. He appeared at Yi Chen's door at mid-morning, said the Supreme Pontiff requests your presence, and waited with the specific patience of a ghost-type cultivator for whom doors had long since stopped being a meaningful concept. The audience chamber was at the center of Spirit Hall's inner sanctum, 2 locked gates and a spiritual sense array between it and the inner court's residential wing. Gui Mei led him through both without speaking, and then to a set of doors carved from dark redwood with spiderweb patterns in the grain that were not decorative but structural. The doors themselves were woven from compressed soul energy into a material that looked like wood and functioned like armor. Inside, Bibi Dong was standing at the window. She had her back to the door when he entered. She did not turn when Gui Mei announced him and withdrew. She stood looking out at the eastern garden, at the plum trees, bare now in late autumn, their branches holding only the specific calligraphic emptiness of things that were waiting rather than finished. You'll be comfortable, she said, without turning. Sit. He sat and waited. When she finally turned, her face held the carved precision he'd seen in the training ground evaluation, beautiful, weaponized composure, but something underneath it was different. More present. As if she'd had to reconstruct the composure more recently than usual. Your origins, she said. Chen Yi. No academy. Trained by your grandmother. She moved to the chair behind her writing table with the deliberate economy of movement that characterized everything he'd seen from her. Where is she now? Heaven Dou City, he said. She prefers familiar territory. What is her name? He had an alias prepared, Hua Mei, he said. Close enough to be consistent with Granny Hua's actual name. Different enough to create distance from any Spirit Hall records that might carry the name of the retired title Douluo who had raised Bibi Dong. Something in her expression shifted by a fraction, not recognition, but the specific flicker of someone who has heard a sound in an otherwise silent house. Your vine spirit has unusual properties, she said, moving on. Your spider spirit's purification ability is unlike anything documented in our theoretical framework. Her eyes held his with that quality he'd learned to watch for, not evaluation but something more personal, more close to pain. You resemble someone I once knew, she said quietly. Who? Myself. The words came without apparent intention, past the armor she maintained against everything, past the 20 years of deliberate hardening. Before I became what I am. She looked at his face, at the specific arrangement of features that Granny Hua had described in careful and painful detail as exactly what you'd expect from Bibi Dong's bone structure, and the divine parasite stirred behind her eyes, pressing at the edges of her composure, amplifying the disorientation it was feeding on. She turned away. Abruptly. The composure reasserted itself with an almost audible click. You'll continue your training under Yue Guan. You'll add sessions with the Tactical Theory Division. A pause. Your progress is satisfactory. She dismissed him with a gesture. He stood, bowed, and walked to the door. Behind him, barely audible, the sound of her hand pressing the writing table surface with more weight than the action required. The gauge, 30%. She was getting through to something beneath the armor, and the divine parasite knew it, and was working harder, and the harder it worked, the more energy it consumed, and the more energy it consumed, the more vulnerable its position became. He had that much figured out, at least, and the next step was either the right move or the last move, and the difference between those two outcomes was the difference between a mother who might someday forgive him for the deception and a rank 97 super Douluo who had every reason to treat an unknown young man's penetration of her inner sanctum as a threat. The pendant pulsed warm against his sternum. He held that warmth in his attention for a moment, using it as a compass bearing. Then he went to evening training and began building toward rank 33 with the specific urgency of someone who understood, finally and without any remaining qualification, that there was no version of this that didn't require him to be stronger than he currently was, and the divine parasite in his mother's soul had been growing for 20 years, and it was patient in the way that things are patient when they've never yet been seriously threatened. Chapter 48 Shi Yan arrived at Spirit Hall's inner court on the 31st day. The timing was consistent with the Elder Council's processing speed and Zhukei's evident anger after Bibi Dong's intervention in his office. Shi Yan would have been positioned as a counterweight, a second spider lineage user, controllable, loyal to the council rather than the supreme Pontiff, placed in direct proximity to Yi Chen as both a monitor and a warning. Yi Chen recognized Shi Yan across the inner court's morning drill formation before the other boy recognized him. Shi Yan's entry into the formation was announced by the subtle physical retreat of the students around him, a drift that suggested the inner court had already been briefed on his nature. Shadow Spider. Rank 30. Assigned to the council's direct track, which ran parallel to Bibi Dong's track within the inner court and answered to different masters. Their eyes met when the formation aligned for the opening exercise. Shi Yan's expression held the flat, evaluated certainty of an operative who had received a directive and was determining its application. That evening, in the sparring rotation, they were assigned to each other. "The council created me as your contingency," Shi Yan said, when they faced each other on the sparring floor, his voice at a volume calibrated for Yi Chen alone. "If you fail to serve the Supreme Pontiff's interests adequately, I step in. If you betray those interests, I eliminate you. If you prove genuinely useful, I become your shadow." He settled into his fighting stance. "In every version, I'm watching you." "Then watch carefully," Yi Chen said. "There's a great deal to learn." The sparring match was different from the Stardew Forest fight. Witnesses. Rules of engagement. No option for either of them to go to full power without attracting unwanted scrutiny. They worked within the constraints with the shared understanding of two people who both had things they couldn't reveal in public. Their technique exchange was precise and probing. Shi Yan had advanced since the forest, his shadow spider control was tighter, his corruption silk faster and more varied. His soul power carried something new as well, a deeper darkness, as if the shadow spider had been fed recently with something beyond ordinary cultivation. Yi Chen's Jade Phantom Bind handled the speed. The Absolution Spider remained suppressed. The match ended in a draw when the supervisory instructor called time. Shi Yan held his gaze for a moment after the bow. "You're not afraid of me," Shi Yan said. "Not quite a question. I'm afraid of the right things," Yi Chen said. "You're not one of them." The flat yellow eyes held something that was not quite frustration and not quite respect. Shi Yan walked away. A knife at his back, now at close range. But the knife was made by a boy who had been taught that he was a contingency rather than a person, and looking at Shi Yan's karmic thread, burgundy, with dark red edges, the thread of someone pointed at a purpose he'd never chosen, Yi Chen felt something that had no productive application in the immediate moment. Pity was a luxury he'd earned the right to act on later, if he survived the near term. For now, he filed Shi Yan's advanced capabilities in the same mental file as Zhukei's patience and Heaven Dou gaze, and prepared himself for the probability that the council's next move would be less restrained than a sparring assignment. The directive was still active. Shi Yan had not yet reported whatever he'd concluded from the first 2 weeks of observation. That window would close. When it did, the council's response to his continued non-compliance with their original directive would be one of two things: escalation through official channels, which Bibi Dong's protection would block, or escalation through unofficial ones, which was harder to defend against and was almost certainly already in preparation. He needed to stop being merely a student in the inner court and start being an element of the compound structure that was too expensive to remove, and the clock on that transition was running faster than the clock on his cultivation advancement. Two parallel problems. One body. Finite soul power. He went to find Yue Guan and asked for a 4th daily training session. The chrysanthemum Douluo's expression said, "This is what weapons look like when they decide to sharpen themselves." 7th hour, Yue Guan said. "Don't be late." He wouldn't be late. He hadn't been late once since arriving at Spirit Hall, and he wasn't going to start now, not with the council's directive still active and Shi Yan's decision still pending and Heaven Dou's quiet questions still circulating through the compound like a slow tide that hadn't yet found what it was looking for. But it was looking. Chapter 49 Hu Eliana pushed him. The joint training sessions she'd requested after the cavern hunt were not the adjusted, restrained sparring of a senior student working with a junior. She stopped adjusting her power output, stopped spacing her attacks to give him recovery time, stopped holding back the more disorienting aspects of her Fox Spirit's illusion techniques. She was rank 50, Soul King level, and she used every fraction of it. Her fox martial spirit specialized in charm and illusion, combat type rather than social type, creating full sensory false constructs that were indistinguishable from reality at the neural level until their underlying soul power was disrupted. She attacked his visual, auditory, and proprioceptive senses simultaneously, creating complete environments that his mind accepted as real before his cultivation instincts could reject them. He lost repeatedly. He learned from each loss with the specific efficiency of someone whose margin for error was measured in fractions of a second and quarters of a percentage point. In the third session, she used Fox Nightmare Mirror, her highest level illusion, which reached into the target's soul structure to find the emotional center with the highest charge and constructed an illusion around it. For Yichen, the illusion was Bibi Dong alone in Spirit Hall's eastern garden, under the bare plum trees, in winter. Not snow, just cold, just the gray sky and the empty branches, and his mother sitting on the stone bench with her hands folded in her lap and her eyes closed. The karmic thread visible even within the illusion, red and fraying at the edges, the divine parasite visible as a darkness spreading from her chest outward, consuming the thread by degrees. The gauge in the illusion read 97%. She was almost gone. He broke the illusion by throwing both spirits at its framework simultaneously, the absolution thread's resonance disrupting the Fox Nightmare Mirror's emotional anchor. The illusion fractured and dissolved. He was kneeling on the sparring floor. His face was wet. Huelina stood 4 feet away, and something had gotten through to her, past the professional clarity, past the controlled tenderness she reserved for her private thoughts about Bibi Dong. Something rawer than that had reached her face. "That illusion shows your deepest fear," she said, her voice careful. "Why is the Supreme Pontiff dying your deepest fear?" He looked at the sparring floor and breathed for a moment. "Because someone has to stop it," he said finally. "And if it's not me, it won't be anyone." She was quiet for a long time. When he looked up, her karmic thread was shifting, the unstable violet receding, the gold expanding in a way that felt less like change and more like revelation, as if the gold had always been there and was only now becoming visible to the right eyes. "Who are you?" she asked. Quiet. Genuine. The question that emerged when the entire model gets revised and the person asking has enough humility to start from the beginning. "Chen Yi," he said. "Who trained with his grandmother? Who has a vine spirit and a spider spirit and a plan that requires time and proximity and your help, if you're willing to give it?" She extended her hand to help him up. "Tell me the plan," she said. "Not all of it. Just enough for me to not work against it, and enough for me to work toward it without knowing why." He took her hand and stood, and thought about what he could afford to give, and gave her 12 words. They were the right 12 words, and her karmic thread, when he checked it afterward, had shifted toward gold in a way that would not reverse. But the divine parasite, sensing through the compound spiritual atmosphere that its primary target had just built another connection it couldn't feed on, stirred against its anchors in Bibi Dong's spirit core. The parasite had been losing ground for months. It was about to push back, and push hard. Chapter 50 12 words, someone planted something dark in her soul. "I can remove it. I need time and proximity." He'd offered them carefully, watching Hueli in his face while he spoke, prepared for any of several reactions: denial, demand for more information, immediate referral to Bibi Dong, or the simple silence of someone who needed to think before responding. Instead, she said, "You know about the Rakshasa god's shadow." She knew. He had not expected her to know, not explicitly, not with that specific term and the recognition that came with it. But 4 years of close service to a person bearing a divine parasite left marks on the observer. She had seen things she couldn't fully explain, felt things that didn't fit the framework Spirit Hall's theory division had provided, and had organized them into a private understanding that she'd never spoken aloud. "Yes," he said simply. "And your purification spider spirit is relevant to this." "Yes." "And this is why you came to Spirit Hall. Not as a recruit. Not as a hopeful tournament performer. You came here with a specific purpose. Not a question." She'd assembled the shape of the thing without the centerpiece, and the centerpiece was the one he couldn't give her yet. "Yes," he said, and let her sit with the implication. He gave her no more that session. But the coded letter he sent to Granny Hua that evening described Dugubo's possible location. She'd last tracked the poison Douluo near the Stardo forest border, because Yi Chen's absolution thread needed guidance from someone who understood advanced soul energy manipulation, and Dugubo's knowledge of soul poison mechanics had direct applications to divine parasite architecture. He fabricated a training expedition with Yue Guan's grudging permission. The Chrysanthemum Douluo approved it because field conditions served the training objectives, and because he apparently trusted Yi Chen's survival instincts more than he was willing to say aloud. Granny Hua's response: 1 week later, through the merchant network, Dugubo is in a cave 18 miles north of the old Stardo Forest Trail junction. He is, as you would expect, extremely unpleasant about visitors. The journey took most of a day. The cave smelled of toxic plants and specific misery, and the old man himself was exactly as the original canon had described, cantankerous, paranoid, brilliant, and in significant pain from the accumulated poison damage of a lifetime of working with substances that would kill most soul masters outright. "You are from Spirit Hall," Douluo said, before Yi Chen had spoken. "I'm from a mountain village," Yi Chen said. "I've been assigned to Spirit Hall recently. You reek of their soul energy. Get out. I can slow your poison accumulation." He extended an absolution thread and touched it to the old man's right forearm, where the poison damage was most visible as a network of gray lines under the skin. Douluo's eyes went wide, and then, slowly, narrow. "What the hell is that technique?" he asked, and the tone had shifted entirely, the cantankerous dismissal replaced with the sharp attention of a cultivator encountering something genuinely new. "Absolution thread," Yi Chen said. "I need you to teach me to fight at a title Douluo's level. In exchange, I'll treat you once a week." The old man's eyes were doing something complicated. Disbelief. Calculation. A grudging recognition that this specific trade was better than any he'd been offered in years. "Sit down," Douluo said finally. "And tell me what you're actually trying to do, not the polished version. The real one." This time, Yi Chen sat down, and told him, not the polished version, not the system mission framing, but the actual account, a transmigrator's soul in a 12-year-old body in a world he knew from fiction, a mother with a divine parasite in her spirit core, a purification ability that was the right tool for the job but was currently calibrated for craft work when he needed industrial scale, and a timeline that had been compressing since before he'd arrived at Spirit Hall. Douluo listened. He did not interrupt. He did not make the sound he usually made when young cultivators described impossible goals. When Yi Chen finished, the old man was quiet for a moment. "A divine parasite at rank 97, he said. "You understand that's not a soul poison problem. It's a divine-grade intrusion problem. I know poisonology. What you need is a divine-grade purification technique applied with soul-surgical precision to something the size of a grain of rice embedded in a rank 97 Super Douluo's primary spirit core." Another silence. "The absolution thread can become that, with development. But you're going to need more than technique, you're going to need her cooperation. Which means she needs to trust you enough to hold still while you're doing it." "I know," Yi Chen said. "And she needs to know why she's trusting you. The whole reason." Douluo's eyes were sharp and old. "You can't do this with a lie in the foundation. When you get to the moment, the truth has to be in the room with you, or the technique won't have what it needs to work." He hadn't planned to tell his mother the truth before the procedure. He'd planned to tell her after. Douluo had just made him understand that the plan had a fatal design flaw, and the plan had been what he was building toward for months. He sat with that realization for a long time after Douluo left the room. The problem wasn't the disclosure itself, he had always known the truth would come out eventually. A son who hid his identity from his mother while systematically healing her divine parasite was a story that required resolution on both fronts, and he had simply assumed he could sequence them, that the healing could come first and serve as foundation for the revelation. The logic had seemed sound: prove himself through action first, earn trust through demonstrated capability, then offer the explanation. But Douluo's framing cut through that logic with the specific precision of a man who understood how spiritual techniques actually worked at depth. The purification required trust, not the surface trust of a student who had demonstrated useful skills, but the deeper trust of a person who had allowed another person to enter the most defended space in their soul. That quality of trust required honesty, not proof. And Bibi Dong, who had been lied to systematically for 20 years by the Rakshasa god's manipulations, was not going to give that quality of trust to someone whose presence couldn't be fully accounted for. He would have to tell her. The question was when, and how, and whether the telling would end everything before the procedure could happen, because there was a version of this conversation in which Bibi Dong heard "I am your son" and determined that the claim was itself a manipulation, a final layer of deception laid over everything else, and responded accordingly. The risk was real. It had always been real. He had simply been filing it under future problem to avoid the cost of sitting with it now. Douluo had just made him understand that the plan had a fatal design flaw, and the plan had been what he was building toward for months. Chapter 51. Douluo's terms were less favorable than Yi Chen had hoped and more honest than he'd expected. "Once a week, not 3 times, the old poison Douluo said, settling against the cave wall with the deliberate care of someone managing chronic pain. "The treatment lasts longer if you don't drain your soul power treating me repeatedly. Combat doctrine, not techniques. I'm not teaching you the poison Douluo skills, you'd need a poison spirit for those, and yours is about as far from a poison spirit as it's physically possible to be. But the underlying principles of fighting someone vastly stronger than you? Those are universal. I've been fighting above my weight class for 40 years. That's what I want," Yi Chen said. "Tell me the practical goal. Not the divine parasite excision, I've understood that since you told me. The immediate practical goal. What does success look like in concrete terms for the next 18 months? Yi Chen considered. "I need to reach rank 50. I need absolution thread at level 5. And I need Bibi Dong to trust me enough to permit deliberate contact with her soul architecture before she reaches a decision point that accelerates her canonical descent. 18 months for rank 50 from rank 29? Dougubo's tone was the tone of experience, having watched young cultivators overestimate themselves and finding it tiresome. You'd need to advance roughly 1.5 ranks per month. That's not impossible for a bloodline cultivator with twin spirits and the right external pressure, but it requires conditions. I'm training under Yue Guan. I'm working combat doctrine directly. I have a mother with rank 97 soul energy imprinted on a pendant I'm wearing against my skin, which affects my resonance baseline. The old man looked at him for a moment. The pendant is a soul anchor, Dougubo said. I know the type. Bibi Dong was one of the 3 people on the continent I'd trust to make one. They amplify bloodline resonance. Yes, that would accelerate your advancement rate. He reached for a stick and began drawing in the cave's dust floor. Start with angles. Power isn't everything in a fight against superior force. Angles are. Here's where Title Douluo's attack geometry has blind spots, and here's how you exploit them before they adjust. The 3 days Yi Chen spent at Dougubo's cave were the most practically useful training since Granny Hua, not because Dougubo was patient or encouraging, he was neither, but because the information he provided was refined through a lifetime of fighting opponents stronger than him and surviving, which was exactly the curriculum Yi Chen needed. On the last morning, as Yi Chen prepared to return, Dougubo said, "You've got a strange spirit, kid. Strange the way things are strange when they've been built for a specific purpose. What are you trying to save?" "Everyone," Yi Chen said. Dougubo snorted with the sound of someone who had heard that particular answer before and had watched the people who gave it learn, at cost, what everyone actually meant in practice. Start with 1. You can't move the world if you can't move a single stone first. Yi Chen touched the pendant under his collar. "I know which stone," he said. The old man's expression did something almost recognizable as warmth, quickly suppressed. "Come back when you've moved it." He left the cave and started back toward Spirit Hall, carrying doctrine that would save lives and the specific clarity of a person who has been given a difficult task by someone who believes they can do it. He also carried Dougubo's correction to his plan: the truth had to be in the room before the technique. Which meant the revelation had to come first. Which meant the trust had to be real enough that the revelation didn't immediately destroy it. Which meant he had 6 to 8 months not to perfect a technique but to build the specific relationship that would survive the moment his mother learned that the quiet inner court student she'd been watching, and reaching toward, and protecting from Elder Zhukei's office, was the son she'd given away 12 years ago. He walked back toward Spirit Hall in the early morning light, and the magnitude of what he was building settled over him with the comfortable weight of something he'd always been going to carry. There was no plan B, there was only this, and it had to work. Chapter 52. Returning to Spirit Hall on the 3rd day, he found the compound in upheaval. The visible signs were subtle but legible to someone who had spent weeks learning to read Spirit Hall's atmospheric pressures, training sessions running past their scheduled end because instructors had been pulled into administrative meetings, students clustered in corners speaking with unusual quiet, Ghost Douluo Gui Mei moving through the compound with the focused urgency of a man executing a directive. He learned the cause from Fang Wei. Bibi Dong had ordered a purge of Elder Zhukei's loyalists from the inner court. Not a violent purge, nothing so crude as to give the Elder Council grounds for formal objection. 3 instructors reassigned to distant Spirit Hall branches. 7 students removed from the inner court program and transferred to standard training tracks. Clean, surgical administrative action that left the inner court smaller, quieter, and more clearly aligned with the Supreme Pontiff's direct authority. Zhukei himself had retreated to the Elder Council's fortress in Spirit Hall's western wing, emerging only for formal sessions and radiating the cold fury of a powerful person who has been outmaneuvered on territory he'd considered secure. The power struggle was escalating. Bibi Dong's response to the Elder Council's provocations had been this. The gauge ticked upward, 32%. 2 points lost. Yi Chen recognized the mechanism. The purge had required Bibi Dong to make adversarial political decisions, to choose coercive authority over any other instinct, to feed the divine parasite with the specific emotional energy of justified anger and paranoid control. Every time she chose the political armor over the human core, the parasitic darkness consolidated. He spent the rest of that day identifying what he could affect. The purge was done, reversing it wasn't possible or advisable. But the conditions that had led to it were ongoing. Zhukei's faction would try again, and if Bibi Dong's only response was reactive authority, the cycle would continue. She needed a different kind of ally. He was working on becoming that. But the timeline was tighter than he'd calculated, and the gauge moving in the wrong direction was a reminder that every day he delayed the trust building necessary for the next phase, the parasite gained ground his absolution thread would have to reclaim. He trained that evening until Yue Guan dismissed him with something that was almost, in the specific vocabulary of the chrysanthemum Douluo's expressions, a nod of acknowledgement, and thought about the pieces on the board and the moves available to him, and which ones he could afford to make now and which ones had to wait. The board had shifted. Bibi Dong's perch had temporarily consolidated her authority but increased her isolation, fewer people in the inner court who were connected to the political middle ground that might have moderated her decisions. The elder council was angrier and more cornered. Yan was watching and reporting and yet had not moved against him, which meant the directive was still in its test phase. And somewhere in the compound, Douluo was being quietly informed of all of this and making assessments of his own. 3 weeks since the gauge had dropped to 30%. 3 weeks of slow, patient accumulation of trust, sessions with Bibi Dong that she'd initiated, walks in the Eastern Garden where she'd said things she hadn't said to anyone. 3 weeks of watching the divine parasite fight back against every point of progress by pushing her toward more isolation, more authority, more decisions that felt like strength and functioned like walls. He needed to move faster. Not rashly, the wrong move would cost him everything. But faster. Tomorrow, he would go back to the wing where Zhao Feng's transferred storage chest had sat in the corridor. He had a feeling the chest hadn't been moved yet, and that the 3-day wait period on anonymous intelligence reports was nearly expired, and if the chest had been moved, he'd need a different approach, and if it hadn't, the window for a clean intervention was closing by the hour. Chapter 53 The evidence found itself into his hands by accident, which was either fortune or the redemption system's probability calculations expressing themselves in practice. The removed instructor, a man named Zhao Feng, whose compact quarters had been cleared but whose personal storage chest had been left in the corridor with a tag reading awaiting transfer, contained, within a hidden compartment Yan found using his Vine Spirit's phasing ability to probe solid surfaces, 3 sheets of coded correspondence. The cipher was a variation on Spirit Hall's second-tier administrative code. The contents, correspondence between Zhao Feng and 2 Clear Sky Clan representatives, discussing a potential information-sharing arrangement regarding Bibi Dong's military planning documents. The Clear Sky Clan. Tang San's clan, in the original canon. One of the primary factions in eventual opposition to Spirit Hall's continental expansion. An Elder Council loyalist, secretly feeding information to Spirit Hall's enemies in exchange for terms not specified in the 3 pages. Yan sat with the documents and ran the calculation. Option A, bring the evidence to Bibi Dong directly. Clean, immediate, but she would respond with another purge, possibly larger, seeing the breach as proof that her security was compromised at multiple levels. She would increase isolation and reliance on coercive authority. The gauge would go up. Option B, destroy the evidence. The conspiracy continued until it either produced consequences or was discovered through another route. Option C, the redemption system's recommendation, expose the conspiracy through a neutral channel that would allow Bibi Dong to respond proportionally rather than with overwhelming force. Give her the information without the emotional charge of direct betrayal. He needed a neutral channel. Ghost Douluo Guimei was the most politically isolated of Bibi Dong's direct subordinates, loyal to her personally rather than to any faction, with a reputation for handling sensitive information with discretion rather than escalation. His loyalty was functional rather than ideological, which made it more reliable. Yan copied the 3 pages in his careful hand, wrote no attribution, and left the copied documents in an envelope in Guimei's quarters during the evening patrol gap. Then he waited, 3 days of ordinary training and careful observation, watching Guimei's face for any sign of what was happening with the information. On the 4th day, Guimei moved through the compound with the focused expression of an operative who'd just completed a directive he'd been given, and the political weather in Spirit Hall shifted by a fraction that was invisible to most but legible to Yan, who had been reading atmospheric pressures for weeks. The conspiracy was being dismantled. Quietly. Without announcement. That was what he'd been aiming for, the proportional response, the surgical correction that didn't require Bibi Dong to make a decision in anger. He had no way to confirm what Guimei had said to her, or how she'd received it, until the political weather shifted. It shifted on the 4th day, a small but visible relaxation in the inner court's tension, as if something that had been holding its breath had exhaled. 2 of the 3 reassigned instructors had their transfers reconsidered. Not reversed, they were still going, their loyalty to Zhukei's faction too clearly documented, but the timelines were less urgent, the process less visible. A signal, in Spirit Hall's specific language of action and implication, that the Supreme Pontiff was choosing precision over spectacle. Yan noted this and felt, for a moment, something that was not quite pride but was adjacent to it, the satisfaction of an intervention that had worked correctly. Then he filed it and moved on to the next problem, because the gauge was at 32% and every point that went up had to be paid back with careful, patient work, and the thing that had raised it was still inside her, still feeding, still growing toward the specific darkness that the original canon had called inevitable. Nothing in his experience of the last several months suggested inevitable was an accurate description of the situation, but complacency had the same final result as inevitability, just slower, so he allowed himself approximately 30 seconds of satisfaction and then went back to training. The absolution thread had reached level 1.5 by his estimation, not an official system designation, but visible in the thread's behavior, longer duration, finer precision, better discrimination between what it touched. It was progressing. Not fast enough, but progressing. Chapter 54 Gui Mei traced the intelligence report's implications in 3 days and brought it to Bibi Dong in a private briefing. The conspiracy was dismantled, the 2 Clear Sky Clan contacts disappeared from the public record, the correspondence pages were added to Bibi Dong's intelligence files, and Zhao Feng's reassignment became permanent. No formal announcement. No spectacle. Political surgery performed without audience. Bibi Dong was troubled by the anonymous tip's accuracy. This Yi Chen knew because Liu Yan had described it as, she's been trying to determine the source of an anonymous intelligence report for a week. It's frustrating her that she can't identify it. Anonymous? Yi Chen said, with careful neutrality. Accurate enough to be from someone inside the inner court. Sophisticated enough to be from someone who understands the political implications rather than just the factual content. Her eyes held the question she wasn't asking aloud. She suspects me, which is flattering, but I don't have the soul energy manipulation skills to copy secure documents without leaving traces. Interesting, Yi Chen said. Yes, Hu Eliana said. Her voice held no inflection. Her eyes held everything. During the same period, he advanced to rank 32, and his absolution thread grew stronger. The purification contact could now sustain for several minutes instead of seconds, and the precision had improved enough that he could cleanse specific structures within a corrupted object without affecting the surrounding material. He tested the new capacity with a corrupted soul crystal from the Death Silk caverns, 4 minutes of sustained absolution thread contact, and the crystal, previously opaque with dark energy, emerged clear, its internal geometry restored to original purity. Hu Eliana picked up the cleared crystal and held it to the afternoon light. You're practicing, she said. I'm always practicing. What's your current timeline? He looked at the crystal turning in her hand, casting fractured light across the walls. The image was almost exactly what he wanted to do for his mother, take the darkness that had been forced into her and make it clear again. Faster than it was, he said. But not fast enough yet. She set the crystal down carefully and settled back into her fighting stance. Then train harder, she said. I'll help. A pause. I've been helping for weeks. I'd just like to do it with slightly more information about what I'm contributing toward. He looked at her karmic thread, gold, now, predominantly gold, with only the thinnest violet remaining, and made a decision. Come to the garden after evening drills, he said. I'll show you something. She came. He showed her the absolution thread at full extension, drawn out to its current maximum range, 4 feet of silver light, sustained for 30 seconds, purifying a patch of ambient dark energy that had accumulated against the garden wall where the training ground's spiritual residue tended to concentrate. The thread cleared it in 20 seconds. The stone of the wall beneath was visibly lighter after, the way stone looks after rain has washed off a season's worth of accumulated dust. Hu Eliana watched in silence. When the thread retracted, she said, that's what you're going to do to her. Yes. At greater scale. With much greater precision. Yes. And you need her to lower her defenses first. Which is why, she stopped. Looked at his face. Which is why everything you've been doing for the last several months has been about building the specific kind of trust that would make her willing to let you that close to her spirit core. Another pause. Who are you? He looked at her karmic thread, gold, now, with only the thinnest edge of violet remaining, and thought about what the thread said about her choices, and what those choices said about the person she was deciding to be. Come to the garden again tomorrow, he said. I'll answer that question honestly. She nodded. And the karmic thread burned brighter, pure gold, steady. The thread of a woman who had made her choice and was not going to be unmade from it by anything the Divine Parasite or the Elder Council or the political weather of Spirit Hall could arrange. The Divine Parasite, sensing the shift, stirred in the dark of Spirit Hall's eastern wing, and something that had been feeding on isolation felt, for perhaps the first time, what it was like to be surrounded. Chapter 55 The invitation to walk in the gardens came on the 42nd day. Late afternoon, when the other students would be in evening theory sessions. The Eastern Garden. Bibi Dong was already there when he arrived. She was standing beside the plum trees, bare in this season, just branches and the specific calligraphic emptiness of things waiting for spring, with her hands behind her back and an expression he hadn't seen from her before, not the carved composure, not the weaponized distance, but a stillness that was not performance. They walked for 20 minutes without speaking. Then she said, I had a child once. A son. The words came without inflection, without the armor she wore for most conversations, just words set down in the open air like objects placed on a table for examination. He'd be your age now. I gave him away to keep him safe. She looked at the bare branches. I chose not to know what happened to him. Knowing would put him in danger. Some loves require distance. His karmic thread sight showed her fate line shuddering, the red thread pulsing with 12 years of chosen distance, 12 springs of plum trees and 20 minutes and the deliberate refusal to follow any thread that said, he's alive, go find him. And behind it, the divine parasite feeding hungrily on the grief. "He's alive," Yi Chen said. It came out without plan. Just truth, unguarded, escaping through the specific gap that the plum trees and the 20 minutes and his mother's voice without its armor had created. Bibi Dong stopped walking. The silence lasted 3 full seconds, the parasite pressing at her composure, her soul pressure fluctuating in the specific way it had in Zhukei's office, her hands very still at her sides. "You can't know that," she said. "No," he agreed. "But some things feel true without evidence." He met her eyes, which were cold and deep and, right now, something else as well, something that looked startlingly like hope being held at arm's length. "He's alive. I'm certain of it." She looked at his face for a moment too long, that familiar, searching quality, looking for something she couldn't name. Then she turned and walked back toward the compound, composure reassembled, armor restored. The gauge, 28%. 2 more points from a conversation that had cost him nothing except the near-permanent press of the truth against his teeth, and the growing knowledge that the next time, he might not be able to hold it back. The divine parasite had just been denied its feeding. It would compensate. He needed to be ready for what that looked like, and he had, in his experience of the past weeks, some idea. When the parasite was frustrated, it pushed. It found the emotional raw points and applied pressure there, the grief over Granny Hua's deteriorating condition, the memory of Bibi Dong's hand trembling in Zhukei's office, the knowledge that every day the parasite grew stronger was a day closer to the canonical war that had consumed the original timeline. He had catalogued all of his own emotional raw points with the specific purpose of being able to distinguish between his genuine reactions and the parasite's amplifications when they occurred. He spent 20 minutes in the garden after Bibi Dong left, breathing slowly, letting the ambient soul energy of the plum trees, which had been here for decades and carried in their wood the accumulated spiritual residue of every spring Bibi Dong had wept beneath them, do its quiet work on the tension in his chest. Then he went back to his room and wrote a coded letter to Granny Hua describing the garden conversation. He needed someone to know. Someone who had known his mother before the armor. Someone who could hold the weight of what was happening alongside him. Granny Hua's response: 2 weeks later, the plum trees were there when she was a student. She used to collect the fallen blossoms in her uniform pocket. I never knew why until now. He kept the letter and the gauge dropped to 28% and the spring was still months away, but it was coming, and when it came, it would be different from every spring before it. Chapter 56. That night, Yi Chen made the decision he'd been approaching for 6 weeks. He would tell Bibi Dong the truth, that he was her son, but not yet. The conditions weren't right. The redemption system's calculation was clear: minimum rank 50 Soul King cultivation and absolution thread at level 5, both needed simultaneously for the revelation moment to be survivable when the divine parasite responded defensively. He was rank 32. Absolution thread was level 1. The gap was enormous, but the timeline was accelerating. The Elder Council's pressure was increasing. Xinyan's surveillance was constant. Qian Douluo had been asking quiet questions, traces in conversations of the people who'd been approached, patterns visible only to someone watching the compound's political atmosphere closely. And Bibi Dong herself was accelerating toward the darker decisions of her canonical descent. The continent's political map was compressing, and in the original canon this was the period when she had begun the strategic planning for the wars that would consume everything. He had less time than the system's calculation allowed. The solution: change the calculation. There was a second path, not full revelation, but partial demonstration. Not "I am your son," not yet, but a showing of the absolution thread's specific capability on a small portion of the divine parasite, something subtle enough that the parasite's defensive responses would be mild, something that would show Bibi Dong that the corruption she'd been managing for 20 years was removable. Plant the seed of hope before the tree of truth. It would require her to lower her defenses in a way she'd never done for anyone. It would require a level of trust he hadn't yet earned and couldn't demand. He looked at the jade pendant in his hand, warm, imprinted, his mother's soul reaching toward him from stone, and the gauge, 28%. "I'm coming," he said, to the pendant, to his mother asleep somewhere in this compound under her armor and her divine parasite in the 20 years of carefully chosen distance. "I'm coming. And by the time I arrive, I'll have everything I need to bring you home." He set the pendant down on the bed beside him, and the redemption system pulsed quietly in the back of his awareness, and outside the window the bare plum trees stood patient in the dark. 6 to 8 months to the threshold. He would use every one of them, and by the end of it, he would be rank 50, and the absolution thread would be level 5, and his mother would have spent 6 months building a specific kind of trust with a young inner court student named Chen Yi, and the trust would be real even when the name turned out to be false. The pendant's warmth was steady against his skin. The truth had weight, he'd found, not the burden kind, but the kind that anchors. The kind that makes you certain of where you stand, even when the ground is moving. He knew where he stood. He knew what he was doing. And he knew, with the specific certainty of someone who has made a vow that has already been tested and has not broken, that he would reach her in time, or would spend everything he had trying. The plum trees outside his window were bare. But spring came every year, without exception, and this spring was coming for both of them, and when the plum blossoms fell, the divine parasite that had been feeding on 12 years of distance would find the distance gone, and the sun standing in its place, and everything it had been built to prevent already in motion. Chapter 57. In the months that followed, he pushed his training to limits that alarmed Yue Guan and delighted Du Gubo. The joint sessions with Hueliana became genuinely brutal. She stopped adjusting her power output, stopped giving him recovery time between attacks, stopped holding back the most disorienting aspects of her fox spirit's illusion techniques. He lost, regularly and instructively, and each loss showed him a specific gap in his capability that the previous loss had revealed and he'd worked on and that now appeared again at a harder level. Between sessions, the absolution thread. He practiced it constantly, on objects, on minor corruptions in ambient soul energy, on the edges of the Death Silk Cavern's structural darkness, refining the thread's precision with the focus of someone who needed a surgical tool and was currently wielding an instrument calibrated for a much larger task. He was rank 35 by the end of the first additional month. Rank 38 by the end of the second. Hueliana noted the advancement pace with an expression that sat somewhere between admiration and concern. "You're going to break something," she said, after a session where he'd pushed through his current ceiling 3 times in succession. "The meridians aren't designed for this rate of expansion. The soul anchor pendant compensates for the stabilization deficit," he said, which was true and also a way of saying, "I know the cost, I've measured it, I've decided to pay it." During one session, the most intense they'd had in 2 months, she used Fox Nightmare Mirror again. This time the illusion was different, not Bibi Dong dying, but Bibi Dong turning away from him when he finally said the truth, and her eyes going not to recognition but to rage. The divine parasite taking the revelation and converting it into a weapon against them both. He broke the illusion faster than any previous session. "Better," Hueliana said, and in her voice was the particular satisfaction of a teacher watching a student outpace their original potential. "You're separating the fear from the action. The fear remains, but it's no longer blocking the decision." "It never was," he said. "I was just slower at clearing the path." Her amber eyes held steady on him. "The plan you told me about. The 12 words. They're almost a year old now." She paused. "I've been watching you work toward something I still don't fully understand. I've been helping you work toward it. And the Supreme Pontiff has been watching you with the expression she gets when she stands under the plum trees in the spring." Another pause. "Tell me who you are." He met her eyes. And thought, carefully, about what he could afford to give, because she had earned more than 12 words, and the right timing for the full truth was still months away. "I'm the person who is going to fix what was done to her," he said. "And I need you to keep trusting me until I'm ready to show you why." Her karmic thread blazed gold. She said nothing. She reset her fighting stance. And that was the answer that mattered, but 2 sessions later, she said, "She's begun making inquiries about Chen Yi's family. She's asked 3 different administrative staff members, separately, to pull any records corresponding to an orphan from the northwest provinces, grandmother named Hua Mei, approximately 12 years old." Yi Chen's hands stilled on the training equipment. "She's looking for me," he said. "She doesn't know she's looking for you. She thinks she's satisfying administrative curiosity." Hueliana's expression held a careful neutrality. "But she's never done this before. Never once, in 4 years, looked up a student's family records." He thought about the jade pendant. About the soul anchor's blood resonance imprint. About 12 years of chosen distance being slowly dismantled by instinct that was stronger than the choice. "How long before the administrative staff find a dead end?" he asked. "The records under Chen Yi go nowhere, by design. Dead end within the week." She watched his face. But then she'll ask differently. She'll pull the tournament registration records. She'll cross-reference them with Hueliana's recommendation file. A pause. "My recommendation file names you as an independent entrant with a vine spirit and a spatial mutation, discovered at the Heaven Dou Continental Tournament. It does not include anything about your second spirit. Because you didn't know about my second spirit when you wrote it. I know about it now." Her eyes held steady. "I haven't updated the file." He looked at her karmic thread, blazing gold, steady as sunrise, and felt the specific weight of someone choosing to be an ally without knowing the full picture. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me yet," she said. "When she finds the dead end and pivots to the tournament records, she's going to find something that doesn't quite add up, and she's going to ask me about it directly. What will you tell her?" Hueliana reset her stance and raised her palm, the signal to begin. "I haven't decided," she said. "Win this session and maybe I'll figure it out." He attacked, and the question stayed open, and somewhere in Spirit Hall's administrative records Bibi Dong was pulling threads that would eventually lead somewhere she wasn't prepared for, and when those threads led to Chen Yi, And then beyond Chen Yi to what Chen Yi actually was, the question of whether Liu Yan's choice to not update her recommendation file would be seen as loyalty or betrayal was going to depend entirely on what happened in the moment after the truth landed. That moment was still months away. But it was coming, and Yi Chen trained, and Bibi Dong searched, and the space between them contracted every day toward the specific, inevitable instant when there would be no more distance left to choose. Chapter 58 The special mission to the Slaughter City outskirts was announced through the Inner Court's formal schedule on the 53rd day of this period. A team of 6 Inner Court students. Investigation of dark soul energy anomalies reported by Spirit Hall's regional contacts. Supervised by Ghost Douluo Dalu. 6 students, selected by Tang Hao from the advanced training roster. Yi Chen was selected. So was Xin Yan. He recognized the Elder Council's arrangement in this immediately, put the 2 spider lineage users in lawless territory where accidents were common and dark cultivation was practiced openly, under a supervisor whose personal loyalty was to Bibi Dong rather than the council, creating a scenario where Gui Mei could neither prevent an accident nor be accused of arranging one. He spent the preparation days determining what kind of directive Xin Yan had been given. 3 possibilities: a test of Yi Chen's loyalty, an invitation to collaborate against Bibi Dong's interests, or a direct elimination order. Each required different responses. He asked Liu, indirectly, what would the Elder Council gain by eliminating one of the 2 spider lineage users currently active within Spirit Hall? Depends on which one. She thought about it. If they eliminated Xin Yan, they lose their primary intelligence asset. They wouldn't. If they eliminated you, they would have removed Bibi Dong's anomalous interest, consolidated the spider lineage track under council control, and eliminated an unknown variable that has been causing unpredictable outcomes since the tournament. She met his eyes. The most likely directive for this mission is elimination or a serious test of your loyalties, probably both. Be careful, she added, and the 2 words carried more weight than their length suggested. He traveled to the Slaughter City outskirts with Gui Mei's team, watching Xin Yan watch him, and catalogued the landscape with the specific attention of someone who would need to navigate it quickly: the lawless district's sight lines, the dark cultivator faction territories, the specific locations where his vine spirit's terrain advantages would apply and where they wouldn't. The first anomaly site was a collapsed underground chamber, its ceiling caved in by deliberate demolition. The dark soul energy here was cold and methodical, in patterns consistent with the soul beast siphoning operations Yi Chen had seen in Rising Sun City's underground lab. Xin Yan crouched over the ritual formation's remnants and studied it with the focused attention of someone who recognized the work. You know who did this? Yi Chen said. Xin Yan looked up with the flat yellow eyes, and something in them, subtle, was working through a calculation that hadn't been present before, said, I know the style. The council knows about these sites. They've been monitoring the program for 3 years and they're not stopping it. The program produces results. Yi Chen looked at the formation remnants and thought about the tortured spirit beasts in the Rising Sun lab and the word Rakshasa's hand and the mechanism by which his mother had been turned into a vessel, and said, the program also fed the divine parasite that's consuming the Supreme Pontiff. The silence afterward was a different quality of silence than Xin Yan usually produced, and the burgundy thread, dark red-edged, flickered at its margins. Chapter 59 The Slaughter City outskirts were exactly as described, lawless, brutal, and educational in the specific way that places that operate without pretense are educational. Gui Mei assigned investigation pairs. He paired Yi Chen and Xin Yan together, and Yi Chen couldn't determine whether this was the Ghost Douluo's strategic assessment or the Elder Council's pre-arranged instruction. Either way, the pairing was real and would produce a confrontation that had been building since the Stardow Forest. The first site confirmed, dark soul energy in patterns consistent with large-scale siphoning rituals, recently completed or recently abandoned. The formation style matched the Rising Sun lab. The energy signature matched the Rakshasa faction output from the archive records. The second site, similar. A different location, a similar setup, dismantled more carefully. Between sites, Xin Yan had been quiet with the quality of silence of someone processing something they'd heard and hadn't been prepared to hear. The third site was different. It was active. The cave system's guards were cleared by Gui Mei's rank 88 soul pressure with efficient finality, and in the cleared space, Yi Chen and Xin Yan examined the equipment while the other 4 students secured the perimeter. The array was live, smaller than the Rising Sun installation, but connected to the same theoretical framework, soul beast energy siphon and refined into dark crystals, with the specific energetic signature of Rakshasa faction output. And in the array's control chamber, a live communication crystal, connected to a spirit hall frequency. Yi Chen pulled it from its housing before the connection closed and extended absolution thread around it, preserving the frequency imprint. This is connected to Spirit Hall's main temple, he said quietly. The Black Altar Division has an office in the northwest wing, Xin Yan said. His voice was flat, but the flatness had a different quality than usual, the flatness of a decision being made behind a controlled face. The council knows. They've known for 3 years. They haven't stopped it because it produces results they find useful. Yi Chen looked at Xinyan's face and at the burgundy karmic thread that flickered at its edges and at the directive Xinyan had been given and hadn't yet executed. They find it useful, he said carefully, to maintain the operation that's consuming the woman you were created to serve as a contingency for. Xinyan said nothing for a moment. The directive I was given for this mission, Xinyan said, his voice still flat, specified a loyalty test first, elimination second. I've been determining the loyalty test's result. And? The flat yellow eyes held something Yi Chen had never seen from them, genuine uncertainty about which side of a line to step over. Your loyalty is to her, Xinyan said finally. Specifically to her, not to Spirit Hall as an institution, not to any faction within it. That was the test. A pause. The council gave me that test because they expected you to fail it. Did you tell them that before or after you decided what you were going to do with the result? The silence that followed was long enough to constitute an answer, and the burgundy thread flickered, and the dark red edges of it pulled back by a degree that was small but real. I haven't decided yet, Xinyan said. But I'm leaning. He looked at the formation remnants one more time, and then at the second and third sites visible in his memory, and at the communication crystal in Yi Chen's hand. The council didn't send me here to find this, he said, almost to himself. They sent me here to test your loyalty. They didn't expect the test to become this. He gestured at the active siphoning equipment. An operation running from inside the compound, targeting the woman I was created to serve as a contingency for. Does the contingency apply when the threat is internal? Yi Chen asked. Xinyan's flat yellow eyes worked through something for a moment. I was created to replace you if you failed or defected, he said. I was not created to replace the Supreme Pontiff. That's a different category of problem. A pause that was longer than his usual silences. Give me 2 days. I need to think about which direction to lean. He walked away from the siphoning array and didn't look back. 2 days. Yi Chen looked at the communication crystal wrapped in lead-line silk and thought about the council's contingency plan and Douluo's quiet questions and the 4-point swing a single revelation had given him in the past, and thought, 2 days, then. But not a moment longer than that, because Xinyan's report to the council was already overdue, and the council's patience with delayed reports from their own instruments was not unlimited, and when Xinyan was recalled for a direct briefing, the window for this particular alignment of interest would close and would not reopen on the same terms. 2 days. One way or another, the board would have changed by the end of them. Chapter 60. They found the confirmation on the third day. The communication crystal's preserved frequency imprint, analyzed by Yi Chen's absolution thread during the return journey, gave him enough information to trace the originating array, northwest wing, 3rd floor, a sealed chamber adjacent to the administrative records office. When Gui Mei's team returned to Spirit Hall, Yi Chen spent 2 nights mapping the northwest wing's access patterns and one morning confirming, through his Vine Spirit's phasing ability, that the sealed chamber contained equipment consistent with the communication crystal's imprint. Xinyan was watching when he emerged from the mapping exercise. You found it, the Shadow Spider user said. It was not a question. Northwest wing. 3rd floor. Active. Xinyan looked at the communication crystal in Yi Chen's hand. If you bring that to her, he said slowly, the council's position becomes very difficult. They've been permitting an operation that directly harms the Supreme Pontiff. When she finds out, the political consequences will be severe. Yes. The council anticipated this possibility. They've prepared contingencies. His voice held the precision of an operative sitting on information he hadn't decided whether to share. One of those contingencies involves Douluo's divine faction. If the council and the divine faction align against Bibi Dong simultaneously, she'll be facing, I know what she'll be facing, Yi Chen said. She'll be facing it with me beside her. Xinyan looked at him for a moment with the flat yellow eyes that were becoming, by degrees, less flat. Tell her I found it, Xinyan said. The attribution matters. If the discovery comes from me, assigned by the council, present as their monitor, it becomes harder for the council to claim the revelation is fabricated. It was not selflessness. It was an investment in a specific future, and the specific future it invested in was one where the council's alliance with Douluo's faction didn't happen cleanly, because one of the council's own instruments had complicated the picture. Yi Chen nodded once, and Gui Mei delivered the communication crystal to Bibi Dong's office with Xinyan's attribution 2 days later. Bibi Dong learned that the operation that had been forced upon her was still running, not in the past, not historical, but now, beneath her own compound's walls. The gauge, 28% down to 24%. 4 points and a single revelation. In Spirit Hall's eastern garden that evening, the bare plum branches held nothing but the memory of blossoms, and 300 yards away Yi Chen pressed the jade pendant warm against his chest and felt the divine parasite's agitation like a cold tide against a warm shore. It knew it was being hunted. It had known for months, and it had compensated, and it had fed, and it had been losing ground anyway, because the thing hunting it was not a technique or a power level but a relationship. and relationships were the one thing a divine parasite that fed on isolation and grief had no defense against. Spring was coming. And when the plum trees bloomed this year, his mother would not stand under them alone. Chapter 61 The plum trees in Spirit Hall's eastern garden had bloomed and were already dropping petals when Yi Chen returned from the Slaughter City mission to find the inner temple's corridors holding the specific quality of silence that preceded political weather. He could feel it before anyone told him. 2 months of training at Spirit Hall had calibrated his senses to the institution's emotional registers, the bright-edged alertness of normal political competition, the dull pressure of faction maneuvering, and this, the dense, breathless quiet of a confrontation that had already occurred and not yet been metabolized. Hu Eliana found him in the receiving hall before he reached the eastern wing. The Pontiff and Heaven Dou City argued in the main council chamber 3 days ago. Her voice was controlled, but the silver foxtail she'd unconsciously manifested showed the effort it took to maintain that control. Not an argument. A confrontation. The elders who were present say the soul pressure cracked the eastern wall's foundation stones. Yi Chen set down his travel pack carefully. Continental strategy? He wants the political approach, build alliances with Heaven Dou and Star Luo through the noble families. Bring Spirit Hall's influence into the courts over 10 years. She wants direct military projection. Immediate. The civilian populations remember what Spirit Hall's armies did in the western provinces a generation ago, and she wants them to remember what that meant. Hu Eliana paused. She's not wrong about the military balance. Spirit Hall has the force advantage now, and that window narrows every year as the empires build their own armies. But Heaven Dou City is arguing that measured expansion preserves the divine lineage's authority as the legitimate guiding power rather than a conquering one. Neither of them is wrong about the tactical picture, Yi Chen said. They're wrong about the goal. And the Elder Council? Split. Zhu Ke leads 3 elders toward Heaven Dou City's position. 3 others lean toward the Pontiff. One is genuinely uncertain and will decide the balance based on which direction feels safer. He had karmic thread sight active as he spoke, reading the threads of the 3 Spirit Hall officials crossing the corridor 20 meters away. Red, bright gold. The third one had 6 months before a decision he'd make would save a life. What's the mood in the inner court? Hu Eliana's expression answered before her words did. Afraid. The senior students have started thinking about which faction will need loyal fighters. The junior students are watching to see which senior students pick a side. The instructors are pretending nothing is different, and everyone can tell they're pretending. Yi Chen looked at the plum petals tracking across the stone floor on the late afternoon air and felt the redemption system's quiet pulse against his consciousness. The bond gauge read 33%. The confrontation with Heaven Dou City had cost 3 points, the divine parasite feeding on the political pressure, on the isolation and the familiar experience of having the closest thing to a mentor in her adult life become an opponent. It knew exactly which wounds to find and which edges to press. 3 points gained by the Slaughter City mission's revelation, 3 points lost in 72 hours of Spirit Hall politics. The fate thread connecting him to his mother had thickened since his return. He could see it without karmic thread sight now, a continuous luminous line running through Spirit Hall's walls and corridors, pulsing in slow rhythm, warm and red gold at his end and darker at the source. The shadow feeding. The bond beneath it, undeniable, persisting despite everything. She's accelerating military planning, Hu Eliana said. The timeline has moved up. She wants projection capability within 18 months. 18 months. In the original timeline, the Continental War had begun in Yi Chen's transmigrator memory as a slow escalation, diplomatic failures, border incidents, the gradual militarization of Spirit Hall's external posture. But the redemption system's fate deviation index read 29%, and the shape of events was shifting in ways the original storyline hadn't accounted for. A modified timeline compressed things. Compressed timelines removed room for the careful work he needed to do. Tell me where she is, Yi Chen said. Her study. She left orders not to be disturbed. Those orders don't include me. He picked up his travel pack and walked toward the inner wing's restricted quarters. When she throws something at the door, it means the meeting is going well. Hu Eliana stared at his retreating back for a moment. How are you this calm about knocking on the Supreme Pontiff's door when she's in a politically volcanic mood? I'm not calm, Yi Chen said, without turning around. I just know what she needs isn't someone who's afraid of her. He didn't hear Hu Eliana's response, but the silver thread connecting them in his fate sight glowed a fraction warmer as he walked away, and that was enough for now, though what waited behind that study door was going to be considerably harder than walking toward it. Bibi Dong's private study held books she'd carried from her original training hall, decades old, their spines cracked and their margins dense with her handwriting. The furniture was formal, the room austere in the way that expressed taste rather than poverty, and behind the iron-framed desk she sat with the controlled stillness of someone who'd been still for a very long time and was deciding what to do with a great deal of suppressed energy. The God fragment was visible to Yi Chen's thread sight as a dark veil over the space 3 inches behind her eyes, not controlling, not quite, but present and watchful and hungry. I left orders, Bibi Dong said, without looking up from the report she was reading. I'm aware. Yi Chen set his pack down by the door and crossed to the chair across from her desk and sat. I wanted to hear from you directly before I formed opinions about the council confrontation. A very long pause. You want my version? Her voice was flat in the particular way that meant she was deciding how much contempt to express. Everyone has already determined their version. Qian Douluo's version will be diplomatic and strategic and entirely self-serving. The elders' version will be whichever framing makes their preferred faction sound like the principled choice. Hu Eliana's version is accurate but filtered through her concern for you. I want yours. He met her eyes when she finally looked up. The version you'd give if you weren't deciding how much of yourself to reveal. Something shifted in the air. The dark parasite stirred, and then Bibi Dong's voice, when it came, had a texture he hadn't heard before in the months since his arrival at Spirit Hall, something very close to exhaustion. He wants 10 years, she said. He has always wanted 10 years. He has been saying 10 years since I was 22 years old, and in that time Spirit Hall's political reach has expanded and contracted and expanded again, and the empires have grown and strengthened, and the window he's been patient about has gotten smaller every year while he counsels more patience. The report in her hand was set down with precise care. I am done being patient while the world hardens against us. The world hardens against Spirit Hall specifically because Spirit Hall maintains the posture of a power that intends to dominate, because it does intend to dominate. That's what Spirit Hall has been since its founding. To pretend otherwise is the kind of lie that gets people killed when the pretense fails. It's also a self-fulfilling pattern. The aggressive posture creates the threat environment that justifies the aggressive posture. He leaned forward. I've seen what the military timeline leads to. Not a victory. A war that costs more than it gains, enemies that harden into permanent opposition, and a continent that unites against Spirit Hall rather than accommodating it. He kept his voice level, not aggressive, stating a reality rather than arguing a position. The Rakshasa god Shadow wants this war. Every political conflict, every isolation, every decision made from rage rather than strategy, that's what it feeds on. Bibi Dong's expression went very still. You've mentioned that entity before, she said quietly. I've been watching it for 6 months. He looked at the dark veil behind her eyes. It's getting stronger with every political confrontation. And it's smart, it pushes you toward decisions that create more of what it needs to survive. A pause. It's strongest right now. After the confrontation with Qian Douluo. The dark veil behind her eyes lurched, and Bibi Dong flinched, a small, controlled movement, but visible. What is it? She asked, and beneath the controlled tone was something he'd never heard from her before, fear. A fragment of a divine consciousness that was planted in your soul. Not by you. Not because of anything you failed to do. His voice held carefully steady. It has been feeding on your pain since before I was born. The anger, the grief, the isolation, those were its design, not your nature. He held her gaze. You have been fighting something that wasn't yours to fight alone. And you've been fighting it for decades, and you've been winning the parts that count, because you're still here, and you're still you underneath it, and it hasn't finished the job it was built to do. A very long silence in which the plum petals fell past the window and the god fragment writhed, and Bibi Dong did not look away from her son's face. How do you know all this? She whispered. Because I came here specifically to know it. He reached across the desk and activated Absolution Thread, a single, controlled tendril of purifying silver energy extending from his fingertips toward her hand. Will you let me show you what I see? Her hand remained on the desk. After a moment, she turned it palm up. The Absolution Thread connected, and the dark parasite screamed. Chapter 62. The purifying energy lasted 32 seconds before Bibi Dong pulled her hand back and the connection severed. 32 seconds in which the dark god fragment fought the Absolution Thread with the full desperation of a parasite defending occupied territory, and in which Yi Chen felt the weight and age and depth of the darkness his mother had been carrying, not a recent wound but a decades-long accumulation, layered like geological strata, each year's pain compressed on top of the last. The corruption gauge moved, 33% to 29%. 4 points. The largest single shift since the communication crystal revelation 2 weeks earlier. Bibi Dong sat very still after she pulled her hand back, her eyes closed and her breathing controlled in the specific pattern he recognized as someone managing a great deal of sensation they hadn't expected. That energy, she said finally. Yes. It reminded me, she stopped. I know what it reminded you of. He could guess, had known since Chapter 62 appeared in his transmigrator memory, the moment the original Douluo Dalu storyline had sketched in a single line that would have destroyed an author's heart to write. Bibi Dong had once been kind. You don't have to say it if it's not useful. She opened her eyes and looked at him, and for a brief interval the controlled face of the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall was entirely absent, replaced by something that had existed before all the institutional armor was constructed, a woman who had survived things that should have broken her and was, after everything, still surviving. It reminded me of who I was before the Pontiff before me decided I was more useful as a weapon than a person, she said, and her voice was precise and flat and entirely controlled, and the control itself told him everything about what the sentence had cost. I was 19. He used what I felt against me. He used it as leverage. By the time I understood what was happening, the people I'd felt it for were gone. A pause. I stopped feeling it, because feeling it was dangerous. It's still there, Yi Chen said quietly. It didn't stop existing. It just went underground. He looked at the dark veil behind her eyes and at the gold thread that ran beneath it, persistent, undeniable. The Rakshasa god shadow has been feeding on the gap between what you feel and what you allow yourself to feel. It needs that gap. Every time you feel something genuine and then suppress it, it gets stronger. He met her eyes. The way to starve it isn't to feel less. It's the opposite. The silence held for long enough to mean something. That energy you used, Bibi Dong said. That purification technique. Where did it come from? My spider spirit. Its purified form. He held out his hand and activated a small thread of absolution energy, not directed at her, just visible. The silver light caught in the afternoon air, delicate and precise. It's a variant of your death spider emperor. Different function. I can't corrupt or control like your spirit can, but I can cleanse. She watched the silver thread without speaking. How does a child of mine manifest a purified spider spirit? She said. The redemption system filters the inheritance. He paused, choosing how much to say. I was born with a purpose that required different tools. Bibi Dong looked at him with the expression of a very intelligent woman evaluating a statement that carried more weight than its surface indicated. You knew, she said slowly. When you arrived at Spirit Hall. Before the evaluation. Before any of the tests. Her voice held the precision of someone working backward from evidence to a conclusion that reshaped everything. You knew what I was. What I was becoming. What that entity behind my eyes was doing. Another pause. You came here to do what you just did, because you knew it needed to be done. He held her gaze and said nothing, because the silence was a more honest answer than anything words would produce. The dark parasite writhed, and the bond gauge pulsed, and somewhere in the 32 seconds of purifying contact and the silence that followed it, something shifted between them, not dramatically, not announced, but real, the way tectonic things were real, invisible until the ground changed and you realized that change had been accumulating for a long time. Who are you, really? She said. His thread sight showed him the gold thread between them, pulsing in slow steady rhythm. The fate line of a mother and son, thicker than anything else in his perception field. I'm exactly what the resonance told you, he said. I'm yours. She studied him in silence. Then she picked up the report she'd set down and returned to it, but before she did, she said, quietly and without looking at him, the military timeline will be delayed. 6 months. I need to think about something. The redemption system chimed in the back of his mind, plus 180 RP. Fate deviation index, 31%. He collected his travel pack and left before she could change her mind, and didn't let himself smile until he was 3/4 away. But behind him, in the study where the Rakshasa god's shadow had just lost the first real ground in decades, his mother was thinking about something she hadn't let herself think about in 12 years. Chapter 63 The message from Heaven Dou City arrived through Granny Hu Hua's coded channel 11 days after Yi Chen's return, carried by a courier who didn't know what he was carrying, a folded piece of cloth with a flower pattern embroidered on it that, to someone who knew the key, read as a sequence of soul power fluctuation patterns. Yi Chen decoded it in his room with the curtains drawn and felt the world tilt. Meridian damage accelerating. Months, not years. Come if you can. He sat with the message for a long time, and the room around him held its shape while the inside of his chest rearranged itself. The calculation was not complicated, but it was ruthless in its simplicity. Granny Hua had perhaps 3 months before the cracks in her meridians became tears, and perhaps 2 years after that before the soul power leakage killed her. The conservative estimate assumed the acceleration didn't compound. If it compounded, the window was shorter. He had been at Spirit Hall for 2 months. The gauge had dropped from 40% to 29%. That was 11 points in 2 months, progress that exceeded his most optimistic early projections, driven by a sequence of events he hadn't fully controlled but had positioned himself to influence. Leaving now meant leaving a 3-month gap in that progress. Leaving now meant the divine parasite had 3 months to compensate. He thought about Bibi Dong's voice saying I stopped feeling it, because feeling it was dangerous, and about the 32 seconds of purifying contact, and about what it would mean to leave those 32 seconds as an isolated event with no follow-through for 3 months. He thought about Granny Hua in the mountain cottage telling stories about a young Bibi Dong who rescued injured spirit beasts and nursed them back to health, and about old, cracked hands burning a lab journal that would have been used as a weapon, and about the only family he'd ever known in either of his lives. The redemption system generated a quest notification. Quest unlocked. Save Granny Hua. Granny Hua's meridian damage has reached critical threshold. Time limit, 90 days. Required, Seraph's Tier, Divine Chamber, Spirit Hall, or Yiling Tong, Legendary Healer, Deep Star Do Forest. Reward, 2000 RP plus Absolution Skill, Soul Suture Failure Consequence, Granny Hua dies. Corruption level plus 8%, Grief and Guilt from Abandonment Pattern. The failure consequence was specific and deliberate. The redemption system was not subtle about what it was tracking. The Divine Parasite's secondary strategy, if Yi Chen's direct intervention worked against it, was to ensure that the people around Bibi Dong kept dying. Every loss reinforced the pattern the parasite needed. Love leads to abandonment, connection leads to grief, the only safe position is isolated and armored. Granny Hua was not just Yi Chen's family. She was one of the few people alive who knew Bibi Dong before the armor was constructed. The redemption system's failure consequence sat in his chest like a weight he kept having to redistribute rather than set down, plus 8%. 8 points back on everything he built. 8 points of grief and isolation, 8 points of the divine parasite's feeding pattern validated and reinforced, 8 points of love is not safe written back into the architecture of a woman he'd been slowly, carefully teaching that it might be. He thought about the 3-day-old baby Granny Hua had carried out of Spirit Hall's political machinery, and about everything that 3-day-old baby had meant and had cost and had survived, and he thought about what it would mean for Bibi Dong to lose the last living witness to who she'd been before the Pontiff before her made his calculation. He couldn't let that happen. He drafted a request for leave before he'd finished working through the analysis, and he was at Bibi Dong's outer office when it opened the next morning, because 30 days was not very much time, and whatever the healer's price turned out to be, he was going to pay it. Chapter 64 Bibi Dong's secretary looked at Yi Chen with the practiced wariness of a person who had learned, in the 2 months since his arrival, that handling the inner court's resident complication required specific emotional preparation. "The Supreme Pontiff has a full schedule," she said. "I know. I'll wait." He waited. 4 hours later, the schedule created a gap between a military logistics report and a diplomatic communication review, and he was admitted. Bibi Dong looked at him with the expression she'd been wearing since the study meeting, the controlled political face, but with something slightly different underneath it now, a quality of attention that had a different shape than the evaluating scrutiny of the first months. "You want leave," she said, before he could speak. She'd clearly been informed. "For personal reasons. My grandmother is dying." He was matter-of-fact about it, deliberate. "The woman who raised me. She has perhaps 3 months before the meridian damage becomes irreversible." A pause in which the controlled face held and the space behind it worked through something. "Inner court students do not receive leave for personal reasons," she said. The sentence carried the weight of a rule she'd enforced without exception for a long time. "I know. Setting a precedent would compromise the inner court's training standards. Every student with a dying relative would request the same exception." "I know." The silence extended. In the middle distance, the dark parasite stirred and was held back by something that was not quite willpower and not quite the absolution thread's after effect, but some combination of both, a residual pressure from the purifying contact that had apparently not fully dissipated. "Tell me who is ill," Bibi Dong said. Her voice was precisely controlled. It gave nothing away and received everything he was saying. Yi Chen looked into his mother's eyes. "The woman who raised me since I was 3 days old." The soul pressure in the room spiked hard enough that the wall behind Bibi Dong developed a crack running horizontally across 2 stones. The controlled face remained, but the hands on the desk gripped the edge with a whiteness that had nothing to do with professional composure. 3 days old, she knew. She might not know this specifically, but she knew what that phrase meant, and the God fragment held as the calculation it had spent years maintaining. Keep her isolated, keep her armored, keep the choice she'd made 12 years ago at enough emotional distance to remain livable, suddenly became very close. "Go," Bibi Dong said. Her voice was perfectly flat and very quiet. "You have 30 days. She turned away before he could respond. The corruption reading shifted, 29% to 24%. 5 points. He was at the gate before the implications fully processed, not just that she'd given him leave, but that the 5-point drop had come not from anything he'd done, but from a single sentence about a 3-day-old baby. From the recognition that she remembered making a choice that she had spent years not thinking about. She remembered. She might not know the specific details, but she remembered the weight and shape and cost of that choice, and the cost had been larger than the dark parasite had wanted her to know. He had 30 days, and his mother was remembering, and somewhere in the deep Star Do Forest a legendary healer lived in a valley where medicinal plants grew in impossible abundance. He found Du Gubo in the Poison Master's quarters with a message already prepared: "I need you to come with me. I'll explain on the road." The Poison Douluo would agree. Yi Chen had read that thread correctly, knew the detoxification offer would land the right way. But the path to Yilingtong ran through the deep Star Do Forest, and the deep zone's challenges were not the kind that could be fully planned for, only survived, And 30 days had never felt shorter than it did standing in Douluo's doorway with the message in his hand and Granny Hua's clock already running. Chapter 65. Douluo's response to the explanation was characteristically blunt. You want me to walk into the deep zone of the Stardo Forest, where the spirit beasts are old enough to have opinions about human civilizations, to find a reclusive healer who stopped taking patients 50 years ago, so she can treat an elderly titled Douluo whose meridians are cracking. Yes. And in exchange I receive a detoxification treatment. Complete. Every compound currently affecting your soul core, addressed in sequence. A pause in which Douluo examined him with the bright, calculating gaze he used when deciding whether a situation was idiotic enough to be interesting. The detoxification isn't why I'm agreeing, the poisoned Douluo said, shouldering his travel pack with the efficiency of a man who'd moved quickly many times in his life. The situation is idiotic enough to be interesting. Don't tell anyone I said that. They traveled south and east through the settled borderlands and into the forest's northern reaches in 4 days, moving at the pace that title Douluo combat movement allowed when the title Douluo wasn't bothering to look subtle. Spirit beasts in the forest periphery gave Douluo's soul pressure a wide margin and regarded Yi Chen with curious interest. The absolution spider's purifying energy had an effect on forest creatures that he was still learning to understand. They didn't flee from him. They watched. That one's following us, Douluo said on the second forest day, gesturing at a 3,000-year fox spirit that had been maintaining a parallel course through the trees for 6 hours. I know. Yi Chen sent a pulse of absolution energy in the fox's direction, not aggressive, just present. The fox spirit paused, regarded him, and then continued its parallel course but at a closer distance. The forest is curious about the spider spirit. The forest can be curious from a distance. Douluo watched the fox spirit's thread in Yi Chen's peripheral karmic thread site, gold, stable, the kind of fate line that indicated a creature who was not particularly in danger and was following an instinct rather than a pattern. How deep does this healer live? Deep enough that we won't encounter her by accident. Which means we need guidance. Which means we need to find something first. He looked ahead through the forest canopy, where the ancient trees grew so large their crowns formed a continuous ceiling 50 meters overhead. His thread sight showed threads here that stretched back hundreds of years, living histories of an ecosystem that had evolved in parallel with human civilization, aware of it, not particularly impressed by it. And somewhere in those threads, the specific luminous quality of a consciousness that was not quite human and not quite beast, ancient and warm and carrying the grief of someone whose sacrifice had reverberated through generations. I know what you are, child. The voice came not as sound but as a sensation, warmth spreading through his chest, the feeling of roots finding purchase in good soil. Come deeper, spider child. I've been waiting. He followed the warmth. The voice in his chest was warm and patient and very old, and the threads that connected him to were older than Spirit Hall, older than the empires, older than anything in the political architecture he'd been navigating for months, and underneath it, quieter than a heartbeat, the faint impression that what was guiding him toward Yan's echo was the same force that had been steering him toward this moment since before he was born in either of his lives. He didn't examine that too closely. The deep forest was receiving him, and the trail was clear, and whatever waited at the end of it was going to require everything he had, not just power or knowledge, but the specific honesty the forest had been building in him since he entered it, one tree at a time. Chapter 66. Yan's echo manifested in a grove where the blue-silver grass grew in a density he'd never encountered, not scattered patches but a continuous carpet, luminous in the forest's filtered light, every blade of it oriented toward the same point at the grove's center, a blue-silver emperor vine so massive that it had become its own ecosystem, other plants growing on its trunk, birds nesting in its secondary branches, the vine itself ancient enough that the soul energy it radiated was measurable even without his thread sight. The voice that came from it was a woman's voice, warm, exhausted with grief, and immeasurably patient. I know why you've come, the echo said. The woman you're trying to save, her thread runs through here. Even dead, I see it. She and I share a kind of kinship, both of us love someone who walked a path that cost everything, and both of us tried to be enough to change where that path led. Douluo, standing at the grove's edge, was being very carefully motionless in the way of a man who was recalibrating rapidly. This is the Blue-Silver Emperors, my name was Yan, the echo said. My son walks the world now. He doesn't know I'm still here, in this form. A pause. I won't tell him. He has enough weight. Yi Chen knelt beside the vine's root system. Will you help us find Yilingtong? I'll do more than that. The warmth in his chest shifted, settling into something that felt like a second voice at the back of his thoughts, not intrusive, just present, the way a trusted presence was present. I'll walk with you. I can communicate with the forest's creatures and give you passage through the deep zone without the kind of attention that would slow you down. A pause that carried humor in it. Your poisoned Douluo friend will still attract attention. His soul pressure makes the older beasts feel insulted. But I can explain you, at least. The redemption system chimed, spiritual guide acquired, Yan's echo, passive, Enhanced soul-beast communication plus 10% soul power regeneration in natural environments active, deep forest passage, guided navigation through Stardew Forest's restricted zones. Douluo looked at Yi Chen with the expression of a man who had agreed to accompany a 17-year-old on a forest expedition and was now discovering the full scope of what that agreement had covered. "You have a dead blue silver emperor living in your soul," he said flatly. "She's guiding us, not living in. You have a dead blue silver emperor living in your soul," Douluo repeated. "In the same soul that already contains a purified supreme Pontiff spider spirit and a vine spirit with phasing capabilities." He picked up his pack. "Fine. Lead the way." The deep forest received them without incident, or rather, with a watchful restraint that indicated incident was being actively redirected by Yi Yan's influence. Ancient soul beasts paused to observe Yi Chen as he passed, their massive presences like weather systems around him, and one by one they looked and registered something and withdrew to let him through. His thread sight showed their fate threads as old, tangled, and largely pointed toward long lives and gradual change, none of the urgent red that would have indicated imminent conflict. 4 days into the deep zone, Yi Lingtong's valley appeared, a hidden depression in the forest's bedrock, walled with ancient stone, open to the sky, and filled with medicinal plants growing in the impossible abundance of a cultivated space that had been tended for centuries. The soul energy concentration was extraordinary. Healers who worked at total Douluo level generated ambient energy that the plants around them absorbed and reflected, creating a feedback loop that made the valley feel like standing inside a bell that was always gently ringing. Yi Lingtong stood at the valley's entrance as if she'd known they were coming. "I stopped healing humans," she said. 50 years ago. The last one I healed used his restored health to destroy a village." "I know," Yi Chen said. "I'm asking anyway." She assessed him with the direct attention of someone who had learned over 2 centuries to read motivations in a single look. Then she looked at the space behind him, at the invisible presence of Yi Yan's echo, and something changed in her expression. "You carry the blue silver emperor's fragment," she said. "That spirit left this forest and never came back, and I've wondered for 20 years whether it found what it was looking for." She paused. "Did it?" Yi Chen thought about everything the redemption system showed him about the original story, about Tang San, about the price of Tang San's birth, about the grief that had crystallized into a forest guardian whose son didn't know she was still present. "She's working on it," he said. Yi Lingtong held his gaze, running the calculation that only she could run. Then she stepped aside. "Tell me about the woman who needs healing," she said. "Tell me everything. I'll decide from that." Her eyes held the specific quality of a final examination, and the only passing grade was the truth, told without omission. Chapter 67. The telling took most of an afternoon. Yi Chen described Granny Hua as accurately as he could, not the institutional version, not the Spirit Hall archive version of rank 93 plant type title Douluo, retired, former mentor to the Supreme Pontiff, but the actual version, a woman who had spent decades carrying a soul oath that cost her everything, who had burned a lab journal rather than let it be used as leverage, who had told stories about a young Bibi Dong with a kindness in her voice that hadn't diminished despite everything that had come after, who was dying now from injuries she'd sustained protecting a person who had grown up and become someone the world feared and who still, somewhere under all of it, was the girl Granny Hua had taught to rescue injured spirit beasts. Yi Lingtong listened without expression. When he finished, she sat with the account in silence, the healer's 2-century stillness making the quiet feel less like emptiness and more like something being weighed. "The injuries were sustained in Bibi Dong's service," she said finally. "Yes. And the woman you're trying to save is Bibi Dong." He hadn't said that directly, but the fate sight showed Yi Lingtong's fate lines with the clarity of a healer who'd spent 2 centuries learning to read what people didn't say. The gold thread running between Yi Chen and his purpose was not subtle to someone with enough sensitivity. "Yes," he said. Another silence. "Bibi Dong has killed 14 of my former patients," Yi Lingtong said. "Through direct order or through the military campaign Spirit Hall has run in the past decade." She said it without particular accusation, a statement of recorded fact. "When I said the last person I healed destroyed a village, I was not exaggerating the pattern. I have spent 50 years watching the people I restore go on to do things I couldn't have predicted and wouldn't have sanctioned." "You couldn't have predicted them," Yi Chen said, "because prediction requires a model of what drives the destruction. If someone is driven by something they didn't choose and can't see clearly, no amount of history tells you that removing the thing driving them would look the same." He held her gaze. "Granny Hua didn't choose the injury she sustained. Bibi Dong didn't choose what was planted in her soul when she was 17 years old. The pattern you've watched for 50 years is real. The cause underneath it is specific, and I can change it. But not if Granny Hua dies before I get the chance." Yi Lingtong looked at the fate threads he was projecting. She could see them, he realized, or something equivalent, the natural development of 2 centuries of healers' sensitivity to soul connections. She saw the fate threads he saw. She saw the thick line between him and Bibi Dong, the gold running beneath the dark veil, the unmistakable mark of a bond that had survived circumstances designed to prevent it. The Heartwood trial, she said. He didn't know what that was, but the redemption system provided context in the same moment she spoke it, and the context was not reassuring. Spiritual ordeal within the valley's oldest tree. Strips away self-deception. Soul shatters if the subject refuses their truths. Survival requires acceptance without flinching. Yes, he said. You understand what that means? Yes. Douluo, standing at a careful distance throughout this conversation, made a sound that was not quite a protest and not quite a question. Yi Chen held up one hand without looking at him. Yi Lingtong studied him for a moment longer, then turned and walked toward the valley's oldest tree, a plant whose trunk was wide enough to contain a house, its canopy spread above a quarter of the entire valley, its roots visible above the soil surface as structures in their own right. Follow, she said. The tree's interior space opened at her touch, a hollow in the heartwood lit by bioluminescent moss, warm with the particular weight of a place that had been sacred for a very long time. The trial shows you 3 truths about yourself, she said. They will not be comfortable. If you try to argue with them, the trial ends. If you try to explain them, the trial ends. The only valid response to each truth is to accept it. She met his eyes. Begin. The heartwood's light shifted, and the trial began, and somewhere outside the tree, Granny Hua's clock was still running, and the redemption system's failure consequence was still waiting, and the only thing standing between the two was whether a boy from another world could survive 3 mirrors held up in sequence without looking away. Chapter 68. The first truth arrived without preamble. You are not brave. You are frightened, and you act anyway, and the acting has become so practiced that you have begun to mistake it for something it is not. The confidence that others see in you is not the absence of fear, it is the performance of confidence by a boy from another world who learned that performance was necessary for survival and has been running it so long he's forgotten where performance ends and the actual self begins. He sat with it. It was true. He'd been frightened since he woke in the mountain village with a 12-year-old's body and the full weight of the original story in his head. Frightened that he would fail. Frightened that the corruption gauge would reach 100% while he was taking a wrong step somewhere. Frightened that his transmigrator's knowledge would be wrong in ways he couldn't detect until too late. He'd handled it by building the performance of calm strategic competence, and the performance had served him, and somewhere in serving him it had started to feel like identity rather than tool. Accepted, he said aloud. The first truth dissolved. The second arrived. Your love for Bibi Dong is not purely selfless. Part of it, a significant part, is about something you want that you never had in your original life. A mother. Someone who chose you. Someone whose regard was not conditional on your performance. You have been steering events not only because you believe she can be saved, but because the saving is also the story in which you are worth saving. You need her as much as she needs you, and you have been calling that need strategy. He sat with this one longer. It was also true. His mother in his first life had been a concept, loving in the abstract way of people who were always slightly too busy, who expressed care through provision rather than presence. Not cruel, not absent, but at a distance that had left something in him reaching for something he couldn't name. He had reached across worlds, apparently. That changed nothing about the work. But it was true. Accepted, he said. The third truth was the hardest. You are manipulative. You have been steering people's fates, Hueliena's, Douluo's, Ningrongrong's, Xinyan's, and most significantly your mother's, without their knowledge or full consent, using information they don't have access to, justifying each choice as necessary for a good outcome you have determined for them. You believe you are helping. You are also removing their agency, and you have been telling yourself the removal is justified by the goal without examining whether the goal justifies the method. The people you love are not characters in a story to be maneuvered toward good endings. They are people. He didn't argue. He sat with the weight of it, the specific weight of a person who understood the critique fully and had no clean response to it, only the messy reality that he couldn't stop having the knowledge he had, and the people around him were making decisions that would hurt them based on information he possessed, and the paralysis of perfect ethical cleanliness would produce worse outcomes than the impurity of acting, and none of that fully absolved him. He accepted it. Not because he had resolved the tension. Because the truth was true whether resolved or not, and the only honest response to an unresolved truth was to hold it without flinching and let it change how he moved forward. Accepted, he said. The bioluminescent light in the heartwood shifted back to its original quality, and the warmth returned, and outside the tree's hollow he could hear Douluo's voice at a distance, apparently in conversation with a spirit beast that had wandered close to the healer's valley. Yi Lingtong stood at the hollow's edge, looking at him. You accepted all 3, she said. They were all true. Most people argue with the second or the third. Arguing wouldn't make them less true. He pulled himself to his feet, feeling the specific exhaustion of something that had been held tightly for years and had finally been set down. Will you treat Granny Hua? Yi Lingtong studied him, the soul-deep assessment of a woman 2 centuries deep in learning which people were worth the risk of healing. Yes, she said. Prepare your absolution thread. The surgery will require assistance. She didn't say, the surgery has a chance of failure even with your help. She didn't say, I have turned away everyone who has asked me for 50 years and I am turning toward this one because of what I read in your fate threads, and if I'm wrong about what I read, I will carry that error alongside all the others. But he understood all of it anyway, and his hands were already steady, already reaching for the silver threads, already prepared for 3 days of the most precise work he had ever done. Chapter 69 They reached Heaven Dou City on the 22nd day of Yi Chen's 30-day leave, Yi Lingtong traveling with a stillness that made even the road feel like a sacred space, Du Gubo maintaining his complaint about the pace while matching it exactly, and Da Yin's echo present in the back of Yi Chen's thoughts with the warm, quiet constancy of something that had found what it was looking for and had no intention of leaving. Granny Hua was in a rented room above a tea merchant's shop in the city's middle district, clean, modest, arranged with the precise tidiness of someone who'd spent decades living in small spaces and had learned to make them feel habitable. She was sitting up when they arrived, which was better than Yi Chen had feared, but the translucence of her skin and the quality of her stillness told him the coded message had understated the situation. You came faster than I expected, she said. I came as fast as I could. He crossed to her and took both her hands, activating absolution thread at a gentle level, enough to see the state of her meridians, not enough to push at what was already strained. The soul power channels were visible to his spirit side as cracks in crystalline structure, some of them wide enough that the soul power leaking through was visible as a dim luminosity around her joints. You should have sent word sooner. I didn't want to pull you away from the work. The work includes you. He held her hands for a moment longer, then stepped back. Granny Hua, this is Yi Lingtong. She's agreed to treat you. Granny Hua looked at the healer with an expression that shifted through several things in rapid succession: recognition, surprise, the very specific look of someone who understood what the name meant and what it implied about the effort that had been made. You brought Yi Lingtong, she said slowly. The Seraph's Tear was the other option. The divine chamber seemed like more trouble than it was worth for a first attempt. Granny Hua made a sound that was half laugh and half something more complicated, and then she looked at Yi Chen with the expression she'd worn when he was 8 years old and had climbed to the roof of the cottage to watch a meteor shower, and she'd found him up there and hadn't said a word, just climbed up beside him. You're so much like her, she said softly. The stubbornness. The refusal to accept a situation's stated limits. Yi Chen said nothing. He was watching Granny Hua's meridian channels through the absolution thread's diagnostic extension. The cracks were wider than the coded message had suggested, the soul power leakage more advanced. The conservative estimate he'd made at Spirit Hall had been too conservative. There was less margin than he'd calculated. He stepped back from the diagnostic and let Yi Lingtong conduct her own assessment, watching her face as she worked. 2 centuries of reading injuries had given the healer a particular economy of expression. Very little showed, but the small things that did show were reliable indicators. He saw the slight tightening around her eyes and the fractional adjustment in her breathing when she reached the 3rd and 4th meridian channels. How bad? He asked, when she withdrew. The surgery is achievable, she said. The timing is more important than I initially assessed. She looked at him with the directness of someone who didn't soften prognoses. We begin tonight. Granny Hua, who had been watching both of them with the calm attention of a person who had accepted her situation and was primarily concerned with the people navigating it on her behalf, reached out and put her hand on Yi Chen's arm. I'm glad you came, she said. He put his hand over hers, and the absolution thread ran gently between them, and the soul power leaking through the cracks held steady while the healer prepared, and the treatment took 3 days. 3 days in which everything that had been built on this fragile, surviving life was either going to hold or wasn't, and there was nothing to do but be present for every moment of it. Chapter 70 Yi Lingtong worked with the focused precision of a healer whose 2 centuries of practice had taught her the exact distance between too much and not enough. The process required continuous soul energy surgery. Not combat-level output but sustained, calibrated energy that needed to be present at specific junctures of the meridian network simultaneously, then withdrawn and redirected as each section of damaged channel was addressed. Yi Chen assisted by running absolution thread through the sections Yi Lingtong identified as corrupted. The meridian damage had accumulated secondary effects, dark soul energy from the injury's original source crystallizing in the channels alongside the physical cracking, and the absolution thread could address the dark energy while Yi Lingtong rebuilt the physical structure. On the 2nd day, Granny Hua slipped into a delirium that the healer had warned them might occur, the soul's protective mechanisms trying to regulate the pain of reconstruction by retreating from full consciousness. In the delirium, she talked. She talked to students she taught decades ago. She talked to spirit beasts she'd befriended in the Stardow Forest in her years as a field cultivator. She talked to Spirit Hall colleagues who had died in conflicts Yi Chen could only partially reconstruct from context. And she talked to Bibi Dong. Little Dong, I should have been louder, she murmured, her hands moving against the bed covers in an old, restless rhythm. I knew what was happening. I saw him watching you. I should have reported it higher, I should have stood between you and the next 12 years of it. I told myself I wasn't senior enough to intercede. I was afraid, and I dressed it up as institutional caution, and you paid for my cowardice." A pause in which her breathing steadied and then grew ragged again. "You were so kind, before. Rescue the injured beasts, nurse the broken ones back to health. You had more patience for hurt things than anyone I've ever trained. I don't know how to tell you that I see her in him. In that boy of yours. I don't know how to tell you that she's still there." Yi Chen kept his hands steady on the absolution thread and did not look away from his work, because looking away would have meant admitting how close to the surface everything was. The third day, the surgery completed. Yi Lingtong withdrew her hands and examined the meridian network one final time, and then she sat back and allowed herself, for the first time in 3 days, to look tired. "The channels are rebuilt," she said. "She'll need 3 months of light activity and regular monitoring. After that, her capacity will be approximately what it was 15 years ago." She paused. "She has decades yet, if she doesn't take heavy combat damage." Granny Hua was sleeping, real sleep, not delirium, the deep and restful kind that followed the body's recognition that it had survived an ordeal and could now begin to integrate. The redemption system awarded, 2000 RP. Absolution skill unlocked, soul suture, repair damaged soul connections between people. Can mend broken trust, heal grief-severed bonds, and restore the emotional architecture of relationships damaged by external manipulation. Bond gauge note, Granny Hua's survival reduces the parasite's secondary strategy's effectiveness. -2% stability to the God fragment. Projected gauge impact over next 6 months, significant. Du Gubo, who had kept watch at the door for all 3 days, came in and stood looking at Granny Hua's sleeping form in silence. "She's going to be fine?" he said. "She's going to be fine." The poisoned Douluo sat down heavily in the chair by the window and said nothing for a while. "I knew her," he said. "We overlapped at Spirit Hall for a decade, 30 years ago. She was the most principled person in the institution. In a building full of people who'd learned to trade principle for survival, she hadn't." He looked at his hands. "I was glad when she retired rather than be used. I thought it was a waste." "It wasn't a waste," Yi Chen said. He thought about where the soul Granny Hua had protected was now, at a desk in Spirit Hall's inner sanctum, 500 kilometers south, with the divine seed weakened by 2 percentage points and a memory of a 3-day-old baby that kept surfacing despite everything the parasite could do to suppress it. "Not a waste at all," he said, and meant it completely, but somewhere to the south, in a building full of people who'd spent months trying to determine what exactly Yi Chen represented, the 30-day clock was ticking, and the work he'd started at Spirit Hall was sitting unattended, and whatever the divine parasite had been doing with the absence he couldn't yet see. Chapter 71. He was back at Spirit Hall 3 days before his leave ended, which he had not planned but which felt right, returning early rather than late, letting the choice speak before any words were required. The inner court was in the specific state of structured agitation that indicated training schedules had been intensified during his absence. He found Hueliana in the combat courtyard, drilling against 3 junior students simultaneously with the efficient ferocity of a person working out a complicated feeling through physical repetition. She stopped when she saw him. "You're back," she said. 3 days early. She dismissed the junior students with a gesture and came to stand in front of him, studying his face with the careful attention she developed in their months of joint training, the assessment of a fighter who learned to read and pass the controlled surface. "You look different," she said. "Settled." The Heartwood trial has that effect. He had decided to tell her the basic outline, not all the contents of the 3 truths, because some things were his to carry, but the fact of it, the change it had produced. It makes you sit with things you've been moving around instead of through. Hueliana looked at him for a moment. The healer agreed to treat her. "Granny Hua will live decades more," he said it simply, because it was the most important sentence in the conversation and didn't need embellishment. The treatment succeeded. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, and when she opened them her expression carried a relief that wasn't entirely about Granny Hua, or rather, it was about Granny Hua, but also about the realization that the particular outcome she'd been quietly afraid of hadn't arrived. "How much did it cost you?" 3 truths, he said. Standard exchange rate for things the Heartwood trial considers important. Her eyes stayed on him, steady and direct. "Were they difficult?" "Yes. And you accepted them anyway." "They were true." The corner of her mouth moved in the specific way that meant she was choosing not to say something and was not entirely convinced the choice was correct. "She's been asking about you," Hueliana said. "Twice, and in ways that didn't require information and were therefore asking about you specifically rather than about the status of a student on leave." She paused. "That's significant, for her. She doesn't ask about people. She asks about things that matter to her," he said. "Which is what I said." The late afternoon light caught the silver in her hair. She'd been training hard, and the fox spirit's energy was more present than usual, a slight shimmer at the edges of her form. He thought about the months of joint training, and about the 30 days he'd been away, And about the specific texture of the relief in her expression when she'd processed that he was back 3 days early. "I missed working with you," he said. "The training at the Healer's Valley was different. Did you fight anything interesting?" "A spirit hall hunting squad in the deep forest." He gave it to her plainly. They were harvesting a 100,000-year spirit beast on Elder Jukei's instruction. "I interrupted the harvest." Hu Eliana stared at him. "You interrupted a spirit hall hunting squad led by Jukei's," she stopped. "How many people know about this?" Du Gubo, Yi Lingtong, the squad that retreated, and Jukei himself by now. He met her eyes. "It'll reach the Pontiff in some form. I'd rather she hear it from me, with context, than from the Elder Council's version." Hu Eliana put her hand over her eyes briefly, then lowered it. "You went on leave to treat your grandmother," she said, "and somehow managed to also interfere with a title Douluo's assigned mission, save a 100,000-year spirit beast, and create a diplomatic incident with the Elder Council. The incident was already created. I just redirected it." Her gaze settled on him for another moment. Then she grabbed his arm and started walking toward the inner sanctum. "Come on. You're going to report to her before someone else does, and I'm going with you so she doesn't kill you before you finish the context." He followed her, and allowed himself to feel, quietly, how much better the corridors of Spirit Hall felt when she was walking through them alongside him, though the report they were about to file would create its own complications, and Bibi Dong's response was going to determine whether the next few weeks produced an opening or a crisis. Chapter 72 Bibi Dong's reaction to the Stardew Forest incident was less volcanic than Hu Eliana had evidently prepared for. She listened to Yi Chen's account of the hunting squad, the 100,000-year Emerald Dream Serpent, and Du Gubo's engagement with the squad's leader without interrupting, her hands flat on the desk and her expression carrying the controlled quality that, in the past 3 months, he'd learned to read as active calculation rather than suppressed fury. "The soul bone was damaged," she said, when he finished. "Yes." Qian Douluo presented it to the Elder Council as evidence of ineffective territory management. Her voice held the specific flatness of a woman sitting on information she'd been deciding what to do with for 3 weeks. He suggested the Supreme Pontiff's inner faction lacks the discipline to maintain Spirit Hall's operational protocols in the field. He'll say whatever he finds strategically useful. The Elder Council split on the assessment. 3 elders found his argument credible. A pause. "The hunting squad operated under an assignment I approved. The mission documents don't specify protection of a 100,000-year spirit beast as a competing priority." "It wasn't competing," Yi Chen said. "The squad was harvesting a living beast for a political gift. The beast offered no provocation. The harvest was not a sanctioned Spirit Hall operational procedure, it was an Elder Council arrangement that routed through your approval without your knowledge of its specific purpose." He met her eyes. "You approved a territorial survey mission. You didn't approve a 100,000-year beast kill for Qian Douluo's political capital." A silence in which Bibi Dong looked at him with the expression she'd been wearing more frequently in recent weeks, the one that sat at the intersection of evaluation and something that wasn't quite pride but was adjacent to it. "The beast survived?" she said. "Yes. The Emerald Dream Serpent. It looked at me before it left." He paused. "It said it would remember." "A 100,000-year beast remembers," she said. "For a very long time." Something shifted behind her controlled expression, not the corrupting presence, but something older and more personal. "When I was 17 and the previous Pontiff first set eyes on me as something useful, there was a spirit beast in his courtyard garden. A tortoise, 300-year, kept as a decoration. I looked at it and it looked at me and I thought, you can wait out anything, can't you? I thought about that tortoise for years afterward, in some of the worst periods. It helped, somehow. The idea of something patient enough to outlast almost everything." Yi Chen didn't move. This was not a story he'd heard before. Not in his transmigrator memories, not from Granny Hua, not from any source he'd had access to in the months since he'd arrived. It was a piece of his mother that existed in no record anywhere, a 17-year-old girl looking at a tortoise in a dangerous place and finding something to hold on to. The gauge shifted, 24% to 21%. "Granny Hua is going to be fine," he said, quietly, because the moment required honesty rather than strategy. The healer repaired her meridians. "She has decades more." Bibi Dong's hands, flat on the desk, pressed down fractionally harder. "Good," she said. The word was very controlled. "That's good." She did not look at him. He did not make her look at him. Some things were most real when they were allowed to remain in peripheral vision, acknowledged but not confronted, given space to exist without the weight of being examined. He left the report filed and the incident documented, and walked out of the Pontiff's office into the corridor where Hu Eliana was waiting with the look of someone who had been ready to intervene and was revising that preparation upward in light of how the meeting had apparently gone. "She didn't kill you," Hu Eliana said. "She told me a story about a tortoise." A pause. "That's significant," Hu Eliana said. "I know." He was already working through what to do with it, Because a Supreme Pontiff who told an inner court student a private story from her 17th year was not the same Supreme Pontiff who had evaluated him in the main hall 3 months ago, and the gap between those two versions was exactly the space the divine parasite would target the moment it recognized what had changed. Chapter 73 The political situation worsened the following week in the specific way that political situations worsen when a sequence of pressures that had been building separately arrived at the same point simultaneously. Heaven Dou City presented the damaged soul bone to the full Elder Council in formal session. The political humiliation was calculated and precise, the implicit message not merely that territory management had failed, but that the Supreme Pontiff's personal attachments were creating operational vulnerabilities. The session ended without a formal resolution but with 3 elders in Heaven Dou City's faction feeling confirmed and 2 previously neutral elders shifting toward uncertainty. The corruption gauge spiked with the political pressure, 21% to 25%. 4 points in 6 hours. The God fragment feeding on the combination of political isolation, the familiar pattern of someone important using her against herself, and the specific rage of being publicly undermined by someone she'd once trusted. Yan watched the gauge shift and made himself sit with the calculation rather than react to it. The soul suture he'd received from the Redemption System's quest reward was still unused. He'd been saving it, not because he was uncertain about using it, but because soul suture worked on connections, on the bonds between people, not on individuals, and using it required identifying the right moment and the right relationship to repair. The connection between Bibi Dong and Heaven Dou was fraying. It had been fraying since his arrival, in the specific way that close relationships frayed when the dynamics within them shifted. Heaven Dou had been Bibi Dong's most trusted disciple for years, the one relationship in the Supreme Pontiff's life that carried both genuine affection and professional respect, and the arrival of a son had changed the weight distribution of that relationship without any clear accounting between the parties involved. Heaven Dou hadn't been replaced in any functional sense. But she'd been feeling displaced, not consciously, not in a way she'd have articulated if asked, but present in the slight increase in training intensity after visits to the Pontiff's office, in the way she sometimes moved through Spirit Hall's corridors with the quality of someone recalibrating what they were doing here. The soul suture couldn't create warmth that wasn't there. It could repair the architecture that warmth moved through, the trust channels, the communication structures, the emotional infrastructure that accumulated damage the way physical meridians accumulated damage, gradually and silently until the damage reached a threshold. He needed to orchestrate the right moment. The moment presented itself 3 days after the Elder Council session. A courier arrived from Spirit Hall's Southern Intelligence Division with time-sensitive information about a conspiracy between 2 minor noble houses and a local criminal organization to destabilize a southern city Spirit Hall controlled. The information was credible and actionable, but the intelligence officer who'd compiled it was 3 days away by fastest road, and the window for intervention was closing. Yan had the intelligence because he'd cultivated the Southern Division's courier network as one of the low-level alliance-building efforts he'd been running for months. He passed it to Heaven Dou, not through official channels, not with explanation, but as a quiet note slipped under her door with a single line, "This reaches the Pontiff through you." The attribution matters. Today. He knew the intelligence was exactly what Bibi Dong needed. He knew the timing was right. He knew the attribution, Heaven Dou bringing the information personally, would create the specific interaction pattern that soul suture could then work with. It was manipulative. The Heartwood Trial's third truth had named it clearly, and he'd accepted the naming, and he was doing it anyway, because the people it was protecting hadn't chosen the forces working against them. The meeting happened. Bibi Dong acted on the intelligence immediately, dispatching a response team before the window closed. In the aftermath, she looked at Heaven Dou with the attention of a woman who'd just been reminded of something she'd set aside for too long. "You've been bringing me good intelligence for months," she said. Her voice carried the warmth it reserved for things she valued and rarely acknowledged. More reliable than the official channels. Heaven Dou met her eyes, and Yan activated soul suture in the space between them, a delicate, invisible repair of the frayed connection, not creating what wasn't there but restoring the pathway through which what was there could move. The effect was not dramatic. It was the opposite of dramatic, a slight relaxation in Heaven Dou's shoulders, a fractional softening in Bibi Dong's controlled expression, the specific ease of 2 people who had been slightly too careful with each other and had stopped being careful. The gauge, 25% to 22%. 3 points back. The divine parasite retreated from the ground it had taken. Yan returned to his training room and sat with the second truth from the Heartwood trial and the third truth and the gap between what was ideal and what was necessary, and he worked through it carefully, and he did not come to a clean resolution, but he maintained his eyes on the corruption reading and on the fate threads of the people around him and on the work, and he kept moving, because the gauge had dropped 3 points in a single evening, and the divine parasite would be looking for a way to take those 3 points back before they stabilized, and he needed to be ready for whatever form that recovery attempt took. Chapter 74 Ning Rongrong arrived at Spirit Hall on a diplomatic visit. She came as the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile clan's official representative, which technically required the clan master to designate a senior elder for such visits, and which Ning Fengji had addressed by designating his daughter with the title junior ambassador and presumably explaining to his senior elders that this was a political maneuver rather than a catastrophic lapse in judgment. Yi Chen was in the eastern training grounds when the diplomatic party arrived, and he heard her voice before he saw her, carrying from the reception courtyard with the clarity of someone who spoke as if the space around her was obligated to pay attention. "I'm told the eastern gardens have plum trees," she was saying to the escort official. "Are the petals still down?" "The petals have mostly fallen, Miss Ambassador." "That's a shame. I wanted to see them." A pause. "Are they the kind that have a second bloom in late spring?" The escort official, who had the look of a man not briefed that Junior Ambassador Ning would have opinions about horticulture, looked slightly adrift. "I believe so, Miss Ambassador." "Excellent. I'll plan to be here for the second bloom, then." She had, Yi Chen thought, announced her intention to extend her diplomatic visit before she'd even completed her first hour inside Spirit Hall's walls. He found her in the eastern garden 2 hours later, sitting on a stone bench beside the plum trees that had not yet decided whether to produce their second bloom, examining the branches with the focused attention of someone who found spirit beasts and ancient artifacts perfectly interesting but considered a well-constructed plant at least equally worthy of consideration. She looked up when he approached. "I was wondering when you'd find me," she said. "You were wondering how long it would take," he said. "Those are different things." "True." She smiled, the bright, weaponized smile he'd seen her direct at a tournament opponent once, which had made the opponent so uncertain about the tactical implications of the smile that he'd made a mistake in the opening exchange. On him, it was deployed at lower intensity, which was more interesting than the full version. "You look different than you did at the tournament. More like you know what you're doing." "I'm learning," he said, and sat on the other end of the bench. "Spirit Hall agrees with you?" "Parts of it." He looked at the plum branches. "It's complicated. My father says everything about Spirit Hall is complicated, and the complication is structural and deliberate, and the deliberateness is the point." She turned to look at him. "He also says you're the most useful contact he's made in 15 years of managing Spirit Hall's political situation, and he says it with the specific tone of voice he uses when he's annoyed at someone for being right about something." A pause. "He sent me here partly to evaluate whether you're as useful as he thinks, and partly because the diplomatic cover is real and he needed someone who could negotiate without committing to things that would look bad later." "And the third reason?" Her bright, direct gaze settled on him, the mode of engagement she'd apparently decided was right for this particular conversation, no performance of uncertainty or deflection, just the actual response. "I wanted to see the plum trees," she said. "And I wanted to see how you were doing. You're doing something very dangerous, in a very complicated place, and I haven't been able to think about anything else since you told my father you were rewriting the future." A pause. "That's not a small thing to say." I wanted to see the person saying it in context. He looked at the fate threads, Ning Rongrong's gold line, pure and steady, and the specific resonance between her thread and the goal he'd been working toward for months. "The plum trees will have a second bloom in about 3 weeks, he said. "I don't know how long diplomatic visits typically last, but 3 weeks seems reasonable." A beat passed in which she processed his answer and decided something. "I'll tell my escort that Spirit Hall's archive on soul beast cultivation techniques requires additional review time," she said. "That should cover the extension without raising questions." "The archive is genuinely interesting," he said. "Several of the older volumes have techniques that the academies have forgotten." "I know. I've already requested access." She picked up a fallen plum petal from the bench between them and turned it over between her fingers. "Tell me what you're actually trying to do here. The real version, not the version you give to people who might use it against you." He looked at her gold fate thread and the threads of everyone around them in Spirit Hall's political ecosystem, and at the karmic thread connecting him to his mother, and at the space where the Dark God fragment lived and was losing ground. He told her not everything, but the real version, the way she'd asked for, and the telling felt like the Heartwood Trials lessons working in practice, honesty without flinching, even when flinching would be easier. By the time he finished, the afternoon light had moved across the garden and the plum branches cast longer shadows on the stone, and Ning Rongrong was very still in the way of someone who had received exactly what they asked for and was working through the weight of it. "Your mother," she said finally. "Yes." "The Rakshasa God's shadow." "Yes." A long pause. "And if you succeed," she said, "what does Spirit Hall look like?" "Because my clan's position in the political ecosystem changes significantly depending on the answer." He told her that too, and watched her face work through the implications of a future where Spirit Hall was not a conquering power but a stabilizing one, and saw the gold in her fate thread brighten by a degree that wasn't dramatic but was very real, and understood that what he was building in this garden conversation was going to matter far more than either of them could fully calculate from where they were sitting right now. Chapter 75 Shi Nian arrived in the inner court 3 weeks into Ning Rongrong's visit, which was either coincidence or the Elder Council's choreography, and the difference didn't particularly matter because the result was the same either way. He was changed from the Slaughter City mission's version of himself, or not changed, exactly, but recalibrated. The flat yellow eyes still carried the assassin's professional remove, but something in their quality had shifted since the conversation in the siphoning array's control chamber. The decision he'd said he was leaning toward appeared to have been made, in whatever quiet, internal way Xi Nian made decisions. He and Yi Chen hadn't spoken directly since returning to Spirit Hall. They passed in corridors with the specific precision of two people who were choosing the same trajectory at the same time and had agreed without discussion to let the choice do its work before requiring the work to be named. The training accident happened on a Tuesday. Ning Rongrong was in the inner court's secondary practice area with two Spirit Hall escorts, reviewing the cultivation technique documents she'd requested access to, when the accident occurred. Xi Nian and two other inner court students running a combat exercise that drifted, with the specific purposeful drift of combat exercises arranged to drift, into the secondary practice area. The attack on Ning Rongrong was not blunt. It was the kind of attack that looked exactly like a collision, a moment of combat spillover, something that could be written in a report as a training incident. If Xi Nian had been operating under Elder Zhu Kei's full directive, the attack would have succeeded in wounding Ning Rongrong badly enough to require immediate medical attention and diplomatic apology. Nothing fatal, nothing attributable, but enough to produce the specific kind of incident that undermined diplomatic visits and suggested Spirit Hall's inner environment was hazardous for external guests. Yi Chen arrived at the secondary practice area 40 seconds after the attack began, drawn by a specific pulse from his thread sight that registered as an emergency, Ning Rongrong's gold fate thread spiking with red intrusion. He put himself between Ning Rongrong and the combat spillover with the Vine Spirit's phasing technique, and what had been designed to look like an accident became, unavoidably, a confrontation. Xi Nian looked at him across 8 meters of practice floor. The other two students backed off. They'd been brought to make the numbers look like standard training, and the numbers no longer looked like standard training. Yi Chen met Xi Nian's flat yellow eyes. The shadow spider spirit manifested in Xi Nian's hands, dark threads, shadow-edged, the cold efficiency of an instrument that had been built to end things quickly. And opposite it, absolution thread, silver, precise, every thread a channel of purifying energy that had already, in 6 months of persistent work, begun to change the shape of what was possible in this building. The battle was brutal and short and completely unambiguous about what it was. Xi Nian's shadow spider skills were technically exact, shadow domain, thread nets, the dark variant's signature corrosive edge on every attack. He fought without anger, which was more dangerous than fighting with it. Against most opponents, the technical precision would have been sufficient. Against absolution thread, the dark energy corroded itself on contact. Yi Chen used Jade Phantom Bind to phase through Xi Nian's shadow net, the Vine Spirit's phasing ability making his attack invisible to the net's tracking mechanism for the critical fraction of a second, and Absolution Thread to wrap the Shadow Spider Spirit's core in purifying silk. The wrapping didn't destroy the Shadow Spider. It cleansed it. For 3 seconds, the darkness that had been cultivated into Xi Nian's spirit since his creation was held in suspension by the purification field, and in those 3 seconds the flat yellow eyes showed something Yi Chen had only glimpsed before, the person underneath the instrument. Then Xi Nian broke the contact and stepped back, breathing hard, and the moment passed. "Submit or continue," Yi Chen said. "Not aggressive. Just asking." Xi Nian looked at him for a moment. "I was given a directive," he said, and his voice held the flat precision of someone reporting a fact rather than defending an action. "I executed it partially." "The partial execution is what you interrupted." "Why partially?" A silence. "The diplomat's fate thread," Xi Nian said. "I've watched you use karmic thread sight for 3 months. I've been learning to see what you see." He paused. "Her thread is gold. I don't attack gold threads. That's not a directive I was given. It's a rule I made." He looked at Ning Rongrong, who had come to stand beside Yi Chen at some point during the exchange without either of them noticing, her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda active at 3 rings amplification. "The Elder Council didn't tell me gold threads were different. I noticed myself." Yi Chen held his ground without speaking, reading the flat yellow eyes, reading the rule the assassin had made for himself out of observation rather than instruction. "Submit," he said. "The rest of this conversation doesn't need to happen in combat format." Xi Nian stood down. His spider spirit retracted. The burgundy karmic thread at his edges, which had been dark red since the day Yi Chen first saw it, had shifted, not to gold, not yet, but to a cooler, less saturated version of itself. The specific shade of a person who'd looked at a dividing line and crossed it, deliberately, and was now on the other side working out what that meant. "Guard her," Yi Chen said to Xi Nian, quietly, when Ning Rongrong had been escorted to safety and the practice area's witnesses had been dismissed. "Don't announce it. Just, make sure nothing reaches her in this building." Xi Nian looked at him. "That's not a directive from the Supreme Pontiff." "No," Yi Chen said. It's a directive from me. A pause in which Xi Nian assessed the distinction and its implications and then, without further response, turned and walked in the direction Ning Rongrong had gone. Yi Chen watched him go and thought, slowly, carefully, and then all at once, but the Elder Council would notice that Xi Nian had gone to guard someone rather than report to them, and when they noticed, the timeline for whatever they were planning would accelerate. Chapter 76 The secondary practice area incident reached Bibi Dong's desk within the hour. The report was factual and dry in the specific way of Spirit Hall incident documentation, students involved, soul techniques deployed, external guest present, no casualties, and it contained exactly nothing about the broader context that made the incident significant. The Elder Council's version would arrive separately, shaped toward the reading that Yi Chen's presence in the inner court continued to generate instability. He requested an audience before the council's version could arrive. Bibi Dong received him in the smaller conference room adjacent to her primary study, not the formal desk meeting space, which would have meant institutional distance, and not the private study, which would have meant personal acknowledgement. The intermediate space, which meant she was calibrating how seriously to take what she was about to hear. He laid it out plainly. Xi Nian had been given a directive by Elder Zhuke to create a training incident that wounded the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan's junior ambassador. The intent was diplomatic destabilization, forcing Spirit Hall into an apologetic posture with one of the continent's major clans, creating friction between Spirit Hall and a potential ally, and generating evidence that Bibi Dong's inner court was hazardous under her current management. He described the combat. He described Xi Nian's partial execution of the directive, and the reason for the partial execution, and what the partial execution suggested about Xi Nian's current trajectory. Bibi Dong listened without interrupting. "You're telling me Xi Nian partially defied an Elder Council directive," she said, when he finished. "Partially. He executed the approach, stopped before the outcome. Because of a gold fate thread. Because he decided gold threads were different." Yi Chen held her gaze. "He decided that himself. No one told him to. That's the distinction." A long silence in which Bibi Dong looked at the space in the middle distance and a controlled expression worked through something that was neither purely political calculation nor purely personal response but the specific combination she used when a situation required both simultaneously. "The spider spirit variants are connected," she said. "Shadow Spider and the Purified variant. The Death Spider Emperor and both." Her voice was precise and careful. "You've been pushing purification energy at him in combat sessions for weeks." "Yes. You've been cleansing the corruption in his spirit." "Partially. It takes time. He's been cultivated for a decade into the Shadow variant." He paused. He chose to look at fate threads and make his own rules. "That's not the purification. That's him." Bibi Dong absorbed this in silence. "I created him," she said. "He was designed as a contingency, a loyal replacement instrument in the event that the primary instrument failed." Her voice held the particular flatness of something she was not quite willing to call guilt but which occupied the same space. "He was 12 years old when the Black Altar Division took custody of him. He had the spider spirit bloodline from the same source as yours, more distantly." She paused. "I knew about the program. I approved the parameters." "He's not a failed instrument," Yi Chen said. "He's a person making his own choices. The choice in the practice area today was his." The gauge dropped again, 22% to 19%. 3 points in the specific way of someone confronting a consequence they'd created without fully accounting for the consequences, and finding that the accounting didn't end in the expected place. "The Elder Council directive," Bibi Dong said, shifting back to the immediate problem with the precision of someone who knew they needed time to process the personal material and was filing it for later. "I want Zhuke in my office by end of day. That may accelerate the council's timetable for whatever they're planning." "It will," she said. "Let it." She stood, and the conference room's atmosphere shifted, the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall at full extension, the contained power of a rank 95 title Douluo deciding to stop being patient with a specific problem. "You've been managing this situation carefully for months," she said. "You've been diplomatic and measured and strategic." She met his eyes. "I appreciate the strategy. But at some point strategy becomes an excuse for not acting, and Zhuke has been using my patience as a resource for long enough." He thought about the Fate Deviation Index, which currently read 33%. He thought about what accelerating the council confrontation might do to that number. Then he thought about his mother's voice saying "I approved the parameters" about a 12-year-old child. "Let me know what he says," he said. She nodded once and walked out. The bond gauge held at 19%, and the dark parasite, which had been fed by every council confrontation for months, was finding this particular confrontation more difficult to process, because this time, Bibi Dong was not reacting from isolation and rage, but from clarity and the determination of a woman who'd been made to see exactly what she was responsible for. The divine parasite needed her alone and reactive. It was getting something different, and somewhere in Zhuke's faction, An elder who had watched the disciplinary hearing with careful attention was drafting a report to Qian Douluo that would describe today's proceedings in terms specifically designed to accelerate whatever plan had been building since the Elder Council first recognized that Yi Chen was a variable they hadn't accounted for. Chapter 77 The revelation happened in the arena of judgment, but not the one Yi Chen had been expecting. The arena was Spirit Hall's formal council chamber combined with its highest stakes hearing space, a coliseum in miniature, carved into the inner temple's foundation stones, designed to demonstrate that the highest levels of Spirit Hall's justice were transparent and witnessed. Bibi Dong had called a formal disciplinary hearing on Elder Zhukei's unauthorized directive, and the full council was required to attend. Yi Chen was present as an inner court representative, a role he'd requested specifically to ensure the hearing's record included a complete account of the practice area incident from his perspective. He hadn't planned what happened next. Zhukei arrived with Xin Yan, not as his champion, that designation was formal and required separate paperwork, but as a witness. The Elder Council's strategy was evidently to use the hearing to present Xin Yan's account of the incident as corroboration for Zhukei's version, that Yi Chen had initiated the confrontation, that the training accident was Yi Chen's fabrication, that the inner court's real stability problem was the Supreme Pontiff's unregistered son. Xin Yan stood in the arena's witness space with the flat-eyed stillness of an operative briefed on what to say and present to say it. Then Bibi Dong activated the formal hearing, and the truth chime sounded, a spiritual mechanism woven into the arena's foundation stones, centuries old, that responded to soul power fluctuations and had been calibrated to make it extremely difficult to state a deliberate falsehood without the fluctuation registering in the chamber's ambient field. Zhukei spoke first. His account was careful, measured, and contained exactly the kind of specific detail that made a fabrication sound more plausible than a genuine account, which was, in itself, a kind of truth about the care that had gone into its construction. Then Xin Yan was called. He looked at Elder Zhukei. He looked at Bibi Dong. He looked at Yi Chen. I was given a directive, Xin Yan said, by Elder Zhukei, in the East Administrative Corridor on the third day of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile Clan's diplomatic visit. The directive specified approach vectors, timing, and the outcome parameters for the planned training incident. He paused. I executed the approach. I stopped before the outcome parameters because the external guest's fate thread registered as gold. I have been observing karmic thread sight techniques for 3 months. I made a unilateral decision that the directive's outcome was outside the scope I would act within. The truth chime did not register a fluctuation. The arena was very quiet. Zhukei's controlled expression had not moved, but the specific stillness of it had a different quality than it had possessed 30 seconds ago. Your testimony is that I gave you this directive? Zhukei said. Yes, Elder. And that you deviated from it? Yes, Elder. That deviation is itself a serious violation of Spirit Hall protocol. Yes, Elder. Xin Yan's flat yellow eyes held Zhukei's gaze with the professional steadiness of an instrument that had decided on its own direction and was not going to be moved from it by the weight of the person pushing. I violated Spirit Hall protocol. I did not violate my own. Every eye in the council chamber moved to Bibi Dong. The Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall was very still, and his thread sight showed her fate thread with the complex luminosity of a moment that was the specific kind of hinge point the redemption system's fate deviation index was designed to track. The corruption gauge pulsed. The hearing is concluded, Bibi Dong said, into the silence. Elder Zhukei's assignment authority for inner court students is suspended pending review. The Spirit Hall Black Ultra Division standing protocols are suspended pending review. She looked at Zhukei with the expression that had made armies retreat from her standard sight. You will come to my office at third bell and bring your complete operational records for the past 18 months. Zhukei did not argue. The chamber began the controlled dissolution of a formal session that had not gone as half the attendees had expected, and in the witness space Xin Yan stood with the flat-eyed stillness of a person who had done a thing and was waiting to find out what it meant. Yi Chen crossed the chamber toward him. That took courage, he said. It took clarity, Xin Yan said. Courage is for decisions that aren't obvious. That one was obvious. He looked at the departing council members. I expect to receive disciplinary action for the protocol violation. I'll advocate against it. Don't. The flat yellow eyes met as with the resolution of someone who had moved from one side of a line to another and wanted the move to mean something real. I made the choice. I'll take the consequence. That's how you make a choice mean something. Yi Chen took the measure of him, the flat yellow eyes, the new quality in them, the line crossed. The burgundy karmic thread at Xin Yan's edges had shifted further, cooler, less dark, with the new quality at its center that was the beginning of something that wasn't gold but was facing gold. All right, he said. Take the consequence. And across the council chamber, Elder Zhukei was watching Xin Yan with the expression of a man revising his assessment of a tool that had just demonstrated unexpected properties, and the revised assessment was not going to be favorable, and the consequence it produced would not be limited to a formal citation. Chapter 78 The confrontation with Heaven Dou came on a morning when the second plum bloom had just opened, small white flowers on the bare branches, delicate and improbable, the kind of thing that happened every year and was still, each time, a small surprise. The meeting was not requested. The angel Douluo arrived. He came through the main temple gates with 4 attendants and the specific unhurried certainty of someone who considered all spaces his to occupy, and he sent his card to Heaven directly rather than to Bibi Dong's office, which was a statement about how this conversation was intended to be framed. The meeting room the attendant escorted Heaven to was on the inner temple's 2nd floor, its windows overlooking the garden, the plum trees visible below, the second bloom pale against the morning light. Heaven Dou stood at the window when Heaven arrived, his white robes immaculate, the golden light of his angelic cultivation pressing against the room's soul pressure in a way that wasn't aggressive but made the space clearly his by virtue of sheer ambient power. He was rank 99. The room knew it. Heaven was rank 40, soul elder. The room knew that too. The divine pressure activated the moment Heaven Dou turned from the window, not combat level, not yet, but present and deliberate. A rank 99 limit Douluo's cultivation pressure was a continent-shaping force even at low intensity. Heaven felt it the way standing at the base of a waterfall felt, not being hit, but adjacent to something with enough force to unmake things. His knees stayed straight. Not easily. "You're stronger than I expected," Heaven Dou said, studying him with the calm interest of someone evaluating a variable. "For a rank 40 elder. The stabilization is unusual. The redemption system provides structural support," Heaven said. His voice was steady. He was not going to perform ease, because performing ease would be transparent. But he was also not going to show the cost of maintaining the steadiness under this pressure. "I'm aware of the power differential. And yet you're here. You invited me here." A very slight adjustment in Heaven Dou's expression, the recognition of a response that wasn't the expected one. "Your mother loves you," he said. "That makes you the most dangerous variable in Spirit Hall's current political configuration. I know. Most children of powerful people become tools. Consciously or not, tools for the parents' emotional needs, tools for the parents' political opponents, tools for the parents' allies." He folded his hands behind his back in a posture of calm deliberation. "You've been resisting that fate. I've watched you. You're quite good at it, for someone your age. I'm not here to be anyone's tool. No. You're here to change your mother." The divine pressure increased by a fraction, enough to register, not enough to constitute an attack. "I've been watching the corruption gauge." Heaven went very still. "You can see it?" "I've been watching Bibi Dong for 2 decades. The divine parasite's influence registers to anyone with sufficient sensitivity and the right frame of reference. I observed it when she was 17. I observed the planting. I chose not to intervene." He said it with the same calm tone he'd used for everything else, not confessing, not justifying, simply stating. "I had reasons that seemed adequate at the time. They have become less adequate as the consequences have developed." The room's soul pressure was heavy, and the divine pressure was heavier, and Heaven looked at the man who had watched a 17-year-old girl receive a divine parasite and made a calculated decision to let it happen and was now, decades later, looking at the results of that calculation. "You're not here to threaten me," Heaven said slowly. "I'm here because you've done something in 8 months that I was unable to do in 20 years, Heaven Dou said. "The gauge was at 40% when I last had reliable measurements, 4 years ago. It's at 19% now. The rate of change is extraordinary." He paused. "I want to understand the mechanism. So you can use it. So I can assess whether the mechanism is sufficient to address the parasite before it reaches a point where even complete corruption would be insufficient." His voice held the controlled quality of a very old, very powerful man who had made a decision he considered correct and had been watching it produce wrong results for a long time. "I am not your ally, child. I am not your enemy. I am a very old man who made a choice I can't unmake and who is now trying to determine whether the damage from that choice can be repaired." Heaven felt the full weight of the fate deviation index shifting behind the surface of the conversation. The reading would have changed significantly in the last 4 minutes. The redemption system updated, major antagonist relationship shift. Heaven Dou, reclassified from active adversary to uncertain actor. Fate deviation index, 34%. Warning, uncertain actors are more volatile than consistent adversaries. Proceed with assessment rather than assumption. "If I tell you the mechanism," Heaven said carefully, "what do you do with it?" "That depends on what it is," Heaven Dou said. "Tell me, and I'll show you what I do with it." Heaven looked at the old man standing in the room's soul pressure with his angelic divine power and his 20 years of complicated choices and his specific, careful attention, and he made the kind of decision the Heartwood trial had named as manipulative and also necessary and irresolvably both. "I'll give you what you need to assess the parasite state," he said. "In exchange for 30 days notice before you act unilaterally." A pause. 30 days, Heaven Dou said. If you decide the situation requires intervention that I haven't sanctioned, I want 30 days to attempt the alternative first. And if your alternative fails? Then your intervention has cost you 30 days and will have better information than it would without the delay. He met the ancient eyes. You've waited 20 years. 30 days is a different kind of patience. Another pause, longer. Agreed, Douluo said. He told him enough. Not everything, not the redemption system's mechanics, not the absolution skills, not the soul suture or the continuity of his interventions. But the structure of it, soul connection, purification, the accumulated positive contact, the steady reduction of the God fragment's isolation and grief-feeding pattern. Douluo listened without interrupting. You're not purifying the parasite, he said, when Yi Chen finished. You're starving it. Yes. That's slower. It's more reliable. Purification at force risks destroying the host. The angel Douluo was quiet for a moment. She can be saved, he said. Not a question. He was doing the calculation with the certainty of someone confirming what he'd hoped and hadn't allowed himself to believe. Yes, Yi Chen said. She can be saved. Douluo looked at the plum trees through the window, the second bloom, pale and precise, exactly where the first bloom had been 3 weeks ago, the cycle that outlasted everything. 30 days notice, he said. I'll honor it. He walked out. Yi Chen stood in the room after he'd gone, with the residual weight of divine pressure and the fate deviation index's new reading and the specific, vertiginous feeling of having negotiated a temporary alliance with a rank 99 limit Douluo by virtue of having nothing to offer except being right. The redemption system chimed, plus 240 RP. The gauge held steady at 19%. And 3 floors below, in the inner temple's eastern garden, the plum tree's second bloom held its petals in the morning light, and somewhere across Spirit Hall's corridors his mother was reviewing Elder Jukei's operational records with the attention she gave to things she intended to act on. The work continued, but Douluo had 30 days of notice promised, and the records Bibi Dong was reading would accelerate whatever she decided to do, and the combination of those two timelines running simultaneously was going to produce a collision point that Yi Chen couldn't fully predict, only prepare for. Chapter 79 2 weeks after the meeting with Douluo, Bibi Dong called Yi Chen to her private chambers. Not the study. Not the conference room. The private chambers, where he had been twice before, once when the council revelation about the siphoning operation had been delivered, once in the immediate aftermath of the Slaughter City mission. The private chambers meant the meeting was not institutional. He found her standing at the window that overlooked the inner garden, her back to the door, and when she turned there was no controlled expression, no supreme pontiff's mask, no particular management of the space between what she felt and what she showed. There was just his mother, who had spent a week reviewing operational records and had found everything she'd suspected and more, and who was carrying the weight of it the way years of survival had taught her to carry things, alone, and was discovering, one incremental step at a time, that the assumption underlying that design might be worth revising. Sit down, she said. He sat. She sat across from him, not behind a desk, not in the formal arrangement of institutional distance, but in the chairs by the window that were arranged for something other than official exchange. The records, she said. From Jukei's division. 3 years of operations I approved at the summary level without the specific details that would have told me what I was approving. Her voice was controlled, but the control had a different quality than usual, the quality of someone managing something recent rather than something long processed. 14 soul beast harvests. 11 of them used procedures that were, not what the summary reports described. A pause. The siphoning operation wasn't the only one. It was the most egregious. It wasn't the only one. I know, Yi Chen said. You knew before you saw the records. I suspected. I didn't have evidence until the Slaughter City mission. She held his gaze with the careful attention of someone revising a picture they'd been looking at for months. You've been protecting me from my own institution. I've been trying to give you the information you needed to protect yourself from it. The distinction mattered, he made it carefully. Those are different things. You made every decision. I just tried to make sure the information those decisions were based on was accurate. The distinction landed the way he'd intended it to. He watched her receive it, and the dark parasite, which had been feeding on the pattern of being controlled, manipulated, used, which had spent decades identifying every relationship as a threat because every relationship had been a threat, found nothing to grip in this particular framing. Granny Hua, Bibi Dong said. Her voice was very quiet. She called out for me, didn't she? During the treatment. He was quiet for a moment. Yes. What did she say? He told her. The full text of the delirium, as accurately as he could reproduce it. I should have been louder. I should have stood between you and the next 12 years of it. I see her in him. I don't know how to tell you that she's still there. Bibi Dong was very still while he spoke and very still after he finished, the controlled expression processing something that had nowhere safe to go. The God fragment was still visible, occupying the space 3 inches behind her eyes, But the feeding pattern had changed. The grief and isolation it usually consumed were still present, but they were moving through rather than accumulating. The purifying contact from 6 weeks ago had left a residual change in the architecture. "I haven't been kind," she said. Her voice was the kind of flat that comes from someone who has decided to be very precise and knows that precision will hurt. "In a very long time. Not in ways that counted. I've maintained functional relationships, professional respect, strategic alliances. I've protected the people in my immediate sphere because losing them would be a liability. That's not kindness. That's management." A pause. "I know the difference. I used to practice the actual version." "You've been kind to me," Yi Chen said. Bibi Dong's gaze came to rest on him with something that had stopped being evaluation and was not quite anything she had a name for. 30 days leave for a personal matter," he said. "Telling me a story about a tortoise. Looking at me when I returned from the mission before asking about the operational record." He held her gaze. "That's not management." The gauge shifted, 19% to 14%. 5 points. The dark seed contracted sharply, the feeding pattern disrupted, the isolation architecture cracked, the specific response of a divine parasite confronting the thing it was designed to prevent, a relationship that was becoming, incrementally but unmistakably, real. Bibi Dong pressed one hand against her chest, not dramatically, but as someone who'd felt something shift in a space they'd spent a long time managing carefully. "What is it doing?" she asked. "The shadow," she meant. He'd told her enough about it that the question made sense. "Losing," he said. Her eyes found his. "Good," she said, and the word held everything she hadn't said in the months since he'd arrived at Spirit Hall, and everything Granny Hua had said in a delirium from 20 years of kept faith, and everything the second plum bloom was doing outside the window in the late afternoon light. He activated Absolution Thread and she let it connect, and the purification ran for 47 seconds before she gently pulled her hand back, and in those 47 seconds the God fragment lost ground that had taken it years to accumulate. "You have to keep coming back," she said, her voice very controlled and very honest. "You understand that? You have to keep coming back." "I always will," he said. He meant it completely, and the redemption system recorded it, and the bond gauge held at 14% and the fate threads connecting him to the woman across from him pulsed in steady gold rhythm, but 14% was not 0%, and the God fragment was still present and still networked and still waiting for the right pressure point, and somewhere to the northwest, 3 installations were being prepared for the moment their handlers deemed the timing right. Chapter 80. The quiet broke 5 days later. It broke in the way of things that had been building at structural levels, not with the specific trauma of a confrontation, but with a shift in Spirit Hall's ambient political pressure that his thread site registered before any information surface confirmed it. Douluo was moving. Not yet at the force level, not yet at the political intervention level, but at the preparatory level, the specific arrangements that a rank 99 limit Douluo made when deciding the time for patience have concluded. Yi Chen tracked the soul energy fluctuations in Spirit Hall's upper levels and felt the change the way the forest's creatures had felt his approach in the Stardow Forest, through everything, not just the dedicated sensory channels. He had 30 days. That had been a negotiated term. The 30 days had not elapsed. He went to Douluo directly. The Angel Douluo was in Spirit Hall's upper observatory, a platform built into the main spire's summit, accessible by tidal Douluo flight, where the soul energy concentration was high enough that cultivation at his level was materially assisted. He was not surprised when Yi Chen arrived. "You said 30 days, Yi Chen said, his tone carrying neither accusation nor agitation. "It's been 14. Events have moved faster than expected." Douluo's voice was as controlled as always, but there was a quality beneath it that Yi Chen hadn't heard before, not urgency, exactly, but the absence of the absolute deliberateness that usually characterized every syllable. "Rakshasa factional activity has been detected in the northwest provinces. Not the siphoning operation, that was locally managed. This is coordinated. Large-scale coordination. The divine parasite in your mother is not an isolated fragment. It's networked. The redemption system processed the information and generated an update. Alert, Rakshasa God Shadow, networked structure identified. The divine parasite embedded in Bibi Dong's soul is not isolated. It is connected to a broader Rakshasa factional network operating in physical space. Network nodes, at least 3 active installations in Northwest Continent. Purpose, feed dark energy to all embedded parasites simultaneously. Accelerate host corruption across multiple targets. Threat assessment, the network is intended to accelerate Bibi Dong's corruption from external sources, bypassing the internal-facing measures you have taken. If the network activates fully, the corruption gauge will spike, estimated plus 30 to 40% in one event. Fate deviation index, 38%. Yi Chen went very still. 30 points in one event. From 14% to potentially 44%, reversing everything he'd built in 8 months. "When does it activate?" he asked. The timing is uncertain. The installations require further preparation. A week, perhaps 2. Douluo looked at him with the attention of a very old man living inside the consequences of a choice he'd made decades ago. I'm telling you this because of our agreement. The 30 days notice I promised is no longer possible to honor given the timeline. I'm giving you 14 days notice and a target. He presented a map. 3 locations in the northwest provinces, specific enough to be actionable. You're trusting me with this, Yan said. I'm choosing which risk to take. The angel Douluo's voice was very precise. If I act alone, I can stop the network but not the parasite. I can destroy the installations but the fragment in your mother's soul will persist, and the relationship you've been building will not survive what I'd have to do to the network's personnel. If you act, you might be able to address the installations in a way that doesn't destroy the embedded fragment's feeding structure but neutralizes the network nodes. Absolution domain, Yan said. Purify the nodes rather than destroy them. It would require sufficient range and power. The old eyes held his. I don't know if the rank 40 soul elder can project absolution domain at that scale. I don't know either, Yan said. I'm going to find out. He had 14 days. The redemption system's fate deviation index climbed to 41%. Somewhere in the northwest provinces, 3 installations were preparing to activate, and inside Spirit Hall's inner sanctum his mother's fate thread pulsed between 14% and what it would become if he failed, and the choice between going and not going had exactly one real answer. He started planning before he reached the ground floor, and the planning had the coherence of everything he'd learned in 8 months converging on a single point, all the training, all the relationships, all the ground he'd gained against the corruption's hold, and behind the planning, simple and sustaining, he was going, and he was coming back, and the work he'd started in this building was not finished and would not be finished until his mother stood under the plum trees in clear morning light and the divine parasite was gone and the fate thread between them ran gold all the way through. The redemption system recorded, plus 200 RP. Enough for the road, he thought. He went to find Douluo, and behind him, in the space that Spirit Hall's political machinery was already moving to fill with the next crisis, the redemption system's fate deviation index climbed to 41% and held there, waiting. Chapter 81 They reached the first installation 3 days before Yichen's original deadline and found it abandoned. Not destroyed, not dismantled, abandoned with the specific precision of a group that had received advance warning and had relocated exactly as much as could be moved and left the rest in deliberate disarray. The cave system in the Hanglong Mountains' northern foothills contained equipment fragments, dark crystal shards, and soul energy residue that Yichen's absolution thread could read the way a tracker read disturbed Earth, recently occupied, recently evacuated, departure in controlled sequence rather than flight. Douluo crouched over a crystal shard and turned it between his fingers. How much advance warning? 3 days, maybe 4. Yichen extended absolution thread through the cave's residue, mapping the energy signature. The feeding pattern was here, faint now, mostly cleared, but the structural imprint of how the installation had been configured remained in the stone itself. A network designed to siphon dark soul energy from concentrated sources and transmit it directionally toward a target. Elegant, in the way that things built by people who understood soul mechanics deeply were always elegant and always dangerous. Someone told them we were coming. Douluo's intelligence network? Or a leak in mine? He withdrew the absolution thread and straightened. There are only 5 people who know about this mission. You, me, Yan's Echo, Douluo, and Bibi Dong. He had told his mother before he left, not everything, but the core of it, a Rakshasa factional network in the northwest, confirmed installation sites, 14 days before estimated activation. She had received the information with the flat attention she gave to battlefield intelligence, and she had said, "Be careful." That was all. The leak is not one of those 5. Then the network always knew there was a possibility of discovery, Douluo said. This is a contingency. The primary sites are elsewhere. The same conclusion Yichen had reached 30 seconds earlier. He looked at the cave system's residual energy patterns and at the directional alignment of the siphoning array's ghost configuration, and he traced the theoretical feed line northeast. Secondary sites, he said. The primary network was designed with redundancy. How many secondaries? I don't know. He looked at the alignment. But the feed line points northeast. The northwest installations were the decoy layer, close enough to the Hanglong Mountains to be plausible, far enough from the real operation to serve as a buffer if someone started looking. He turned to face Douluo directly. The real network is deeper. Farther. And we have 11 days left. Douluo's expression was the specific expression of a person who had signed up for a challenging task and was discovering the full scope of how challenging it was going to be. Lead the way, he said. They moved northeast, and behind them the abandoned installation's residue slowly dispersed in the mountain wind, and the clock that had been running since Douluo spread his map on the observatory table continued its count, and Yichen thought about his mother's bond gauge at 14% and about what 44% would look like, and moved faster. The abandoned installation's disarray had been too controlled to be genuine panic. A team that had received advance warning had chosen what to take, the critical equipment, the records, the personnel, and chosen what to leave, which included the material evidence of their methods but excluded anything that would tell Yichen where they'd relocated or who had built them. The efficiency of the departure told him something. This wasn't the first time they'd relocated quickly. The network had protocols for this. They had practiced it. That meant the second installation would also be abandoned if the information leak was structural rather than situational. If someone inside Spirit Hall was feeding them Yichen's movements, every target on the list was already compromised. The mission was, in the worst-case scenario, 14 days of chasing empty caves. He did not believe the worst-case scenario was accurate. The information leak required access to his itinerary, and the itinerary had been shared with a small number of people, and the behavioral patterns of each of those people over the past week were part of the dataset he was carrying in his operational awareness. The leak was narrow. One person, or two at most. And a narrow leak was a vulnerability, but it was also a thread. He filed it and kept moving. But as the foothills shrank behind them and the northeast road opened ahead, a secondary concern settled into the back of his calculations. Whoever had warned the Rakshasa faction about the mission's timing was still out there, still connected to both sides of this operation, and had not yet shown their hand. A spy who had already used their advantage once would be evaluating when to use it again, and Yichen had no idea what a second use would look like, only that it was coming. Chapter 82 Huelina's letter arrived through Spirit Hall's internal courier network on the fifth day of Yichen's Northwest expedition, encoded in the training notation she and Yichen had developed over months of joint sessions, a shorthand that looked, to any observer, like standard progress notes on a cultivation technique. The actual content: Heaven Dou left Spirit Hall yesterday. His destination is unknown but his direction is northwest. The Pontiff knows. She did not try to stop him. Yichen read the letter twice, standing in a waystation's common room with the afternoon light coming through a window that needed cleaning, and worked through the implications. Heaven Dou going northwest meant the angel Douluo had either received the same updated intelligence about the secondary network's location, or he had always had that intelligence and had given Yichen the decoy sites intentionally. Neither option was comfortable. If it was updated intelligence, the information was reliable and they were converging on the same target, which was useful and also meant a rank 99 limit Douluo and a rank 40 Soul Elder would be arriving at the same location with different objectives. If the sites had been decoys from the start, the entire 14-day framework was a manipulation, something Heaven Dou had staged to send Yichen into the northwest while the real operation continued elsewhere. He sent a reply through the same notation channel: continue monitoring. Report any change in the Pontiff's posture. Watch for council movement. Then he thought about what Huelina's letter hadn't said but implied: she was watching, she was reporting, and she was doing both without anyone in Spirit Hall's administrative structure knowing she was his correspondent. 3 months ago, that would have been a significant security risk. Huelina's loyalty to Bibi Dong was long and deep and could have been leveraged against Yichen at a dozen different junctures. But the Soul Suture's work had rebuilt something in the relationship between the two women, and Huelina had apparently decided that reporting to Yichen was not disloyal to the Supreme Pontiff, because the Supreme Pontiff's interests and Yichen's interests were aligned in the ways that mattered. That realization, quiet and warm in the middle of a cold calculation about Heaven Dou's possible deceptions, was its own kind of progress. Douluo appeared in the doorway. I found someone who saw a group of 6 Soul Masters moving through here 6 days ago. Northeast. They were carrying sealed containers. 6 people. Sealed containers compatible with dark crystal transport. 6 days ahead. We move now, Yichen said. I assumed. The poison Douluo was already shouldering his pack. The cook here makes a reasonable soup. A shame about the timing. They moved, and in the waystation's common room the letter's notation faded into ordinary training notes, and the clock continued. Yichen was 3 steps ahead of them, or he thought he was. But somewhere in the northeast, the same network that had evacuated the first installation in controlled sequence was already adjusting to his approach, and he had no way to know whether the adjustment was flight or ambush, relocation or consolidation, until the moment he arrived and found out which one they'd chosen. He moved faster, trying to close the gap on a network that had spent 3 decades learning how to disappear when someone came looking. In the 14-year history of the Rakshasa faction's continental operation, they had never been caught. That record was about to change, or it wasn't, and everything else would change instead. He reviewed what he knew about the secondary site as he walked: a river valley settlement, documented in the Spirit Hall intelligence files as a spirit beast extraction point, with a permanent installation that had been operating for at least 12 years based on the soul energy residue patterns Douluo had identified in the Hanglong Mountains cave. 12 years of uninterrupted operation meant they'd had 12 years to improve their concealment, expand their capacity, and build contingency plans for exactly this kind of approach. The absolution thread, extended on a long sweep ahead of him as he moved, showed nothing yet, The secondary site was still 2 days' travel and the technique's range was shorter than that. But he could feel the karmic thread site's edge, the faint impression of distant fate threads that indicated human activity in a direction he was already oriented toward. The site was there. Someone was in it. The question was how many, and whether they'd been warned. Douluo caught his eye. The older man had reached the same conclusions independently and was moving with the specific efficiency of a man who had decided the soup really had been a shame. He moved faster, and hoped it was flight, and knew it probably wasn't. Chapter 83 Ning Rongrong's message reached Yi Chen through a completely different channel, a merchant courier she'd hired personally, carrying a letter that looked like 7 treasure glaze-style clan correspondence and contained, between the diplomatic formalities, information that made his blood go cold. My father's intelligence network confirms Rakshasa factional coordination across 5 provinces. The Northwest operation is not the primary effort. The primary effort is in the Douluo forest. A 30-year ritual structure has been under construction in the Deep Zone, aimed at amplifying the existing embedded fragments exponentially. If the structure activates, every Rakshasa-touched person on the continent experiences simultaneous dark energy flooding. Your mother's gauge, by your own estimate, would not survive it. My father has sent observers. They confirm activation in approximately 30 days. 30 days. Yi Chen stood in the mountain road's afternoon light and let the new timeline settle into his calculations with the specific weight of information that changes everything. The Northwest installations were a distraction. Real in themselves, genuine secondary nodes in the network, but not the primary threat. The redemption system processed the update and returned a cold assessment, revised threat analysis, primary network node, deep forest zone, ritual structure. Current fate deviation index, 43%. Northwest mission reassessment, secondary nodes can be addressed, but primary threat requires direct intervention at the forest before Douluo reaches it independently. Note, if Douluo destroys the ritual structure rather than purifying it, the embedded dark crystal network will implode, sending a concentrated burst of dark energy through every connected node simultaneously. This will produce a worse outcome than controlled activation. Recommended, reach the deep forest. You know someone there. He did. He sent a message to Douluo, change of plans. I need to tell you something, and then we need to move. Douluo received the summary of Ning Rongrong's intelligence with the expression of a person discovering that the situation had been substantially more complicated than advertised from the beginning. You knew the Douluo forest might be involved, the poison Douluo said. I suspected. I didn't have confirmation. You should have, he stopped. No. You couldn't have. The Northwest mission was the only lead we had. He looked at the road ahead. How far to the forest from here? 6 days at combat pace. He thought about Ai Yan's echo, warm in the back of his thoughts, and about the ancient presence that had guided them through the deep zone once before. Possibly faster. I hear you, spider child, Ai Yan's echo said. The forest knows something is being built in it. The beasts have been restless for months. She says the beasts can feel it, Yi Chen said. Douluo looked at the empty air where Ai Yan's echo's voice was apparently coming from, and then looked at Yi Chen, and then back at the road. Faster, he said. We go faster. They left the Northwest road and turned east, and behind them the secondary network node sat unaddressed, and somewhere ahead in the ancient forest a 30-year ritual structure was completing its final preparations, and the 30 days it would take to activate were the same 30 days Yi Chen had to stop it before Douluo arrived and made choices that couldn't be unmade. The secondary nodes would have to wait. The deep zone was the priority, but the secondary nodes were still active, still connected to whatever broader architecture the Rakshasa faction had built, and leaving them operational meant leaving a communications backbone in place. If the faction could warn its operatives about the Northwest expedition, it could use the same backbone to warn the forest installation about Yi Chen's approach. He sent a message through the notation channel, Northwest secondary nodes must be taken offline before we reach the forest. I need Spirit Hall's field operatives redirected. Authorization from the Pontiff. Can you get it? He sent it into the network and pushed east, because what was building in the deep zone wasn't going to wait. Chapter 84 The Douluo Forest's edge received them on the 9th day. 9 days of hard travel from the way station, burning soul power to maintain combat pace movement, Douluo's tidal Douluo presence clearing path through the settled territory's spirit beast populations, Ai Yan's echo providing route guidance that shaved hours off estimates that had already been compressed. Yi Chen was rank 42 by the time they crossed the forest boundary. The advancement had come quietly, on the 7th day, the product of sustained soul power expenditure in the redemption system's combat stress cultivation enhancement. Not dramatic, not celebrated, just present. Another rank gained on the road, the cultivation ladder's next rung reached because circumstances had required it. Douluo had noticed. He'd said, rank 42. The arena fight was rank 40. A pause. You're moving faster than you should be able to. The system helps. I'm aware. It still shouldn't be possible at your age. It wasn't possible by normal metrics. Normal metrics didn't account for the redemption system's RP conversion pathway, which transformed acts of genuine positive intervention into cultivation acceleration. 9 months of working to save his mother's soul had generated enough accumulated RP to push cultivation at a rate that would have been implausible through training alone. He didn't explain all of this to Douluo, because some things were his to carry, the Heartwood Trial's third truth, imperfectly resolved but held honestly. At the forest edge, he stopped and extended his thread sight across the tree line. The fate threads here were disturbed in a way he hadn't seen before. The ancient beasts of the deep zone had fate lines that normally ran in long, slow spirals, lives measured in decades and centuries, trajectories as gradual as continental drift. What he saw now was those same lines pulled taut and trembling, the specific pattern of creatures that sensed a threat they couldn't locate precisely but could feel through everything. Something's wrong in there, Douluo said. He didn't need thread sight. A tidal Douluo's soul pressure sensitivity could read forest disturbance the way weather could be read in cloud formations. Something's been building for 30 years, Liu Yan said. We just found out about it recently. He looked at the trees, and the warm presence of Yan's echo gathered in his chest, and the deep forest opened its boundary to them with the unmistakable feeling of something that has been waiting for an arrival and is finally ready to receive it. The ritual structure is northeast, Yan's echo said. 3 days travel at deep zone pace. Tian is aware of it. He is. Considering. An ancient dragon who had survived 700,000 years by being very careful about what he allowed to happen in his territory was considering what to do about a 30-year construction project that had apparently managed to complete most of its work without triggering the beast's response until very recently. The structure must have been built by someone who knew how to mask their soul energy signature from spirit beasts, Liu Yan said. Rakshasa faction. They've had 30 years of practice. Douluo looked into the forest. If Tian acts before we do, he won't. Liu Yan thought about the golden-eyed black dragon and about the conversation he'd witnessed in his transmigrator memories, and about the conversation he'd had himself in the deep zone with the ancient creature's contempt and curiosity. Not yet. He wants to see what happens first. He stepped into the forest, and the forest, which had been waiting, received him, and 3 days northeast, in a valley that no map recorded, the ritual structure's countdown continued. He had 3 days. He had 18 days until full activation. The math looked comfortable until he factored in the variables he didn't know. How many operatives were guarding the structure, whether the faction had received warning about his approach, and whether 3 days at deep zone pace meant anything rational in a forest where a 700,000-year apex predator had just started paying attention to him. Comfortable margins had a way of disappearing, and in the deep zone, he had never had any to begin with. Chapter 85. They found the ritual structure on the second day. Not because the trail was obvious, it wasn't. The Rakshasa faction's construction team had spent 30 years learning how to work in the deep zone without attracting attention, and their spatial concealment techniques were sophisticated. What found it was Yan's echo, who navigated by the forest's own memory of wrongness, a place where the natural soul energy flow had been redirected, where the ecosystem's ancient patterns had been interrupted, where the trees themselves leaned away from something their roots had been growing around for decades. The valley was small, a bowl-shaped depression in the bedrock, its rim overgrown with forest, its interior cleared and carved into the specific geometric pattern of a large-scale dark array. The structure at its center was built from materials Liu Yan recognized from the Slaughter City mission's smaller installations, dark crystal formations in a specific lattice, connected by channels carved into the valley floor, all of it oriented toward a focal point where a massive crystal, the size of a cart, deep black with internal fractures that caught available light and threw it back in fractured crimson, sat in the array's center. The array was active. Not at full power. The fractures in the crystal suggested it was still completing a charging sequence rather than operating at design capacity. But active, pulsing with slow dark energy cycles that the absolution thread could feel from 40 meters away. That's the primary node, Douluo said. His voice was very controlled. Yes. How long until full activation? Liu Yan extended absolution thread and mapped the charging sequence. The pulse rate, the fracture propagation, the geometry of the energy accumulation. 18 days, approximately. The pulse rate is still accelerating, it'll plateau at full capacity before the activation trigger fires. Can you purify it? He looked at the central crystal and at the array's lattice and at the scale of what had been built here and calculated honestly. Not alone, he said. Not at rank 42. He had absolution domain, the area effect purification skill from the Jade Spirit Spider's 30,000-year black ring. But absolution domain at his current level projected a 10-meter radius at full extension. The array covered 300 meters. I need power amplification. He looked at Douluo. And I need someone who can communicate with Tian. The ancient dragon's presence was somewhere to the northeast, he could feel it as a pressure on the forest's ambient soul energy, the way a moon affected tides. Tian was watching. You think the dragon will help, Douluo said. I think the dragon will be very angry that this was built in his territory for 30 years without his knowledge, and I think that anger is going to land somewhere, and I'd rather it landed on the ritual structure than on us." A long pause. "When we meet a 700,000-year spirit beast," Douluo said carefully, "you're going to do the talking." "I know." He sent a pulse of absolution energy into the forest ahead, not directed at anything, just present, a signal that the spider child who had visited once before was back, and was here about the thing in the valley, and had something to say about it that might be worth hearing. The forest held very still. Then, in the distance, something vast turned its attention toward him, and the weight of it arrived like a season changing, and Douluo's hand was on his weapon hilt before he'd consciously registered the decision, and Yi Chen said, quietly, "Stand down. That's not hostile." He kept his voice level, because there was no version of this where showing fear was useful. The weight continued together. He'd felt it once before, briefly, in an entirely different context, the specific pressure of Ditian's awareness when the beast god chose to acknowledge that a person existed. That acknowledgement was not comfort, it was simply the absence of immediate destruction, which was as close to welcome as an apex predator of that rank and age was likely to offer. He held his ground and kept the absolution pulse gentle and present. Douluo's hand did not move from his hilt. The poisoned Douluo had been in enough situations that should have killed him to have developed a very accurate assessment of lethality thresholds, and his assessment of the current situation was visible in the precise tension across his shoulders, not combat-ready, which would be both useless and insulting, but not relaxed, because relaxed in the presence of what was approaching would be either dishonest or stupid, and Douluo was neither. "What exactly are you signaling to it?" the older man asked, his voice pitched low. "That I'm here about the dark array in the valley. That I have a way to address it. That I'd prefer to discuss terms before it decides to handle this itself and reshapes the local geography in the process." Yi Chen paused. "And that I'm not afraid." He paused again. "That last part may be less convincing." Chapter 86. Ditian came to them. Not moving through the forest, through it, the way geography arranged itself differently when a 700,000-year spirit beast decided the shortest path between 2 points was whatever path it chose. One moment the trees ahead showed the normal depth of ancient forest, the next, the forest had rearranged and the golden-eyed black dragon was present at a distance of 12 meters, regarding Yi Chen with a specific quality of attention that fell between contempt and genuine intellectual interest. It was larger than his transmigrator memory had prepared him for. Not just physically, though it was that, the size of a built structure rather than a living creature, but in terms of presence. The soul pressure it exerted was so far above anything Yi Chen had previously encountered that his knees wanted to bend on pure instinct. He kept them straight by thinking about his mother and about what the ritual structure in the valley would do to her in 18 days and about the cold arithmetic of what failure would cost. "Spider child," Ditian said. The voice arrived as resonance rather than sound, through the soul, not the ears. "You smell different from the last time I tracked you. Stronger. And carrying grief." "I carry purpose," Yi Chen said. "Purpose and grief smell the same to me." The golden eyes regarded him. "You found the human structure in my valley." "Yes. I was aware of it for 3 months. I allowed it to continue because I wanted to understand what it was building toward." A pause that contained all the patience of 700,000 years. "I understand now. It is building toward the corruption of the one who already carries corruption, the spider-line woman your thread connects you to." The massive head lowered slightly, bringing those golden eyes closer. "You understand what I am considering. You're considering destroying it. Destroying it. Burying it. Letting it activate and using the activation event to trace every participant in the construction back to their origin, then destroying them systematically." The calm with which Ditian catalogued options was the calm of an entity for whom all of these choices had equivalent weight. "What are you offering in exchange for allowing you to attempt purification instead?" Yi Chen looked into the golden eyes and thought about what he actually had to offer: a rank 42 soul elder with a purification skill that wasn't sufficient at current scale, a poisoned Douluo who would fight anything but couldn't affect a dark array's spiritual mechanics, and a spiritual guide who was a fragment of a dead blue-silver emperor and who couldn't manifest physically. He thought about Ai Yan's echo's words in the deep forest months ago: there was meant to be harmony. Soul rings were given willingly, not taken by force. "The covenant," he said. Ditian's eyes narrowed. "The original covenant between soul masters and spirit beasts," Yi Chen continued. "The one that existed before the current system. Where rings were given, not taken. Where the relationship was exchange, not conquest." He held the dragon's gaze. "I can't make Spirit Hall adopt it unilaterally. But I can make Spirit Hall adopt it for the specific territory you protect. Your beasts, within your domain, are sovereign. No Spirit Hall hunting squad enters without your permission. No soul ring harvest without negotiation. Your mother would agree to this." "She will," Yi Chen said, "when she is herself. When the corruption is gone. That is what I'm trying to accomplish." A pause. "I need amplification power to purify that array." Your soul energy, directed through mine, filtered by the absolution domain, would be sufficient. The purification would neutralize the network node, preserve the structure's physical form, and give you evidence to trace the Rakshasa faction's personnel. Tian was very still. The forest was very still. You are asking the beast god of the Star Dou forest to serve as a cultivation amplifier for a rank 42 soul elder, he said. Yes. A pause that had weight. The covenant, Tian said. Full territorial sovereignty for the Star Dou forest spirit beast population. No spirit hall operations within my domain without my explicit sanction. This agreement to be formalized and witnessed. Agreed. And if the spider line woman, once freed of her corruption, refuses to honor the agreement? Then you have exactly the same options you have now, Yi Chen said. And you have fulfilled your part of the covenant, which means the original covenant's protections extend to you as well. Another pause. Prepare your purification technique, Tian said. I want to see what a rank 42 spider child can do with amplification from the apex predator of this forest. It was not a compliment. But it wasn't a rejection either. Yi Chen began preparing, and in the valley below, the ritual structure pulsed, and the countdown ran, and somewhere to the northwest Heaven Dou was moving toward the same valley with different methods, and a different answer, and only one of them could be right. Chapter 87 The purification attempt took 4 hours. Yi Chen stood at the ritual structure's center, within range of the focal crystal, and extended absolution domain to its maximum radius, 10 meters, not enough to cover the array's full extent. What extended it was Tian, the ancient dragon soul energy flowing into Yi Chen's purification field through a channel the redemption system's absolution skills facilitated, amplifying the 10-meter radius by an order of magnitude. Not perfectly controlled. Not the clean expansion of a technique operating within its design parameters. Something more chaotic than that, like attempting to direct a river through a channel designed for a stream. It hurt. The soul power strain of channeling a fraction of a 700,000-year spirit beast's energy was the kind of thing that should have shattered a rank 42's meridians in the first 30 seconds. The redemption system's structural support was the difference between attempting something beyond his level and attempting something impossible. The system held the channels open. The system converted the overflow into RP rather than letting it damage him. The system maintained the purification field's coherence as Yi Chen's conscious control started fraying at the edges of the second hour. Douluo stayed at the valley's rim and maintained a poison Douluo's suppression field over the array's perimeter, preventing the dark energy being purified from escaping into the surrounding forest. His face showed what he thought of watching a teenager channel a dragon's soul power and remain standing. The focal crystal took the longest. It had been accumulating dark energy for 30 years. The fractures in its interior weren't imperfections, they were pathways, engineered channels designed to maximize energy density. Purifying it wasn't overriding darkness with light, it was finding every fracture pathway and running absolution thread through each one, converting dark energy to neutral as the thread progressed, then bringing the converted energy back out before the remaining dark energy could reassert. By the third hour, the focal crystal had shifted from deep black to dark gray. By the end of the fourth hour, it was translucent, the fracture pathways visible as silver lines, the dark energy gone, the accumulated charge dispersed into the forest floor where it would dissipate harmlessly in weeks. The array was neutral. Yi Chen released absolution domain and sat down in the dirt. The redemption system awarded 1,500 RP. Fate deviation index 46%. Tian regarded him from the valley's rim with something that had shifted from contempt toward evaluation. The technique is more developed than your cultivation rank suggests, the dragon said. The system helps. Yi Chen was too tired to be particularly diplomatic. Your system. Tian's golden eyes were thoughtful. The redemption system. I have heard of such things, artifacts of the divine realm that sometimes anchor to transmigrators. The ones that work are designed for specific purposes. A pause. Your purpose is specific. Yes. Save the spider line woman. Save my mother. The ancient eyes held him. The covenant stands, Tian said. When the spider line woman is restored, come to me with her agreement, and I will formalize it. A pause. And spider child, the Rakshasa faction's personnel who built this structure. 3 of them are still in the forest. They were watching the purification attempt. Yi Chen came to his feet. Where? East of the ritual structure's valley. They moved during the purification attempt. Tian's communication carried a spatial impression, a bearing, a rough distance. They carry documentation. The structure's design schematics, network maps, personnel records. Personnel records. If the Rakshasa faction had built this installation over 30 years, the records would contain names, the identities of every person who had contributed to a network designed to destroy his mother's soul. He looked at Douluo. Can you track at rank 45 combat pace? For how long? Until we catch them. Douluo's expression processed this, the distance, the physical cost, The fact that Yi Chen had just spent 4 hours channeling a dragon soul energy and was operating on depleted reserves. "You need food and water," Douluo said. 20 minutes. Then we move. 20 minutes was reasonable. It was also 20 minutes of ground the three operatives were covering at whatever pace 3 rank 50 to 55 soul masters moved when they were fleeing a valley where their 30-year installation had just been neutralized by a teenager. 15, Yi Chen said. "I eat while you pack." Tian watched this exchange with the patience of an entity for whom tactical urgency was a concept that applied to shorter-lived creatures, and then the ancient presence withdrew into the forest, not gone, just distributed back into the ambient awareness of a being who was simultaneously everywhere in this territory and specifically nowhere. "The covenant stands," the dragon's presence said, receding. "When the spider line woman is restored, bring her here." "I will," Yi Chen said, and then he was eating, and Douluo was packing, and in 15 minutes they would be moving toward what was in those documents, and what was in those documents was going to change everything. Chapter 88. The pursuit took the rest of the day and into the night. 3 Rakshasa faction operatives, rank 50 to 55 range, Soul King to Low Soul Emperor, carrying documentation of the ritual structures design in the network's broader architecture. They'd been watching from concealment during the purification attempt, and when the focal crystal went translucent they'd broken from cover and run northwest. Tian tracked them. Yin's echo guided. Douluo moved at the pace that a tidal Douluo moved when actively hunting, and Yi Chen followed, pushing soul power reserves that had been extensively depleted by the purification attempt. The forest helped. Not in any mystical sense, it was purely practical. The spirit beasts in the deep zone knew Tian's hunting call and knew it meant clear a path and let the pursuit pass unimpeded. The forest that had required careful navigation on Yi Chen's previous visits opened ahead of them like a corridor. They caught the first operative at midnight. The second at dawn. The third, who was carrying the documentation, ran into Douluo's poison domain at mid-morning and stopped moving. Douluo retrieved the documents with the efficiency of a man accustomed to extracting information from difficult situations. The documents were in a notation system Yi Chen didn't recognize, but the redemption system provided context from his transmigrator knowledge of the original story's background lore, Rakshasa faction notation, readable with the right key. He decoded what he could on the road. The network architecture was more extensive than Douluo's assessment had suggested. The northwest installations were indeed secondary nodes, but the deep forest's primary installation had been one of 7 primary nodes distributed across the continent. The other 6 were in varying states of construction. 3 were complete. 2 were mid-construction. 1 had never been started. The 3 complete primaries were linked. If the forest node had activated on its design schedule, its activation signal would have triggered the other 2 complete primaries simultaneously. The 3-way activation would have produced a soul energy spike that no single absolution domain, regardless of amplification, could have addressed in real time. Yi Chen sat with this information and felt a specific, cold clarity settle over his thinking. He had not won. He had disrupted 1 node of a 3-node activation chain and had 14 days remaining on Douluo's original timeline before the angel Douluo stopped waiting for permission and began acting unilaterally. He needed to find the other 2 complete primaries. And he needed to do it before Douluo did, because Douluo's method was destruction, and destruction of a complete Rakshasa network node sent a feedback pulse through every connected embedded fragment, including the one in his mother's soul. He sent a message to Hueliana through their notation channel, situation updated. Need locations of 2 additional primary nodes. Urgent. Use any resource you can access without attracting attention. Then he looked at Douluo. "I need 2 more days in the forest," he said. "Then we move again." "Where?" He held up the Rakshasa faction documents and studied the coordinates embedded in the notation key. "The 2nd and 3rd complete primaries are coastal installations. That means the ocean's ambient soul energy is going to interfere with everything I did here. The absolution domain doesn't propagate cleanly through salt water, and I can't ask Tian to follow me to the coast." He turned the documents over and looked at the structural diagrams. "I need to develop a variant technique before we arrive. Something that uses water as a medium rather than fighting it." Douluo studied his face with the expression of a man who had stopped being surprised by the teenager's approach to impossible situations and was now simply calibrating his expectations downward. 2 days, the poison Douluo said. "Then we move, technique or not." 2 days, Yi Chen agreed, and in 2 days' time, would the technique work at coastal depth, and would he arrive before Douluo, and could both of those things somehow be true? Chapter 89. Hueliana's response arrived through a different courier than the first, which meant either their original channel was compromised or she was being very careful about varying her methods. The message was brief: "Your mother knows you're in the field. She is managing the council's curiosity. Douluo's agents report he has information about 2 additional node locations. He is moving now. No announcement, no coordination. If you want to beat him there, I need to know where there is. He sent back the 2 locations from the Rakshasa faction documents, coastal sites, one in the Douluo Empire's eastern province, one in the ocean territory between the 2 empires. Her response: coastal. That's unusual. Coastal installations are hard to access and hard to purify. The ocean's soul energy is different from land. Do you have what you need for coastal purification? He thought about Absolution Domain's performance against the forest node with Ditian's amplification, and about the fact that there would be no Ditian at a coastal installation, and about his current cultivation level. He was rank 43 now. The second advancement had come during the pursuit, another combat stress progression. Still far short of what he'd need to purify a complete Rakshasa primary node without external amplification. He needed his 5th soul ring. The outline's progression indicated his 5th soul ring should come from a 12,000-year crystal lotus spider, hunted in Spirit Hall's private breeding grounds with Hueliana, an event scheduled for the arc's later chapters. But the timeline had accelerated. He needed the cultivation advancement now, not as a scheduled story beat. The redemption system offered a practical alternative: cultivation opportunity identified, location, Stardow Forest Midzone. 8,000-year crystalline web spider, variant of crystal lotus spider lineage. RP cost, 800 RP, to enable compatible ring absorption at current level, soul skill projection, absolution web, variant, purification field deployment through physical medium rather than air, effective for marine/coastal environments. He had 1,820 RP available. He made the decision. The hunt took 2 days. The 8,000-year crystalline web spider was not a creature that moved like combat, it moved like architecture, building its territory as it went, every threat a structural element rather than a trap. Fighting it required patience and spatial awareness and the ability to navigate a 3-dimensional web maze while maintaining offensive pressure against a creature that was simultaneously the maze and the opponent. He killed it on the 2nd day with Jade Phantom Bind phasing through the web's geometry and Absolution Thread finding the spider's core. The ring absorbed clean. Purple-black, 8,000 years, pushing the upper limit for his level even with the RP boost. The soul skill that manifested was exactly what the system had projected: Absolution Web, a deployable purification medium that spread through water as readily as air, coating surfaces and transmitting purifying energy across contact rather than through projection. For coastal node purification, it was ideal. He emerged from the forest 2 days after he'd entered the hunt and found Douluo waiting with a horse, 2 days' provisions, and the expression of a man who had been patient for a long time and was reaching the end of it. Soul ring? Purple-black, 8,000 years. New skill. We can do the coastal nodes. Then we go, Douluo said. Now. Before Douluo, I know. He mounted. Faster. The coastal node coordinates from the Rakshasa faction documents place them 4 days hard riding northeast from the forest's edge, a sea-cliff installation in the Douluo Empire's eastern province. 4 days to the coast, plus however long the purification took, plus travel to the second offshore node, minus whatever head start Douluo already had. He'd spent 2 days on the soul ring hunt because the Absolution Web technique was the difference between a viable coastal operation and an impossible one. It had been the right call. It remained possible that it had also been the call that let Douluo reach the first coastal node before him. He pushed the horse and did not look back, because the only question was whether he would arrive first, and what he'd find when he did. Chapter 90. The first coastal node was at a sea-cliff installation in the Douluo Empire's eastern province, built into the rock formation below the waterline, accessible only through an underwater cave system that the Rakshasa faction had apparently used as natural concealment for the better part of its construction period. Getting in required the breath-holding stamina of a soul elder, the spatial awareness of someone who'd been navigating 3-dimensional environments for months, and the willingness to extend Absolution Thread into ocean water and let it serve as a guidance system through cave passages too dark to navigate visually. Yi-chan went alone. Douluo waited on the clifftop with the expression of a man who had objected strenuously to this plan and been overruled, and was now maintaining professional composure about being overruled. He'd made his position clear: it was reckless, the currents were unpredictable, and if Yi-chan drowned in an underwater cave the poisoned Douluo would have a difficult time explaining the mission outcome to the Supreme Pontiff. Yi-chan had acknowledged all of this and gone in anyway, because the cave entrance was too narrow for Douluo's frame and there was no alternative. The underwater cave system took 40 minutes to navigate to the node chamber. The node was smaller than the forest installation. This was not a primary amplification hub but a relay station, designed to receive the forest node's activation signal and rebroadcast it to something farther offshore. Its dark crystal formation was not a massive focal piece but a distributed network of smaller crystals embedded in the cave walls, connected by channels carved into the stone. Absolution Web was perfect for it. He deployed the technique through the cave's water, letting the purifying medium spread through the water itself and contact every embedded crystal simultaneously. The relay network couldn't isolate segments to resist the purification the way a concentrated array could, The simultaneous contact forced the entire system to process neutralization at once. 20 minutes. The cave walls held silver traces where the crystals had been, their dark energy converted and dispersed. He surfaced on the cliff face, climbing the sea-cut stone to where Douluo was waiting. "Done," he said. "One left." Douluo handed him a cloth for the water. "The offshore installation is going to be worse." "I know. You also know that Douluo's ship was spotted heading for the offshore location this morning." Yi Chen wrung water out of his sleeve and looked at the ocean. 12 hours was a very short window. The offshore node's coordinates put it 30 kilometers from the coast, a significant dive at combat pace, and he'd already spent 40 minutes in the cave. His soul power reserves were adequate, not abundant. "How much lead time do we have?" 12 hours. Possibly less if he's moving at divine pressure speed. Douluo's expression was very controlled. "You can't purify an offshore installation in 12 hours without his help. Then I need to be there before him and working before he arrives." He looked at the water and at the offshore bearing and at everything the redemption system had staked on the race he was running. "Get me a boat, and if Douluo arrives before I'm finished, do not intervene regardless of what you see from the surface. You're asking me to watch a rank 99 limit Douluo descend on your position and do nothing. I'm asking you to trust my read of the situation." A very long pause. "Get your own boat," Douluo said. "I'll find one. Be ready in 20 minutes, and if you drown, what am I supposed to tell the Pontiff?" Yi Chen appreciated the framing, "if you drown rather than when you drown," which meant Douluo had assessed the mission as survivable and was simply noting the principal risk with his characteristic combination of affection and pessimism. 20 minutes was enough time to run the dive plan again, confirm the absolution thread's behavior in salt water, test it in controlled conditions, should perform, but should was not will, and identify his extraction route if the cave system branched in a way the mission briefing hadn't documented. He ran the plan. He confirmed the technique. He identified 2 extraction alternatives. The 18th node was underwater. That was simply the fact of it. And the underwater node was the one with the direct energy conduit to the installation that had been feeding the Rakshasa faction's coastal operations for 11 years. Leaving it in place because the dive was uncomfortable was not an option he could live with, not with his mother's bond gauge at a number that had been moving the wrong direction for 3 weeks. He stood up, looked at the sea, and began walking toward the cliff edge to locate his approach angle. Chapter 91. The offshore installation was built on a seamount, a submerged volcanic formation 30 kilometers from the coast, its peak 40 meters below the surface, its dark array constructed in the basalt rock at the peak's flat summit. Yi Chen dove to it alone, trailing absolution web behind him in the water like a silver net, the purifying medium spreading through the ocean with the patient persistence of something designed for exactly this environment. The array at the seamount's summit was the most sophisticated structure he'd encountered, not the largest, not the most powerful in absolute terms, but the most carefully designed. The Rakshasa faction had 30 years in the forest installation, 30 years in the coastal relay, and presumably comparable time here, and the evidence of that time showed in the array's complexity, a fractal lattice of dark crystals arranged in a configuration that would resist purification by allowing corrupted segments to draw energy from uncorrupted segments, maintaining themselves as long as any portion of the array remained active. The absolution web's contact transmission approach was the only viable method. Water carried it to every crystal simultaneously, preventing the energy transfer mechanism from operating. He worked through the purification methodically, one lattice segment at a time, the web spreading and the dark energy dissipating. He was halfway through when Douluo arrived. The angel Douluo descended through the ocean like a golden meteor, angelic soul power pushing the water aside, his divine pressure so concentrated at this depth that it compressed rather than dispersed. He reached the seamount's summit and looked at Yi Chen kneeling in the partial purification field, silver threads and dark crystals in various states of transition, and the expression on his ancient face was unreadable. Yi Chen kept working. After a moment, 30 seconds, perhaps, which was a very long time at this depth and this pressure, Douluo reached out and extended his divine energy into the purification field from the far side of the array. Not destructively. Supplementally. He was amplifying the absolution web from the opposite end of the lattice, accelerating the purification rate in the half Yi Chen hadn't reached yet. They worked together for 40 minutes and said nothing. When the last crystal went translucent, Yi Chen released the web and let the ocean reassert its own soul energy flow through the now neutral structure. The dark array's framework remained, would remain, preserved in the basalt, evidence of 30 years of the Rakshasa faction's work, but the energy that had animated it was gone. They surfaced together. On the ocean's surface, in the particular slant of late afternoon light that fell across open water, the angel Douluo looked at him. "All 3 primary nodes," Douluo said. "Yes. The embedded fragment in your mother's soul has been isolated. The network it fed on is neutralized. The external acceleration mechanism is gone." A pause. "What you've done in the past 2 weeks is extraordinary." "I had help." "You did." Douluo looked at the water above the seamount, where the silver traces of purification were still dispersing through the ocean current. The covenant with Tian will hold? He agreed. When my mother is restored, he wants her confirmation. She will give it. The old eyes held his. She will be restored. It was not a question. It was a statement from a man who had watched a 17-year-old girl receive a divine parasite and had made a calculation that he'd spent 20 years revising, and who was now looking at the result of a different calculation and finding it better than the first. Yes, Yi Chen said. She will. They looked at each other across the water, and Douluo said, the internal faction, the embedded fragment, separated from its network, can now be addressed through sustained purification without risk of network interference. The timeline is yours. A pause. I will not act unilaterally. 30 days notice, Yi Chen said. 30 days notice. They both looked at the ocean, and the current carried the last silver traces of absolution web away south, and somewhere across the water in Spirit Hall's inner sanctum his mother's bond gauge sat at 14% with the network isolation that meant external acceleration was no longer possible, and what remained was the internal work, the careful sustained purification, the daily presence that the divine parasite couldn't compensate for. He had what he needed to finish it. Now he had to get back. But there was one more thing he needed to understand before he returned, the piece Douluo hadn't said, the silence at the edges of the conversation that had the quality of something deliberately withheld. The embedded fragment, he said. You mentioned it's isolated now. But you've been monitoring her for 20 years. You know its behavior patterns better than I do. He met the old man's eyes. What do you expect it to do, now that it's cut off from its network? Douluo was quiet for a moment that had weight. Desperation, he said. An isolated fragment with no external supplementation and a diminishing energy reserve will use what it has left with increasing precision. Not ambient corruption, targeted attacks. Specific memories. Specific fears. It will be more dangerous in the next 4 weeks than it has been at any point in the past 2 decades. A pause. It knows it is dying. Things that know they are dying become unpredictable. Yi Chen processed this with the stillness of someone filing a critical update. Thank you, he said. He dove back toward the waiting boat, and behind him Douluo remained on the ocean's surface a moment longer, looking at the water above the sealed seamount, his expression carrying something between relief and the weight of 20 years. Whether the 30 days notice would hold, whether the cooperation extended past this single act, none of that was certain. Chapter 92 The journey back to Spirit Hall took 11 days. On the first day, Hu Eliana's message arrived, Douluo's ship returned to port. Spirit Hall's intelligence network confirmed his direction as south and east. The council is asking questions about your absence. The Pontiff has told them you are conducting field research under her authorization. Elder Zhu faction is testing the response to see if she protects the authorization when challenged. On the third day, she protected it. Zhu faction backed down. The council meeting was tense but she held it. Your formal authorization exists now in Spirit Hall's operational record. On the sixth day, from Ningrongrong through her merchant channel, my father's network confirms Rakshasa faction primary nodes are offline. 3 confirmed dark. The factional operatives that escaped the Stardew Forest operation have gone to ground. His assessment, the faction has suffered a structural setback that will require years to rebuild. He says to tell you, well done, and he still doesn't entirely believe you're real. Yi Chen read that one twice and felt, briefly and quietly, something that was satisfaction, not the performance of it, not the strategic assessment of a milestone reached, but the actual thing, warm and simple. He had done it. 3 primary nodes of a network designed to destroy his mother's soul, neutralized. The external acceleration mechanism gone. The embedded fragment isolated, its feeding pattern disrupted, its network severed. The bond gauge was still at 14%. The God fragment was still present. The work wasn't finished. But the most dangerous convergence point, the moment when the network would have activated and sent a dark energy wave that no purification could address in real time, was past. Du Gubo, riding beside him on the return road, said, "You're thinking about what comes next. The internal purification. The remaining 14%. He looked at the road ahead. Sustained work. No spectacular operations, no ancient dragons, no underwater combat. Just time. Presence. Incremental progress. The harder kind. Yes." He thought about his mother in the private chambers saying you have to keep coming back, and about the tone in which it had been said, not a request, not exactly, but something between a request and an acknowledgement of something already true. The kind that doesn't have a dramatic endpoint. Just a slow accumulation of moments where she's less alone than she was. And the Rakshasa faction's remaining operatives? Scattered. They'll rebuild eventually. But not in time to matter for this phase. He thought about the 3 operatives Du Gubo had caught in the forest and about the documents and about what the redemption system had filed away from the notation key. I know enough about their structure now to track the rebuild when it starts. Dougubo wrote in silence for a moment. You've changed, he said. In the past 2 weeks. Yi Chen considered this. Rank 43, 1 new soul ring, 2 ocean purifications, a covenant with the continent's apex spirit beast, and something the Heartwood trial had started and the road had continued, a person becoming, incrementally, more themselves rather than more the performance of themselves. The work has a way of doing that, he said. It does. Dougubo's voice held something that wasn't quite paternal and wasn't quite the tone of a reluctant combat mentor, but occupied the space between those two things. For what it's worth, you did well. Better than well. Yi Chen looked at the road ahead and let the compliment land without deflecting it. Thank you, he said. They rode south, and the distance to Spirit Hall's gates shortened, and somewhere in that building his mother was waiting, not consciously waiting, not visibly, but waiting in the way of someone who had said you have to keep coming back and was now finding out whether the person they said it to had meant what they promised. He had meant it. He was coming back, and the fragment, knowing it was running out of time, would reach for whatever damage it could still cause. Chapter 93 Spirit Hall received him on the 11th day with the specific atmosphere of an institution that had been managing a crisis in his absence and was relieved but also somewhat exhausted by the relief. Hueliana met him at the gate. She looked him over once, quickly, with the practiced assessment of someone checking for injuries that hadn't been reported. You look intact, she said. Mostly. The soul exhaustion from the seamount purification had largely recovered, but there was a quality to his meridians after 2 weeks of sustained high-intensity work that he could feel as a faint roughness at the channel's edges. Nothing dangerous. Something that would resolve with rest and normal cultivation. What did I miss? Zhukei's faction made a formal request to the Elder Council for a review of the Supreme Pontiff's authority to authorize field operations for inner court students. The review was voted down 4-3. The 4 included 2 elders who had been neutral 2 months ago. She walked beside him through the gate. She's been working the council while you were gone. On her own initiative? On her own initiative. Hueliana's voice held a quality that was neither surprise nor absence of surprise, the tone of someone watching a pattern complete that they had suspected was building. She called 2 elders individually, presented her case for the field authorization in terms of Spirit Hall's operational requirements rather than personal prerogative, and held the vote. She didn't ask me for advice. She didn't ask anyone. A pause. She knew what she was doing. The image settled into Yi Chen's understanding with a quality he hadn't expected, his mother, in his absence, making a political calculation not because someone had guided her toward it but because she'd made it herself. Acting from clarity rather than from the defensive reactivity that the God fragment had been feeding on for years. The bond gauge moved in his chest, not dramatically, not a system-reported shift, just a quality of warmth that the redemption system registered at the edges of his perception. Small. Real. Where is she? He said. Her study. She left orders that she expected you to arrive today. Hueliana looked at him. Not tomorrow. Today. He had arrived today. The field research report, he said. I'll need to file something that covers the authorization without compromising the Douluo negotiation. Already drafted. She handed him a folder. I took some liberties. He read the cover page. It described a field investigation of dark soul energy anomalies in 3 provinces, confirmed locations, documented and neutralized. Accurate in every particular. Comprehensive enough to satisfy institutional record-keeping. Specific enough to demonstrate results without specifying the negotiation framework or Douluo's involvement. This is excellent, he said. I know. She kept her voice neutral, but the corner of her mouth moved in the way that meant she was pleased with something and had decided not to make it visible. Go report to her. She's been, a pause in which Hueliana apparently decided how much of what she'd observed to say. She's been checking with the gate duty officer about arrivals from the North Road. Checking arrival reports. His mother had been checking arrival reports. He walked to the inner sanctum's restricted wing with the folder in his hand and the warmth of that information in his chest, and behind him Hueliana watched him go, and the silver fate thread between them pulsed in steady, settled rhythm. But as he turned the corridor that led to his mother's study, his thread sight registered something it hadn't before his departure, a faint, sharp brightness in Bibi Dong's fate line that looked like fresh interference, not the God fragment's usual ambient corruption, but something more precise, more recent. Targeted, the way Douluo had warned it would become. It had started. The fragment was in its final phase. He knocked on the steady door, and waited. 4 seconds. 5. Then 6. She had never taken 6. Chapter 94 Bibi Dong's study had the lived-in texture of a room that had been worked in continuously for 2 weeks, books out of their shelves and in the specific disarray of active reference rather than neglect, correspondence stacked with the organization of someone who processed it systematically rather than intermittently, the iron-framed desk holding the evidence of a supreme pontiff who had been doing what she did, day by day, while her son was 2,000 kilometers away. She did not look up when he entered. She was reading a report. "Shut the door," she said. He shut it. "The council review," he said. "Hu Elian had told me." The council review was straightforward. They tested the authorization and I held it. That's institutional procedure. She set the report down and looked at him. The controlled face, fully present. But underneath it, he had learned to read underneath it, in the months since his arrival, the quality of relief. Not displayed. Just present. "The field research documentation is satisfactory?" Hu Elian had drafted it. "It's more than satisfactory." "Good." She studied him for a moment with the attention that was no longer purely evaluative. "You found what you were looking for. 3 primary nodes of the Rakshasa network. All neutralized." He set the folder on her desk. "The external acceleration mechanism for the embedded fragment is gone. What remains can be addressed through sustained purification without network interference." The silence in which she received this information was the specific silence of someone who had understood, without needing it explained, that the thing that had been feeding the worst parts of her darkness for years had just lost a major structural advantage. "The fragment itself," she said. "Still present. Still needs work. But isolated now." He met her eyes. 14%. "I intend to get that to 0. Another silence. 2 weeks, she said. "Yes. 2 weeks, 3 provinces, a dragon, and an offshore seamount." Her voice was precisely controlled, but something beneath it had the quality of a person who had been reading arrival reports from the North Road for 11 days. "You were gone for 2 weeks. I know. The council's curiosity about your authorization peaked on the 8th day. I handled it." She looked at him steadily. "I am capable of handling political challenges without your presence. I know that. But the handling was..." She stopped. Started again. It was less straightforward than usual. He looked at his mother and understood the sentence she had declined to complete. It had been less straightforward because he was gone, and the reason it was less straightforward was not purely tactical. The bond gauge moved, 14% to 12%. "I'm back," he said. "And I'm not going anywhere for a while." She looked at him for another moment, and then she picked up the next report in the stack and returned to reading it, which was the version of "I'm glad" that Bibi Dong expressed when she'd decided the conversation had been sufficiently honest for the day. He sat in the chair across from her desk and opened the field documentation folder to review Hu Elian's draft, and the study held the particular quiet of 2 people working in the same space because the space feels different when the other person is in it. The God fragment pressed against the warmth of that quiet and found no purchase. But he could feel it trying, a faint pressure at the edges of the session, the isolated entity testing the boundaries of what it had left, and in the redemption system's peripheral display the gauge held at 14% while the fragment's behavioral pattern shifted from the slow ambient wait he'd grown accustomed to reading toward something sharper and less predictable. He turned the page of Hu Elian's report and said nothing, and let the quiet continue, and kept working, because the fragment had lost its network and it had lost its feeding pathway and what it had left was precision, and the answer to precision was the one thing it couldn't contaminate: consistency. He was here. He was staying. The fragment could try whatever it had left. Chapter 95. 3 weeks after Yi Chen's return, Bibi Dong initiated the most significant political action she had taken since his arrival at Spirit Hall. She summoned the full Elder Council and presented a revised continental strategy. Not the military expansion plan that had been argued over since Douluo's confrontation. Not the 10-year patience plan that Douluo had been advocating. Something Yi Chen recognized from the conversations he'd been having with Ning Fengji through the backchannel and from the framework he'd sketched out in a garden at sunset for Ning Rongrong's bright, attentive ears: a continental alliance. Not conquest. Partnership. Spirit Hall is the continent's spiritual authority, its military power committed to collective defense rather than expansion, its political relationships built on voluntary agreement rather than coerced hierarchy. The Elder Council's response ranged from genuine consideration to barely contained hostility. The 3 elders who'd previously supported Bibi Dong received it with the pragmatic assessment of people evaluating whether the plan was viable. The 3 from Zhukei's faction treated it with the specific suspicion of people who had invested in a different strategic framework and were not interested in changing it. The balance was held by the formally neutral elders who had, over the past 3 months, gradually shifted toward Bibi Dong's positions on matters where Yi Chen had been working the backchannels. The vote was 6-1 in favor of presenting the Continental Alliance framework to the Heaven Dou Empire for preliminary negotiations. Zhukei voted against. Zhukei voted against alone. Yi Chen watched from the council chamber's observer gallery and felt the fate deviation index update in the redemption system's peripheral display, 49%. High. High enough that the original timeline's shape was becoming unrecognizable. High enough that events he'd expected to happen, the cascade of betrayals and escalations that had defined the original Douluo Dalu storyline, were being replaced by something new, something that didn't have a precedent in his transmigrator memories. The not knowing was strange. He had operated for 9 months from a foundation of knowing how things were supposed to go and working to change them. At 49% deviation, the foundation was becoming unreliable. The original story's beats were still present as background possibility, but they were no longer the primary map. He was navigating by thread sight now. By relationship. By the accumulated knowledge of the people around him rather than the storyline they'd been supposed to inhabit. After the council session, Bibi Dong found him in the observer gallery. "You look uncertain," she said. "The situation is becoming harder to predict. You predicted a Continental Alliance vote of 6-1. I didn't predict it exactly. I built toward it." He looked at her. "There's a difference." She considered this. "Is the difference important?" "Yes." He thought about the Heartwood trial's third truth, about manipulation and agency, about the gap between building conditions and controlling outcomes. "I can build conditions. I can't control what people do in them. At some point the conditions become the right ones and people make their own choices, and those choices aren't mine." He looked at the now empty council chamber. "Today's vote was yours. You made the case. You held the count. That wasn't me." Bibi Dong was quiet for a moment. "You built the back channel with Ning Fengji," she said. "You planted the framework with his daughter. You positioned the neutral elders over 3 months." Her voice was very precise. "You built the conditions." "Yes." "And the choice to present the framework today, to stake the council session on it, that was mine." "Yes." She looked at him with the attention that had stopped being evaluation many sessions ago. "I'll allow," she said, "that the distinction matters." A pause. "The Heaven Dou negotiation will be difficult. Qian Rinxu's influence in their court has been building for years. Whatever she's done there, she's installed herself as the Crown Prince's trusted advisor," he said. "She's been consolidating influence. Probably preparing to claim the throne through a manufactured crisis." He met her eyes. "She's the angel god inheritor. Her canonical move is a bloodless coup backed by divine pressure." He paused. "Canonical. Based on how things were supposed to go. With the fate deviation index at 49%, I don't know if she still executes that plan or if the changed conditions change her calculation." Bibi Dong studied him for a moment. "You speak of canonical as though you have prior knowledge of events." "I do," he said simply. It was the most honest answer. He'd been dancing around it for 9 months and the dance was no longer worth the energy. "I came to this world with knowledge of how it was supposed to develop. I've been using that knowledge and working to change the parts that lead to destruction." A long silence. "How does it end?" she said. "In the version you knew." He looked at his mother and told her the truth, badly. "For almost everyone." A pause. "I intend to write a different ending." She held his gaze. "Then write it," she said, and the God fragment inside her flinched from the certainty in her voice, and the bond gauge moved, 12% to 10%, and in the redemption system's notification field a new threshold appeared, threshold reached, 10%, the Rakshasa God's shadow's embedded structure is approaching minimum viable density. Below 10%, surgical separation becomes possible. Next phase, prepare for the absolution ceremony. This will require, full absolution domain, soul suture, a stable anchor environment, and Bibi Dong's conscious participation. Time to prepare, your choice. The fragment cannot regenerate above 12% without its network. The window is open. He read the notification and felt, for the first time in 9 months, that the window was real, not theoretical, not projected, but present and open and waiting for the moment he chose to walk through it. "When you're ready," he said, "I need to tell you about the absolution ceremony." She looked at him steadily. The fragment was pressing on her, he could see it in the slight tightening of her eyes, the controlled way she redirected it, the fact that she'd changed the subject of the conversation twice in the past hour with a precision that didn't match the topic she'd been discussing. She was fighting it right now, while they talked. And she was winning, but the fight was visible in a way it hadn't been 3 weeks ago, before the network went dark and the fragment had nothing left but what it carried, and it had decided to use everything. "Tomorrow," she said. "Tell me tomorrow." "Tomorrow," he agreed. She returned to the report in her hand, and he watched the tightening ease from around her eyes as the fragment's pressure receded, and he thought about the ceremony's requirements and about the 14 days until the fragment reached minimum viable density, and about how much could change when the thing you were fighting had nothing left to lose, and about what happened if it chose to burn everything down on the way out. Chapter 96. The preparation for the ceremony took 2 weeks. Not because the ceremony itself was complex, but because the conditions required were specific, and assembling those conditions without announcing to Spirit Hall's full political apparatus what was being assembled required the particular patience that had been Yi Chen's primary skill since his arrival. He needed a stable environment where Bibi Dong's consciousness could remain present through a significant purification event without outside interruption. He needed Soul Suture active alongside Absolution Domain, which required the simultaneous deployment of 2 high-level skills at sustained intensity. He needed Hu Eliana present as an emotional anchor, Her long relationship with Bibi Dong would provide the stability that the purification process required. He needed Douluo on perimeter security, keeping the ceremony space inviolate. He needed Granny Hua present via communication crystal. She couldn't travel from Heaven Dou City, but her voice was part of the memory architecture the ceremony would need to navigate. And he needed Ningrongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda for power amplification, because absolution domain at the intensity required for a divine fragment extraction would exceed his sustainable output without assistance. Assembling this without Zhukei's faction learning about it required the fiction that the gathering was a standard senior training session for inner court students. Yi Chen spent the 2 weeks building the fiction in the event records, ensuring that each participant's presence on the designated day had institutional justification, and preparing himself for the ceremony's requirements. He also spent the 2 weeks in daily sessions with Bibi Dong, not the ceremony, not yet, but the preparatory work, absolution thread contact, each session a few seconds longer than the last, the purification incremental, the bond gauge moving by fractions. The God fragment had lost its network. It could no longer receive external energy supplementation. It was surviving on the remaining corruption stored in Bibi Dong's soul, slowly depleting, fighting every purification contact with diminishing resources. The gauge, 10% to 9%. 9% to 8%. 8% to 7%. 3 weeks since his return. The God fragment at 7% was weaker than it had been at any point since Yi Chen's arrival, but it was also more dangerous in a specific way, a cornered entity, running out of resources, using the resources it had left with the precision of desperation. The whispers it sent into Bibi Dong's consciousness were targeted now rather than ambient, specific memories, specific fears, specific nights from her past chosen because they'd reliably produced reactions that reinforced isolation and rage. Bibi Dong was fighting them. He could see her fighting them in the slight tightening of her control and in the occasionally rough texture of sessions that had been getting smoother, and in the specific moments when she'd suddenly change the subject of a conversation with the precision of someone redirecting from a thought that was pressing on them. She was fighting them, and she was winning, but she was tired. 2 more days, he told her, in the private chambers on the 14th day of preparation. The ceremony in 2 days. She looked at him, not with a controlled political face, and not with the rawness of the sessions where the God fragment was loudest, but with the specific quality of someone who has been fighting a war for a very long time and can see the end of it from where they're standing. 2 days, she said. It will work. I know it will work, she said, and the certainty in her voice had the weight of something that had been decided rather than hoped for. I just want to be there when it's over. He held her gaze. You'll be, he said, and the bond gauge moved to 6%, and the redemption system updated, ceremony ready, current bond gauge, 6%. The Rakshasa God's shadow is at minimum viable density. Extraction is possible. All required elements assembled. Initiate when ready. 2 days, and in his chest, the fragment made one last attempt at the space between them, reaching for the distance and the doubt that had always been its primary feeding ground, finding neither, and receding back into the corner of Bibi Dong's soul where it had been forced for the last time. Tomorrow. The day after. And then it would be over, unless the fragment, in its final 2 days, found something Yi Chen hadn't anticipated, which it had proven capable of doing before and which he could not entirely rule out now. He did not let the thought show on his face. He said good night, and walked the familiar corridor back to his quarters, and lay awake in the dark for a long time thinking about what a desperate God fragment might try in its last 48 hours, and what he could not prepare for, because whatever the fragment chose in its final hours, it would not choose what he expected. Chapter 97. The ceremony took place in Spirit Hall's inner courtyard, a space Yi Chen had chosen for its high soul energy concentration, its enclosed geometry, and its distance from the Elder Council's administrative wing. They assembled at the hour before dawn, Hu Eliana at Bibi Dong's left side, her fox spirit active in its calming resonance configuration that she'd spent 2 weeks practicing. Douluo at the courtyard's entrance, his poison domain sealing the perimeter against intrusion. Ningrongrong in the courtyard's center, her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda at full extension, 6 rings worth of amplification painting the pre-dawn air in 7 colors. And in Yi Chen's inner pocket, the communication crystal connecting them to Granny Hua's voice in Heaven Dou City. Bibi Dong stood in the center of the amplification field and looked at the assembled people who had gathered for her, and for a moment, just a moment, brief and real, her controlled expression showed something that had no institutional name, the specific shock of someone who had spent a very long time believing they were alone in something, finally, undeniably proven wrong. This is excessive, she said. This is appropriate, Hu Eliana said, from her left. Bibi Dong looked at Hu Eliana. Hu Eliana looked back with the steady affection of a woman who had known Bibi Dong for 15 years and was not going to be told what was appropriate. The controlled expression held for a moment longer. Then it didn't. It didn't collapse. Bibi Dong was not the kind of person whose composure collapsed. But it softened, in the way of something that had been held very tightly and had been given permission to ease, and the specific quality of that softening was what the God fragment had been defending against for 30 years. The ceremony began. Yi Chen deployed absolution domain at full extension, amplified by Ning Rongrong's 6 rings to 3 times its normal radius. The purifying field covered the entire courtyard, a dome of silver-green energy that contacted everything within it and immediately began converting dark energy to neutral. The God fragment, at 6%, isolated from its network, cornered, fought with everything it had left. It was not enough. Soul Suture went active alongside the domain, working not on the fragment's energy but on the connections around it, repairing the damage the fragment had done to Bibi Dong's internal soul architecture, rebuilding the emotional channels it had been blocking for 30 years, reopening pathways to memories the fragment had been using as fuel and converting them from weapons back into what they'd been before, experiences, painful but owned, part of a person rather than vectors for a parasite. The fragment screamed. Not metaphorically, it produced a soul energy signature that Yi Chen could feel as a physical sensation in his chest, a frequency that was the specific sound of a 30-year occupation being ended. Hu Eliana pressed closer to Bibi Dong's left side and maintained the fox spirit's calming resonance without flinching. Ning Rongrong's pagoda shone at full intensity and didn't waver. Du Gubo held the perimeter. And through the communication crystal, from Heaven Dou City, Granny Hua's voice came, "Little Dong. I'm here, and you're not alone, and we're all right here." The God fragment broke. Not dramatically, not with an explosion or a flash of divine power. It broke the way ice breaks in spring, a crack, a series of smaller cracks, and then the release of something that had been held in tension for too long, all at once, the tension gone. The soul energy dispersed. The dark veil behind Bibi Dong's eyes, which had been present in every interaction Yi Chen had ever had with his mother, was gone. The courtyard was very quiet. Bibi Dong stood in the center of the purification field with her eyes closed and her hands at her sides, and the 7-color light of the amplification field played across her face, and she was simply present, without the armor, without the fragment, without the 30 years of accumulated weight that had been designed to be too heavy to set down. Then she opened her eyes. The bond gauge updated, 6% 0%. Mission complete, primary objective, save Bibi Dong, Rakshasa God Shadow, eliminated. Mother's bond gauge, 0%. Fate Deviation Index, 57%. Redemption points awarded, 5,000 RP. Achievement unlocked, the son she was worth becoming. She looked at Yi Chen across the courtyard. He looked at his mother, really looked at her, without the dark veil, without the fragment's interference, without anything between the woman who was standing there and the son who had crossed worlds to find her. "Hello," he said, because it was the only word that was entirely right. She crossed the courtyard. And when she held him, it was not the contained, controlled acknowledgement of a supreme pontiff maintaining appropriate distance from a dependent. It was a mother holding a son, and it lasted a long time, and no one in the courtyard said anything, and the pre-dawn light moved toward dawn, and in Heaven Dou City a retired title Douluo named Granny Hua sat with a communication crystal pressed to her chest and wept with relief that was 30 years in the making. The redemption system had awarded its 5,000 RP and its achievement notification and had gone quiet, the way systems went quiet after a major milestone, not ended, not finished, just recalibrated for what came next. The primary objective was complete. Which meant the deviation counter sitting at 57% was the beginning of the real question, what came now, when the thing that had been driving the original story's catastrophic trajectory was gone, and the continent was still in motion, and Qianrenshu was still somewhere in the Heaven Dou court making calculations, when the shape of what was supposed to happen had been fundamentally altered and the new shape wasn't clear yet. The primary objective was complete, Yi Chen thought. The secondary objectives were just beginning. And at 57% deviation, without a map, with 3 people standing in a pre-dawn courtyard who had just discovered something about each other that neither of them had expected. Chapter 98. The weeks after the ceremony moved differently than the weeks before it. The institution was the same. Spirit Hall's politics continued their complicated patterns, the Elder Council's factions testing boundaries, Douluo's long game proceeding with its glacial deliberateness, the Continental Alliance negotiation with Heaven Dou hitting the predictable resistance from Qianrenshu's influence in the court. None of these things resolved cleanly or quickly. But something had changed in the building center. Bibi Dong's leadership style, in the 3 weeks following the ceremony, was different in ways that were difficult to articulate precisely and impossible to miss entirely. She was not softer, she had never been soft, and the gentleness that the God fragment had been suppressing was not softness but something more durable and more dangerous, a clarity that didn't need rage to function. When she walked Spirit Hall's corridors, the soul pressure she radiated had a different quality than the coiled, threatening pressure of the pre-ceremony months. It was still immense. It was still clearly the pressure of a rank 95 title Douluo who could raise a city without assistance. But the edge of barely contained fury that had been its signature was gone, replaced by something that felt like ocean depth rather than ocean storm. The council noticed. The elders who had been on Bibi Dong's side didn't comment. They were experienced enough to recognize that commenting would be counterproductive. The elders from Zhu faction watched her with the expression of people recalculating a threat assessment and finding that the recalculation was not producing the result they'd expected. They had spent years knowing how to read Bibi Dong's moods and predict her reactions. The predictions were no longer reliable. Zhu himself said nothing, but he began attending council sessions more punctually, and his voting coalitions became more carefully constructed, and these were the behaviors of someone taking a situation more seriously rather than less. Yi Chen watched all of this with the thread sight and processed it as positive instability, the system disrupted, the expected patterns broken, new patterns emerging that hadn't existed in the original timeline. He was at rank 45 now, advancement had come through the ceremony period's intensive soul power use, the system's RP conversion pushing him faster than standard cultivation would account for. He trained daily with Liana, who had adjusted her combat approach now that she no longer held back the portion of herself that had been uncertain about who she was training with. The sessions were harder and more instructive. Ning Rongrong had extended her diplomatic visit for the third time. She attended the Continental Alliance negotiation sessions as an observer, and her analysis of the Heaven Dou Empire's counterpositions showed up in Yi Chen's own analysis papers with enough frequency that the overlap had become the kind of running joke that wasn't quite a joke. Dugubo had returned to his preferred isolated existence but left a communication crystal with specific instructions, for emergency use. Do not define emergency narrowly. Granny Hua was in Spirit Hall. She had traveled south from Heaven Dou City the week after the ceremony, making the journey in shorter stages than her healed meridians required, carrying a bag of seeds from the mountain cottage garden and the air of someone who had been waiting for a specific invitation for 30 years and had finally received it. Bibi Dong had met her at Spirit Hall's gate personally. The meeting had lasted 4 hours, in private, and neither woman had said anything to Yi Chen about what had been discussed. But Granny Hua had moved into the quarters adjacent to the inner temple, and the seeds from the mountain cottage garden had been planted in the eastern garden, and the following morning Bibi Dong had come to the morning cultivation session with red eyes that she declined to comment on and that no one in Spirit Hall was diplomatic enough to mention. The work, Yi Chen thought, was not complete. It was never going to be neatly complete, because this wasn't a story that ended, it was a life that continued. But the crisis was past. The corruption was gone. The woman he'd crossed worlds to save was sitting in the same building as the woman who had raised him, and the space between the two of them was finally, after 30 years, beginning to close. Fate Deviation Index, 58%. Good, he thought. Good and getting better, and somewhere in the Heaven Dou Empire, Qianringshu was watching these same changes ripple outward through the continental political fabric and was making calculations he couldn't anticipate, because the original stories Qianringshu had operated in a world where Bibi Dong was fully corrupted and Spirit Hall was fully hostile and the path forward had been clear, and none of those things were true anymore. What she decided to do about it was the question the deviation counter was building toward, and whatever it was already in motion. Chapter 99 The Continental Alliance negotiation broke down on a Thursday. Not permanently, not catastrophically, but the Heaven Dou Empire's formal delegation, which had been proceeding through preliminary agreements with the careful mutual distrust of two sides that didn't fully believe the other's good intentions, received a communication from the capital that changed their negotiating posture from cautious engagement to formal suspension. Qianringshu had moved. Not the bloodless coup, not yet. What she had done was more subtle and in some ways more damaging. She had used her influence in the Heaven Dou court to have the delegation's authorization withdrawn, replacing the senior diplomat with a junior official whose mandate was to formally suspend proceedings pending a review of the strategic implications. The review would take months. The months were the point. Each month of suspension was a month of diplomatic momentum lost, a month during which the Spirit Hall Alliance framework could be undermined through alternative channels. Yi Chen received the news from Hueli and his notation and spent the afternoon working through the implications with Bibi Dong. She's not ready to act directly, he said. If she were, the suspension would be a prelude to something more aggressive. This is preservation of options. She's keeping the situation fluid until she sees what Spirit Hall does. Bibi Dong looked at the map of the continental political landscape that Yi Chen had been building on the conference room's wall over the past 3 weeks, thread-sight approximations of every significant faction's fate lines, drawn in ink rather than soul power but close enough to be useful. What do we do when we can't move forward with Heaven Dou? We move forward with Star Luo. He pointed to the Eastern Empire. Star Luo's court has been watching the Heaven Dou negotiation. They haven't committed to anything, but the Emperor's personal envoy asked a question last month that suggests they're assessing whether Spirit Hall's alliance framework could benefit them. If Heaven Dou is suspended, Star Luo becomes the primary engagement. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan. Ning Fengji is already connected to Star Luo's court through trade relationships. He can serve as an introduction. He thought about Ning Rongrong and about the letters that had been arriving through the merchant channel and about the way the gold fate thread in her direction had been growing steadily brighter over the past months. I have a channel. Bibi Dong looked at him with the attention that had been getting sharper since the ceremony, the clarity, present and direct, that the God Fragment's suppression of her emotional range had been obscuring. The clan master's daughter, she said. She's been a significant analytical resource, he said carefully. She's been in Spirit Hall for 2 months and is in the process of extending her visit for the 4th time. The corner of his mother's mouth moved. She sent me flowers last week. Good ones. She clearly asked someone which variety I preferred. He had not known about the flowers. She's being thorough, he said. She is. The corner of his mother's mouth moved again, and this time it was not contained. Contact Ning Fengji about Star Luo. And tell his daughter that the plum trees in the East Garden are going to bloom again in 3 weeks. There's a late autumn variety Granny Hua planted, and I'd like to see them from the garden bench with someone who can actually identify what they're looking at. The redemption system noted, plus 120 RP. I'll tell her, he said. Good. She returned to the map. Now. Star Luo. Walk me through the approach. He walked her through it, and she engaged with the strategy with the full capacity of a mind that had been brilliant even under 30 years of divine parasitism and was now operating without that constraint. And the session lasted 3 hours and produced a tactical framework that Yi Chen recognized as better than anything he would have produced alone, and afterward he sat in the corridor outside and thought about how much time had been wasted by a fragment of a dead god's consciousness and how much was still possible going forward. Quite a lot. He had quite a lot of time, and in the Heaven Dou court, Jianrengshu was running out of it, because the alliance framework that Spirit Hall was pivoting toward Star Luo was the same framework she had been using Heaven Dou's suspension to delay, and if Star Luo committed first, Heaven Dou would be the last major power without a seat at the table. Whatever she was planning, the window for it was closing, and that meant she would act before it closed, and when she acted, it would be at a scale and speed that the original story had demonstrated she was capable of. He would be ready, he would have to be, because Jianrengshu was already inside the gate. Chapter 100 The crisis arrived at midnight. Not metaphorically, the notification came at the specific time when Spirit Hall's night watch was at minimum alertness and the corridors were at their quietest, which was not coincidence. The Fate Deviation Index registered the approach of a significant event 7 minutes before the event manifested, climbing from 58% to 63% in a spike that dragged Yi Chen out of sleep. He was dressed and moving before he'd fully processed the notification. The source of the soul energy disturbance was Spirit Hall's main gate, a sustained pressure that was not combat, not quite, but the specific signature of divine power being expressed in a confined space. Golden light, angular and precise, with the refractive quality of six-winged angelic manifestation. Jianrengshu. She had come to Spirit Hall personally, alone, at midnight, and she had announced her presence by projecting angelic divine pressure against the gate structure in a controlled demonstration that said, without any words, I am here and I am not hiding and I am not afraid of what I'll find inside. Yi Chen reached the gate courtyard as Bibi Dong came from the inner temple's other wing. They arrived at the same moment, from different directions, and both stopped when they saw each other. A beat passed. Together? He said. Together, she said. They walked to the gate. Jianrengshu stood on the other side of it alone, as the gate guards held positions but did not intervene against divine pressure they were in no position to effect. She was in her true form, golden-haired, angelic energy manifesting in the slow pulse of partially deployed divine wings, her expression carrying the specific quality of a woman who had spent her entire life being a weapon and was standing here, in the middle of the night, at the door of the people who were supposed to be her enemies, doing something that was not on her operational mandate. She looked at Bibi Dong. She looked at Yi Chen. She looked at them standing side by side, and something in the calculation behind her eyes shifted, recalibrating rapidly, the way a mind shifted when a prediction had proved wrong and the wrongness was pointing towards something important. Open the gate, Bibi Dong said to the gate guards. They opened it. Jianrengshu walked through, and the golden light of her divine pressure pulled back as she crossed the threshold, and she looked at Bibi Dong with a directness that held neither hostility nor performance. You're different, she said. Yes, Bibi Dong said. The fragment is gone. Yes. Jianrengshu was quiet for a moment. Then she looked at Yi Chen and said, you did what you said you were doing. It wasn't entirely a question, but it wasn't entirely a statement either, the specific syntax of someone who had believed something was possible on a theoretical level and is now confronting the empirical evidence that it was actually accomplished. Yes, he said. She looked between them again, mother and son, standing in Spirit Hall's gate courtyard at midnight, and everything in the architecture of the original Douluo Dalu story that had predicted this moment would be a confrontation was absent. I need to talk, she said. Not as the angel god inheritor. Not as the crown prince. As myself. She paused. I don't know who that is, exactly. But I think it's time to find out. The redemption system updated, major relationship shift, Jianrenshu reclassified from antagonist to uncertain actor, fate deviation index, 64%. Bibi Dong looked at Yichen. He looked at his mother. Let's find out together, Bibi Dong said to Jianrenshu, and the gate closed behind them, and Spirit Hall's midnight corridors received 3 people who were, in different ways and at different costs, trying to figure out who they were when the roles they'd been assigned weren't the only options. In the redemption system's peripheral display, the fate deviation index held at 64%, and then, as the gate closed behind all 3 of them, it moved. Chapter 101. The conversation lasted until dawn. Bibi Dong's private sitting room was not a space that had hosted many guests. It was configured for work, reports, intelligence briefs, the instruments of a supreme pontiff's administrative life. When she sent the duty attendant to bring 3 cups of tea and then dismissed him entirely for the rest of the night, the gesture was its own communication about what kind of conversation this would be. Jianrenshu sat across the low table from them, not in the chair of a diplomat who had come seeking terms, but in the posture of a traveler who had set down a burden they'd been carrying for years and wasn't yet sure how to move without it. Douluo believes the Dark God fragment is what makes your power viable, she said. She was speaking to Bibi Dong directly, and the bluntness of it was clearly deliberate, no diplomatic softening, no positional framing. Just the thing she'd actually come to say. He told me, years ago, the Pontiff's dark strength is inseparable from the corruption. Remove it, and she's weakened. Manageable. No longer a threat to divine order. Bibi Dong's hands around the teacup were steady. And now? Bibi Dong said. Now I walked through your gate and felt your soul pressure at 30 meters, and it is not diminished. Jianrenshu looked at her with the careful attention of someone reconstructing a diagram after finding that one foundational piece had been wrong from the start. He was wrong. Or he lied. I don't know which is worse. You came here to determine which, Yichen said. She held his gaze. I came here because the version of events I'd been given doesn't match what I'm observing, and I am not interested in acting on false intelligence. A pause in which she appeared to be deciding how much to continue revealing. My grandfather gave me a mandate, witness the Pontiff's darkness and confirm that it is irreversible. If confirmed, proceed with the ascension timeline. If unconfirmed, she stopped. If unconfirmed, what? Bibi Dong asked. Then the mandate requires reassessment. Jianrenshu set her teacup down with the precision of someone making a deliberate choice. I am here on my own authority. Douluo doesn't know I'm in Spirit Hall. By his timeline, I should be consolidating control over the Heaven Dou Court and positioning for divine ascension within the next 60 days. Yichen felt the redemption system process this and return a new probability assessment, fate deviation index, 67%. 3% in 2 minutes of honest conversation. This was what genuine information exchange did to the original timeline structure, it dissolved it. What do you need to see? Yichen asked. She looked between them. In the early hours of the morning, with the pretense stripped away, she looked younger than her divine pressure suggested. She looked like someone who had been told since childhood that their purpose was to serve a plan that was larger than themselves, and who was only now, sitting in an enemy's sitting room with tea getting cold in her hands, asking whether that plan was actually worth serving. I need to see that what you've built here is real, she said. Not a performance for my benefit. The alliance you're building, the council you've stabilized, the change in the Pontiff's soul that I can sense but can't yet measure, I need to know if it holds. She looked at Bibi Dong steadily. I have 60 days before my absence becomes notable enough to require explanation. Let me see it. Let me evaluate it without my grandfather's framework telling me what to conclude. Bibi Dong held a silence for a long moment. Then she said, you can stay. It was not the answer Yichen had expected, but when he looked at his mother's face, clear and certain, without the God fragment's cautious paranoia coloring every calculation, he recognized it as the right one. You can stay, Bibi Dong repeated, and see what we're building. And if at the end of 60 days you conclude that Douluo's mandate was accurate and I am the threat he claims, you leave with that knowledge and act on it. I will not stop you. A pause. And if you conclude he was wrong, then we have a different conversation. Jianrenshu looked at her for a moment with the expression of a strategist who had prepared for many responses but not this one. That is either the most strategically sophisticated offer I've ever received, she said slowly, or the most genuinely trusting one. Why can't it be both? Bibi Dong said, and the corner of her mouth moved. And in 30 years of watching Bibi Dong interact with the world, Yichen had never seen her make that expression at a political adversary before. The redemption system noted, quietly, plus 200 RP. The deviation counter ticked upward, and something in the room had shifted, and Yichen wasn't sure yet whether it had shifted in the direction he hoped, or somewhere altogether more complicated. Chapter 102. Jianrenshu was given quarters in the restricted wing, comfortable, well-appointed, and positioned such that her movements were observable without surveillance apparatus, which was a distinction she appeared to appreciate. She did not hide. She walked Spirit Hall's corridors in the early mornings when they were quiet, observing the institution with the attention of a military strategist cataloging strengths and vulnerabilities. She attended the Elder Council's open sessions, sitting in the observer gallery with the stillness of one trained to make themselves invisible in rooms full of powerful people. The elders who noticed her were divided. Those who knew who she was watched her with the constrained alarm of people who could not act on their alarm without acknowledging that the Supreme Pontiff had sanctioned her presence. Those who didn't know treated her with the incurious courtesy accorded to any reasonably distinguished guest. Liu Yan knew who she was. She pulled Yi Chen aside on the second morning with the expression that meant she had an opinion and had decided the social cost of expressing it was acceptable. "The angel god inheritor is sleeping 3 quarters from the Supreme Pontiff's chambers," she said. "Yes. And you're comfortable with this because?" "Because she came here without a weapon drawn, told us her actual objectives, and spent her first night having an honest conversation with my mother instead of projecting divine pressure at our gate structure." He met Liu Yan in his eyes. Her fate thread shifted from red to amber the moment the conversation ended. Whatever she decided in that sitting room, it moved her away from the canonical trajectory. Amber is not gold. No. But it's not red. He thought about thread sight and about the long calculation of risk versus opportunity. We can't build the Continental Alliance while treating every potential partner as an enemy until they prove otherwise. That's how my mother governed for 30 years. It's not how we're doing it now. Liu Yan looked at him for a moment with the evaluative attention she brought to training assessments. Then she said, "If she gives me any reason to doubt her positioning, I'm not waiting for a council vote to act." "I know." He meant it. "That's why I want you to be the one watching." She processed this, the implicit trust, the assignment of responsibility, and her expression shifted from challenging to something more complicated. "She's better than the briefing documents suggested," she said finally. "Tactically. The way she reads a room, the questions she doesn't ask because she doesn't need to, she was trained by someone very good. Heaven Dou trained her personally. That explains it." She paused. "It also means she's been raised to see everyone as either an asset or an obstacle. That's a pattern that doesn't break easily." She looked down the corridor toward the restricted wing. "Watch for the moment when she starts categorizing people here as assets and start worrying about which category she puts them in." Noted. He watched her go. The silver fate thread between them pulsed in the quick rhythm that meant she was running operational calculations, and the gold thread in Qianringshu's direction held steady at amber, cautious hope rather than certainty, and both of those felt, in this moment, like exactly the right conditions for what came next. He stayed at the corridor window and ran the thread side analysis he'd been building over 3 days. Qianringshu's amber thread had started as a flat, cautious signal, the color of someone maintaining active uncertainty rather than committing to a position. But in the 48 hours since her conversation with Bibi Dong, the thread had developed texture, small spikes of genuine engagement when she observed Spirit Hall's administrative functions, longer sustained brightening when she attended the cultivation lectures that the inner disciples ran for the younger students. She hadn't expected Spirit Hall to have those lectures. The briefings she'd received had characterized the institution as a political apparatus with a military component. The reality of a place where master-level cultivators spent structured hours teaching children who had no political value was apparently inconsistent with her working model. Good. Yi Chen had learned from watching Bibi Dong's thread change over the past months. The moments that moved people were rarely the dramatic ones. They were the small, unchoreographed moments that the subject hadn't prepared for, that slipped past the interpretive frameworks they arrived with. The amber thread held, cautious, attentive, recalibrating. The redemption system offered no notation for this. There were no points assigned for a potential ally adjusting her priors. But in the long calculation of the work ahead, it was worth more than most of the things that had received formal notation. Chapter 103 The Star Luo negotiation began moving the same week Qianringshu arrived. Ning Rongrong's merchant courier brought a formal inquiry from her father. The Emperor of Star Luo had agreed to receive a Spirit Hall diplomatic delegation. The timing was not coincidental. The Heaven Dou suspension had created a window, and Star Luo's court was too pragmatic to ignore a window, but the willingness itself was significant. In the original story's timeline, Star Luo had been Spirit Hall's most committed enemy. That a formal inquiry had arrived, with the Emperor's seal, in response to back-channel work that had been running for less than 2 months, was evidence that the Fate Deviation Index wasn't just a number in the redemption system's display. It was a map of everything being rebuilt. Yi Chen spent 3 days preparing the delegation's materials. Bibi Dong reviewed his drafts with the sharp attention of a ruler who had governed through deception for decades and was now discovering the different requirements of governing through transparency. "You're offering more than necessary," she said, setting down a draft framework document. "The Star Luo Emperor will assume there's something hidden in a proposal this generous." "There isn't anything hidden." "I know that. You know that." "He doesn't." She tapped the page. "Add a sunset clause to the mutual defense terms, 3 years, renewable by agreement." It makes the proposal look like it was negotiated rather than gifted, which makes it legible. Emperors don't trust gifts. They trust negotiations. He rewrote the clause. She read it twice. Better. Ning Rongrong was invited to observe the delegation preparation sessions in her capacity as the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile Clan's resident diplomatic resource. She attended with the combination of genuine engagement and careful visibility that Yi Chen had come to recognize as her working mode: present, useful, and making absolutely sure the right people noticed she was being useful. On the third day, she arrived with a map of Douluo's eastern trade routes and a 30-page analysis of the economic leverage points that would make the mutual defense framework most attractive to the Emperor's Council. It was the kind of document that took 2 weeks to produce when prepared by a single analyst. "When did you write this?" Yi Chen asked. "Nights." She set the map on the table beside his. "The trade route analysis I've been building for 2 years. I just needed the right diplomatic context to make it relevant." He looked at the document and then at her. The gold fate thread had been getting steadily brighter for months, and there was a quality to the brightness now that was less trajectory and more present reality. She was here, she had been here, and whatever the original story's version of her path had been, it was irrelevant to who she had become in this version. "Your father knows what you're doing," he said. "My father thinks I'm extending a diplomatic visit for educational purposes." She met his eyes. "My father is also the person who taught me that the best way to protect the people you care about is to make sure the political environment they live in can sustain them." A pause. "He's not wrong about that." Yi Chen held her gaze. "I'll make sure the delegation materials credit the clan's analytical support," he said. "I know you will." She looked back at the map. "Now. The eastern trade routes. The Emperor's Council is going to ask about Spirit Hall's enforcement posture in their territory. Here's what they actually care about, and when the delegation hears what I know about their real priorities, they will have to negotiate seriously." She turned back to the map, and Yi Chen noted that the silver thread between them had brightened another register. He stayed for 2 more hours. Ning Rongrong's knowledge of Douluo's political landscape was precise in the specific way that merchant family knowledge was precise, not the historical context of imperial scholars, but the operational ground truth of people who had been moving goods and favors through those territories for 3 generations. She knew which border officials had extended families in Heaven Dou, which river tariff stations were actually run by the clans that nominally reported to the throne, which of the Emperor's advisors had received Spirit Hall support over the years and would be in the awkward position of having to publicly endorse a framework that acknowledged the limitations of the system that had benefited them. These weren't points of vulnerability so much as points of complexity, places where the negotiation would need to account for people navigating multiple loyalties simultaneously. Yi Chen noted each one in the margin of the delegation brief, flagging them for the advance team that would read the room before the formal session opened. By the time he left, the evening light had shifted the study's pale wood walls to amber, and Ning Rongrong was rearranging the map to reflect the amendments he'd suggested. He didn't say thank you, the work was its own acknowledgement, but he paused at the door long enough that she looked up. "The framework holds," he said. "Douluo joins, the continental structure becomes durable. Durable enough to survive what comes next." She nodded once, her expression carrying the particular seriousness of someone who had thought about what comes next for some time and had arrived at a position on it. Chapter 104. Qian Rinxu found the Eastern Garden on her 5th morning. She came to it alone in the hour before the morning cultivation sessions, when the light was still low and the plum trees Granny Hua had planted were in the earliest stage of their late autumn bloom, white blossoms against dark bark, the kind of understated beauty that didn't announce itself. Granny Hua was already there. Yi Chen watched from the corridor window without entering, because the meeting that followed was not one that benefited from his presence. The 2 women sat on the garden bench and talked for 40 minutes. He couldn't hear the words, but Granny Hua had the body language of someone sharing information rather than assessing, and Qian Rinxu had the posture of someone receiving information they had not expected to be given freely. When Qian Rinxu left the garden, she walked past the corridor window without seeing Yi Chen. Her expression was the expression of one receiving a revised account of events they thought they already understood, and was now working through the revision's implications. He went to the garden. Granny Hua was still on the bench, watching the plum blossoms. "What did you tell her?" he asked. "What I know." She didn't look up from the blossoms. "About your mother before Spirit Hall's politics got their hands on her. About who she was when she was 17 and hadn't yet learned that trust was a tactical vulnerability. About the person the Rakshasa god's shadow was built on top of." A pause. "About you, not the politics, not the cultivation rank. About a boy who arrived at my cottage with soul power that was too strong for his frame and was practicing cultivation forms he'd made up himself because he hadn't been taught any, and how when I asked why he was practicing so hard, he said, 'I'm trying to get strong enough to help someone.'" Yi Chen was quiet. "She asked me if Bibi Dong was still that person," Granny Hua continued. "Underneath everything. I told her I didn't know. That I'd spent 30 years not knowing. And that last week I sat with her in her study for 4 hours, and she told me things she'd never said to anyone, and the woman I heard in those 4 hours was," she paused, "recognizable. That's enough?" It's enough for Qian Rinxu to ask better questions than the one she arrived with. Granny Hu finally looked at him. Her eyes were the eyes of an elder who had lived long enough to have watched many things that should have been impossible happen anyway. She came here looking for confirmation. She's leaving the garden with uncertainty instead. For someone trained to operate uncertainty, uncertainty is the most dangerous gift you can give them. He looked at the plum blossoms. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me. She's going to be more difficult before she's easier." Uncertainty in someone trained like that tends to come out as probing before it comes out as openness. Granny Hu stood slowly, her healed meridians still favoring the work. But she's asking the right questions now, which is more than she was doing when she knocked on her gate last week. She walked back toward the inner temple, and in the garden, the plum blossoms continued their patient, unhurried work, and Yi Chen stayed a moment longer thinking about 30-year timelines and about the specific difficulty of asking the right question when everything you'd been taught told you the answer was already known. He checked the thread site. Qian Rinxu's thread had brightened from amber to amber gold in the hour since she'd left the garden. Not the sustained gold of committed alliance, that required more than a single conversation with an old woman who knew her target's history. But the shift was real. She was recalibrating, and the direction of the recalibration was toward engagement rather than away from it. The Fate Deviation Index registered 68%, up 1% in the last 6 hours. Small number. But the deviation counter had been stuck at 67% for 2 full days before this morning, and the movement meant that the probability gradient was shifting. Every percentage point represented a compounding divergence from the canonical timeline, and at the rate things were moving, the gap would be structural rather than superficial within the week. He left the garden and went to find Ning Rongrong, because the Douluo delegation was arriving tomorrow and the analytical framework she'd been building needed a final review before the negotiation sessions began. The plum blossoms would still be there. The diplomatic window had an expiration date. Chapter 105. The Douluo delegation arrived 17 days after the initial inquiry. Not the emperor, that was not how these negotiations worked at the opening stage, but his personal envoy, a senior minister named Dai Hao who had served 3 consecutive emperors and was known, according to Ning Rongrong's research, as the person the emperor sent when he needed to assess something accurately rather than politically. The presence of Dai Hao rather than a junior official was a signal. The signal was, "We are taking this seriously enough to send someone whose assessment we will trust." Yi Chen prepared Bibi Dong for the meeting the way he'd learned to prepare her over the past months, not by scripting positions, but by mapping the other party's likely concerns and letting her find her own responses. She was better at reading people than any scripted answer he could give her, and the months since the ceremony had clarified that skill rather than changed it. The God fragment had been suppressing her emotional range, which meant it had been suppressing her ability to read emotional registers in others. Without it, she was something between a political strategist and a social percussionist. She heard what people weren't saying almost before they said what they were. Dai Hao arrived with 3 advisors and the careful bearing of a veteran who had faced many powerful people and had learned to watch hands rather than faces. Bibi Dong greeted him in Spirit Hall's formal reception hall, not the audience chamber, which would have positioned the meeting as supplication, but the reception hall, which positioned it as peer consultation. The negotiation took 4 hours. Yi Chen observed from the side gallery and watched the fate threads. Dai Hao's thread shifted from cautious yellow to warm amber during the 2nd hour, at the point when Bibi Dong set aside the prepared agenda and said, directly, "Minister Dai, what does the emperor actually need from this alliance?" Not what the inquiry document said, what does he need? The minister had looked at her with the attention of someone recalibrating. Then he'd said, he needs to know that Spirit Hall's power, which has historically been used against Douluo's interests, is now genuinely aligned with the continent's stability rather than positioned to exploit it. And Bibi Dong had said, then let me tell you what we've changed and why, and you can judge for yourself whether the change is structural or cosmetic. She told him. Not everything, there were things that were Spirit Hall's internal matters and would remain so. But the broad architecture, the Elder Council's stabilization, the Rakshasa faction's dismantling, the shift from expansion strategy to defensive alliance posture. She presented it with the precision of a woman who had thought carefully about what evidence of genuine change looked like from the outside. By the end of the 4th hour, Dai Hao had agreed to carry a formal proposal to the emperor with the personal recommendation of consideration. It was not a commitment. It was the thing that came before a commitment, which was, at this stage, exactly right. When the delegation departed, Bibi Dong came to find Yi Chen in the side gallery. Well? She said. His thread is amber gold, Yi Chen said. He'll recommend consideration. His recommendation carries weight. She fell silent for a moment. Then, he asked if I was the same person who burned the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan's secondary estate 9 years ago. Yi Chen hadn't known about that. What did you say? I said, Yes, the same person, and I was wrong to do it, and the people who advised me to do it are either imprisoned or no longer in Spirit Hall. She looked at the empty room. He seemed to find that a more credible answer than denial would have been. It is, Yi Chen said. Acknowledgement is more credible than denial. He paused. It's also harder. Yes. She watched him with the clear, direct attention that still occasionally startled him in its completeness. It is considerably harder. A pause. But it's the right thing. Which I should have been prioritizing all along. The redemption system noted, plus 300 RP. He walked with her back to the inner temple, and the star Luo thread on his fate site map glowed warm and steady, and behind it, like weather on the horizon, Heaven Dou Luo's line in the divine realm pulsed with the slow, gathered patience of a cultivator who had been gathering strength for months and was close, very close, to the point of using it. Chapter 106 Jian Rinxue came to Yi Chen on her 23rd day at Spirit Hall, in the afternoon when the corridors were quiet and the training grounds empty. She found him in the practice yard, running absolution thread exercises, advanced forms, the kind that required precise control rather than power. He heard her approach and didn't stop. You knew I was coming, she said. I saw your fate thread turn toward this building 20 minutes ago. He completed the circuit and let absolution thread disperse. Sit down if you want. It's not a requirement. She sat, with the economic grace of someone trained since childhood in formal posture, in the way that meant the formality was automatic rather than deliberate. I've been watching your mother for 3 weeks, she said. In council sessions, in corridor interactions, in how she responds to staff. The things she does when she doesn't think she's being observed, the way she stopped mid-quarter last week to listen to a junior disciple's concern about a training schedule, and the fact that she changed the schedule. She paused. 3 weeks ago, the Bibi Dong I expected would have dismissed the disciple and reported the interruption as a discipline issue. Yi Chen sat down across from her. And now? Now I'm revising the thread assessment I was trained to hold. Her eyes stayed on him steadily, the gold of her angelic energy held back to its quietest register. Not abandoned, revised. Which means I'm doing something my grandfather would consider insubordination and I consider due diligence. What does due diligence look like from here? It looks like asking you a direct question. She met his eyes. What is Heaven Dou Luo actually planning? Not the version I've been given, the version you understand from. She paused, choosing words. From whatever knowledge source you're drawing on. Yi Chen considered this for a long moment. The question was an admission, she was acknowledging that she had been operating on incomplete information, and she was asking him to fill the gap. That was a significant concession for someone who had been positioned as his enemy. What he told you, Yi Chen said carefully, is that Bibi Dong's darkness is the primary threat to divine order and that neutralizing it, either by destroying her or by forcing her into alignment with his divine mandate, is what the angel inheritance requires of you. Yes. What he hasn't told you is that his definition of divine order has Spirit Hall eliminated as an independent power entirely, with the continent soul master cultivation system restructured under angelic authority. And that your inheritance is designed to make you the instrument of that restructuring rather than an independent ruler of Heaven Dou. Jian Rinxue was very still. The compulsion seals, she said. The ones in the divine power itself. They're already there. You've felt them, not as compulsion, not yet, because the inheritance isn't complete. They'll become active during the final ascension stage. He held her gaze. I can show you where they are. With thread sight, I can map them. You'd need someone with soul suture to remove them once they're located, but the identification is the first step. She held the silence for a long moment. Why would you help me? She said. If I ascend without compulsion seals and at full divine strength, I'm still a God-level entity opposed to Spirit Hall. No, he said. You're a God-level entity who makes her own choices. That's different. He met her eyes. The continent needs people making their own choices. Not acting out of compulsion, divine or otherwise. That's what we're building here. The fate thread in her direction shifted, amber to something brighter, still not gold, but moving in that direction with a deliberateness that hadn't been there before. Show me the compulsion seals, she said. He extended his karmic thread sight toward her spiritual structure, not entering, just observing the outermost layer, the way a person traces the edge of a wall without opening the door. The angelic inheritance blazed at that depth, enormous, compressed, a divine reservoir that pressed against its own containment the way a storm presses against a sealed window. He had expected it to be powerful. He had not fully expected the quality of the light inside it. Not cold, not distant, warm in the specific way that something built for protection was warm. The angel inheritance, at its core, before Heaven Dou Luo's modifications had layered control architecture over it, was designed to shelter. He could see the original intent in the energy pattern the same way you could see the original structure of a building that had been renovated badly. There, he said, and traced the outline in the air between them. The seals were embedded at 3 points in the inheritance's activation sequence, specific nodes that would register as directive impulses during the final ascension, shaping the choices she'd make in the moment when her will and the divine power finally aligned. Not forcing action. Bending it. Making certain outcomes feel like the only logical conclusions, because in the moment of divine ascension the distinction between external compulsion and internal conviction was impossible to locate from the inside. Qianrengshu studied what he was showing her with absolute focus, her expression holding the specific quality of a person who has just confirmed something she had suspected for a long time and was processing the confirmation in real time. "Show me the compulsion seals," she said, meaning, show me in detail, all three, every connection point. And this time it wasn't a first request, it was the beginning of work. Chapter 107 Yi Chen's thread sight, when extended into the space around Qianrengshu's spiritual structure, found the seals within 30 seconds. They were elegant. He had to give Qian Douluo credit for the craft. Not the crude binding mechanisms that external soul contracts used, but something woven into the divine inheritance's foundational architecture, embedded in the energy patterns that would activate during the final ascension stage. Anyone completing the angel inheritance without knowing to look for them would simply find, in the moment of full divine awakening, that certain choices felt impossible while others felt necessary. Not compulsion in the way a soul contract compelled. More like a very strong preference, the kind of preference that a person raised to defer to authority would never think to question. "Here," he said, using absolution thread to trace the pattern in the air between them. "And here. And these 3 points are the active relay structure that synchronizes them during ascension." Qianrengshu studied the mapped pattern with the focused attention of a strategist looking at enemy fortifications. "He built this himself," she said. "It was not quite a question. Years ago, probably. Before he chose you as the inheritor." He kept his voice even. "The question isn't whether he intended it, clearly he did. The question is what you want to do about it. I want to remove them. That will require soul suture at high precision. I can do the identification and location work, but the actual severance needs more cultivation than I currently have." He thought about the outline's timeline. Soul suture was a skill he'd unlocked at rank 40, but working on divine realm architecture level compulsion seals required something beyond his current rank 45 capacity. "I need to advance further before I can attempt it without risk of damaging the inheritance architecture itself." "How long?" "Months, if I train at current pace. Faster if I earn the right cultivation opportunities." He looked at her. "Which means you need to stay." She held his gaze for a moment. "I told my grandfather's intelligence network I was conducting a diplomatic survey," she said. "That holds for 60 days. After 60 days, absence without return looks like defection. Then we have 57 days to build something worth defecting for." She held his gaze and said nothing for a long moment. "The Continental Alliance with Star Luo," she said finally. "If it formalizes before my 60 days are up, Heaven Dou is the last major power without a seat at the table. I cannot maintain my position in that court without an answer to that." "Then help us formalize it," Yi Chen said. Quietly. "The Heaven Dou suspension was your influence in the court, you can also lift it." "Not overtly. If Qian Douluo's intelligence network sees me actively working against the suspension he considers strategically necessary." "Not overtly," he agreed. Quietly. "Remove the suspension's key political support from inside the delegation structure. The junior official you installed doesn't need to be replaced, he just needs his authorization extended in ways that allow flexibility." He met her eyes. "You know how this works better than I do." She thought for a moment. "I can do that," she said. "It will look like routine administrative correction from outside." A pause. "In exchange, I want the compulsion seal removal timeline accelerated. I'll train harder." "See that you do." She stood with the efficiency of someone closing a meeting. Then, at the edge of the practice yard, she paused. "Yi Chen," she said his given name the way she had at the gate, without political framing, just the word. "If I'm wrong about this, if the 60 days shows me something different from what these 3 weeks have shown, I will tell you directly. I won't pretend. I owe you that much." He nodded. She walked away, and the fate thread brightened another register, and in the redemption system's notification field, plus 400 RP. The fate deviation index now reads 71%, and somewhere at the edge of the divine realm, something stirred, as if registering that the variables had changed. Chapter 108 The month that followed was the most productive of Yi Chen's time at Spirit Hall. He trained with the focus that the ceremony's completion had unlocked, no longer working around the constant background concern of his mother's bond gauge, no longer rationing cultivation focus against the demands of the primary mission. He was free to advance at full capacity, and full capacity was faster than he'd expected even with the redemption system's assistance. Rank 46. Rank 47. Rank 48. The advancement came from 3 sources: daily training sessions with Hueliana, whose combat calibration pushed his technical ceiling in ways that RP conversion alone wouldn't have, The accumulated practice of absolution techniques that had been refined through months of real-world application against targets of increasing complexity, and the redemption system's conversion of the relationship work happening across Spirit Hall, which generated RP at a rate that the single focus mission period hadn't matched. The RP was coming from everywhere now, in smaller amounts but steady accumulation. A junior disciple who had been isolated by peer politics and was now being integrated into a training group, generating a small thread connection improvement. An elder who had voted against Bibi Dong for 3 consecutive years and was now sitting in the same garden as Granny Hua discussing cultivation philosophy, generating a moderate relationship shift. Jianrenshu's daily presence in Spirit Hall's routines, each genuine interaction generating a small but consistent flow as her fate thread brightened incrementally. The system had been designed to reward exactly this kind of distributed, patient, relational work. Ning Rongrong found him after an evening session, sitting in the practice yard's cooling air with a cup of cold tea and the particular quality of tiredness that came from genuinely good training rather than exhaustion. "You're advancing fast," she said, sitting beside him. "The training has been good. Hueliana is pushing you harder than she was 6 months ago." She paused. "She's also pushing herself harder. Have you noticed?" He had. The Fox Spirit sessions had been getting more demanding, more varied, Hueliana using combinations and feints that were closer to combat application than demonstration. "She's preparing for something." "Jian Douluo," Ning Rongrong said simply. "She doesn't say it, but she's been studying angelic combat techniques in the library for 3 weeks. She's not going to let another battle happen where she can't contribute at that level." A pause. "She loves your mother. She'd do something very dangerous to protect her." Yi Chen looked at the night sky, where the stars were the same stars they always were, indifferent to cultivation ranks and divine realm politics. "Thank you for telling me," he said. "I tell you things because you do something with the information." She regarded him with the directness that had developed steadily since her first diplomatic visit. "Your mother told me yesterday that the Star Luo Emperor's formal response is expected within the week." A positive response. Dai Hao's recommendation carried. It did. She paused, and something in her expression shifted to the quality she reserved for things she was choosing to say rather than things she was reporting. "Yi Chen. If the alliance formalizes, Spirit Hall, Star Luo, the clan, that's a significant change in the continental architecture. And Qian Douluo has been watching it develop. I know. He's not going to wait indefinitely." She looked at her hands. "My father's intelligence says he's been in the divine realm's boundary for months. He's not waiting because he's patient. He's waiting because he's gathering something. When he comes back out, he'll come at full strength and he won't be interested in negotiation." Yi Chen thought about the battle sequence the original outline had described, the 6-winged seraph descending on Spirit Hall, the fight that had shaken 100-mile radius. In the original story, Bibi Dong had fought that battle with the God Fragment active, its dark power amplifying her strength even as it corrupted her soul. Without it, her power was different, more precise, less overwhelming in raw output. "We need more time," he said. "We don't have unlimited time," she said, and the gentleness in her voice was the gentleness of someone delivering accurate information rather than comfortable information. "Whatever you're planning, start planning faster." He nodded. She was right. The thread sight map on the western horizon, where the divine realm's boundary pressed against the mortal world sky, pulsed with a slow golden light that had been getting brighter for weeks. Chapter 109. The Star Luo Emperor's formal response arrived on a clear autumn morning when Granny Hua was teaching Qianrenshu the names of the garden's plants. Not a deliberate pedagogical exercise, Qianrenshu had simply asked, on her walk through the eastern garden, what the low-growing herb near the wall was, and Granny Hua had answered, and one answer had led to the next, and by the time Yi Chen came to find them an hour had passed and they were discussing the medicinal properties of the lotus variety that Granny Hua had cultivated for her 1,000-petal lotus spirit. Yi Chen delivered the news without ceremony. The Emperor of Star Luo had agreed to the mutual defense framework, with 3 modifications Dai Hao had recommended and which were, on review, improvements rather than concessions. The formal signing ceremony would take place in neutral territory, the Glaistyle clan's headquarters, which Ning Fengxi had offered and which had the practical advantage of being equally inconvenient for all parties. Bibi Dong received the news in her study with the calm of one who had been expecting it while maintaining enough healthy uncertainty not to count it before it arrived. 2 parties, she said. Spirit Hall and Star Luo. Heaven Dou is still suspended. The Heaven Dou suspension is being reviewed internally, Yi Chen said. He had told her about Qianrenshu's cooperation on this specific point, carefully, not everything, not yet, but enough to explain the mechanism. The delegation's authorization parameters are being quietly expanded. Within 6 weeks, the suspension lifts on its own without anyone needing to announce a decision. Bibi Dong looked at him steadily. Qianrenshu? She has her own reasons. I've been honest with her about what I can offer and what I can't. He met her eyes. She's not an ally yet. She's someone who is evaluating whether the alternative to her grandfather's mandate is viable. And if she concludes it is, then we have 3 parties to the alliance and a god-level entity whose compulsion seals I can remove before she ascends, which gives her genuine autonomy rather than divine puppethood. He paused. Which is better for everyone, including her. Bibi Dong paused for a moment. You have 12 days before the signing ceremony, she said. During those 12 days, Heaven Dou City is going to be observing the continental political situation and deciding when to act. The formation of a 2-party alliance will look, from his perspective, like a provocation. She held his gaze. Be ready. I will be. She looked at him for another moment. The plum trees are blooming well, she said. It was, from Bibi Dong, a significant change of subject. Granny Hua says the late autumn variety is better than she'd hoped. She knows plants. She knows everything worth knowing. A pause. She told me, last week, that she was afraid she'd die before she got to see me be someone I could be proud of being. Bibi Dong's voice was even, but the evenness was the kind that required effort. I told her she'd have to stay alive long enough for me to give her something worth seeing. The redemption system noted, plus 250 RP. She intends to, Yi Chen said. I know. His mother looked at the papers on her desk and then back at him. Go train. You need the cultivation before the signing ceremony, not after. He paused at the door, not for long, just a beat, the kind of pause that meant something without being heavy enough to require acknowledgement. She was already looking at the papers again. The conversation was over in the formal sense. But the redemption system's quiet pulse in the back of his awareness registered something that wasn't tracked in points, the easy naturalness of the exchange, the way she'd said go train with the specific authority of a parent rather than a ruler. The way it had landed on him as exactly that. He filed it carefully and let it settle, the way he filed all the good things, not too close to the surface where emotion could compromise decision-making, but not so deep that he lost track of what he was doing this for. He went, and as he crossed the courtyard, the western horizon pulsed once with golden light, a single clear pulse like a signal that had been sent and was waiting for its answer. He stopped and looked at it for a moment. The karmic thread sight showed nothing in that direction, no specific fate thread originating from the western horizon, no event marker that would indicate a development to monitor. Just the light, present and purposeful, the way divine energy was purposeful even when its immediate meaning was unclear. Heaven Dou City was west of Spirit Hall. The angel limit Douluo's home position was in Heaven Dou's inner city, where his seat in the royal court gave him proximity to Qian Rinchu's base. He would have detected the Star Luo negotiations outcome. He would have calculated what a 2-party alliance meant for the continent's power distribution. He would, as Bibi Dong had said, be deciding when to act. The light faded as he watched, leaving the sky its ordinary autumn blue. 12 days. The Continental Alliance would either be durable enough to survive what Heaven Dou City brought when he moved, or it wouldn't, and the factor that would determine durability wasn't the diplomatic framework, or the mutual defense terms, or even the absolution procedure that was still 3 weeks ahead. The factor was whether the people in the alliance genuinely wanted what it offered, enough to protect it when protecting it became costly. He thought about his mother's face when she described the plum trees. About Ning Rongrong's father's emperor and the window he'd chosen to use. About Qian Rinchu looking at the compulsion seals and saying show me in detail. The answer, he thought, was yes. And he went to train. Chapter 110 Yi Chen reached rank 49 on the day of the signing ceremony. He was aware of the advancement in the way that cultivators became aware of rank transitions, not a dramatic threshold but a settling, like a building completing its foundation. The soul power that had been distributed across his meridians in loose, high-potential patterns coalesced into something more structured, more efficient, and the absolution techniques he'd been running at 80% capacity suddenly had room to extend. The signing ceremony itself took place over 2 days at the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan's headquarters. The first day, arrival and formalities. The Star Luo delegation was led by Dai Hao again, which was another signal. The emperor was treating the signing as important enough to send his most trusted eyes. Bibi Dong arrived with Yi Chen and a small Spirit Hall honor guard, dressed in the Supreme Pontiff's formal regalia but wearing it differently than the regalia usually looked on her. Without the god fragment spaceline fury, the gold and dark silk looked like the clothing of one who had chosen the role rather than grown into it. Ning Fengji received them both with the particular warmth of a clan master who has been working towards something for months and is now watching it occur. He looked at Yi Chen the way he had at every meeting since the first letter, with something that was not quite wonder and not quite approval, but occupied the space between them. You actually did it, he said quietly, when the formal greeting was complete and they had a moment away from the delegations. With significant help. The help you put in place, he said. The frameworks you built. The people you connected. He glanced toward where Ning Rongrong was managing the ceremonial logistics with the focused competence of one who had prepared extensively. My daughter has grown considerably, spending time in Spirit Hall. She was already formidable. The time here gave her a context to apply it. Yes. He looked back at Yi-Chen. She also tells me things she doesn't tell me directly through the letters. A pause. That she is happy. That the work feels meaningful. That she is, he chose his words carefully, connected to what is being built. Yi-Chen held the clan master's gaze and said the honest thing, "So am I." Ningfengji nodded once, with the expression of a man who had processed a significant piece of information and found it satisfactory. The second day, the signing itself. The Continental Alliance document, 2 parties for now, with explicit framework for Heaven Dou's accession when the suspension lifted, was signed in the clan's formal hall, with Yi-Chen and Dai Hao as witnesses and Ningfengji as neutral host. The redemption system responded, plus 800 RP. Fate deviation index, 74%. It was, Yi-Chen thought, watching his mother and Dai Hao exchange the sealed documents, the beginning of something that hadn't existed in the original timeline. Not just an alliance, a different shape of the continent's political architecture. Something that had room for Bibi Dong to be who she was choosing to be, rather than who the God Fragment had been making her. That night, in the clan's guest quarters, Ning Rongrong found him sitting by the window looking at the stars. "How does it feel?" she asked. "Good," he said honestly. "Strange. Like taking the first step of a journey that I know is going to be longer and harder than this one, but I can't see past the next ridge yet." She sat beside him. They didn't talk for a while, which was a kind of conversation they'd been having more of in recent months, the comfortable quiet of people who had spent enough time together to not need to fill it. "Douluo is going to move soon," she said finally. "My father's intelligence says within 30 days. I know. Are you ready?" He looked at the stars. "I'm not ready," he said honestly. "But 30 days is still 30 days, he said. "And I have things to do in them." The stars were indifferent to that admission, but the fate thread to the south, where Heaven Dou's delegation was already traveling, had brightened, and 30 days felt like both enough and not nearly enough. Chapter 111. Yi-Chen returned to Spirit Hall from the signing ceremony and immediately began the most intensive cultivation period of his life. 30 days. Maybe fewer. Liu Yan adjusted the training schedule without being asked. She had clearly been planning for this. The morning sessions extended from 2 hours to 4, and the content shifted from technical refinement to combat application, how Absolution Domain performed against sustained divine pressure, how Soul Suture could be deployed while maintaining defensive positioning, how the Absolution Resonance framework he'd been developing with Hueliana and Ning Rongrong performed at extended duration. Absolution Resonance was the technique the outline had called the key to facing divine-level threats, a linked purification network that amplified with each additional participant. He had been developing it for 2 months. Now, with the signing ceremony complete and the 30-day window open, he pushed the development to its practical limits. The 3-way resonance with Hueliana and Ning Rongrong was stable at distances up to 50 meters, which was sufficient for coordinated engagement. At distances beyond that, the link degraded. He spent a week working on the extension, and by the end of it had increased the stable range to 80 meters at the cost of a 15% reduction in amplification intensity. An acceptable trade-off. Jianrenshu watched the training on the 5th day. She sat in the practice yard's observation gallery, openly, with the stillness of someone observing for genuine assessment rather than intelligence. When Yi-Chen broke from the session, she came down. "The resonance technique," she said. "You're linking purification energy between 3 practitioners." "Yes." "Against divine pressure, angelic output specifically, it would act as a disruption field rather than a direct counter." She studied the residual energy patterns in the training yard's air with the perception of someone who'd spent her life learning divine powers mechanics. The angelic techniques operate through coherent light patterns. Purification energy disrupts coherence. Yes. She thought for a moment. If I were to add a 4th link, an angelic frequency converted to purification resonance, the disruption would be effective against my grandfather's specific technique signature. He looked at her. "You're offering to participate," he said. "I'm pointing out that the technique would be more effective with a 4th participant who understands the target's power signature." She met his gaze. "Whether that constitutes offering to participate is your assessment, not mine." He thought about the compulsion seals still embedded in her divine inheritance architecture, not yet active, but present, and he hadn't reached the cultivation level required to remove them safely. "The compulsion seals aren't removed yet," he said. "I know." She paused. "I trust my ability to manage my own mind under pressure better than you might. I have been managing it my whole life." She watched him steadily. "Don't decide for me whether I can participate based on a risk assessment you're conducting on my behalf. Tell me what the risk is. Let me decide." He looked at her. "The risk is that if the battle triggers a strong enough compulsion response from the unsealed architecture, you could shift from participant to combatant mid-engagement." Acknowledged. She didn't look away. "And I will tell you if I feel that occurring. I have managed my grandfather's compulsion pressure before. I know its texture." A pause. "Add me to the resonance framework. Train me in it. If it becomes unsafe, I will step back. He held her gaze and made the calculation. The fate thread in her direction was the brightest it had ever been, amber gold, close to the full gold of an aligned actor. Tomorrow morning, he said. Full session. She nodded once and left, and the redemption system noted, plus 350 RP. The deviation counter climbed to 76%, and the next stage was already assembling itself in the space between what was and what would have to be. Chapter 112. The first four-way resonance session was instructive and difficult. Qianrongxu's angelic frequency didn't integrate with absolution resonance the way a soul master's would. The power systems were structurally different, one rooted in divine inheritance and one in cultivated ability, and the interface required more calibration than adding a fourth soul master would have. She had to suppress the angelic frequency to a base level and work with the underlying soul energy substrate, which she could do, but which cost her operational efficiency. What she brought instead of raw power was precision. Her ability to read the resonance field structure and identify optimization points was exceptional. Within 2 hours of the first session she had suggested 3 adjustments to the link architecture that meaningfully improved stability at the extended range. Hueliana, working alongside her, was professional in a way that suggested deliberate effort. They didn't discuss the political situation. They discussed technique. This was, Yi Chen thought, exactly the right approach. Two people who might have reasons to be adversaries, choosing to be colleagues instead because the work required it. By the end of the third day of four-way sessions, the resonance framework was performing at 80% of its theoretical maximum. By day 7, Yi Chen reached rank 50. The advancement was unexpected in its timing. He had been targeting rank 50 by the end of the month, and reaching it at day 7 left him with room to push further. Soul Ancestor, the full cultivated form of the rank bracket he'd been climbing since the Forest mission. The soul power consolidation that came with the round rank advancement was significant. His meridians settled into a more efficient configuration, his absolution techniques gained a clarity they'd been approaching but not quite reaching. More immediately relevant, his soul suture precision had improved to the level where he could attempt the compulsion seal removal. He told Qianrongxu that afternoon. She stood in silence for a moment in the training yard with the late afternoon light catching her golden hair. Now? She said. If you're ready. I've been ready since you told me they existed. She paused. What does it require? A stable environment, sustained focus on my end, and your cooperation in maintaining the spiritual structure open rather than instinctively defended. The seals are embedded deeply, the removal will be uncomfortable. I am not unfamiliar with discomfort. She met his eyes. Do it. He did it in the inner temple's meditation chamber, the same space where other precise soul work had been done. Its high ambient soul energy concentration useful for exactly this kind of delicate operation. Hueliana was present as a stabilizing anchor. Bibi Dong waited outside, which was the right decision and one she'd made herself. Soul suture, extended into the divine inheritance architecture, located the compulsion seals in 7 minutes. Removing them took 2 hours. Not because they were subtle, they were, but he'd mapped them carefully. Because each one was load-bearing in the inheritance structure, and removing it required replacing the load with clean architectural support rather than leaving a gap. It was the most technically demanding soul work he'd ever done, and by the end of it his meridians ached with the sustained precision and Qianrongxu was sitting cross-legged in the chamber with her eyes closed and something on her face that was very different from her normal expression. When she opened her eyes, she turned toward him. It's gone, she said. All of it. She was quiet for a long time. It was there so long I thought it was part of how I thought, she said, and her voice had the quality of someone recognizing that a weight they'd grown accustomed to carrying was gone, and that its absence felt strange. The certainty about certain choices. The feeling that some options were simply not available. I thought that was clarity. She paused. It wasn't clarity. It was a wall. I know, he said. She turned to him. What do I do now? She asked, and it was the most genuine question he'd heard from her, stripped of all strategic framing. Whatever you actually choose, he said. For the first time. The redemption system updated, plus 1000 RP. The deviation counter stood at 79%, and neither of them said anything, because some completions are too large to fit into words. Chapter 113. The divine pressure arrived on the 18th day. Not the attack itself, the warning. A pulse from the western horizon at dawn, golden light intensifying over 3 hours in a pattern that Yan's echo recognized as Heaven Dou City, beginning the transition from accumulation to activation. He is coming out of the boundary, Yan's echo said, in the precise tone she used for information rather than interpretation. The divine energy has been building for 17 weeks. He has gathered enough for a sustained manifestation at near full power. Yi Chen brought the information to Bibi Dong immediately. The War Council assembled in the conference room within the hour. Bibi Dong, Yi Chen, Hueliana, Ning Rongrong, Qianrongxu, and through communication crystal, Du Gubo and Ning Fengji from their respective locations. He'll come here, Bibi Dong said. She was standing at the conference room's window, looking west. He won't engage diplomatically at this point. The Continental Alliance formation changed his calculation. He's lost the window for political pressure, so he'll move to force. How much time? Dougubo's voice through the crystal was clipped. Yan's echo estimates 12 hours to full emergence. Yi Chen said. Possibly 18 if he conserves the transition. Then we have preparations to make. Bibi Dong turned from the window. Dougubo, I need your poison core at Spirit Hall within 10 hours. I don't care about the journey's comfort. Ningfengji, the clan's amplification battalion. We need them on the eastern approach. Already mobilizing, Ningfengji said through the crystal. Ningrongrong, can you coordinate the support positioning? On it, Ningrongrong said. Bibi Dong looked at Qianrenchu. The moment was one that everyone in the room was aware of, the Supreme Pontiff looking at the angel god inheritor, in a room where the conversation stakes were the highest they'd been since Yi Chen arrived in this world. Yi Chen watched it through thread sight. Qianrenchu's thread was gold, had been gold for 11 days, the settled color of someone who had made a decision and wasn't reconsidering it. But gold thread still had texture, and in this moment the texture was complicated, the specific weight of someone being asked to face a confrontation that was simultaneously strategic and personal. 23 days of conversations. The compulsion seals removed. The Continental Alliance formed. Qian Douluo had spent all of that time on the other side of a divine boundary, accumulating energy, apparently deciding that diplomacy had run its course. Granny Hua's hand, under the conference table, had found Bibi Dong's wrist and was holding it, a small, invisible gesture that only Yi Chen's thread sight registered. The silver thread between mother and son glowed with the steady warmth of people who had been carrying something together long enough that the carrying had become natural. I am not going to ask you to fight your grandfather, Bibi Dong said. That is a choice you make. But I want you to know, whatever you decide, you are not required to leave. She paused. This building is yours to stay in, regardless of what happens outside it. Qianrenchu looked at her for a long moment. I spent 23 years believing you were the primary threat to everything I was trying to protect, she said. I was wrong. And the person who was wrong has some obligation to be present when the correction becomes necessary. She met Bibi Dong's eyes. Tell me where you want me. The redemption system, plus 500 RP. Fate deviation index, 81%. With Yi Chen, Bibi Dong said. His purification field, your disruption capacity. The resonance framework protects our people. I handle Qian Douluo. You can't, Hu Eliana started. Alone, no, Bibi Dong said. But alone is not what we're discussing. We have a Continental Alliance, a clan's amplification battalion, a poison Douluo's core, and a son whose purification field has taken down 3 continental network nodes. She looked around the room with the clarity that had characterized her since the ceremony, not the dark certainty of the God Fragment's amplification, but something cooler and more durable. We have what we need. A pause. Prepare. They prepared, and in the western sky, the golden light that was not sunrise was still moving, still accelerating, and it would not be patient much longer. Chapter 114. The preparation took 9 hours and used them well. Dougubo arrived with his core before dawn, moving at the killing pace of titled duelists who had received clear orders and had no objection to following them. The poison core deployed along Spirit Hall's outer approaches in the layered suppression pattern that Dougubo had been refining for 20 years, a structure that didn't stop divine power directly but complicated its propagation through the space, forcing a divine-level combatant to work harder to sustain coherent output. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan's Amplification Battalion arrived 2 hours after, led by Ningrongrong herself in a coordination role that reduced the battalion's deployment time by 40 minutes. Yi Chen watched her work and recognized the quality she'd been developing. She wasn't just amplifying individual soul masters, she was building a network topology, positioning practitioners to maximize the resonance between amplification fields. Granny Hua asked to join the rearguard defense formation. Bibi Dong said no. Granny Hua looked at her. Bibi Dong said, I cannot fight well if I am worried about you. Granny Hua thought about this for a moment. Then, I'll be in the inner temple. With the communication crystal. If anything requires intervention at the perimeter, no perimeter, Bibi Dong said. Her voice was level but absolute. Inner temple. The medical station. Granny Hua accepted this with the specific expression of one who has been outmaneuvered by an argument she can't dispute. But she paused in the doorway before she left. You're going to be careful, she said. It was not a question. I'm going to be effective, Bibi Dong said. Which was an answer. Granny Hua left. Yi Chen ran a final thread sight survey from the conference room window. Dougubo's suppression layer glowed deep amber and thread sight, dense, layered, the product of a poison Douluo who had been building layered toxin and suppression structures for decades. The amplification battalion's network topology had a different quality, silver threads connecting each practitioner to the next, Ningrongrong at the center like the hub of a wheel, feeding resonance amplification through the web in coordinated pulses. The resonance framework's 4-point configuration occupied the northwest corner of the inner courtyard. Himself, Jian Rinxu, and 2 of Spirit Hall's senior practitioners who had been integrated into the framework over the past 2 weeks. In thread sight it was the most complex structure he'd ever built: purification gold, angelic ivory, and 2 supporting tones of cultivation blue, braided together in a pattern that had required 40 calibration sessions to stabilize. It would work, or it wouldn't. He had done the work. He had run the calibrations. He had built the framework as well as he could build it with the cultivation rank and the time available. The rest was what happened next. The resonance framework calibrated at rank 50, rank 68, rank 45, and Qian Rinxu's angelic substrate, 4 practitioners, 4 distinct power signatures, 1 coherent disruption field. In the 4-way sessions of the past 2 weeks, the combination had been impressive in controlled conditions. In open combat against divine manifestation, it would either work or it wouldn't, and there was no way to know which until the moment arrived. Qian Rinxu, running the framework alongside Yi Chen in the final calibration session, said, "When he arrives, he'll recognize my presence here. That will affect his approach." "How?" "He'll be angrier." She ran a clean disruption pulse through the resonance architecture and checked the stability. "He'll also be less precise. He doesn't fight well when he's angry, I've observed him train." She looked at Yi Chen. "Use the anger." "Understood." At hour 9, the western sky went golden. Not the warm gold of sunrise, the sharp, concentrated gold of 6-winged angelic manifestation, arriving from the direction of the divine realm's edge, moving fast. "He is here," Ah Yan's echo said. In the conference room, in the practice yard, in every corner of Spirit Hall where the preparations had positioned them, the allied forces turned their attention west, and Bibi Dong ascended the temple's apex tower and stood at its peak looking at the approaching light with the expression of someone finally meeting a confrontation that had been building for 30 years. She was not afraid, but 30 years of accumulated waiting had sharpened to a single point, and whatever came next would determine whether that patience had been sufficient. Chapter 115 Qian Douluo arrived with the dawn. The 6-winged manifestation covered a quarter of the sky, not combat deployment, not yet, but the kind of presence projection that said I am here and I am sufficient. He descended from the divine realm's boundary in a column of golden light that the morning mist dispersed around, and when he arrived above Spirit Hall's temple complex, the sole pressure he radiated was the pressure of a rank 99 limit Douluo who had spent 4 months accumulating divine energy and had come prepared to end a conflict that had been running for decades. In thread sight, his presence was a blinding column of gold, not the structured warmth of the fate threads Yi Chen had been working with for months, but raw divine accumulation, the thread equivalent of sunlight concentrated through a lens. It was the most concentrated soul force Yi Chen had encountered since Bibi Dong at her worst, and Bibi Dong at her worst had been operating with that god fragment amplifying her power into incoherence. This was coherence. This was a rank 99 practitioner who had spent a lifetime in full control of divine-level power. Yi Chen held the resonance framework steady and tried not to think about the difference between what they'd been able to test and what was now descending toward them. He looked at the temple roof. Bibi Dong looked back. "You've brought allies," he said. The voice carried through the air on angelic resonance, audible to everyone within the complex. "I have," she said. "They won't be sufficient." He looked down at the defensive formations, Dugubo's layered suppressions, the amplification battalion's network, the resonance framework's 4-point configuration. His expression had the quality of a supremely capable commander assessing a battlefield. Yi Chen tracked his attention through thread sight. The old limit Douluo's gaze moved methodically across each element of the defense, the suppression layer first, noting its density, the amplification network second, mapping the spiderweb structure, the resonance framework third, lingering on the framework's unusual configuration. The 4-point resonance wasn't a standard formation, it wouldn't be in any intelligence briefing he'd received. He was seeing it fresh and trying to categorize it. Yi Chen watched him try and fail to find an equivalent structure in his reference library. "Good. Where is my granddaughter?" "Here," Qian Rinxu said. She stepped forward from the resonance formation's position, and the golden light of her angelic power extended around her, not suppressed now, not held back, but fully present, fully hers. The compulsion seals were gone. What remained was her own power, and it was considerable. Qian Douluo looked at her. "What have you done?" he said, and the question was not strategic, it was personal. "I corrected a decision," she said. "Yours. The one you made 20 years ago when you decided that my free will was a liability to your divine plan." A silence. The golden light above the temple compressed. "Rinxu, I've seen what you told me I couldn't see," she said. "Bibi Dong's corruption is gone. The god fragment's hold is eliminated. The alliance you wanted me to prevent is already signed. And the compulsion architecture you embedded in my inheritance has been removed." She met his eyes. "Whatever you're planning to do here, you're doing it without me." Douluo looked at his granddaughter for a moment. Then his expression hardened. "Then you've made your choice," he said. And the 6 wings extended to full manifestation. Bibi Dong released both spider spirits. The Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider manifested simultaneously, and without the God Fragment's distortion, they balanced differently than they ever had in any version of the original story. Dark and pale, coiled and extended, they moved around Bibi Dong in a pattern that was not combat posture but something older, defense, woven from 30 years of experience now finally operating without artificial constraints. The battle began, and it was nothing like what any of them had planned, and everything like what all of them had trained for. Chapter 116 Yi Chen activated the resonance framework the moment the first divine technique descended. The 6-winged angelic blast that Douluo deployed against the temple's apex was a coherent light array, concentrated angelic soul energy in a pattern strike designed to overwhelm through focused intensity rather than wide area coverage. Against a standard defensive formation, it would have breached in 15 seconds. Against the 4-way resonance framework, it hit a disruption field that fragmented its coherent pattern on contact. Not blocked. Disrupted, the coherence breaking apart as purification energy interfaced with the angelic patterning, forcing the technique to disperse rather than concentrate. The blast scattered across the defensive formation in attenuated fragments, and Douluo's suppression layer caught what the resonance missed. From the battle above, Bibi Dong used the disrupted opening to strike. Yi Chen watched through thread sight while maintaining the resonance framework, holding the 4-way link steady as the battle's energy exchanges intensified. The combination of Bibi Dong's twin spider spirits at full clarity, Douluo's accumulated divine power, and the battlefield's interaction with the suppression and amplification structures produced a complexity that his thread sight could map but not fully process in real time. What he could see, Bibi Dong was holding. Not winning, not yet. Douluo at rank 99 with 4 months of accumulated divine energy was a force of nature, and even a clarity-enhanced rank 97 with both spirits balanced was not as equal in raw output. But she was holding, and every technique she blocked or deflected cost him energy he couldn't recover in the field, and the defensive architecture was compressing his operational freedom. The anger in his strikes confirmed what Rinxu had predicted. He had expected this to end in minutes, and it wasn't ending in minutes, and the gap between expectation and reality was showing in his precision. Rinxu, her angelic frequency feeding into the resonance framework's 4th channel, identified Douluo's technique signature patterns with the precision of a woman who had studied them for 20 years. "He's building a sequence," she said. 3 strikes in preparation for a 4th that combines them. The 4th is the one that will breach your framework if we don't disrupt the sequence. Where in the sequence are we? Yi Chen said. 2nd strike. 1 more before the combination. He looked at the resonance framework's current load, 80% capacity, stable but not with significant reserve. "I need 30 seconds of amplification from Ning Rongrong." "Here," Ning Rongrong said, and the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda extended its 6th ring's output into the framework's 4th channel. The resonance framework stabilized at 95%. The 3rd strike came. The combination strike came. The resonance framework met it with full capacity, and Rinxu's angelic frequency fragmented the specific pattern at its core, and the combination technique scattered across the defensive net in pieces that the suppression layer caught individually. Above them, Bibi Dong used the disrupted moment to strike Douluo in the gap between his technique's collapse and his recovery, a precise spider silk thread slash across the divine armor's shoulder structure, finding the seam rather than assaulting the armor itself. It was not a killing blow. It was not designed to be. It was designed to tell him, "We can find your gaps, and we will keep finding them." Douluo pulled back 30 meters, not retreating, but resetting. In thread sight, his gold presence was still overwhelming, but the texture had changed. The clean certainty that had characterized his arrival was now carrying a different quality, the gold of someone recalculating rather than the gold of someone executing a plan. "Your defense is more sophisticated than the intelligence suggested," he said. His voice was level, the voice of a man who had been surprised and had decided that surprise was information rather than defeat. "The intelligence was from before the alliance formed," Bibi Dong said from the temple roof. Her 2 spider spirits held their flanking positions, pale and dark, patient as the defensive array they formed. "Updated." The 2nd wave of techniques began, slower, more deliberate, the approach of someone who had abandoned the assumption that this would end quickly and was now genuinely working. Yi Chen held the resonance framework and watched the thread topology of the battlefield through the thread sight overlay, and the redemption system was silent in the way it was silent when something significant was happening that hadn't yet resolved into an outcome. They would hold, or they wouldn't. He held the framework and waited to find out which. Chapter 117 The battle lasted 4 hours. Not continuous exchange, it moves through phases, each one testing the capabilities of the combined defensive structure and each one finding that structure more resilient than Douluo had estimated. He adapted between phases, which was the mark of a supremely capable combatant, But every adaptation cost him divine energy that the mortal realm forces could recover through rest and RP while he could not. By the third hour, something in his approach shifted. Yi Chen saw it in the thread sight before he could name it, Douluo's own fate thread, which had been the hard gold of absolute certainty since the first moment Yi Chen had ever looked at it, had developed a quality he hadn't seen in it before. Not uncertainty, the man was too old and too powerful for something as simple as uncertainty. More like reappraisal. The quality of a 700-year-old limit Douluo encountering evidence that his model of the situation requires revision. The evidence was not subtle. Bibi Dong was still standing on the temple roof, her spirits deployed and balanced, 3 hours into a fight against a rank 99 combatant with divine energy reserves. The resonance framework had disrupted 7 sequence technique combinations. The suppression layer had not broken. And Qianrenshu stood in the defensive formation, her angelic frequency feeding into the disruption field that fragmented her grandfather's own techniques. At hour 3 and 40 minutes, Douluo pulled back. Not retreat, withdrawal to assessment range. He held position in the sky above the complex, 6 wings extended but not active, and looked down at the shape of what had assembled against him. "You built this," he said, and it wasn't clear whether he was speaking to Bibi Dong or to Yi Chen or to the formation as a whole. Bibi Dong said, "We built it together." A long pause. "The corruption is genuinely gone," he said. Not a question. "Yes," Bibi Dong said. Another pause. The golden light of the 6-wing manifestation flickered once. "The Rakshasa god's shadow was the specific thing I was moving against," he said. "Not Spirit Hall. Not you." He looked at Bibi Dong with an expression that had something in it that Yi Chen had never expected to see in a political confrontation at this level, something that was not quite regret, but was in its vicinity. "If the corruption is genuinely gone, then I'm asking you to stop," Bibi Dong said. "Not surrender. Stop. There's a difference." The longest pause. "The Continental Alliance," he said, "includes a framework for divine realm consultation on continental security matters," Yi Chen said. He had prepared for this. "If you have genuine concerns about the continent's stability, and they are legitimate concerns, addressed through negotiation rather than force, there is a mechanism for that conversation." Douluo looked at his granddaughter. Qianrenshu said, "I made my choice, grandfather. It was my choice to make. That's what I needed, the right to choose. Not the choice you made for me." The 6 wings compressed. The golden light softened. And Douluo descended, not to the temple roof where Bibi Dong stood, but to the courtyard below, to ground level, to the position that said I am not leaving but I am not attacking, and he stood there, and the morning light was just morning light, and Spirit Hall's walls were still standing, and no one had died. The redemption system, plus 2000 RP. The deviation counter climbed to 84%, and the morning light held, and Spirit Hall's walls stood, and the 3 of them stood in the courtyard watching the old god try to understand what kind of world he'd just entered. Chapter 118 The conversation between Douluo and Bibi Dong took place in Spirit Hall's formal receiving chamber with Yi Chen present, because Bibi Dong had asked him to stay, and Douluo had looked at Yi Chen with the expression of a man revisiting a calculation he'd made wrong and said nothing. It lasted 3 hours. Yi Chen said little. This was a conversation between 2 people who had decades of history between them, and the history required acknowledgement before any new framework could be built on top of it. He watched through thread sight and processed the shifts. Douluo's fate thread, rigid gold-white certainty throughout every previous encounter, moved incrementally through the conversation toward something more complex, still gold, but threaded with the gray of reassessment. Bibi Dong was the one who said the hard thing first. "What I became was partly your design," she said. Not with accusation, with the precise tone of someone naming a fact rather than assigning blame. "The conditions that made the Rakshasa god's shadow viable were conditions you helped create. I don't say this to demand apology. I say it because any framework we build going forward needs to account for what both of us got wrong." Douluo was quiet for a long time. "Yes," he said finally. That admission took 3 hours to reach, and when it arrived, the room felt different, the way a room felt when something that had been building for decades finally completed its resolution. The framework they reached was not an alliance. It was something more cautious, a cessation, with consultation mechanisms. Douluo agreed to withdraw from the Divine Realm's boundary back to Spirit Hall's western territory, the location that the original story had never featured because the original story had not reached a version of this moment. He acknowledged the Continental Alliance as a political reality. He agreed to route any concerns about continental security through Yi Chen as an intermediary rather than through manifestation. In exchange, the Continental Alliance acknowledged Douluo's role as an elder statesman of the Divine Realm, with relevance to continental matters that extended beyond political convenience. It was imperfect. It was fragile. It was better than war. He said to Yi Chen, as the meeting ended and Bibi Dong had walked to speak with her advisors. "What are you?" Yi Chen looked at the old man. Her son. What else? Someone working toward a version of this that holds. Heaven Dou Dalu looked at him with the evaluating attention that had, over 9 months of Yi Chen's history in this world, been the expression he most associated with the angel Douluo. You're going to need the spider god's inheritance, he said. To hold what you've built, you're going to need divine power. The continental architecture you've created can be protected by mortal strength for years, perhaps a decade. But the divine realm will return its attention to this continent. When it does, you need someone on your side who can meet it at that level. He paused. Bibi Dong's canonical inheritance. Take it before Rinchu completes her own ascension, having 2 god-level entities aligned with this framework is better than 1. She doesn't need to give up her inheritance for that, Yi Chen said carefully. She was going to give it up anyway. The old eyes held his. In all the versions of this I have watched, and I have watched many, she always gives it to someone she trusts completely at the moment she stops believing she deserves it herself. A pause. She trusts you now. She may offer it before you're ready to receive it. He walked away, and Yi Chen stood in the receiving chamber's emptied space and turned this information over in his mind with the specific weight of things that change the shape of everything that comes after them. Chapter 119. 3 days after the battle, the continent received the news. Not the full account, not the details of what had been assembled, how long the engagement had lasted, what had been said in the receiving chamber. Those were Spirit Hall's internal matters, and Spirit Hall's press communication was handled by Hu Eliana with the precision of one who had spent months learning the difference between strategic transparency and strategic vulnerability. What the continent received, the Continental Alliance had been tested by divine-level pressure and had held. Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff and the combined allied forces had met the challenge and reached a cessation agreement. The framework was intact. The response from Star Luo was measured and positive. Dai Hao sent a brief personal letter to Bibi Dong that Yi Chen read before she filed it, because she handed it to him to read. What I told the Emperor was this: the woman who signed our agreement is the woman you described. I was prepared to be wrong. I was not wrong. My recommendation stands. The response from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan was Ning Fengji himself arriving at Spirit Hall 4 days after the battle, with Ning Rongrong's youngest brother and a delegation of clan elders, to formalize the clan's military participation in the alliance's mutual defense structure. The response from Qian Rinchu was silence, because Qian Rinchu was still in Spirit Hall, and silence from someone still present was its own communication. She came to Yi Chen on the evening of the 4th day, in the practice yard where he was running solo absolution domain forms at the extended radius his rank 50 cultivation now sustained. I need to go back to Heaven Dou, she said. I know. The court has been without clear guidance for 38 days. My political position is still viable, but it requires maintenance. She paused. The suspension of the alliance delegation, I can lift it from inside the court. Heaven Dou will join as the 3rd member. I can make that happen. At what cost to your position? I'll be known as the Crown Prince who aligned Heaven Dou with Spirit Hall. Her eyes stayed on him. That is unpopular with certain factions. Manageable with others. The Emperor, the sitting one, not my grandfather, has been watching the Continental Alliance with the interest of someone who would prefer to be inside an effective defensive structure than outside an uncertain one. A pause. I'll have it done within 2 months. He thought about what Heaven Dou Dalu had said about the Spider God's inheritance. About the Divine Realm's future attention. About the timeline. When you return, he said, there's something I need to tell you about the divine trial. She regarded him with level eyes. Not now, she said. You're not ready to have that conversation yet. Tell me when you are. She held his gaze with the directness that had been growing steadily since her 23rd day. I'll be back in 2 months, and I will need better answers about my grandfather's future compliance than the cessation framework alone provides. I'll have them. She nodded once and walked away, and the fate thread in her direction was the brightest it had ever been, steady gold now, the thread of one who had moved from uncertain actor to genuine ally, and the redemption system, plus 600 RP, the deviation counter at 87%, and the last arc of the design was assembling itself, and the question was no longer whether it would hold, but what it would cost. He stood in the empty practice yard after she was gone and turned the numbers over. 87%. The fate deviation index had moved 14 points in 67 days. The Continental Alliance was formed. Bibi Dong's corruption was gone. Qian Rinchu was departing as a genuine ally rather than a divine enforcer. Heaven Dou Dalu had reached a cessation agreement and acknowledged, however obliquely, that he had been wrong. By any measure of the mission as he had understood it at the start, protect Bibi Dong, break the canonical trajectory, give the people in this story the chance to become something better than what the original version had allowed them, the work was nearly complete. 13% remained. He thought about what Bibi Dong had proposed. The joint Spider God divine trial, the 34% success probability, the way her expression had held something careful and hopeful at the same time, the expression of a woman who had stopped asking permission to hope. He cultivated until dinner, Running absolution domain at full rank 50 extension, feeling the field's 200-meter reach and the precision it now carried, and thought about the kind of 34% chance that was worth taking with everything you had. Chapter 124 Months after his arrival at Spirit Hall, Yi Chen received 3 things in one afternoon. The first was a formal communication from Qianrenshu. Heaven Dou's Continental Alliance succession vote had passed unanimously. The delegation had resumed. The third member would be formally signed in a ceremony scheduled for 6 weeks from now. The Continental Alliance was complete. The second was the redemption system's notification, secondary objective complete, Continental Alliance, all 3 powers. 1200 RP, and the fate deviation index climbed to 89%. The third was his mother, who found him in the conference room where he'd been reading the communication, and sat down across the table from him, and said nothing for a moment. He waited. "I've been thinking about the Spider God's inheritance," she said. He went very still. "Qian Douluo, you mentioned it," she continued. "When he was leaving. He said something about it, about how the divine trial exists, and about the timeline. He said you would need it." She paused. "He was correct, wasn't he? The divine realm's attention will return. What we've built needs someone who can meet it at the right level." "Yes," Yi Chen said carefully, "and the canonical inheritance was mine." She watched him with the clear attention that never stopped, carrying the quality of a person who had been waiting years for the ability to look at things clearly. "Before I made the choice I made 30 years ago, before the Rakshasa God shadow, before all of it, I was the one the Spider God was watching. The lineage moved through me." A pause. "It still does. But the trial can accommodate more than one bloodline holder at once, if they share a lineage connection." She met his eyes. "I looked it up." He looked at his mother. "You wanted to do the trial together," he said. "I wanted to do the trial the way it was meant to be done," she said. "The Spider God's power was never meant to be an instrument of conquest or divine warfare. It was meant to be woven, connection, protection, binding rather than breaking." Her voice had the quality of someone who had spent time thinking about what power was actually for. "Taking the inheritance alone would give you strength. Taking it together would give us something that lasts." The redemption system processed this and returned a notification that Yi Chen had not seen before. Advanced objective unlocked, joint divine inheritance, the weaving of 2, probability of success at current states, 34%. Probability increases with cultivation advancement, bond depth, and preparatory alignment. Recommend, advance to rank 55+ before approaching the trial ground. Align bond resonance through sustained paired cultivation. Complete the 3 prerequisite soul skills at their advanced forms. Note: no one has attempted this in recorded history. The mechanism exists. The path is yours to find. He looked at his mother. She looked back with the expression of someone who had spent 30 years losing ground and was finally, in the specific clarity of a morning when everything she'd been fighting for was present and intact, choosing the path forward. 34% is not 0, she said. "No," he agreed. "It isn't." "Then we prepare." She stood with the decisiveness that had always been her core operational mode, now freed from everything that had been distorting it. "Tell me what we need, and we'll get it." Her eyes met his. "You didn't cross worlds to be safe. You crossed them to build something worth having." Her voice held something that was not quite pride and not quite grief and occupied the particular register of a mother who has watched her son become someone she didn't know how to deserve. "So let's build it properly, together." The fate thread between mother and son blazed pure, steady gold. Fate deviation index, 91%. And somewhere at the western edge of the world, the ancient boundary shimmered with the patience of something ancient that was watching, and waiting, and beginning, slowly, with the certainty of power that measures time in centuries, to understand that the version of events it had prepared for was not the version that was occurring. Chapter 121 3 weeks after Qianrenshu's departure, Yi Chen called a council. Not a war council, the kind they'd assembled when the golden light appeared on the western horizon. This was a different kind of gathering. Bibi Dong, Granny Hua, Yan's echo speaking through the amber lens that held her resonance, and Yi Chen himself, in the quiet private garden where the plum trees had finished their autumn bloom and were holding their bare branches with the patient equanimity of things that understood seasons. He had prepared what he was going to say. Then he had set the preparation aside, because what was needed here wasn't an argument or a persuasion, it was a conversation between people who trusted each other, and such conversations were best approached directly rather than strategically. He simply stated the facts. "The divine trial," he said, and put the redemption system's notification on the table in plain language. 34% probability. Mother and son entering the Spider God's inheritance test together. A shared ascension mechanism that hasn't been used in a recorded million years. Granny Hua studied the notation with sustained attention, turning the notification's language over the way she turned unfamiliar medicinal specimens, methodically, from multiple angles, before committing to a conclusion. "The Spider God's power was always meant for your mother," she said finally. Her voice carried the weight of certainty that came not from theory but from witness. She had watched Bibi Dong carry that power's potential for 30 years, through the God fragment's distortion and the decades of grinding darkness. She knew the shape of that potential the way a sculptor knows the shape inside uncarved stone. The original timeline had her taking it alone, at the end, when she was already too damaged to use it well. That's why the canonical story broke. She looked at Yi-Jin. Sharing it, carrying it with her, is the correction the whole arc has been pointing toward. 34%, Bibi Dong said. Her voice was careful. Not frightened, she had stopped flinching from difficult odds sometime around the month she described to Yi-Jin when she was 17, the month she'd first understood what her power actually was. But careful. 12% would have meant impossible, Yan's echo told them, her resonance through the amber lands warm in particular, the voice of a woman who had watched the probability mathematics of divine trials from the inside. 34% means viable with preparation. The trial doesn't test raw power. It tests readiness. What you bring to the threshold matters as much as what you're carrying when you arrive. What do we need? Yi-Jin asked. Time, she said. 6 weeks, minimum. Cultivation stabilization at your current rank, deep enough that the advance holds under pressure. The absolution domain at full integration, not just deployed, understood? And, she paused. Your mother needs to want this. Not because it's strategically optimal. Because she has decided that she is worth it. The plum garden was quiet. A wind moved through it, carrying the last dry leaves of the autumn plum blossoms in slow arcs across the stone bench and the table where the notification lay. The sky above the garden was the pale gray of early winter, clear, vast, holding nothing but light. Yi-Jin had come to understand why important conversations kept happening here. The garden's scale was right, large enough to breathe, small enough to be intimate. The seasonal bareness of the plum branches was the kind of honest that made other kinds of honesty easier. Bibi Dong looked at her hands, the hands that had held the Rakshasa god's shadow for 20 years, that had carried the god fragment's power and its corruption simultaneously, that had signed the Continental Alliance Accords and had, yesterday, approved the architectural plans for the Continental Soul Master Guild's first regional offices. These were the same hands that had held a newborn 17 years ago in a stone chamber below Spirit Hall, and chosen, at cost she had underestimated, to give him to someone who would keep him safe. They were steady. They had always been steady. That had been both her strength and, for 20 years, her armor. The steadiness is performance rather than truth. Now the steadiness was simply hers. I want this, she said. I have been afraid of it. That's different. Yi-Jin met her eyes across the garden table. Then we start tomorrow, he said, and the amber lens brightened, and Granny Hua's hand found Bibi Dong's wrist under the table with the quiet certainty of a teacher who had never stopped believing in her student, and the fate thread between mother and son blazed gold, and the redemption system registered nothing, because there was nothing to register, only the beginning of the final work. Chapter 122. The preparation period had a quality unlike anything the past months had produced. The urgency was gone. Not the work intensified, if anything, but the driven, reactive quality of the previous arcs, the constant threat assessment, the political calculations running in parallel with the cultivation training, the sense that the next crisis was already visible on the horizon and closing. The horizon, for the first time, was clear. What remained was the cultivation itself. They trained every morning in the inner courtyard, Yi-Jin extending his absolution domain through the full 200-meter radius, Bibi Dong running her twin spider spirits in the coordinated patterns that she'd been developing since the god fragment's removal. The spirits moved differently now. The Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider had always been adversarial aspects, the destruction and the consumption, two faces of a power built around taking. Without the Rakshasa god's shadow's distortion amplifying their conflict, they were finding a third mode, balanced, patient, each feeding the other's reach rather than competing with it. The mornings had a texture Yi-Jin had been careful not to name until now, afraid that naming it might dissolve it the way that morning fog dissolved when you walked into it. But the fog had stayed for 3 weeks, which meant it wasn't fog. It was weather. It was the climate this particular household had built for itself out of sustained effort and an accumulation of small choices made in the right direction. He woke before dawn each morning and spent the first hour in the meditation posture that Granny Hua had drilled into him years ago in the mountain cottage, running circulation patterns through the absolution domain's deepest structural layer, feeling the way the field had changed since the god fragment's removal. It was different. Not more powerful, exactly, more settled. The way a river was different when the spring flood subsided and the banks returned to their proper function, not diminished, but purposeful in a way the flood was not. Bibi Dong appeared in the inner courtyard before the full dawn perhaps half the time. On those mornings she ran her own cultivation forms in the space beside his, the twin spider spirits tracing patterns in the air that she developed over months of independent work. He didn't watch her directly, watching felt like an intrusion on something that belonged to her, but in thread side her karmic line was a solid, Steady gold. The red was gone. The darkness that had been eating it for 20 years was gone, and what remained was a woman's actual fate, running forward into possibility without the parasite pulling it sideways. He found himself thinking, on those mornings, about the novel he'd read in another world. The canonical version of these events. In that version, Bibi Dong never had this, never had mornings, never had a courtyard, never had a cultivation session that was just cultivation rather than a preparation for war or a response to crisis. The story had never given her anything as ordinary as peace. Yi Chen watched this in thread sight and thought about what the redemption system had been trying to show him for months. The absolution system wasn't about cleaning something broken. It was about revealing what was already there beneath the damage. Bibi Dong's twin spirits hadn't needed the God fragment to be powerful, they'd been powerful before it arrived, and the fragment had spent 20 years riding that power while everyone mistook the parasite for the host. He cultivated the absolution domain with this understanding and felt the field's character change, less forceful, more diagnostic. Less about pushing corruption out and more about recognizing health and supporting its expansion. By the third week, Bibi Dong noticed. "Your field feels different," she said, after a morning session where the absolution domain had interfaced with her spider spirit's new balance in a way that felt less like purification and more like resonance. Less like a correction. More like a mirror. "You don't need correcting anymore," he said. "You haven't for a while." She was quiet for a long moment with the particular stillness she brought to things she had been told and needed to let settle before she could accept them. "Then what does it do now?" she asked. "Supports," he said. "Shows you what's there. Holds the space steady while you work." "That's not what the spider god needs from a divine trial partner," she said slowly. "That's what a sun does." He looked at her. "Yes," he said, and the plum trees had bloomed again in the intervening weeks, and the morning light caught the white blossoms and made them luminous, and the fate thread between mother and son was so bright it was difficult to look at directly. Granny Hua appeared on the garden bench most afternoons during those 6 weeks, with the specific quality of someone who has decided that observation is its own form of participation. She brought tea in the old clay pot that had made the journey from Jade Mist Village and that she had, apparently, considered non-negotiable luggage on every relocation since. The tea smelled like the mountain cottage. When Yi Chen smelled it he was 12 years old again, sitting on a straw mattress with a honey cake, trying to hold 2 lives in one skull without either of them cracking. He had thought the distance between those 2 moments was so vast as to be unmeasurable. Sitting in Spirit Hall's inner courtyard with the good clay pot tea and the plum trees and his mother running spider spirit forms in the morning light, he found that the distance was exactly as far as it needed to be and not a step further. Granny Hua watched him one afternoon until he became aware of being watched, which took longer than it should have, because he had been watching Bibi Dong. "What?" he said. "Nothing," the old woman said, with the expression of someone who had a great deal to say and had decided not to say any of it. "Drink your tea before it cools." He drank his tea. "She's going to be all right," Granny Hua said eventually, very quietly, in the tone she used when she was stating facts rather than offering reassurance. "I've been watching her for 20 years from a distance and for 8 months from close. The difference," she stopped. Started again. "She's more herself than she has been since she was 16. That year, before the previous Pontiff's abuse began. That's who she's been working back toward." "Is she there yet?" "No one is ever fully there," Granny Hua said. "That's not how people work. But she's been moving in the right direction since the ceremony, and now she's doing it with a full soul and clear eyes." She wrapped her hands around the teacup with the deliberate pleasure of someone long since reconciled to finding warmth wherever it was available. "That's enough to take into a divine trial. That's more than enough." The evening before the departure, Yi Chen sat with Ah Yin's echo for an hour in the private room where the amber lens was kept when he wasn't carrying it. "Nervous?" she asked. "Is that a problem?" "Not if the nervousness is honest." The lens pulsed with warm amber light, that particular resonance that was uniquely Ah Yin, the combination of warmth and precision, compassion and sharp intelligence, that he had come to understand was simply what that woman had been, before the story had taken her from the world at 17. Nervousness that comes from awareness of stakes is useful. Nervousness that comes from fear of being unworthy is not, and I've been watching you practice the difference for months. 34%, he said. 34% as of the probability assessment 4 weeks ago, she said. You've been cultivating since then. Your mother has been cultivating since then. The bond resonance has deepened. The trial adjusts its probability assessment to current state, not to stated assessment time. A pause. I cannot give you a better number. But I can tell you that what I observe between you, the actual quality of the bond, the actual depth of the preparation, is better than any set of conditions I have observed preceding any divine trial in the history I have access to. That's not the same as saying we'll succeed. No, she agreed. It means you are bringing the right things. Whether the threshold requires more than you have is a question the trial answers and I cannot. Her resonance shifted, softer, more personal. But I will tell you this, because I should have told it to your mother directly rather than only showing it to her in the actions I took. She was always worth the effort. Every calculation I ran in the years before my death concluded the same thing. The version of this story that the original world wrote was wrong about her, and I am glad that this world is going to know the correct version. Yi Chen sat with that for a long while. I'll tell her, he said. Tell her when she doesn't need it to be true, Ah Yan's echo said. Tell her when she already knows it herself. That's when it will mean the most. The amber lens went quiet, and the room held its particular warm stillness, and outside the window the spring night settled over Spirit Hall with the patient thoroughness of all spring nights. Chapter 123 Qian Rinchu arrived 63 days after her departure. She came without ceremony, no herald, no formal delegation, no advance communication beyond a brief crystal message that reached Spirit Hall 6 hours before she did, coming. Heaven Dou has voted. Bring good tea. She looked different. 63 days of court navigation in Heaven Dou's political landscape had left visible marks, a sharper economy in her expression, the specific set of the shoulders that came from sustained tactical engagement, a quality of controlled alertness that was different from the carefulness she'd arrived with. That first alertness had been defensive. This was the alertness of a practitioner who had been working at the edge of her capacity for 60 days straight and had found that edge further out than expected. She sat in Bibi Dong's receiving chamber and accepted the good tea and said, Heaven Dou is the Continental Alliance's third member. Ratified by the Emperor's Council, 41 votes to 7. The minority were mostly Qian Douluo's old clients, and they've had 60 days to watch how the majority calculates advantage. A pause. They'll come around. Your grandfather? Bibi Dong asked, complying with the cessation framework. She met Bibi Dong's eyes. He is unhappy. But the acknowledgement he made in your receiving chamber, before witnesses, constrains him in ways that his pride won't let him undo. He will not break a witnessed admission. She held her teacup with the careful attention of someone parsing information she'd been living with for 2 months. He is waiting for the divine trial to fail. He told you that? He told me that the Spider God's inheritance has a failure mode that results in the candidate's cultivation foundation fracturing permanently. He was very specific about the statistics. A slight pause. He is afraid of what happens if it succeeds. Yi Chen watched her fate thread. Still gold. And now carrying a texture he hadn't seen before. The specific weight of a person who had committed to a risk and spent 2 months holding it without knowing how it would resolve. You secured Heaven Dou knowing that the trial was happening, he said. I secured Heaven Dou so that when the trial happened, there would be a structure in place that didn't depend on any single person being at full capacity. She looked at him. You build systems, Yi Chen. So do I. A pause. The system I built in Heaven Dou survives my absence or incapacitation. That's the version I wanted to hand over. He held her gaze. In thread sight, her fate thread had settled into the gold of a fully aligned actor, not the bright fluctuating gold of someone in the process of deciding, but the steady gold of a person whose decision was made and whose life was moving in its direction. She had crossed from potential ally to actual one somewhere in the 63 days of Heaven Dou court politics, and the crossing had not been dramatic. It had been incremental, daily choices made in the same direction, accumulating into a new orientation. He understood that process. He had watched it in his mother. He had experienced it himself. Will you be here for the trial? He asked. Where else would I be? She said, and the simplicity of it carried the particular weight of a certainty that had stopped needing performance to sustain it, and the gold thread held, steady and unwavering, and the Continental Alliance was complete, and the work of the past 4 months had assembled into something that could stand on its own. The good tea cooled in its cups, and the receiving chamber held the 3 of them in the afternoon light, and outside the window the plum garden showed the last of the late autumn blossoms, and the preparation had begun 7 weeks ago and would end at the edge of a high plateau in the west, and between here and there was 8 days of quiet travel and whatever the trial contained. Chapter 124 The approach to the Divine Realm's boundary required 12 days of travel. Not because the distance was great. Spirit Hall's western territory bordered the outer fringe of the Divine Realm's influence, and the boundary itself was accessible within a week at cultivation-enhanced pace. But Ayan's echo had been explicit, arriving at the trial ground in a state of cultivation agitation was a failure condition. The approach itself was part of the preparation, and the preparation required stillness. So they traveled slowly, deliberately, Yi Chen and Bibi Dong together with a small company, Eliana, who had informed Yi Chen that she was coming and his opinion on the matter was noted but irrelevant, Granny Hua, who had applied similar logic to Bibi Dong, and Ayan's echo speaking through the amber lens that Yi Chen carried. They had packed light, the provisions of people who trusted the road to provide what was needed and trusted themselves to travel efficiently through whatever it did not. Yi Chen had brought 3 things he considered non-negotiable, the amber lens, a set of Granny Hua's meridian clearance tools in case they were needed, and the small jade pendant Bibi Dong had left on his bed the morning after her intervention in Ju Kei's office. He had carried it for 2 years. It seemed right to carry it to this. Bibi Dong had brought, among the practical supplies, a small folded cloth, plain, undyed, the kind used for infants. She did not explain it. She put it in her pack with the matter-of-fact quality she brought to decisions she had already worked through, and didn't invite comment, and Yi Chen understood it was connected to the conversation they had not yet had and did not push. The western approach passed through the outer spirit beast territories, land that had been contested between human settlement and beast occupation for centuries. Under the new continental framework, the territorial boundaries were under negotiation, and the travel through that landscape had a different quality than it would have had a year ago. The spirit beasts they encountered were watchful but not hostile, the ambient tension of a contested border replaced by the more complicated atmosphere of a border whose status was actively being renegotiated. Di Tian's doing. Yi Chen had received word 2 weeks earlier that the Beast Emperor had formalized an initial compact with the Continental Alliance's Beast Liaison Committee. It wasn't peace yet, centuries of conflict didn't resolve in months, but it was framework. It was infrastructure. The beginning of something that would outlast the individuals who had begun it, if they built it carefully enough. The road through the beast territories had the particular quality of land that was deciding what it wanted to be. The boundary markers were new, erected in the past month by the Joint Liaison Committee, and some of them were already being ignored by both sides in small ways that the committee would eventually have to address. But the markers were there. That was the first thing. On the 8th day, Bibi Dong began talking. Not about the trial. About the years before it, the years Yi Chen hadn't been present for, the ones between Granny Hua's departure with the infant and the moment a 17-year-old boy had walked through Spirit Hall's gate with eyes that were wrong for his face and a cultivation base that shouldn't have existed. She talked about the choices she'd made. The ones she regretted, and the ones she'd made cold-eyed knowing what she was doing, and the ones she still couldn't entirely categorize. She didn't soften them. She didn't construct narratives around them. She described them as they'd been, complex, often wrong, occasionally right for the wrong reasons, and then went quiet. Yi Chen walked beside her and listened and said nothing that would have filled the space before she was ready. This was a form of respect he had learned from her, actually, the discipline of not rushing to fill silence that still had work to do. On the 10th day, she said, I need to tell you about the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. He listened to all of it, and when she finished, the boundary was visible on the horizon, a shimmer in the air like heat haze, but constant, patterned, the edge of a dimension that existed adjacent to the mortal world but according to different laws. Chapter 125 The boundary of the divine realm was nothing like he'd expected. He had imagined something dramatic, a wall of light, a threshold with visible power, the kind of boundary that announced itself through overwhelming soul pressure. What they arrived at was quieter, a shimmering in the air at the edge of a high plateau, where the morning light bent slightly wrong and the thread side overlay went strange, showing not the familiar warm-colored fate threads of human relationships but something older and more structural, the deep geometry of how this world's divine power was organized. The plateau itself was unremarkable. Wind-scoured stone, gray-white in the early light, patched with the tough low plants that survived at this elevation by growing flat rather than tall, investing nothing in height and everything in root depth. The horizon in 3 directions was the continent's landscape, ridgelines, river valleys, the distant shimmer of cultivation cities. In the 4th direction, west, the shimmering. The light bending wrong. The thing that was the boundary. Granny Hua stopped at the plateau's edge, 20 meters from the shimmering. Her face was the face of a woman looking at something she had known about in abstract and was now encountering in substance, and finding the substance both more and less than the abstract had suggested. More, because the divine realm was real in a way that no description entirely prepared you for. Less, because it was not, ultimately, incomprehensible. It was a different kind of boundary, but it was still a boundary, and boundaries were things she understood. The amber lens blazed at the proximity. This is where I ended, she said. Her voice was very clear. The boundary passed through this location when I made the choice not to reconstruct. The echo of that decision is still here, I can feel it. A pause. It is not a sad feeling. It is the feeling of having been a complete thing. You were 17, Bibi Dong said quietly. Not a question. A statement, said to the lens and to the boundary and to the memory of the girl who had made that choice. 17, the echo agreed. It was the right choice for the situation I was in. I would not advise it as a general course of action. The warmth in her resonance was genuine. But it served its purpose, and standing here, knowing what has been built, I believe it served it well. Bibi Dong stood at the boundary's edge and extended her soul pressure toward it carefully, the way a practitioner tested unknown terrain before committing weight to it. The boundary responded with a resonance that Yi Chen could track through thread sight, a deep, slow pulse, like a heartbeat measured in decades. It knows we're here, Bibi Dong said. It's been watching, the echo said. Since the absolution ceremony. Since the God fragment was removed. Each deviation from the canonical trajectory registered here, The divine realm maintains awareness of power events at or above a certain threshold. A pause. What you've done over the past months has been visible to it. The trial isn't blind. It knows what you've built. Is that an advantage or a disadvantage? Yi Chen asked. It means the trial will be accurate, the echo said. It won't test you on what it expects to find. It will test you on what's actually there. A long pause. That's better, if you are who you think you are. Yi Chen looked at his mother. Bibi Dong looked back. The morning light caught her eyes, clear and dark, the judgment aspect present and patient, the twin spider spirits still and ready, the 30 years of accumulated damage and its aftermath present in her face in the specific way that hard-won things were present, not erased but transformed into something load-bearing rather than limiting. Ready? He asked. She took his hand, not the formal grip of a cultivation technique, not the measured contact of two practitioners coordinating, but the grip of a person no longer navigating alone. Ready, she said, and they stepped through the boundary together. Chapter 126 The Divine Realm's interior was not a landscape. It was a condition, a quality of existence that his ordinary sense apparatus didn't fully understand, that thread sight mapped in partial layers, that the absolution system parsed with the careful attention of a tool encountering an environment significantly more complex than its standard operating range. What he could perceive, light that was neither warm nor cool but authoritative, organized into patterns that suggested meaning without resolving into legible content. Space that was simultaneously vast and intimate, distances that felt both immediate and immeasurable. And, in the center of the perception, a presence. Not Qian Douluo. Not any divine figure with human form. Something older, the original power that the divine aspect had been built from, the source beneath the inheritance, watching from a position that was less a location and more a perspective. He tried to locate it in thread sight and found that the tool didn't apply. This was not a fate thread but the structural substrate that fate threads were woven from. The loom, rather than the thread. Beside him, he felt Bibi Dong's awareness processing the same environment. Her twin spider spirits were deeply still, not suppressed, not sealed, but the stillness of things recognizing a context in which their ordinary mode of operating was not the relevant one. The judgment aspect's perception was active, he could feel it at the edge of his own awareness, the way you felt another practitioner's extended field without being inside it, a quality of clarity radiating from his mother that was simultaneously her and something larger. She was not afraid. He could feel that clearly. Too. The presence said. Not in language, the communication arrived as direct apprehension, the way certain things are understood without being described. A bloodline carrying both its aspects. This has not been attempted since the inheritance was established. We know, the echo responded, and Yi Chen realized with a start that the amber lens was still with him, still active, that the echo's resonance was present even here. The sound of it, warm, precise, carrying the particular character of a woman who had been 17 years old and brilliant and generous enough to leave her resonance for the people who would need it later, was the most familiar thing in an unfamiliar place. The mechanism was always available. The prerequisites were never met before. Prerequisites, the presence said, with the quality of something acknowledging an accurate description. The dark aspect must have moved through acknowledgement. The light aspect must have moved through acceptance. Neither may enter the trial carrying the armor of their necessary defensiveness, only the structure of their actual self. A pause, long and measuring. We will test whether this is so. Yi Chen glanced at his mother. She looked back at him. In the divine realm's interior light, authoritative, colorless, seeing without preference, her face held the complete version of who she was, the power, the precision, the 30 years of damage and the work she'd done with what the damage had left, the grief and the accountability and the particular fierce warmth that she had been hiding for decades behind walls built from necessity and had only recently learned she didn't need anymore. He thought, whatever the trial found when it looked at her, it would find that. And then the realm separated them. Chapter 127 Yi Chen stood alone in a space made of memory. Not his memories, other people's. The fabric of the place was constructed from moments that had occurred elsewhere and been recorded here, decisions, their consequences, the threads between cause and effect laid out in a structure that resembled what thread sight showed but was more comprehensive, more granular, more complete. The space was vast in the way that things which contain history are vast, not geographically wide but deep, stratified, layer upon layer of moments stacked so that the oldest ones exerted their own kind of gravitational pull. The light here was not the warm golden light of the approach to the divine realm's boundary, nor the authoritative clarity he'd felt stepping through. It was the precise, colorless illumination of something that needed to see without preference. A light that didn't favor any particular reading of what it revealed. He could feel the space doing something to his sense of time. The past was not behind him, it was around him, coextensive with the present, the threads of consequence stretching in every direction simultaneously. He understood why the trial called this a test of the mercy aspect. Mercy was not only gentleness. It was the willingness to look at what was true without the protection of convenient forgetting. He looked at the nearest thread. It was his. His arrival in the body of Tang Yichen, age 17, in the quarters of Spirit Hall. He could see the moment from outside it, the fear, the disorientation, the immediate desperate scan for context that his transmigrator knowledge had kicked into, and could trace the consequences forward. Every person who had been affected by the decision he'd made in that first hour, every fate thread that had shifted because of what he'd chosen to do. He held it. Didn't move past it immediately. Looked at it the way Granny Hua had taught him to look at difficult truths, directly, without armor, without the instinct to explain or justify before understanding was complete. Huelian's thread was here. He could see the branching, the canonical direction her fate had been pointed in, and the angle it had taken instead. In the original version she had died for a woman who never knew what the devotion had cost her. In this version she was in the field at the edge of the divine realm, waiting, alive, carrying a love that had somewhere to go. The branching point was not the soul suture, not any single dramatic intervention, it was a conversation on a training ground at Moonrise where he had said, "She won't always be that way." The specific weight of being told that the person you love is capable of becoming something better. The way that weight had shifted something in Huelian's fundamental orientation from grief that was sustaining her into hope that could sustain something more. He had not planned that conversation. He had not known what it would do. He had simply said something true, because it was true, and the ripple of that truth had moved through time in directions he hadn't mapped. The presence spoke. You interfered with lives that were not yours to interfere with. You rewrote fates without the consent of their bearers. You imposed your understanding of what was better onto people who had their own trajectory. A pause. How do you answer? Yi Chen looked at the threads. Imperfectly, he said. I intervened because I could see what was coming and I couldn't watch it happen without trying to prevent it. That's not an excuse, it's a description. He held the thread. Some of what I changed was better. Some of it was more complicated. All of it was done without full knowledge of the consequences, because no one has full knowledge. He let the thread rest. I would do it again. And I would try to do it better. Better how? More consultation. More honesty about what I didn't know. Fewer assumptions that my understanding of better was the relevant standard. He paused. My mother deserved to choose her own redemption arc. I accelerated some of it, pointed some things toward her that she might have found herself eventually, but the choices were hers. I tried not to take those from her. Tried. Imperfectly, he said again. That's the only mode I have. I'm human. The presence didn't respond immediately. Yi Chen waited in the precise colorless light, feeling the weight of the threads around him, not oppressively, but as presence. The weight of consequence, the weight of the actual impact of his existence on the people who had been in range of his choices. He had done harm, too. There was a thread here that was Xinyan's, the other transmigrator, the contingency, the one who had been created as a replacement and had been given no say in the matter. Whatever Xinyan's future held, Yi Chen had been part of the apparatus that had put him in a world without a clear purpose. He had tried to redirect that toward something useful. He could not know if that had been sufficient. He didn't look away from Xinyan's thread. You carry divine authority now, the presence said. That does not change? It changes my capacity, he said. Not the category I operate in. I'm still making decisions with incomplete information, using best judgment, trying to leave people with more room to choose than they had before I arrived. He met the presence's attention. The divine authority is a tool. I'm still the person using it. People have said that, the presence said. Before the tool changed them. Yes, he said. They have. He held the presence's attention steadily. I know that risk. The absolution domain, the mercy aspect, it's a purification energy. It can't be used for domination without fundamentally contradicting its own nature. The tool has a built-in check on the misuse of the tool. He paused. I know that's not a guarantee. Power that purifies is still power, and power concentrated in one person is a structural vulnerability regardless of its character. He thought about Bibi Dong and the guild's reform architecture and the conversation about durability beyond the founder. That's why we're building institutions. So the work doesn't depend on me being who I currently am forever. The presence was quiet for a time that felt like it had the quality of genuine consideration. Then it said, Go find your mother. Chapter 128. The space of memory dissolved, and he was in a corridor made of spider silk. The silk was architectural, not natural webbing but structured, deliberate, the kind of precision construction that Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor created in advanced technique. The threads were fine as hair and strong as braided steel, woven into geometric patterns that carried a kind of beauty Yi Chen had learned to recognize as characteristic of his mother's aesthetic sensibility, functional at its core, ornamented only where the ornamentation reinforced the function. She had been building things like this her whole life. Structures that held. He followed the corridor through several turns, each turn a choice between paths, and chose each time by thread sight, the path with the warmer thread signature, the one that felt like the direction of someone whose fundamental orientation had shifted toward something it wanted to protect. The trial had separated them so that each could face their own reckoning without the other as a buffer. He understood the mechanism. A shared trial required two people who were genuine in themselves, not two people who had each decided to perform strength for the other. The silk corridor, built from the material of her power, organized by her aesthetic, was the trial's acknowledgement that she had been here, had worked through what needed working through, and had left a path toward her center that someone who knew how to follow her thread could find. He found her in a chamber at the corridor center. She was sitting on a floor that was made of something like stone and something like memory, with the posture of someone who had been sitting for a long time and had stopped caring about the discomfort. Her eyes were open. She was looking at something he couldn't perceive directly but could map through thread sight, the accumulated weight of specific decisions, laid out in the space around her with the clarity that the divine realm provided. The thread sight showed him the shape of what she was looking at. It was not a single event. It was a topology, the structure of 30 years of choices, their branchings, their confluences, the places where she could have gone differently and hadn't, and the places where she had tried to go differently and had been prevented. All of it laid out flat, without the fog of time and self-justification that made the past more bearable to carry in ordinary consciousness. She heard his footsteps. "It showed me everything," she said. "Every order that resulted in a death. Every threat I weaponized. Every person I used as a political variable." She didn't turn. "There are more of them than I thought. And I thought there were a lot." He sat down beside her. He didn't say anything immediately. He could feel what she needed, and it wasn't comfort. She hadn't asked for comfort, and giving it unsolicited would have been the wrong kind of mercy. It was presence. Witness. Someone to sit in the same space with the same truth and not flinch from it either. "How did you answer?" he asked. "I didn't defend them." She was very still. "Some of them, the early ones, before the God fragment, I made out of fear. Some of them I made because I'd been taught that power was the only real protection, and I believed it. Some of them I made after the God fragment arrived, and those are the most complicated because the fragment amplified the impulse, but the impulse was mine first." A long pause. "I told it, these were mine. I chose them. The circumstances shaped the choices, but the choices were mine, and the people they affected deserve better. And then? It asked me what I intended to do with what remained." She finally looked at him. Her eyes were clear and steady. "I said, protect. Not from a position of power over people, but from a position of service to the structure that makes it possible for people to protect themselves." A pause. "The Spider God's judgment aspect, the ability to discern truth from corruption, it's a tool for that. Not for domination. For clarity." He held her gaze. "That's what you said to the trial?" "That's what I believe," she said. "I told it the true version. That's all it wanted." He thought about what he had said in his own portion of the trial, imperfectly, and recognized it as the same answer in different form. Imperfectly meant, acknowledging the gap between intent and outcome. It meant, not hiding behind the intent as a replacement for the outcome. It meant, being willing to keep working on the gap without the protection of the fiction that good intentions made good actions automatic. They had both told the trial the same truth from different angles. "The corridor," he said. "You built it." She looked at the silk walls, her silk, her precision, her aesthetic, and something in her expression shifted from the weight of reckoning towards something quieter. "I didn't know I was building it," she said. "I was," she paused. "Processing. Moving through what had been laid out. And the movement left that behind." "You were finding your own way through," he said. "I've always found my own way through," she said. "Not defensive, just accurate. That was never the problem. The problem was always what I was navigating toward." She held his gaze. "Now I know where I'm going." He took her hand, and the silk corridor brightened around them, the threads of her architectural construction resonating with the warmth of a palm that recognized another palm, the specific resonance of two aspects of the same inheritance confirming their compatibility, and somewhere in the vast architecture of the divine realm's interior, the presence that was the source of the Spider God's power registered something that in human terms would have been called satisfaction. Chapter 129. The trial's final phase began without announcement. They found themselves at the center of the realm's architecture, not a room, not a corridor, but an open space that had the quality of the original location where the Spider God's power had first been organized and stored, before it was ever distributed to mortal bearers. The air carried the specific weight of something that was both very old and very ready. The space was circular in the way that some kinds of completion were circular, not confined, but complete in all directions, balanced at every edge. The light here was different from the memory space, warmer, older, carrying the specific resonance of power that had existed before any mortal had touched it. The primal form of the divinity, before it had been divided into mercy and judgment, before the centuries of mortal bearers had shaped its aspects into the specific characters that Yi Chen and his mother now carried. It recognized them both. He could feel that recognition as a warmth that moved through the absolution domain without his direction, automatic, answering a call that the domain had always been tuned to and hadn't, until this moment. heard directly. Bibi Dong stood very still beside him. Between them and the inheritance, Douluo waited. He was not the golden light presence of his angelic manifestation. He was not the six-winged divine entity that had arrived above Spirit Hall's temple. He was, diminished was not the right word, because what stood before them was still a rank 99 limit Douluo who had spent decades in proximity to divine power. But the cessation agreement had constrained the angelic amplification, and what remained was the man underneath it, old, determined, and genuinely afraid. The fear was real. Yi Chen had learned, through months of navigating complex people, to distinguish between fear that was instrumental, performed to produce a strategic effect, and fear that was genuine. Douluo's fear was genuine. He had spent a century believing that this divine power was a destabilizing force requiring active containment, and he was standing at the source of it watching two people he had tried to prevent from reaching this point walking through its threshold together, and the fear was the fear of everything he had organized his understanding around being wrong. "You think the trial will succeed," he said. His voice was level. He was speaking to Yi Chen. "Yes," Yi Chen said. "You're wrong." He didn't move toward them. The boundary of the trial space held him at the perimeter, observer rather than participant. "I have watched the Spider Inheritance's trial attempt records for 100 years. The failure condition is specific. When the candidate enters the final phase carrying unresolved grief, the Inheritance's power amplifies the grief rather than channeling it, and the foundation fractures." He looked at Bibi Dong. "She is carrying 30 years of grief." "Yes," Bibi Dong said. "Then you will fail." "No." Her voice was quiet and very certain. "Because unresolved grief fractures. Acknowledged grief anchors." She held his gaze steadily, the judgment aspect's clarity present, the twin spider spirits still, the full weight of a person who had spent 2 weeks in the divine realm's interior looking at everything she'd ever done without flinching. "I spent 2 weeks sitting in a divine realm corridor with every decision I regret laid out in front of me, and I didn't flinch from them, and I didn't defend them, and I didn't turn away from them." A pause. "I'm not carrying unresolved grief. I'm carrying grief that has been looked at completely and has been placed in its correct position, as part of what I am and as motivation for what I'm going to do with what remains." Douluo's expression moved through something complicated. He had come here expecting confirmation of what he'd predicted, and the woman speaking to him was not the woman the prediction had been built around. The God fragment that had amplified her grief for 20 years was gone. What stood before him was the actual Bibi Dong, the one who had always been beneath the distortion, now visible and articulate and completely unafraid of his assessment. He was quiet for a long beat. "You've changed," he said, finally. "My son came from the other side of the world to make sure I could," she said, and there was no heat in it, no vengeance, just the statement of something that had happened, laid out plainly, and the space between them and the inheritance opened. Chapter 130 The inheritance descended in 2 streams. Not simultaneously, sequentially, the trial revealing its structure, first Bibi Dong, because the inheritance had always been oriented toward her bloodline's primary bearer, and then Yi Chen, because the mechanism for shared ascension required the primary vessel to be established before the secondary vessel could be calibrated. Bibi Dong stood very still. The spider god's judgment aspect arrived as a quality rather than a transfer, not something that entered her from outside but something that had been present in latent form and was now being formally activated, the way a key opens a lock that was always designed for it. The twin spider spirits, already in their new balance, extended to receive it, dark and pale, orbiting and complementary, the death spider emperor and the soul-devouring spider rising to meet a power that recognized them and that they recognized. What Yi Chen observed through thread sight was not the dramatic visual spectacle that the redemption system's earlier descriptions had implied. It was precise. It was architectural. The judgment aspect integrating with Bibi Dong's soul structure was the same kind of work he'd done with the absolution domain, careful, layer by layer, the new structure fitting into the existing one rather than overriding it. The twin spirits' new balance accommodated the aspect's arrival as if they had been waiting for exactly this, which in the deepest sense they had. They were always the dark and pale faces of a power built for this inheritance. The fragment of a god that had tried to use that receptivity as a vector for corruption had not understood what it was working with. It had planted itself in a vessel that was not designed to be filled with darkness but with this. Her cultivation rank advanced. Rank 97 to 98. Then 98 to 99, limit Douluo, the threshold before divine ascension, the rank that only a handful of practitioners in the continent's history had reached. The advancement was fast but not violent, no meridian fracturing, no foundation damage, no sign of the failure condition Douluo had described. The acknowledged grief did exactly what she had said it would, it anchored. The soul structure that had processed 30 years of difficult experience without breaking was the soul structure that could hold a divine-level power without fracturing. And then, with the judgment aspect fully integrated, one more movement, the partial divine ascension that the trial granted to successful candidates, a state that was not full godhood but was distinct from mortal cultivation in ways that couldn't be fully described in mortal terms. She opened her eyes. They were darker than before, not the corrupted dark of the God fragment's amplification, but the clear dark of great depth, like water so deep it holds its own light. "Yichen," she said. He stepped forward. The mercy aspect arrived differently, not as an activation of something latent but as an integration, the trial's mechanism recognizing that the secondary bearer's power was already configured for the inheritance's use. The absolution system, which had been his cultivation foundation for 9 months, was not replaced or overridden. It was recognized. This is the same root, expressed through a different cultivator, carrying the inheritance's mercy dimension in a form that could operate in the mortal world at mortal rank. His cultivation advanced, rank 50 through 55, the rate faster than any training period had produced, the stored cultivation potential of the past months releasing through the trial's channeling. He stopped at rank 57, not as far as the outline had suggested, but real, stable, further than he'd been. The divine authority settled into his absolution domain like a resonance stabilizing, and the domain knew what it was receiving. The field that had spent 9 months learning to see clearly was now supported by the same power that clarity was always meant to serve. Not amplified beyond recognition. Deepened in the way that foundations were deepened when the work being built on them proved to be real. He had not become a god. He had become a son of one, in the specific sense that mattered, carrying the mercy aspect of the same power his mother now carried in full, working in the same domain, the two aspects designed from the beginning to complement each other. The judgment that saw truth from corruption and the mercy that supported what was healthy and growing toward what it was meant to be. Chapter 131. They emerged from the boundary together. The plateau's edge received them in full morning light. The sun was well up now, the shadows of the western hills running long in gold across the plateau stone, the high air carrying the particular clarity of elevation where weather came from below and the sky above was always slightly more itself than at lower altitudes. The divine realm's boundary shimmered behind them in the light, visible only in the slight wrongness of how the air bent, and grew quieter as they moved away from it. The company waiting at the plateau's edge received them with silence, not the silence of absence but the silence of people who had been holding something and were not yet ready to release it. Hueliena's expression was the expression of a person who had been holding calm through sheer discipline for 8 days and had just been given permission to set it down. Granny Hua had both hands pressed over her mouth. The amber lens glowed warm. "It succeeded," Ah Yan's echo said. Her voice was the clearest it had ever been. The resonance that had been partial and intermittent since her death now carried a quality of completion, as if the proximity to the spider god's power had clarified something in the echo's structure. Both aspects. The first shared ascension in recorded history. "How do you feel?" Hueliena asked, and she was asking them both, her fox eyes moving between mother and son with the alert attention she brought to assessments where the stakes were personal. "Clear," Bibi Dong said, after a moment of genuine consideration. She said it with the specific quality of someone selecting between several possible accurate words and finding that this one was the most precise. Not strong, that would have been the God fragment's vocabulary, the language of the woman for whom power was the primary currency of experience. Not free, that had been true for months already and was no longer the thing that needed naming. Clear. As in, the perception that had been her most fundamental attribute, that had been distorted for 20 years by the divine parasite riding it, was now entirely her own. Sharp. Trustworthy. She could look at a thing and know that what she was seeing was what was actually there. Like the field got larger, Yichen said. The absolution domain extended as he said it, not deployed, just present, a quality of space around him that hadn't been there before. 200 meters became 300, and the edge of the field was still precise rather than diffuse. The new cultivated rank, 57, not the full 59 the outline had suggested but stable and real, settled into his meridians with the permanence of a foundation rather than the transience of a peak. He had not pushed to this level. The trial had channeled it. The distinction mattered, power that arrived through trial had been tested in its earning, and its stability reflected that. He could feel Bibi Dong's presence at the edge of the field. Not her location, not the spatial sense of a nearby person, but the resonance of the judgment aspect at rest, its deep diagnostic clarity moving through the plateau's atmosphere the way a tuning fork moved through air. The two aspects were not linked in any way that required concentration or active maintenance. They simply coexisted in the way that complementary things coexisted, each more fully itself for the other's presence. "Jian Douluo?" Hueliena asked. At the boundary's inner edge, Yichen said. He watched the inheritance descend. He didn't interfere. He paused. He's going to need to have a different kind of conversation with Jian and Xu now. One that isn't structured around his assumption that the trial would fail. Granny Hua walked forward and took both their hands, Bibi Dong's right, Yichen's left. She didn't say anything. She stood between them in the morning light at the edge of the divine realm, on a high plateau at the continent's western edge, holding both their hands with the grip of a teacher who had been waiting for this specific moment for 30 years, not patiently, because patience was passive, but actively, doing the work that kept the possibility of this moment alive when the possibility had looked very dim from where she stood. Her hands shook slightly, which was not the shaking of age. Yi Chen had learned to tell the difference, but the shaking of a woman whose hands had been tightly clenched around something for a very long time and were slowly, carefully, learning how to open. "Granny," Bibi Dong said, and her voice had the quality that Yi Chen had heard only a handful of times, the register that belonged to Bibi Dong when she was not the supreme Pontiff, not the Spider Empress, not the woman who had governed Spirit Hall for 2 decades through the controlled deployment of controlled emotion, just a person, looking at the woman who had kept her faith in a human life during the years when that faith cost something real. Granny Hua made a sound that was not a word. Bibi Dong took the old hand in both her own, the hand that had pressed warm against her wrist in the plum garden the first morning she'd returned, the hand that had placed a honey cake in front of a boy who needed something to mark the day, and held it with the full weight of a very long time. 30 years, Ah Yan's echo said, very quietly, from the amber lens. 30 years from the promise to the keeping of it. I kept my oath, Granny Hua said, the same words she would say again later, in the plum garden, because some things needed saying more than once before they settled. I kept it, I know, Bibi Dong said. I know you did. And the fate threads in every direction blazed. Chapter 132. The return journey took 8 days. They traveled the same route back, the western Spirit Beast territories, the outer approaches to Spirit Hall's domain, the morning cultivation sessions on the road with the kind of focused attention that was different from training because the foundation being worked with was different. The judgment aspect and the mercy aspect had calibrated to their bearers and were now settling into the integration patterns that would become natural over the following months. The first 2 days had the particular quality of aftermath. The conversation was quiet not because anything remained unresolved but because resolution had its own processing time, and the people who had just moved through something significant needed space to let the magnitude settle before the next thing started. Granny Hua rode in the company wagon and slept more than usual, which Yi Chen understood not as illness but as the sleep of a body that had been holding tension for 30 years and had been given permission to release it. Liana kept the travel logistics running with her characteristic precision and didn't push for conversation that wasn't ready. Ah Yan's echo spoke less frequently from the amber lens, not absent, but quiescent, the resonance warm and present without requiring verbalization. Yi Chen thought about what she had said the night before the departure, I'm going to diminish now. He could feel the beginning of it in the quality of the lens's warmth, not colder, but stiller, the way a voice was still warm after the speaker had said what they needed to say. He made sure to carry the lens close. Yi Chen ran the expanded absolution domain in the mornings and felt its new character. The diagnostic clarity that had been developing since his understanding shifted was now supported by the divine authority in a way that made it more precise, not louder. The field didn't announce itself more forcefully. It simply saw more clearly. On the third day's morning, he extended the domain at full 300-meter radius and felt something he hadn't expected. The field could now perceive the deep structural health of living things it encompassed. Not their surface state. He had always been able to read surface soul energy signatures, but the foundational orientation of their vitality, the difference between a spirit beast that was fully what it was meant to be and one that was depleted or misdirected or carrying something foreign in its energy system. He did not act on this perception without cause. The mercy aspect had its own built-in check on the arrogance of unsolicited intervention, but the awareness itself was a different kind of knowledge, and he spent the third morning's walk in a state of expanded attention that was difficult to describe except as more of the world being legible. Bibi Dong's judgment aspect worked differently than he'd expected. He'd anticipated something declarative, a power that pronounced truths. What he observed was more subtle, a quality of perception that recognized the underlying structure of things, that saw through the constructed narratives that people built around their intentions to the actual orientation beneath. When she spoke with someone in the transit villages they passed through, local administrators, spirit beast liaison representatives, the occasional cultivator who recognized her and approached with a complicated mixture of reverence and residual apprehension, he could see in thread sight that her responses were calibrated to what was actually there rather than what was being presented. The judgment aspect didn't make her intimidating. It made her accurate. He watched her navigate a difficult conversation with a regional administrator on the fourth day, a man who had managed the border territories under Spirit Hall's previous governance framework and was, visibly, uncertain about his position in the new structure. The uncertainty was real. The institutional changes Bibi Dong had been implementing meant that his old relationship with Spirit Hall's central authority no longer accurately described his job. He was performing confidence he didn't feel, and the judgment aspect saw through the performance to the genuine question underneath. She answered the genuine question. Not the presented question, the actual one, do I have a place in what you're building? She described the specific role the regional administrative structure needed people with his type of experience to fill, the competences that remained essential under the new framework, the path by which someone who had worked in the old system could contribute to the new one. She was precise and she was honest and she did not soften anything, but everything she said addressed what he was actually asking. The man left the meeting less anxious than he'd arrived. "You saw what he was actually asking?" Yi Chen said, after. "Yes." She walked with the unhurried quality that had been developing since the ceremony, not the controlled deliberateness of someone managing a threat, but the simple ease of a person whose body trusted the ground it was walking on. "The judgment aspect doesn't tell me what to say. It tells me what's there. What I say with that information is still my choice. How does that feel? Compared to before?" She was quiet for a moment, considering the question with the full attention she gave to things worth considering fully. "Before, I was always making decisions in partial information," she said. "Not because I lacked intelligence, I had sufficient intelligence. But the God fragment distorted the input. Everything I perceived was filtered through its orientation, which was interested in threats and resources and the quantification of power. The information I received was selectively accurate enough to function, but systematically skewed toward a particular reading of any situation." She paused. "Now I can see what's actually there. It's quieter. The God fragment created a kind of constant noise, and I'd learned to work in the noise for so long that I'd forgotten what the absence of it sounded like." Another pause. "It sounds like this." The road continued west in the afternoon light, and he walked beside her and let her words settle. "The Western Administrator in Tiankang Village," she said on the 5th day, after a 3-hour meeting with regional officials. "He's been skimming the beast liaison funds." "You're sure?" "Not sure enough to act on without verification." She held the certainty carefully, as the trial had taught her to hold it, as information rather than verdict. "But sure enough to ask Hu Eliana to look at the accounting." "She'll find it in an afternoon," Yi Chen said. "That's why I'm asking Hu Eliana." A pause. "The judgment aspect is not a substitute for due process. It's a starting point for investigation." He looked at her with the specific appreciation of someone watching a power being used well, and the road continued west, and Spirit Hall's towers became visible on the horizon on the morning of the 8th day. Chapter 133 Hu Eliana's intelligence report on the Tiankang village administrator reached Spirit Hall the day before they did. It confirmed what Bibi Dong had perceived. The skimming had been minor, not a catastrophic breach, but a real one, and Hu Eliana's preliminary analysis included 3 additional administrative anomalies in the Western territories that shared similar patterns. Structural vulnerabilities in the oversight systems, the kind that developed when an institution had been organized around power concentration rather than accountability. The Continental Soul Master Guild's reform architecture was going to need to address these. And there would be more. The continent's governance systems had been built by people who understood power's accumulation as the natural direction of things, and building accountability into existing structures was slower and harder than building it fresh. But the existing structures were what they had, and the people working within them were real people with real competences that would be wasted if the reform was approached as erasure rather than redirection. Yi Chen read the report alongside Bibi Dong on the morning of their final day of travel, sitting on a flat rock with the early light on the western hills behind them. The report's margin notations were Hu Eliana's, her precise, economic annotation style, each note containing exactly as much information as necessary and no more. The same efficiency she brought to combat intelligence, now applied to administrative oversight. He felt the warm certainty of watching a person use their gifts well. The previous Spirit Hall model relied on the Pontiff's personal authority as the primary governance mechanism, Bibi Dong said. Every decision routed through one person. Every accountability relationship pointed toward one position. She folded the report with the neat precision that had always characterized her physical movements. "That's not what the guild will be. The judgment aspect, I need to use it to build the detection systems into the institution, not carry them in one person." "You wanted to make it structural," Yi Chen said. "I want it to outlast me." Her voice was very clear. "Whatever I build should be more durable than my lifespan. That's the test." She looked at the western hills and at the road ahead and at the early spring light on the stone walls of the transit village visible in the valley below. The canonical story built something that lasted exactly as long as its founder's trajectory. We need something that holds past the founding generation. He thought about the original story's version of events, the canonical Bibi Dong, who had built Spirit Hall as an extension of her own power, who had understood the institution as a vehicle for her goals. The version beside him on a flat rock in the western hills was thinking about institutional design, about accountability systems, about durability beyond the founder. The Fate Deviation Index had been at 91% when they left Spirit Hall. He hadn't checked it since. He didn't check it now. He didn't need to, the trajectory of things was legible without a number attached to it. More of the work remained, but the structural conditions that had produced the original tragedy were gone. What replaced them was still being built, and would keep being built for years, imperfectly and with ongoing revision, by people who had decided they were invested in the outcome. That was what it looked like when a story became real rather than canonical. Chapter 134 Spirit Hall's gates received them on a morning in early spring. The plum trees had bloomed again. They were always blooming when something mattered, and Yi Chen had started to think of this as the residence's form of punctuation, and the inner courtyard had been dressed with the specific combination of formality and warmth that Hueliana produced when she was making a space honor something without making it feel like a ceremony. The distinction between those two things, honoring and ceremony, was one Yi Chen had learned to track precisely over the past year. Ceremony acknowledged the audience. Honoring acknowledged the event. Hueliana's preferences ran firmly toward the latter, and the courtyard's arrangement reflected this. The flowers were real, the arrangement was considered, but there were no formal robes waiting, no assembled dignitaries, no orchestration of reception beyond a space that was clean and warm and welcoming. She had made a home acknowledge a return, which was exactly what was needed. Jianrenshu was in the receiving chamber. She stood when they entered and looked at Bibi Dong for a long moment, at the changed quality of her presence, the judgment aspect's new depth, the twin spider spirits that had been elevated to quasi-divine status and were perceptible as a pressure even at rest. Her expression was the expression of someone watching a prediction that they had decided to believe and prove itself correct, and finding the accuracy less surprising than gratifying. "It worked," she said. "Yes," Bibi Dong said. "My grandfather is," she paused, selecting words with care. "He reached me through crystal this morning. He did not say anything about the trial directly. He asked to meet." A pause that held considerable weight. "He has never asked. He has always directed." "Will you go?" Bibi Dong asked. "When I have a better read on his actual position." She turned to Yi Chen. "You said you had something to tell me about the divine trial. I'm ready to hear it now." Yi Chen sat down and told her everything, the redemption system, the mission structure, the probability that the full Rakshasa god still existed in the divine realm and would eventually seek to reclaim the power that had been removed from Bibi Dong. The full angel god's potential reaction to what had happened with Jianrenshu's compulsion seals. The long view of what the divine realm's continued attention meant for the continental peace that had been built. She listened without interrupting. She had the discipline of an intelligence professional, the ability to take in a great deal of information without processing it aloud, holding the implications in working memory until the full picture was available before assessing any single part. When he finished, she spent perhaps 30 seconds in genuine synthesis before speaking. "You crossed worlds to fix one story and now you're living inside it," she said. "That's the accurate description," he said. "And the divine trial's success, what does that do to the threat timeline?" "Buys time," the echo said through the amber lens, her voice quieter now, beginning its gradual diminishment, but still clear. "The spider god's co-inheritance is now an established fact. The divine realm has to recalibrate its approach to the mortal world around that fact. It will not move immediately." A pause. "But eventually, yes. The questions you're describing are real and will require answers." Jianrenshu absorbed this with the stillness of someone filing a very large piece of new information into an existing structure and finding it fit without distortion. "Then we build the alliance to survive divine-level conflict," she said, with the calm directness of someone identifying the next project on a list that had always been going to include this item, "and we use the time we have well." She looked around the room. "Starting with my grandfather. If he's asking instead of directing, that's the conversation I've been waiting 20 years to have." Chapter 135. The first weeks back were the most productive Yi Chen had experienced since arriving in this world. The Continental Soul Master Guild's architectural framework moved from proposal to structure, Spirit Hall's administrative offices converted, the Elder Council reconfigured as an advisory board with defined competences rather than an executive body, the first regional offices established in Star Luo, Heaven Dou, and the 7 treasure clans' home territory. Each office had a formal charter, a defined scope, an accountability relationship to the central body that didn't run through any single person. The meetings were long and granular and occasionally contentious. Several senior administrators who had been comfortable under Spirit Hall's previous governance model found the accountability structures constraining, and said so. Bibi Dong heard each objection and addressed it directly, the judgment aspect's clarity letting her identify the genuine concern beneath the positional complaint and engage with it rather than the surface presentation. 3 administrators who couldn't accept the new accountability framework resigned. She processed their departures with equanimity and a brief internal note to Hueliana about the competences that would need replacing. She governed the transition with the judgment aspect's precision and a patience that Yi Chen had watched develop over months and was now unmistakably genuine rather than strategic. She held 3-hour meetings with administrators who had been accustomed to 30-minute audiences. She asked questions that revealed she had actually read the background materials. She pushed back on institutional inertia not with authority but with logic, explaining her reasoning until the people she was working with understood it well enough to apply it without her. It was, as Granny Hua observed one afternoon in the plum garden, the difference between a leader who has something to prove and a leader who has something to build. Dugubo arrived on the 15th day, not because he was summoned but because he had apparently decided that whatever happened during the divine trial had rendered his preference for isolation temporarily inoperant. He walked into the inner courtyard where Yi Chen was running cultivation forms and said, without preamble, "The toxin protocols your absolution field has been suppressing in my meridians, describe the mechanism. I want to understand the structural component." Yi Chen described it. Douluo listened with the focused competence of a titled Douluo who had been awaiting relevant technical information for years. "And the full removal," he said. "You did it for the administrator?" "Yes. Can you do it permanently for the residual systemic damage?" "I think so," Yi Chen said carefully. "At rank 57, the mercy aspect should have the precision. I want to run 3 diagnostic sessions first to map the exact topology." Douluo looked at him for a long moment with the flat assessment of someone evaluating whether a claim was substantive or aspirational. "Next week," he said. "Then, I've been thinking about teaching. There are young cultivators in the outer territories with talent and no access to formal instruction. Wasted potential." He paused. "If the guild is building regional offices, that infrastructure could be used for something useful. We could make that happen," Yi Chen said. "I know you could," Douluo said. "I'm telling you to." He turned and walked back toward his guest quarters, and over his shoulder, 3 diagnostic sessions. Schedule them. It was, Yi Chen thought afterward, the most characteristic possible version of Douluo, finding a way to be invested in something without performing the investment. The toxin removal and the teaching offer were both genuine. The gruffness that surrounded them was the shell of a man who had learned very early that competence without warmth was safer than competence with it, and who was currently revising that assessment in the direction of usefulness. In thread sight, the gray-brown thread of Douluo's fate had, for the first time, begun to carry the faintest trace of gold. Chapter 136 Qianrengshu's meeting with Douluo took place at a neutral location, a small cultivation retreat at the border between Heaven Dou's western territory and Spirit Hall's eastern approach, sufficiently equidistant that neither party held a positioning advantage. Yi Chen wasn't there. Qianrengshu had asked him not to be, not because she mistrusted his judgment but because the conversation needed to be between the two of them without the context that his presence carried. He understood the logic. Whatever Douluo was working through, the presence of the person he'd spent decades positioned against would be a significant distorting factor. The conversation needed to be between a grandfather and his granddaughter, and that was a category of relationship that had been systematically subordinated to the power dynamics of their divine inheritance roles. Yi Chen waited at Spirit Hall and ran cultivation forms and fielded 3 separate administrative matters and tried not to track the time too closely. She returned 3 days later with a quality of completion around her that he recognized as the product of something genuinely resolved rather than merely concluded. "He talked to me like I was a person," she said. "Not a vessel. Not an asset. A person with my own judgment and my own decisions." She held her teacup and looked at the plum garden through the receiving chamber's window, watching the late-season blossoms move in the morning wind. "I don't know if it lasts. But for 3 days, it was genuine." "What did he say about the divine trial?" "That he had been wrong about the failure conditions." A pause. "He said it exactly that way. Wrong, not mistaken or incorrectly informed. He had been wrong, and the trial had succeeded, and his projections about what the divine trial required were projections rather than facts." She looked at Yi Chen. "He has difficulty with that kind of admission. He made it anyway." "That's something," Yi Chen said. "It's a start." She set down the tea. "He is still afraid of the full Rakshasa god. Genuinely, not as a tactical position. He spent decades believing that fear was a reason to control Bibi Dong. He is trying to understand, I could see him trying, whether there's a version of that fear that doesn't require controlling anyone." A pause. "I don't know if he'll get there. But he's working on it." Yi Chen thought about the outlines version of events, a final battle, a decisive defeat, Douluo broken and mortal at the end. The version that had actually occurred was messier and more real, an old man who had been wrong for 30 years. Slowly and imperfectly attempting to recalibrate in the face of evidence that could no longer be reinterpreted into his prior framework. Not a satisfying villain arc. Something harder and more true. The thing that real reckoning looked like when it was actually happening rather than being narratively resolved. He found he could hold it without resentment. The canonical satisfaction of a defeated antagonist had always been less interesting to him than the actual mechanics of people changing. The canonical version wouldn't have given anyone anything real to work with going forward. This version might. "You'll keep the meeting schedule?" he asked. "Monthly," she said. "It's a framework, not a resolution. But frameworks are how things get built." She looked at him with the clear attention that had been growing since her 23rd day in Spirit Hall, the attention of a student who had been watching a particular operational philosophy in action and had decided it was worth learning. Like someone I know keeps saying, Chapter 137 personal resolutions came in the form they actually took rather than the form that would have made a cleaner story. Yi Chen, Hu Eliana, and Ning Rongrong had a conversation. The one that had been building since before the Continental Alliance, since before the Absolution ceremony, Since the first morning when 2 fate threads had shown up in his thread site in the colors that meant something more complicated than professional alliance. He had been aware of this conversation's approach the way you were aware of weather fronts, visible well in advance, unavoidable, and significantly easier to navigate if you'd done the internal work before it arrived rather than trying to do it in the middle. He had done the work. He had sat with the question of what he wanted and what he was capable of offering and what honesty looked like in a situation with more complexity than conventional frameworks accommodated. What he wanted was both of them, for as long as both of them wanted to be there. What he was capable of offering was presence, attention, the specific quality of care that had emerged from a year of choosing people deliberately and then protecting that choice. What honesty looked like was saying those things directly, without the softening that made things easier to hear and harder to act on. It lasted most of an evening. Liana spoke first, because she was exactly the person who would identify the thing that needed to be said and say it. I have been in love with your mother for 15 years, and I have been in love with you for approximately 8 months. And I am not sure what to do with either of those facts except that I don't want to perform uncertainty about them for the sake of other people's comfort. Ning Rongrong said, I came here to provide analytical support for a diplomatic mission and instead found out that the definition of a person I could actually build something with turns out to be someone who fights for impossible odds with completely inadequate preparation and somehow makes them less impossible. She paused. I don't know how to feel about the adequacy of my own judgment here. Yi Chen said, I don't deserve either of you. I've known that for months. I've also known that the question of what I deserve is a question about me and not about what I want, which is more time with both of you for as long as you're willing to give it. The conversation after that was longer, and honest, and occasionally painful, and resulted in an arrangement that was unconventional by any standard the continent recognized and that would require ongoing renegotiation as all three of them continued to change. The specific terms of the arrangement were between the three of them. What mattered about it was not the structure but the foundation the structure was built on, that all three of them were choosing it, with accurate information, with full acknowledgement of what it required, with the specific dignity of people who had decided they were worth the complexity of being completely honest about what they wanted. The fate threads in the room's direction, when Yi Chen checked them after, the gold thread to Liana, the war member gold thread to Ning Rongrong, were steady in a way they had never been before. Not the gold of potential or aspiration. The gold of actuality, things that had been chosen and were now real. Bibi Dong, when told, looked at her son with the expression of a parent receiving a reflection of themselves they had not quite anticipated, and finding the reflection precise rather than flattering. You have my talent, she said, for collecting remarkable people and then being entirely unprepared for what to do with them. I'm taking it as a compliment, Yi Chen said. It is one, she said, and the expression that followed was the one he'd been watching develop for 9 months, the one that belonged to a woman who had stopped performing strength and started simply having it. Chapter 138 Granny Hu Hua's health continued to hold. Yi Chen had run 3 mercy aspect healing sessions on her meridians since the divine trial, and each session had revealed a different layer of the slow accumulation that aging and a hard life had deposited in her foundation. The channels that Yi Lingtong had stabilized were now fully clear. The secondary pathways were coming back to function. She moved in the mornings with less of the careful management that had characterized her movement when he'd first arrived, more of the direct ease of a cultivator whose body was cooperating rather than requiring navigation. He looked forward to those healing sessions in a way he hadn't anticipated. They were slow work, the mercy aspect moved at the pace that the tissue and meridian structure could accept, which was not the pace of dramatic transformation but the pace of careful, sustained attention. He would sit beside her with one hand extended, the absolution domain reduced to its smallest and most precise configuration, and listen to her talk while the field worked through the layers. She talked about everything and nothing, in the way of very old people who had enough experience that any topic was connected to any other topic through a short enough chain of associations. She talked about cultivation theory that she'd worked out from first principles before the formal texts on the subject existed. She talked about spirit beasts she'd encountered in her years of active cultivation, the old ones, the ones that had been ancient when she was young, some of which might still be alive. She talked about the students she taught before Bibi Dong, the ones she remembered with the specificity of a teacher who had never stopped caring whether her teaching had taken root. She was still old. The mercy aspect could slow the accumulation and clear the impediments, but it wasn't reversal. The years were the years. She didn't seem to mind. I've had a long life, she said one morning, in the plum garden that had become the space where the most important conversations happened. A hard one in places. Longer and harder than I expected when I was 17 and beginning. But it had. She paused, looking at the blossoms. The shape of a life that meant something. That made something that kept going after the moment. She looked at him. Not everyone gets that. I'm grateful. The plum blossoms fell while she said it, the late-season variety that Granny Hu Hua herself had planted, the ones that bloomed after the cold and before anyone expected them. White against the gray branches. The light through them soft and diffuse in the way of mornings that didn't hurry. Yi Chen thought about the honey cake, the animal fat candle, the moment 12 years old in a mountain cottage when the redemption system had first announced itself and the weight of the mission had settled on him like a coat made of stone. He had not known, that night, that the work would feel like this at the end. He had not known that doing it would produce people sitting in a plum garden in the morning light, talking about the shape of a life. He had thought it would feel like victory. It felt like something quieter than victory and more durable. He sat with her in the plum garden and listened to her talk about the early years, the years before any of this had existed, when she had been a young cultivator in a world that had been harder for everyone, when Bibi Dong had been a student at the Abbey, when the choices that had led to everything that followed were still years away from being made. Bibi Dong found them there an hour later. She sat down on Granny Hua's other side without speaking, and the three of them sat in the morning light as the spring blossoms did their quiet, unhurried work around them. After a long while, Granny Hua said, "I kept my oath." "I know," Bibi Dong said. Her voice was steady and full at the same time. "You kept it when it would have been easier not to. When I gave you every reason to stop. You were always worth it." The old hand found the younger one and held it. "You were always worth the keeping." Bibi Dong wept, not the controlled grief of the person managing their own emotion for maximum effect, but the clean, complete expression of a woman who had been carrying an enormous weight for the full span of her adult life and had finally, conclusively, been given help setting it down, and Yi Chen sat on her other side and put his arm around his mother's shoulders, and Granny Hua held her hand, and the plum blossoms fell in the morning light, and the shape of a family restored looked like this, imperfect, hard-won, real. Chapter 139. 5.5 months after the divine trial, Liu Yan repurposed her intelligence network. She announced it in the practical way she announced most things, a report placed on his desk outlining the structural changes, the new operational parameters, the personnel reassignments. 3 sentences of contextual summary, 12 pages of operational detail. He read it from beginning to end and found that she had done what she'd described, transformed a surveillance apparatus that had been built to monitor internal threats into a detection network oriented toward structural vulnerabilities in the continent's governance systems. It was, technically, still the same network. The same contacts in the same positions with the same methods. What had changed was the question the network was being used to answer. Not who threatens Spirit Hall's position but where's power accumulating in ways that harm the people it is supposed to serve. The first 3 months of operation identified 11 significant vulnerabilities across the continental governance structure, corruption in 4 regional administrative offices, 2 instances of Soul Master factions leveraging cultivation rank to extract resources from civilian populations, and 1 case of a local administration using a defunct law to impede the beast-human liaison process established by the Alliance Compact. Hueliana handled each case with the economy of a woman whose tools had always been suited to exactly this kind of work. She had simply never before been given the right category of problem to apply them to. The corrupt administrators were documented, their practices sent to the guild's accountability structure. The factions exploiting civilians were given formal warnings through the Continental Alliance's Mutual Defense Framework, which specified, clearly, that internal exploitation of civilian populations was a matter of continental interest. The beast-human liaison obstruction was resolved through a direct communication that moved the Compact's language from aspirational to enforceable. No one died. No one was publicly destroyed. The situations were resolved. Yi Chen told her, one evening in the practice yard, that this was what the mercy aspect looked like at institutional scale. She gave him the look she reserved for observations that were accurate and she was going to need a moment to respond to. "It's just good work," she said. "Yes," he agreed. "That's what I said." She thought about that for a moment, and the gold thread in her direction, which had been gold for a long time now, and steady, and no longer needed his active attention, held its warmth. 6 months after the divine trial, Yi Chen stood at the top of the Continental Soul Master Guild's central spire. The spire was Spirit Hall's apex tower, rebuilt, the same bones, different purpose. Where the old tower had been the seat of the Supreme Pontiff's surveillance apparatus, tracking threats and managing intelligence assets, the rebuilt version housed the Guild's central coordination function, the network of regional offices, the beast liaison protocols, the cultivation support infrastructure that the new framework was slowly making accessible to practitioners who had previously had no formal institutional support. The continent below was not at peace in the sense that meant nothing remained to be done. It was at peace in the more accurate sense. The structural conditions that had been producing the canonical tragedy were gone, and what had replaced them was not paradise but infrastructure. The Continental Alliance's mutual defense framework meant that the spiral of faction conflicts that had characterized the past century had a mechanism for de-escalation. The Guild's regional offices meant that cultivation support was no longer administered through political patronage. The Beast-Human Compact was 3 months old and already showing the friction that any real framework produced, disputes, edge cases, conflicting interpretations, and being worked through with the tools that actual agreements provided. Hueliana's intelligence network had been repurposed. It was still good intelligence work, She hadn't lost any of the precision that had made her effective, but the targets had shifted, not rival factions within Spirit Hall, but the structural vulnerabilities that the judgment aspect kept surfacing in the continent's governance systems. Corruption. Exploitation. The slow accumulation of power in places where it could be used against the people it was supposed to protect. Ning Rongrong's Cultivation Academy had its first class of 37 students, drawn from the outer territories where talent had existed for generations without formal support. Dugubo had arrived for the first session 3 minutes early and had been there every day since, delivering instruction that was caustic, technically impeccable, and apparently deeply effective. Qianrenshu was managing Heaven Dou's transition toward full alliance integration, meeting monthly with Douluo, building the framework that she'd described, not a resolution, but a relationship moving toward one. And in the divine realm, the threads Yi Chen could now perceive at the edge of his karmic thread sight, the deep structural threads that connected the mortal world to the divine sphere, were moving in patterns he was still learning to read. Something was being recalibrated at a scale beyond his current comprehension. Something ancient was reorganizing around the new fact of a shared spider inheritance and a continental alliance that had survived divine-level pressure. It was not finished. The work of a life was not the kind of thing that finished. He felt Huelian's hand on his left arm and Ning Rongrong's voice from the stairs behind him, calling something about the administrative reports that needed his attention before the evening coordination session. Below, in the garden that had been the center of so many of the most important conversations, Granny Hua was laughing at something Bibi Dong had said. Her laugh still carried to the top of the tower, still had the same clarifying quality it had always had. He thought about the original story. The version of events that had been written in another world, read by people who loved the genre, a story with its own shape and its own resolution that had its own merit. He had not come here to erase that story. He had come here because one person in it had deserved better than what the story had given her. He looked at the continent stretched out below the guild spire in the late afternoon light, the settlements, the cultivation towers, the beast territories beginning their spring growth, the distant shimmer of the divine realm's boundary at the western edge. He had changed things. He would keep changing them, imperfectly, with incomplete information, using his best judgment, leaving people with more room to choose than they'd had before. That was what it meant to carry the mercy aspect of a spider god's power. Not to override. Not to compel. To support the conditions in which people could become what they were capable of becoming. He turned from the spire's railing when Ning Rongrong's voice came again, more insistent this time, and the administrative reports were real and the evening coordination session was real and the work was ongoing and real, and somewhere at the divine realm's edge, threads moved in patterns that were beginning, slowly, to become legible. Chapter 143 Things came together on a morning in late spring. The first, the redemption system's final notification arrived without warning, in the quiet of the early cultivation hour before the household was fully awake. Mission assessment, primary and secondary objectives complete. Story deviation from canonical trajectory confirmed at permanent structural level. Commendation, this outcome exceeds projected parameters. A long pause in the notification stream, and then, the redemption system will transition to maintenance mode. You are no longer operating under mission constraints. What you build from here is your own. He sat with that for a moment. Then, total accumulated RP, 14,750. Fate deviation index, 97%. The remaining 3% represents canonical threads that proved resistant to change and have been assessed as acceptable variants. Mission complete. The amber lens glowed very warm on the table beside him. You did well, Ah Yin's echo said. Her voice was clearer than it had ever been, the resonance of Ah Yin herself in something approaching fullness. She had been partial and intermittent since her death, and now she was whole for this moment, complete, the echo resolving into something closer to the original voice. Both of you. All of you. A pause. I am going to diminish now, not disappear, but settle into something quieter than a voice. The spider inheritance is established. My purpose has resolved. A very long pause. Tell your mother, she already knows, I think, but tell her anyway, that the life she had before the God fragment was worth having. That the girl she was at 17 was worth protecting. That I am glad I was there. I'll tell her, he said. The second thing, Bibi Dong knocked on the door. She carried the quality of a person who had also received some kind of notification, not the redemption system, that was his alone, but whatever the judgment aspect's connection to the divine realm produced when a major threshold resolved. She looked at him with the clear dark eyes that had been her eyes for 6 months now. It's done? She asked. The mission structure, yes, he said. What we do with what's here, that's different. What do we do with what's here? She asked, and it was a real question, asked with genuine curiosity rather than rhetorical framing. He thought about it. We keep building. We watch the divine realm's threads. We support what's been built enough that it holds without us. He paused. We live in it. The thing we made. That's the part the mission didn't have instructions for. She sat down in the chair across from him and looked at the morning light coming through the window. "I like that part," she said. The third thing, Qianrenshu's crystal message arrived an hour later, as the household was waking and the morning cultivation sessions were starting in the inner courtyard below. Brief, direct. "My grandfather asked me, this morning, to convey his apology to your mother. Not for tactical reasons. He said, I have had 6 months to understand what I did wrong, and I believe I finally do. Tell her I am sorry." A pause in the message's rhythm. "I don't know what it means for what comes next. But I thought you should know today." Yi Chen read the message and thought about the difference between resolutions that were clean and resolutions that were true. The true ones were rarely clean. They were ongoing, imperfect, full of the friction of actual people continuing to be who they were while also, slowly, changing. Qian Douluo's apology didn't undo 30 years. It didn't fix anything. It was just a man reaching the end of a long reckoning and finding that acknowledgement was the only thing left that meant something. That was enough. Not everything. Enough. He set the crystal down and went to join the morning cultivation session, and the guild spire caught the spring light, and the plum trees were in bloom again, and the threads in the divine realm's direction were moving with the patient complexity of something ancient slowly coming to understand that the world it was dealing with was not the world it had prepared for, and far below at the edge of the Star-Do Forest's ancient canopy, Di Tian was guarding a secret that would eventually require another kind of story entirely. But that was later. For now, the morning, and the work, and the people who had survived the making of it, gathered in the courtyard below in the spring light, cultivating together in the quiet that came after the hardest part was done. Yi Chen descended from the spire. The path ahead was not clear. It was never clear. But it was lit, not by certainty, but by the people standing in it, the framework they built beneath it, the threads that connected them to each other and to the larger world that was, slowly, becoming something different from what it had been, and it was enough. It was real. It was theirs. Fellow cultivators, if this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Tell us which moment stayed with you. Was it the absolution ceremony, the divine trial, or the quiet morning at the end? Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time.